Chapter 1. Transformed into a great misfortune. Jiang City. Kaixin 5-star Hotel. The hotel boasts an array of high-end facilities, top-tier chefs, presidential-level service and indulgence, along with a nationally renowned sky garden. This evening, the top floor of the hotel has been reserved by Zhou Yun, the heir of Yuchen Group. Not for any other reason, but to host a class reunion for his fiancée, Zhu Yun. Naturally, the grandeur must be substantial. In the splendid garden below, luxurious vehicles are parked before the opulent entrance. Elegantly dressed attendants stand in a respectful line. The hotel manager wears a fawning smile. As the door of a luxury car opens, a girl of striking beauty, clad in a pristine white evening gown that exudes freshness and elegance, steps out. She possesses an air of purity, reminiscent of delicate green tea. Yet her face bears a hint of disdain, occasionally furrowing her brow in displeasure. "Miss Xu, everything is arranged. Please proceed upstairs with young Master Zhou." The manager bends slightly, smiling. Zhu Yun nods in satisfaction, lifting her chin and disdainfully addressing a young man inside the car who is lost in thought. "Zhou Yun, you need not come up." With a look of impatience, she leaves a remark and strides into the hotel without waiting for his response. Upon reuniting with her close friends, her furrowed brow instantly relaxes, replaced by a beaming smile, filled with laughter and warmth. Her friends express their envy with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Young Master Zhou is truly considerate, even reserving an entire floor of the sky garden for you. He casually spends millions, not batting an eye, just to see you happy. How enviable. I wish to have such a warm-hearted boyfriend. Not just a boyfriend, they're already engaged. Yinran is to be the future Mrs. of Yuchen Group. The entire conglomerate belongs to her. Zhu Yinran, dissatisfied, retorts, "What nonsense are you all spouting? Who would want to marry him? Although our parents have arranged an engagement, we are merely friends," she insists. "I treat him like an older brother." Her friend chime in, "But he treats you so well, willing to spend for you. That heart of the sea blue diamond on your chest? He spent over 100 million to acquire it for you. Countless people envy you." Zhu Yinran rolls her eyes, touching the dazzling blue diamond on her chest. She contemplates discarding it, but ultimately refrains. "He practically begged me to accept it. When I refused, he threatened to jump off a building. Alas, I had no choice. I don't even care for it." Meanwhile, within the luxury car, Zhou Yun sits in a daze, unresponsive even as Zhu Yinran enters the hotel alone. For he is no longer the Zhou Yun he once was. He was merely an ordinary office worker in the Blue Star realm, who unexpectedly perished while indulging in web literature, only to find himself inexplicably transported to a novel he had once read. Memories flooded back, and as he organized them, his expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. "I never expected to find myself in a novel from my previous life. Moreover, I have become a villainous supporting character, a mere stepping stone for the protagonist." He meticulously recalls the plot of the novel, reflecting on his identity, and his complexion darkens. As the sole heir of Yuchen Group, possessing a fortune of several hundred billion, he was once a top-tier rich second generation. He could have any woman he desired. Yet he chose to pander to a deceitful vixen, allowing a woman to manipulate him like a puppet in his desperate attempts to please Zhu Yinran, the so-called pure White Lotus. He squandered the entirety of Yuchen Group, relinquishing hundreds of billions of wealth. Ultimately, this fiancé was whisked away by the male lead, Yi Chun, with a mere smile. Together with the female lead, they brought ruin upon his family. The original character eventually awoke to the truth, but it was too late. Brandishing a knife in a futile attempt to confront the male lead, he was swiftly cast aside, ending up imprisoned for life. Reflecting on these events, Zhou Yun takes a deep breath, resolutely deciding, since he has traversed into this world, he will absolutely not allow such a fate to unfold. Ding! The system has detected a qualified host, and the supervillain choice system is now binding, activated, and this system transcends all systems across myriad realms. You now have the following 3 choices. Point 1. Follow into the hotel, bravely pursue Zhu Yinran, serve her tea and water, and be her devoted attendant, earning a gold medal of Panderer. 2. Ignore Zhu Yanran's behavior, act as if nothing has happened, and return home to sleep, earning 1 year of lifespan. 3. Immediately cancel the hotel reservation, leaving all expenses to Zhu Yinran, earning 10 in physical fitness and a reward of supreme business investment skills. A mechanical voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Zhou Yun's eyes brighten, his face alight with joy. He is certain this is no illusion. The author wasn't lying. All traversers possess a golden finger. This system is excellent, straightforward, and unambiguous. Among the three options, there is no need for deliberation. I choose option 3 without hesitation. Zhou Yanren's class reunion? What concern is it of mine? Let her enjoy herself, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards are now being distributed. With a humming sound resonating in his mind, Zhou Yun suddenly feels a jolt as a warm current flows from the crown of his head throughout his body. His cells undergo a frenzied transformation, revitalizing him. The exhaustion and weakness that once plagued him dissipate, leaving him invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Simultaneously, a wealth of information floods into his mind. It feels as though he has suddenly attained a profound understanding of previous knowledge regarding business investments, techniques, and more, becoming adept in the field, as if it had been second nature to him since childhood. Zhou Yun, thoroughly satisfied, glances towards the manager outside the car, waving him over. I have something to discuss. The manager bends down, adopting a humble demeanor. What can I do for you, young Master Zhou? Regarding the reservation of the top-floor Sky Garden and all the food and beverages prepared for the event, I decline to pay any further expenses, Zhou Yun states calmly. The manager's eyes widen in disbelief. Surely he must have misheard. Zhou Yun wouldn't have gone mad, would he? This young master is renowned in Jiang City as an unparalleled panderer. His reservation of the hotel's top floor was solely to create an impressive spectacle for Zhou Yanren's class reunion. Just as Zhou Yanren had entered the hotel, he promptly refuses to pay. If she discovers this, how would she hold her head high before her classmates? She would lose all face. This behavior is uncharacteristic of Zhou Yun. Are you certain, young Master Zhou, about canceling tonight's banquet? The manager stammers. Everything has already been prepared, and this seems somewhat against protocol. I suggest you discuss this with Miss Zhu. She appears to be unaware. Also, if you cancel, the 1 million deposit is non-refundable. Zhou Yun scoffs, casting a sideways glance at the manager. Am I to consult a woman over a trivial decision? Chapter 2. If you want money, seek her out. I shall tell you this. Zhou Yun stretched lazily, resting his feet on the luxurious leather seats of the upscale vehicle, exuding an air of indolence. It was a class reunion orchestrated by Zhou Yan. I haven't consumed a single grain of rice or a drop of water from your hotel. Why should I be compelled to pay? If you seek money, go to Zhou Yan. Her family has profited handsomely from Yuqin Group over the years. They can surely spare a few tens of millions. As for the 1 million deposit, consider it a token of gratitude for your hotel's hard work. There and oppose. No need for reimbursement. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou Yun did not cast a glance back at the hotel, and his convoy departed in grand fashion, leaving behind a bewildered hotel manager and a group of stunned attendants. They stood there, mouths agape, utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. What had transpired? Who could enlighten me? Zhou Xiao. Why has he suddenly transformed into a different person, declaring no venue reservation? Wasn't he enamored with Zhou Yan? The entire Jiang City knew that Zhou Yun disregarded everyone else, doting on Zhou Yan, granting her every whim. How could he suddenly refuse to reserve the venue? Was it because Zhou Yan had just denied him attendance at the reunion, deeming it embarrassing, thus provoking this wealthy heir's indignation? It was indeed plausible. If I were Zhou Yun, I could hardly swallow such an affront. It was my money that secured the venue, and now I was barred from entry. Surely that would infuriate anyone. Manager, what shall we do next? The hotel manager's face fluctuated between hues. Finally gritting his teeth, he replied, the finest ingredients have already been delivered, and the symphony orchestra has been engaged. Everything is prepared. It cannot simply be canceled at will. However, we cannot afford to offend Yuqin Group. Since Zhou Xiao refuses to pay, let us approach his fiancée. I recall that the signed contract bore only Zhou Yan's name. The manager instructed someone to fetch the contract. Upon seeing Zhou Yan's name emblazoned on the document, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This made matters considerably simpler. As long as the contract was in place, the bill could still be collected post-event. After all, while the Zhou family had recently risen to prominence through the Zhou family, they still possessed some assets and could manage to pay. Zhou Yun likely never anticipated that in her bid to appear grand. She had signed her name on all the contracts. Now, due to Zhou Yun's refusal to settle the bill, she was left to bear this silent burden. Her reaction upon learning this news would surely be quite entertaining. 5 opulent vehicles sped across the Jiang City cross-river bridge. Through the windows, one could observe the 2 vehicles flanking the central one, occupied by impeccably dressed bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Their duty was to vigilantly protect the distinguished Zhou Yun within the middle vehicle. Zhou Yun sat with closed eyes, deep in contemplation, familiar with the unfolding narrative. He understood Zhou Yun's motives for excluding him from the class reunion. Just days prior, she had met the male lead, Yi Chun, through a classmate, and was instantly smitten, engaging in an animated conversation at a CAF that lasted the entire evening. This reunion was her initiative, aimed at creating opportunities to be with Yi Chun. Yi Chun possessed a remarkable investment system, earning capabilities that bordered on the miraculous, alongside several extraordinary abilities. Yet, Zhou Yun remained unfazed, for his own system had proclaimed itself superior to all others. Yi Chun's investment system was merely a subordinate. When the time came to confront the male lead, Zhou Yun was confident he could easily suppress him. The pressing matter at hand was to sever ties with Zhou Yun, this green tea vixen. He was grateful for his transmigration. It spared him from being a fool. He needed to swiftly extricate himself from any association with her. The mere thought of her made him nauseous. Such a fiancée, he was better off discarded. With a fierce determination, Zhou Yun contemplated how to completely eradicate the toxic presence of the Zhou family. Shortly thereafter, the convoy returned to the Blue Mountain Villa district. As he disembarked, Jing Weining appeared, astonished. "Young master, weren't you accompanying Miss Zhou to the reunion? Why have you returned so early?" Jing Weining, dressed in professional attire, possessed a tall and graceful figure, her long legs elegantly encased in black stockings, and her hair as dark as ink, emanating an aura of sophistication that ignited a desire to possess her. As the chief steward of the Zhou family, she had once saved the elderly masteress' life, diligently managing various tasks with unwavering loyalty. Upon seeing her, Zhou Yun's eyes brightened, his heart skipping a beat. He silently praised her beauty, which far surpassed that of Zhou Yun. No wonder the male lead, Yi Chun, had pursued her relentlessly upon their encounter, even if he ultimately failed to win her over. After the downfall of the Zhou family, Jing Weining had left for foreign shores, but her stunning beauty was undeniable. The original owner had foolishly neglected such a captivating woman. What utter folly! A glimmer of light flickered in Zhou Yun's eyes as he nonchalantly remarked, "This ridiculous gathering was not worth attending. How is my father's health?" Upon hearing this, Jing Weining's expression turned increasingly perplexed. Zhou Yun seemed different today, though she could not pinpoint the cause. He had never before inquired about the old master's health. Having once wished for his grandfather's swift demise to inherit the family fortune and lavishly indulge Zhou Yun, he would never utter a disparaging word about her. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yun would have been gleefully proclaiming that he had arranged everything for Zhou Yun, undoubtedly eager for her to hear his devoted words. The situation was dire. Perhaps the old man would not survive the night, Jing Weining lamented. "I must go in and check on father. Do not disturb me tonight, regardless of what occurs." Zhou Yun's expression turned anxious as he hurried into the villa. Despite not harboring much affection for his estranged father, Zhou Yun held a measure of respect and sympathy for the man who had built the Yuchen Group from the ground up, amassing hundreds of billions in assets through sheer hard work, never enjoying a moment's rest. Although Zhou Yun's feelings were complex as his only son, he felt an obligation to ensure that his father enjoyed a peaceful end, deserving of companionship in his final moments. After Zhou Yun departed, Jing Weining inquired about the situation at Kaishan Hotel from the bodyguards. Upon learning that Zhou Yun had spent a fortune to reserve the venue for Zhou Yun, only to be denied entry to the reunion, the usually composed Jing Weining's eyes flashed with intense fury. One audacious Zhou Yun, treating the Zhou family as an ATM, summoned and dismissed like a mere dog. If it were not for the young masteress' indulgence, she would think herself something of significance. Fortunately, it seemed that this incident had awakened the young master. Perhaps such occurrences would no longer transpire in the future. Chapter 3 Protagonist. I have lost all face. In the dead of night, old Master Zhou has passed away. Despite the villa being equipped with the finest doctors and medical equipment from both domestic and international sources, it proved futile. Zhou Yun sat by the bedside, tightly grasping the cold hand of old Master Zhou, sorrowfully whispering, "Father, rest assured, I shall lead Yuchen Group to new heights, transforming it into a world-class enterprise. I will not let your lifelong efforts go to waste." Jing Wanning, who stood nearby, heard these words and quietly wiped away her tears, feeling a sense of comfort in her heart. It seemed that Zhou Yun was indeed beginning to change. Fate had granted him a second chance. "Young master, during my family and Oppo's, as time of crisis, the old master lent us his assistance. I shall forever be grateful for this kindness. After the old master and Oppo's, his passing, I will wholeheartedly support you. This is his last wish, and shortly, a lawyer will come to notarize it, ensuring that all his assets are transferred to your name before dawn. From now on, you will no longer be the acting director of Yuchen Group, but its true chairman." Amidst her grief, Jing Wanning remained focused on her responsibilities. The old master had always been concerned about his son, and thus had given her many instructions beforehand. Consequently, everything proceeded in an orderly manner after his departure, without any chaos. Zhou Yun, his expression inscrutable, replied without lifting his head, "Just handle it as you see fit." If there was anyone he could trust the most, it was Jing Wanning. This woman was not only competent, but also fiercely loyal. In the face of numerous temptations from the male lead, she had never wavered in her stance, even when coerced with threats and bribes. She would rather flee to a faraway land than betray the Zhou family. Once Jing Wanning left, the villa buzzed with activity, filled with people coming and going. Doctors continued to attend to their tasks, moving medical equipment and writing reports. Servants carried furniture and cleaned the villa, preparing to transport the old master to the lakeside funeral home for his send-off and memorial service at dawn. Hundreds of monks from the nearby Jinling temple followed suit, ringing their instruments and chanting in unison, creating a grand spectacle. Additionally, shareholders of the group and former friends of the old master hastily emerged from their slumber, rushing towards the Blue Mountain Villa area. The entire business community of Jiangcheng was suddenly stirred, as if a large stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of turmoil. The old master's death had robbed many of their sleep that night. In the meantime, at the luxurious Kaishian Hotel atop the Sky Garden, music and laughter filled the air, with guests exchanging toasts amidst a kaleidoscope of colors. Clad in a white evening gown, Zhou Yun, her cheeks flushed from drink, remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at Blue Mountain Villa. Even if she were informed, it would not concern her. Her gaze was entirely fixated on a handsome man named Yi Chen seated at the table before her, her eyes betraying a hint of infatuation, unmasked. Her friends, also intoxicated, lavished her with compliments, exclaiming, "Thank you, Shu, for your generous hospitality tonight. This is undoubtedly the happiest evening of my life. I never dreamed I would have the chance to stroll through the Sky Garden on the top floor of Kaishin Hotel, gazing at the night view of Jiangcheng as if I were touching the stars, and with the sky pool above." I posted pictures on social media and received countless likes. Thanks to you, Shu. You and Appos. He made me shine for once. How fortunate Zhou Yun is to be engaged to the young and wealthy Zhou Yun. Such a blessing that many could only dream of. To have the entire venue reserved, with an international orchestra performing and a renowned magician showcasing his art, it rivals any star-studded gala. Among our cohort, Shu is clearly the most accomplished. No one else can compete with her. Back in university, she was the campus belle, and now, in her evening gown, she rivals a celestial being. Hearing these praises, Zhou Yun felt a surge of satisfaction and contentment. During her university years, her father had merely been a contractor managing a handful of workers, far from the wealth they enjoyed now. This moment allowed her to bask in the limelight among her peers, greatly satisfying her vanity. She appeared both generous and beautiful. Money was of no concern to her, as it was not her own. Humph. Don't listen to the news. Zhou Yun and I are not even engaged yet. I merely consider him a brother, as our families have some business dealings. As for an engagement, I will clarify my feelings to him when the time is right. I harbor no such sentiments towards him. Zhu Yanran sipped her red wine, her gaze softening as she looked towards Yi Chun, as if to explain herself, fearful of any misunderstandings. Yi Chun nodded gently, seizing the moment to say, "The media today thrives on sensationalism. We live in an age that values freedom and equality in marriage. Parental arrangements should not be taken too seriously." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yanran's heart leapt with joy, secretly thinking that Yi Chun indeed harbored feelings for her. In that instant, they connected, engaging in lively conversation filled with laughter. Observing this, their classmates refrained from further comments, choosing instead to echo the sentiment. As the evening progressed and the revelry continued, the hotel manager approached Zhu Yanran with a beaming smile. "Miss Xu, it is time to settle the remaining balance." Ordinarily, such matters would not be addressed in such a setting, but without Zhou Yun and Appo's backing, the manager felt uneasy. The moment these words were uttered, the once lively sky garden fell silent. The 30-some classmates, their spirits dampened, stared blankly at Zhu Yanran, confusion etched on their faces. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the wealthy Zhou Yun had already settled the bill? The night air was tinged with a chill, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. Zhu Yanran's complexion shifted from a rosy hue to ashen in an instant. "Do you know who I am? How dare you come and collect from me? Open your eyes and check your hotel and Appo's accounts." Zhou Yun must have already transferred the funds. Embarrassment and anger surged within her. She felt as though her dignity had been utterly shattered in front of her peers, confronted by the hotel manager demanding payment. Moreover, with Yi Chun beside her, it was a blatant humiliation. Those unaware might think she was incapable of affording even a few million. Chapter 4. Laughter turns to dismay as no one settles the bill. The hotel manager, with a forced smile, addressed Miss Xu, "Please don and Appo's to be upset with me." After you entered the hotel, young Master Zhou explicitly stated that he would not be covering the bill this time. The expenses will be charged to you, as the signatory. "What did you say?" Zhu Yanran's face drained of color, momentarily believing she had misheard. The surrounding classmates were equally startled, rendered speechless. If young Master Zhou refused to pay, did that mean they would have to cover the multi-million-dollar bill themselves? The mere thought of such a possibility made their faces pale, anxiety creeping into their hearts. If they split the bill, each person would need to contribute nearly $1 million. Many hailed from ordinary families and simply could not afford such an amount. They began to retreat, contemplating how to extricate themselves from the situation. If Zhu Yanran also refused to cover the entire sum, they would be at a loss. Even her close friends felt the tension, losing the carefree demeanor they had just moments before. Zhu Yanran stood there, stunned for a while before regaining her composure. How dared Zhou Yun refuse to pay? What audacity! Who gave him the gall? She could not believe he had become so selfish, daring to act this way without fear of her cutting ties with him. Zhu Yanran felt humiliated, anger boiling within her. They had previously agreed that Zhou Yun would reserve the hotel's rooftop garden for her. Now he dared to go back on his word. Fuming, she felt as if she might explode, having been pampered her entire life. And with Zhou Yun's adoration elevating her to the heavens, she had never endured such indignity. Her eyes reddened as she pulled out her phone to call Zhou Yun. Her tone fierce. "Hello, what is wrong with you? Did a donkey kick your head? I am furious. Why aren't you settling the hotel bill? Is that small amount too much for you? Are you even human? I am utterly embarrassed right now. If you don't pay up immediately, don't even think about speaking to me again. I will ignore you from now on." Having delivered her reprimand, she hung up before Zhou Yun could respond. Although she did not quite grasp what had gotten into him, she assumed it was merely a ploy to grab her attention. She was convinced that once Zhou Yun realized she was angry, he would hastily settle the bill. With great confidence, Zhu Yanran assured the hotel manager, "Rest assured, the payment will reach your account within 3 minutes. I, Zhu Yanran, would never default on such a trivial amount." The manager smiled awkwardly, waiting patiently. Her classmates, seeing Zhou Yun and oppose, as confidence, breathed a collective sigh of relief. After all, it was clear that she was generous and understanding, astonished that Zhou Yun could be so petty. Indeed, the rich second-generation heir was throwing a childish tantrum. Without Zhou Yun and oppose as guidance, how much more disgrace would the Zhou family suffer? Zhou Yun felt a surge of pride. Her chin lifted high. She had always succeeded with this tactic. Zhou Yun would inevitably comply with her demands. She could already envision him, like a chastened dog, begging for her forgiveness afterward. Blushing, she almost forgot that Yi Chun was still beside her. She mused quietly, hoping she hadn't acted too impulsively. Fearing her image might be tarnished, she wondered whether Yi Chun would care. Stealing a glance at him, she felt relieved to find his gaze soft and filled with warmth. Her heart warmed at the sight, bringing her joy. She thought to herself, how embarrassing for Mr. Yi to witness this. With a newfound elegance, Zhou Yun adjusted her demeanor. Yi Chun, with genuine concern, remarked, "It is truly unfortunate for Miss Zhou to associate with such an unreliable individual. Zhou Yun, a sheltered flower, has yet to experience the trials of society, behaving like a child, which is utterly laughable." Yi Chun's sympathy for Zhou Yun was sincere. He had been captivated the moment he laid eyes on her. She resembled a lotus blooming in a tranquil pond, evoking a profound beauty that touched his heart. He had secretly resolved to win her affection, regardless of her engagement to Zhou Yun. With his awakening investment system, he was destined to become the wealthiest in the world. Though he was just beginning in Jiangsheng and lacked immediate funds, the investments he had made recently would soon yield substantial returns. Zhou Yun felt a spark of surprise. Yi Chun's words resonated deeply within her. Indeed, I hadn't expected him to be this way. Your insight has truly opened my eyes. Mr. Yi, are you free in the coming days? Since you're new to Jiangsheng, allow me to show you around. Feeling honored, Yi Chun beamed with delight. They exchanged contact information, planning to explore Jiangsheng together. Meanwhile, the hotel manager's expression darkened as the payment still had not arrived. At this point, it became clear to everyone that Zhou Yun was serious. Zhou Yun's attempts to call him had failed to yield results, leading to hushed murmurs among the classmates. It appeared young Master Zhou was genuinely upset, marking the first time he had refused his fiancée. "Please don't let this be an AA situation. I cannot afford it," they whispered. "Without Zhou Yun is nothing. I doubt she'll be willing to cover the balance. Had I known this would happen, I would have come. I can't even scrape together $1 million. Since Zhou Yun won't let Zhou Yun join us, now that he is angry. I'm curious how she will handle this." Despite their low whispers, Zhou Yun's sensitivity allowed her to catch their words. Instantly, her complexion shifted from confusion to furious embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. "Zhou Yun, I will never speak to you again." Zhou Yun seethed inwardly. With Yi Chun beside her, her expression remained composed, but she could feel a subtle shift in her demeanor. "Who says I can't pay?" she declared, her face steely. "Let me make a call." She offered Yi Chun an apologetic smile before stepping aside to dial her father and Oppo's number. "Father, transfer 30 million to my account." "Don't ask why." "Zhou Yun? Who is Zhou Yun? I don't know him. What does it matter if the old man died? I want to be attending the funeral." "Enough said. I have things to do in the coming days." The Zhou family had accumulated a modest fortune over the years, benefiting from their ties to Yu Chen Group, which had granted them assets worth billions. Soon enough, Zhou Yun, her face expressionless, settled the outstanding bill. As she glanced at her account balance, dwindling to 5 figures, her heart ached. Once the payment was completed, she turned to find that her classmates and friends had already fled. She silently shifted the blame entirely onto Zhou Yun. Had he not refused to pay, she would never have lost face in front of others, feeling utterly humiliated, silently vowing that if Zhou Yun did not pay a significant price to win her back, she would cut him off entirely, letting him experience the pain of losing her. The chanting of monks echoed throughout the Blue Mountain Villa district, where a gathering of influential figures from the political and business realms convened. Many of these connections were established by the venerable Mr. Zhou over many years in business. At this moment, they regarded the heir of Yu Chen Group with peculiar expressions. Zhou Yun held a phone that had just been disconnected, and a simmering anger flickered in his eyes. Chapter 5. Acquiring the divine feng shui secrets to ruin the Shu family. Shu Yanran and Appo's unrestrained and domineering voice resonated throughout the living room, heard by numerous prominent figures, leaving Zhou Yun utterly humiliated. The passing of the elder had plunged him into deep sorrow, yet at this moment, his fiancée, he was causing an unreasonable uproar. The glances exchanged among the distinguished guests were peculiar. They wished to laugh but restrained themselves, whispering to one another instead. How could this fiancée be so unreasonable? With the elder's death, she didn't even bother to inquire about his well-being and instead demanded money, denying him the chance to respond. If I had such a daughter-in-law, I would rather end it swiftly. What could Zhou Yun possibly see in her? To me, this is a blessing, with Zhou Yun as an heir. How could the Yuqin group falter? Indeed, judging by past events, Zhou Yun was a fool who would go to great lengths for a woman, allowing himself to be manipulated. The Zhou family's downfall seemed imminent. Their hushed conversations were drowned out by the monk's recitation of sutras. Yet, Zhou Yun could discern their thoughts from their expressions. He remained impassive. At that moment, the system suddenly activated. It detected the engagement of the host's fiancée with the destined child, presenting him with 3 options. 1. Call Shu Yanran to sincerely apologize and agree to any of her conditions, gaining 10 spirit. 2. Call Shu Yanran and Appo's as parents, using the excuse of bringing joy to the Zhou family to compel Shu Yanran to marry him after the funeral, gaining 1 billion cash. 3. Announce to the media the termination of his relationship with Shu Yanran, thereby ruining the Shu family's reputation, gaining the divine feng shui secrets. Initially perturbed by Shu Yanran's demands, Zhou Yun and Appo's expression brightened at the prospect of new choices, especially considering the generous rewards. He quickly scanned his consciousness. The first option was out of the question. He would never stoop to being a sycophant again. The mere thought of Shu Yanran and Appo's entitled demeanor made him feel nauseous. As for the second option of coercing marriage, that too was dismissed. This woman, once a mere ugly duckling, had been flattered into thinking herself a queen, and anyone who married her would be unfortunate. Thus, he resolutely chose the third option, to sever all ties with Shu Yanran and to bring disgrace to the Shu family. This choice resonated deeply with Zhou Yun. Even without the system and Appo's prompting, he would have pursued this path. However, he awaited a legitimate reason to sever his engagement with Shu Yanran. According to the original narrative, Shu Yanran had not attended the elder's funeral, but had instead clandestinely enjoyed leisure time with the male protagonist, Yichun. All he needed to do was to send someone to follow them, capture photos of the two together, and use that as justification to publicly announce the dissolution of their engagement. The sight of his future fiancée, absent from the funeral, opting instead to cavort with another man, would undoubtedly lead to her disgrace. Zhou Yun contemplated this, gradually formulating a plan. As for dismantling the Shu family and leading them to bankruptcy, that would be even simpler. Over the years, the Shu family had engaged in various underhanded dealings and financial mismanagement against the Yuqin group, creating shell companies to embezzle funds. A little investigation would reveal everything. Familiar with the storyline, Zhou Yun had a clear understanding of the Shu family's misdeeds, making it all the more effortless. After making his choice, the system promptly provided him with knowledge regarding the divine feng shui secrets. A wealth of feng shui information flooded his memory, instantly coalescing into understanding. At that moment, the entire geographical layout of the Blue Mountain Villa transformed into a miniature model before his eyes. Various colored auras morphed into flowing sands, floating in the void. The feng shui of Blue Mountain Villa, meticulously arranged by the elder at great expense, was considered somewhat mystical. However, in Zhou Yun's eyes, it was trivial. He possessed a myriad of methods to elevate the villa into a premier feng shui array. This was the formidable power of the divine feng shui secrets. It could be said that in the realm of feng shui, no one could rival him, not even the destined child with a system. For Zhou Yun and Appo's golden finger transcended all systems. Jing Wanning entered the reception room, greeting the many dignitaries with calm dignity. The notable figures of Jiangcheng, who would tremble at the slightest provocation, appeared serious in her presence, clearly admiring her capabilities. Approaching Zhou Yun, Jing Wanning quietly inquired, "Young master, I have heard about Miss Shu and Appo's recent behavior. You wouldn't and Appo's. Still indulge her, would you?" Zhou Yun leaned closer, whispering his thoughts to her. As she listened, her frown transformed into a look of confusion, followed by exuberance as she nodded repeatedly. The Shu family had indeed gone too far. Such actions should have been addressed long ago. "Little master, you may not know, but the current state of the Yuchen group is chaotic, tainted by the Shu family. There are numerous biases against you both inside and outside the company. Once these matters are resolved, I believe they will be genuinely pleased, just like I am. I will immediately arrange for the tasks you assigned, ensuring everything is flawless." With that, Jing Wanning hastily departed the reception room. Soon after, the lawyer appointed by the elder before his passing arrived. Zhou Yun led them to the study, spending considerable time addressing inheritance matters. Once concluded, he officially inherited the family's entire fortune, becoming the largest shareholder of the Yuchen Group with a 55% stake, along with countless estates in Jiangcheng and abroad, amounting to over 30 billion in wealth. As he and the lawyer exited the study, dawn had already broken. The elder had been placed in an exquisitely crafted coffin of golden silk namu, ready to be transported to the lakeside funeral home. The prominent figures had departed, having merely come to verify the news and discuss future plans with acquaintances. Zhou Yun donned mourning attire and, accompanied by Jing Wanning, proceeded to the funeral home to receive condolences. The lakeside funeral home was bustling with visitors. Many acquaintances and distant relatives of Zhou Yun arrived. However, all mourners were astonished to find that in front of the elder's portrait, only Zhou Yun stood alone. Where was his fiancée, Yi? Although she had not yet officially entered the family, Xu Yanran was still considered a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. For such a significant occasion as a funeral, one would expect at least a show of respect, if not mourning attire, yet there was not a trace of Xu Yanran to be found. Whispers of speculation and ridicule swirled among the attendees, some perplexed, others scoffing, and some lamenting. Jing Wanning observed for some time, confirming that, as the young master had predicted, Xu Yanran would not make an appearance. Although she had prepared herself for this outcome, witnessing it unfold ignited her frustration. As the future matriarch of the Yuchen Group, her lack of decorum was brazen and shameless. There would come a day when the Xu family would regret this. Jing Wanning silently gritted her teeth, recalling Zhou Yun's intentions, and then felt a sense of relief. Before long, Xu Yanran's parents arrived at the funeral home. Upon seeing them, Jing Wanning's demeanor shifted to one of distance, for Xu's father and mother could not suppress their smiles. Chapter 6. Terminate all cooperation with the Xu family. From the moment they stepped out of the car, the Xu family and Appo's, as parents could hardly contain their smiles. To an outsider, it might seem as though they were arriving at a joyous celebration. Upon learning of their identities, some individuals cast envious and jealous glances their way, acknowledging that the Xu family would ascend to greater heights henceforth. Despite our relentless toil, we find ourselves overshadowed by the mere fortune of their well-bred daughter. Zhou Yun, having inherited all the family wealth, is unlikely to retain it for long, ultimately relinquishing it to the Xu family. Just look at those two. Their smiles are almost grotesque. If I were old Master Zhou, I would rather take this squanderer down with me before departing this world, preferring to donate every last cent than allow it to serve as a dowry for another. It's a matter of life and death. Fools may continue to sulk, while the astute have already begun to ingratiate themselves. Before the Xu parents even reached the entrance of the funeral home, they were encircled by a throng of social elites and celebrities, showering them with insincere compliments as if they were free of charge. Mr. Xu wore a proud expression, his spirits soaring as former rivals now bowed their heads in admiration. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Just a few years ago, these individuals loomed as unreachable figures in his eyes. Yet, everything changed with his daughter's association with Zhou Yun. With the demise of old Master Zhou and the impending marriage of his daughter to Zhou Yun, the Yuchen Group had effectively become the Xu family's backdoor, easily manipulable. The mere thought of the Shu family potentially becoming the overlords of Jiangcheng filled Mr. Shu with immense pride. Mrs. Shu, too, exhibited an air of arrogance, nodding lightly at the crowd, her disdain for conversation palpable. After feigning modesty for a moment, the Shu parents made their way to the morning hall to pay their respects. Approaching Zhou Yun, they pretended to offer condolences, advising him not to grieve too deeply, reminding him to look toward the future. Old Master Zhou had expressed his desire to hold a grandchild and witness him marry. After the funeral, they would choose an auspicious day for him to wed Yinran and bear children, which would surely bring comfort to old Master Zhou's spirit. By the way, since you've become a director, the project in the Nanjia commercial area has been stalled for quite some time. You should find the opportunity to address it. Mr. Shu spoke with a smile, as if engaging in casual conversation, yet his words weighed heavily on the hearts of his listeners. The Yuchen Group maintained strict control over the commercial street project, with numerous material suppliers eager to collaborate with the Zhou family, all attempting to undercut each other's prices. With a dozen merchants vying for the same opportunity, many of these collaborators had also come to offer their condolences. Hearing Mr. Shu's words, they felt a wave of indignation, realizing that the chance to profit was about to be snatched away by the Shu family. If only the Shu family had engaged in fair competition, they would have accepted their defeat with grace. However, the Shu family's offers exceeded market prices, and the quality of their materials was subpar. At times, they even passed off scrap as premium goods. And yet, through Zhou Yun's influence, they repeatedly triumphed in bids. As long as Shu Yinran whispered in Zhou Yun's ear, the Yuchen Group would readily choose to collaborate with the Shu family, as if showering them with funds. According to past patterns, it seemed that the commercial street project would again fall into the hands of the Shu family. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun remained resolutely silent. His head bowed as he stated in a low voice, "Today is my father's funeral. I do not wish to discuss business matters. We will address them later." Mrs. Shu immediately bristled, furrowing her brow. "It's not a bother at all, as long as you give the nod. Does anyone in the Yuchen Group dare to defy your wishes? My daughter Yinran is a natural beauty. Suitors line up from Jiangcheng to Beijing. To marry her would be your fortune. I've heard that you upset her last night, making her quite angry. If you merely agree, I shall speak with her, and she will surely forgive you." At that moment, Jing Wanning approached, her tone frosty. "Where's Shu Yinran?" Mrs. Shu, observing Jing Wanning's beauty, felt a surge of insecurity and snapped, "What gives you the right to utter the mistress in Oppo's name? Have you no respect for rank and propriety? Yinran has her reasons for not attending. Zhou Yun has said nothing, so why do you speak? Zhou Yun, dismiss this woman at once. I do not wish to see her after Yinran is married to you. Otherwise, you know the consequences of inciting Yinran's anger. You shall never marry her, and I shall not speak in your favor." Mrs. Shu issued her commands imperiously, showing Zhou Yun no regard, as if she were superior reprimanding an inferior. Mr. Shu stood by, maintaining an air of superiority, refusing to intervene amidst his wife's unruly outburst. In his view, Zhou Yun's compliance with Shu Yinran's wishes made it trivial to dismiss a mere woman. If old Master Zhou were still alive, they might tread carefully, but now that Zhou Yun was his son-in-law, such a small request was entirely reasonable. The commotion in front of the morning hall drew the attention of other attendees, including powerful figures not inferior to the Zhou family, namely the Kong, Dong, and Chun families. These families wielded vast resources across Jiangcheng, having contended against old Master Zhou for decades. Often rivals, yet sharing mutual respect. Observing the scene, the elders Kong, Dong, and Chun exchanged disdainful smiles at the Shu family, their expressions revealing pity when glancing at Zhou Yun. Elder Dong sighed, "I've always heard Zhou Yun is a wastrel. Seeing is truly believing." Elder Kong lamented, "After a lifetime of hard work, the greatest fear is seeing descendants squander the family fortune. I truly feel for old Zhou." Elder Chun, wearing a face of resignation, remarked, "I had a good relationship with old Zhou and intended to help after his passing, but it appears Zhou Yun is an insurmountable burden. It seems futile now. With in-laws like this, even 10 Yuchen groups wouldn't suffice to squander the wealth." In that moment, not only did the other dignitaries scoff at Zhou Yun, But even some senior executives from the Yuchen group expressed their utter disappointment in the air. They understood that the Shu family's audacity stemmed from Zhou Yun's indulgence. Were it not for his compliance, these two foolish parents would never have dared to act so brazenly before old Master Zhou's memorial. However, this was a private family affair, and they felt it was not their place to intervene. It was merely a pity for the loyal Jing Wanning. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yun had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the sycophant he once was. Though he had wished to avoid conflict today, his anger erupted when Mrs. Shu targeted Jing Wanning. Rising abruptly, he fixed his gaze upon Mrs. Shu, his eyes gleaming like 1,000 blades, piercing to the core. You wish for me to take action today? Very well. I shall grant your wish. Xiaodong. Zhou Yun called for the project manager of the Yuchen group. Promptly, a bewildered middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward. Chairman, I am here. Zhou Yun spoke coldly. Immediately notify the entire group that regarding the commercial area project, all companies associated with the Shu family are prohibited from participating. Furthermore, all cooperative projects with Shu family companies shall be terminated without exception, and new partners shall be selected. Chapter 7. Do you think you are worthy to ask me to dismiss Jing Wanning? Xiaodong's mind momentarily froze, his body immobilized, and his mouth agape in astonishment. Could it be that he misheard? Was this truly a decision made by Zhou Yun? Ever since Zhou Yun became acquainted with Shu Yanran, the Shu family had been granted carte blanche for all projects of the Yuchen group. Every unreasonable demand from the Shu family was met with Zhou Yun's acquiescence, a scenario to which Xiaodong had grown accustomed. Though he had previously voiced his stern opposition, he ultimately capitulated under Zhou Xiao's formidable influence. However, he had anticipated that Zhou Yun would continue to yield to the Shu family's whims as he had before. To his utter surprise, he received such a response. This revelation sent his heart racing, leaving him momentarily stunned, as if his very breath had been stolen. Zhou Yun's gaze was calm, yet penetrating. What is the problem? Startled back to reality, Xiaodong straightened his posture, his face alight with excitement as he proclaimed loudly, No problem at all. I assure you I will complete the tasks assigned by the chairman. Xiaodong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He felt as though he might weep. After years of watching the Shu family leech off the group, feeling utterly powerless, he was finally liberated today. His gaze towards Zhou Yun transformed, brimming with newfound determination. Simultaneously, the entire funeral home descended into shocked silence due to Zhou Yun's sudden decision. All the elite socialites ceased their idle chatter. Mr. and Mrs. Shu's hearts skipped a beat, their bodies rigid with disbelief. Their expressions of smug satisfaction froze, their lips quivering in shock. Moments ago, they had presumed that Zhou Yun would once again bend over backward for Shu Yanran. Yet they were met with a stark prohibition from participating in projects and a cessation of all collaborations. Zhou Yun's transformation was too rapid, leaving the couple momentarily speechless. Soon, Mrs. Shu felt a sudden, excruciating pain in her liver. Trembling, she pointed a shaking finger at Zhou Yun, her face contorted in anguish. Zhou Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Mr. Shu's face darkened. Zhou Yun, with so many witnesses present, do not cause a scene here. Zhou Yun stepped forward, locking eyes with the couple, his gaze devoid of warmth. Who is causing a scene? Who dares to threaten me in front of my father? Do you think you are worthy to ask me to dismiss Jing Wanning, even if she were at fault? It is not for you to dictate. My patience is limited. You're not welcome here. Depart from this place at once, and do not disturb my father's rest, or I shall not hesitate to have you removed. Boom! The atmosphere in the funeral home erupted as if boiling water had been unleashed. The hundreds of attendees began to murmur among themselves, their voices a cacophony of disbelief. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if they were witnessing a new side of Zhou Yun. Could this really be the infamous Zhou Xiao of Jiangchong, known for his servility? Surely, I must be mistaken. He offered no concessions to the Shu family. Wasn't he always compliant with them? Why had he suddenly adopted such a stern demeanor? Goodness, this revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Xiao exhibited a backbone after all. I had previously seen Zhou Yun grovel before Shu Yanran, and now he stood in stark contrast with his current display of authority. The present Zhou Yun appeared somewhat dashing, reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a novel. Indeed, it should be this way. It is infuriating to see the heirs of a billion-dollar empire bullied by two miscreants. Now, he truly embodies the spirit of the Zhou family. Well said. A small company that thrives solely due to the Yuchen Group dares to dictate terms to its benefactor. They deserve a lesson. I have long been displeased with Mr. and Mrs. Shu, who, backed by the Zhou family, have grown increasingly arrogant. Now, Zhou Xiao has taken a stand, directly barring the Shu family from the commercial street project and halting all collaborations. The Shu company is about to suffer significant losses. Today, the couple indeed overstepped their bounds, daring to act imperiously in front of the late Zhou patriarch's portrait, an affront that no one could tolerate. It appears Zhou Yun retained some resolve, not entirely weakened to his core. He possesses a spine after all. The onlookers, members of high society, turned their gazes towards Mr. and Mrs. Shu, their eyes filled with amusement and mockery, as though they were observing a clown. The couple's faces darkened with rage, their teeth clenched, glaring fiercely at the unflinching Zhou Yun. They wished to disappear into the ground. They realized that today they had lost all face. Each mocking comment felt like a needle piercing their hearts, causing them immense discomfort. Mr. Shu, eyes ablaze with fury, lashed out at Zhou Yun. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? You are utterly lacking in decorum, blind to respect and hierarchy. I truly do not understand how Yanran could possibly regard you. Mrs. Shu, on the verge of tears, added, My daughter has always been dissatisfied with you. Had I not spoken well of you behind your back, how could she possibly have agreed to marry you? Now that you have become the chairman, you flaunt your power and turn your back on us. Once we return, I shall inform her of today's events, revealing the ungrateful wolf you truly are. Without my consent, you shall never marry my daughter. Kneel and apologize now, and perhaps there may still be a chance to mend this. The couple knew that Zhou Yun's greatest concern was Shu Yanran. In their desperation, they resorted to using their daughter to force Zhou Yun into submission. Had this been the old Zhou Yun, he would have hesitated. Yet now, he merely signaled to his bodyguard. Four imposing figures advanced toward Mr. and Mrs. Shu, ready to take action. Mr. Shu's expression turned frantic, his previous arrogance evaporating. He shot Zhou Yun a venomous glare before hastily ushering Mrs. Shu out. You better not come to seek Yanran's help. This matter will not end here. The couple, heads bowed in disgrace, exited the funeral home in utter humiliation. Those who had once flattered them now hastily distanced themselves, fearing association with the fallen pair. How fickle human nature is, a gathering of opportunistic sycophants. After entering the car, Mr. Shu exhaled sharply and urged the driver to leave this dreadful place promptly. Meanwhile, inside the funeral home, Zhou Yun wore an expression of regret, apologizing to the gathered guests. I apologize for the spectacle. The guests regarded him with newfound respect. What had once been mockery now bore a hint of seriousness. The distinction between a foolish heir and a wise one can create quite a stir in the business world of Jiangxing. They began to offer their praises in earnest. Zhou Xiao, your actions were justified. Those two truly overstepped their bounds. It is good that you addressed it. The Shu family is merely a small contractor who has gained a little wealth through the Zhou family. It is about time they learned to show respect. Indeed, the chairman of Yuchen Group has a worthy successor. Other powerful figures from Jiangxing's corporations nodded in agreement, reassessing Zhou Yun's capabilities. This is the temperament and strategy expected of a leader of a major corporation. Elder Dong stood and applauded, exclaiming, Well done. You have certainly upheld the legacy of the late Zhou. Elder Chen remarked, The younger generation is formidable. I had been anticipating your dismissal of Jing Wanning, so I could openly pursue her myself. Elder Kong sighed, speaking softly to himself. It seems the Zhou family still possesses fortune. Zhou Yun is not as foolish as rumored. He demonstrates a degree of rationality. Jokingly, Zhou Yun replied, Elder Chun, you might as well abandon that hope. You will never have the chance to be with Jing Wanning in this lifetime. The crowd observed his demeanor, devoid of pretense, and quietly commended him in their hearts. Zhou Yun has just undergone a transformation, swiftly adjusting his mindset, his temperament as tranquil as a still lake. undisturbed like an ancient well. Meanwhile, Jingwan is also taken aback. Zhou Yun has, astonishingly, severed ties with the Shu family for her sake. The emotions stirring within her are difficult to articulate. She feels that all the efforts she has devoted to the Zhou family over the years have been worth it. Stealing a glance away, she discreetly wipes away the tears at the corner of her eyes, concealing her softer side from others. In a hushed voice, she expresses her gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Chapter 8. Incompetence for sale. Inside the car, Shu's parents remained silent until they had distanced themselves from the funeral home. It was only then that Shu's mother, filled with indignation, remarked, "Zhou Yun must have taken leave of his senses today, daring to speak back to us. In the past, he wouldn't oppose. T have uttered a word. Could it be that his bitterness stemmed from Yinran's absence at the funeral?" Shu's father furrowed his brow, deep in thought, unable to comprehend Zhou Yun's sudden change. Perhaps it was simply the overwhelming crowd at the funeral home that had caused him to lose face, putting on a brave front. Yes, that must be it. A dog cannot change its nature. Soon enough, he will come begging to our doorstep, groveling in remorse. Both parents remained reluctant to believe that Zhou Yun could change so rapidly, accustomed as they were to his obedient demeanor. They assumed his pride was the reason for his newfound defiance. Once this notion settled in their minds, their brows finally relaxed. At that moment, however, various suppliers and manufacturers, having heard the news, began to call in their debts. For a large company like the Shu family, cash flow was scarce. Payments were typically settled only after project completion. Hence, they had accrued significant outstanding debts with many suppliers. The news of Yuqin Group severing its contract with the Shu family spread like wildfire throughout Jiangxin. Without a prestigious reputation, these suppliers feared that the Shu family might default on their payments. Seizing the opportunity before the Shu family collapsed entirely, they sought to reclaim whatever funds they could. If it were only a few creditors demanding repayment, it might have been manageable. Yet, every partner seemed to converge at their doorstep, all demanding payment simultaneously. The Shu family was on the brink of ruin, unable to repay even if they sold their assets. Shu's father wore a grim expression, anxiety palpable as he observed the incessantly ringing phone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To escape the mounting pressure, he chose to ignore it altogether, switching off his phone to avoid further distress. Meanwhile, Shu and his mother and Appo's phone was inundated with calls. From the funeral home to their homeward journey, it rang incessantly. As they neared their villa, they were greeted by a multitude of luxury cars parked at the entrance. The creditors had acted swiftly. News had barely broken. Yet they had arrived, blocking the entrance. Shu's father quickly instructed the driver to turn around and head to a hotel. Upon entering, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them, both drenched in cold sweat. They began to grasp the gravity of the consequences stemming from Yuqin Group's contract termination, a burden far too heavy for them to bear. Shu's mother, feeling uneasy, spoke with a tremor in her voice. "Surely we haven't overstepped? Zhou Yun cannot possibly be that petty, can he?" Despite her earlier conviction that Zhou Yun would come to his senses, the looming threat of debt collection left them wavering. Shu's father, now visibly anxious, remarked, "It's unfortunate our daughter wasn't there today. If she had gone to pay her respects, Zhou Yun wouldn't have dared to speak so insolently." Shu's mother nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, we must contact her. Find out where that troublesome girl has wandered off to." She hurriedly used the hotel phone to dial Shu Yinran's number. "Hello, daughter. Where are you right now? The world has changed, and you still have the leisure to visit an amusement park? Do you have any idea what Zhou Yun has done to us?" As she spoke, Shu's mother poured out her grievances, embellishing Zhou Yun's actions, painting him as a villain of the highest order, her tears flowing freely. With a choked voice, she urged, "Come back quickly." "What? You and Appo's? Re not coming back, you insolent girl? Fine, remember this. If Zhou Yun apologizes in the next few days, do not accept his words easily. Bring him before us. I want him to kneel and atone for the humiliation our family has suffered today." Meanwhile, Shu and Appo's father paced restlessly, as if only movement could alleviate his inner turmoil. Once the call ended, they found themselves without alternatives, placing their hopes entirely on their daughter. At Disneyland, Shu Yinran, having just hung up, wore a sullen expression. However, upon spotting Yi Chun, who was buying ice cream for her, her demeanor brightened instantly. Once he had procured the treat, Yi Chun keenly sensed the underlying tension. Yinran, is something troubling you? No. It and Oppos. S nothing. Just a minor issue, she replied hastily. If you have any troubles, feel free to confide in me. My abilities may surpass your expectations. You truly are remarkable, Yi Chun. Tomorrow, let us visit Yushan, a renowned scenic spot in Jiangqing. Xu Yinran smiled sweetly, savoring her ice cream as she walked alongside Yi Chun. During their outing, Yi Chun subtly hinted that the Chun family sought his assistance, assuring her that there was no need to fear the Zhou family. Unbeknownst to them, hidden cameras from various angles were capturing their every move. As for the funeral of old Master Zhou, apart from a Xu family's incident, everything proceeded smoothly. The following day, the coffin was transported to the picturesque Yushan area on the outskirts of Jiangqing. Yushan, steeped in history, boasts a striking landscape, making it an essential destination for visitors to Jiangqing. Acquiring a prime burial plot here requires not only wealth but also connections and influence. Many affluent merchants aspired to secure a plot, yet their fortunes proved futile. However, old Master Zhou had preemptively secured a prime location, his methods extending far and wide. Standing atop the mountain, Zhou Yun and Oppos' gaze glimmered as he surveyed the myriad of energy currents emanating from the landscape, each one shimmering like threads within his eyes. Ethereal flows of energy danced gracefully around every stone and flower, chaotic yet harmonious. Possessing profound mastery of feng shui, Zhou Yun discerned that this burial site was merely average, far from optimal. He felt dissatisfaction brewing within him. This was a matter of his own future fortune and legacy, not to be taken lightly. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Jing Wanning, who accompanied him, who selected this burial site. Jing Wanning answered candidly, "We sought the assistance of the Dong family, who engaged a gentleman named Yi Chun for the evaluation. Is there an issue, young master?" Yi Chun? A flicker of cold light crossed Zhou Yun and damp. Oppos, his eyes, his voice slightly darkening. He hadn't anticipated that the protagonist would move so swiftly, already aligning himself with the Chun family. To establish himself in Jiangqing, Yi Chun must have exerted considerable effort in his feng shui assessment. However, in Zhou Yun and Oppos' eyes, Yi Chun and Oppos' skills appeared rudimentary at best. If feng shui were to be categorized into ranks of great misfortune, good fortune, minor good fortune, and great good fortune, then the burial site Yi Chun had chosen, even with adjustments, would amount to no more than an average rating. Of course, the intricacies of feng shui are enigmatic and unpredictable, defying mere classification. Zhou Yun remarked nonchalantly, "This burial site is mediocre. It does not warrant such a high price. Incompetence in one's craft leads to the misguidance of others. Inform old Master Chun that he has chosen poorly in whom to trust and advise him to limit dealings with Yi Chun in the future. Suspend all current work. I require additional time to select a more suitable burial site, but it will not delay the interment." In Zhou Yun's mind, he envisioned a hidden area within the Yushan range, concealing a myriad of ethereal energy currents coalescing to form a diminutive Qilin-like phenomenon. With a few adjustments, it could potentially exude the power to traverse mountains and valleys, an extraordinary sight to behold. Chapter 9. He doesn't seek you. Will you not seek him? Jing Wanning halted, gazing incredulously at Zhou Yun. The usually inept young master seemed to have secretly acquired knowledge of feng shui. His calm and confident demeanor suggested he was not deceiving her, but rather possessed genuine insight. This prompted Jing Wanning to reflect deeply, questioning whether she had misjudged Zhou Yun in the past. Although he appeared extravagant and idle, it now seemed he had been diligently striving in secret, intending to astonish everyone. Having spent 5 years in the Zhou household, Jing Wanning rarely observed Zhou Yun remaining at home, as he typically indulged in revelry outside. At that time, she had dismissed him with disdain, but in hindsight, her perspective now appeared rather short-sighted. The abrupt change in Zhou Yun and Oppos' behavior since yesterday was revealing. He was far from a mere slacker. Instead, He was a shrewd individual playing the fool to achieve his ends. Perhaps, during his absences, he had been learning from some reclusive masters. However, she pondered, what if Elder Qin inquired about it? Zhou Yun, en route to Qilin Cemetery, nonchalantly replied, "In a few days, I shall visit his residence to rectify the feng shui." Understanding his intent, Jing Wanning ceased her inquiries. She harbored no doubts about Zhou Yun and Appo's unilateral decision to modify the burial site, as she believed it was a matter for the Zhou family alone. Even if Zhou Yun were to leave the old patriarch's remains exposed, she, as the steward, had no authority to intervene. Upon arriving at Qilin Cemetery, Zhou Yun ordered the clearing of debris and instructed Jing Wanning to contact the site's overseer, expending considerable funds to acquire the land. Subsequently, he began to adjust the feng shui, procuring a pair of jade Qilin sculptures, decorative artifacts, and yellow silk talismans. He personally transformed the sealed Qilin grave into a site resonating with auspicious energy. Eventually, he interred his father's coffin, completing the funeral rites. Within half a day, Zhou Yun acutely sensed a surge of cosmic opportunities emanating from deep within his bloodline, enhancing his fortunes. This transformation continued to deepen over time, as the celestial mechanisms settled, showcasing the formidable power of divine feng shui techniques. In contrast, ordinary feng shui practices would never reveal the hidden Qilin site within Yushan. Meanwhile, the Shu family had been plagued by insomnia, unable to find solace in sleep, resorting instead to sleeping pills to survive the nights. Their whereabouts had been discovered by debt collectors, forcing them to switch hotels multiple times in a state of anxiety. More terrifying than the pursuit of debts was the eerie silence from Zhou Yun, which plunged their spirits from the peaks to the depths of despair. Their confidence waned, and their thoughts spiraled into chaos. If Zhou Yun were truly resolute in his intentions to confront them, the Shu family would find themselves enveloped in darkness, forever restless. Mrs. Shu felt an increasing chill in her body, contemplating the impending doom of facing billions in external debts without the support of Yuqin Group or Zhou Yun. Mr. Shu was restless, feeling as though he were being pricked by needles, his breathing growing ever more frantic. Surely, Zhou Yun would not be so heartless. He must still harbor affection for Yanran. After all, he had pursued her for 3 years. How could he simply abandon her? For Yanran's sake, he would do anything. It shouldn't he come to this. Zhou Yun must be preoccupied with something else. It had to be. Mrs. Shu repeatedly reassured herself, hoping for a favorable turn of events. Meanwhile, Mr. Shu and Appo's gaze dimmed, his own anxieties surfacing. The funeral had concluded long ago. Zhou Yun should now have the time to spare. Given Zhou Yun and Appo's character, he should have sought Yanran by now to ask for her forgiveness. I can no longer deceive myself. While there is still a chance to amend matters, I must act decisively. Both parents transitioned from an initial calmness to a state of agitation. The repercussions of halting cooperation with Yuqin Group were insurmountable for the Shu family, and they finally felt the weight of fear pressing upon them. Over the years, the Shu family had exploited Zhou Yun's status to fabricate numerous fraudulent contracts and debts, and should they be audited, they would face severe repercussions. Naturally, they had not anticipated Zhou Yun and Appo's ruthless approach, leading them to desperately seek to mitigate their losses. They were not foolish and quickly recognized that the key to resolving their predicament lay with their daughter, Shu Yanran. Mrs. Shu called her daughter, this time devoid of pleasantries or affection, her tone laced with accusation. "Hello, you wretched girl. Why haven't you returned home? Where are you gallivanting about? Playing, day in and day out, while the house is crumbling. You can't even muster the decency to call home. Zhou Yun hasn't sought you out. Will you not seek him? Go and inquire what he intends to do." "What? You can't humble yourself? Do you want your father and me to do it? Come immediately to Fengjiang Resort Hotel. Your father and I are here. If you refuse to return, are you trying to provoke me? You dare hang up on me?" As Mrs. Shu listened to the dial tone, her eyes blazed with fury. Mr. Shu fell silent, overwhelmed by their daughter's reticence. As time passed, an increasing number of influential figures confirmed that the Shu family had been cast aside by Zhou Yun. Those once associated with the Shu family now maintained their distance, while their adversaries began to take advantage of the situation, seizing business opportunities. Debt collectors scourged Jiangcheng, pursuing them with fervor akin to that of wanted criminals. If their daughter continued to avoid confronting Zhou Yun to resolve this issue, they would soon be utterly ruined. Realizing the gravity of their circumstances, fear began to grip both parents. They recognized that the Zhou family remained an indomitable giant. Even a seemingly ineffectual Zhou Yun was not someone they could easily offend. Without Zhou Yun, the Shu family amounted to nothing. In a moment of determination, Mr. Shu declared, "Suspend all of our daughter's bank cards. Without funds, let us see if she returns." On the other side, having concluded his father's funeral, Zhou Yun arrived at the Yuqing Group and Oppo's office building in a luxurious convoy. This building, a property of the Zhou family, could accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 employees. Today, he sported a slicked-back hairstyle, clad in a well-tailored suit, and donned gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of charming recklessness reminiscent of a dashing rogue from a film. Surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, he entered the company lobby, where the receptionist promptly recognized him. With an impassive expression, Zhou Yun instructed, "Gather all senior management for a meeting in the top-floor conference room in half an hour." The receptionist, realizing the urgency, hastily relayed the message to the entire company's management. Zhou Yun proceeded to the conference room. Taking a seat at the opulent conference table worth millions, casually resting his long legs on the surface, projecting an air of nonchalance as he awaited the attendees. Half an hour later, all senior executives rushed into the conference room. This marked Zhou Yun's inaugural meeting. Although he had previously held the position of acting director, he had merely been a figurehead, rarely involved in affairs. Now, with fresh authority, he was poised to make an impact, leaving everyone feeling a palpable tension. The last to arrive was the company's second-in-command, the corpulent Hu Zuowei, who held shares second only to Zhou Yun. Having co-founded Yuqing Group alongside the elder Zhou, Hu Zuowei was technically Zhou Yun and Oppo's uncle. However, Zhou Yun was acutely aware that this individual had once been industrious but had grown increasingly avaricious following the company and Oppo's ascension to dominance in Jiangxing. Like the Shu family, he had exploited his position to siphon company funds into his own pockets. Hu Zuowei, exuding an air of complacency, closed his eyes in meditation upon arrival. Addressing Zhou Yun in a condescending tone, "Xiao Yun, what is the fuss all about? No need to make such a grand show." Zhou Yun cast a cold glance in his direction, choosing not to respond, which left Hu Zuowei feeling particularly awkward and rigid. Zhou Yun and Oppo's gaze remained unperturbed as he surveyed the room, declaring, "Now that everyone is present, I shall commence the announcement of the company and Oppo's latest decisions in my capacity as chairman." He proceeded with the first resolution. Chen Liwen from the logistics department would assume the role of chief executive officer. Kai Kongzong would take over as general manager of the project department, and Su Lihua would step into the position of general manager of the finance department. Zhou Yun's approach was direct and decisive, eschewing pleasantries. His words reverberated through the top-floor conference room like thunder, igniting an atmosphere of exhilaration. Instantly, over a dozen individuals rose in fervor, their faces alight with enthusiasm. The individuals named had been loyal employees of the late patriarch for many years, playing an indispensable role in the achievements of Yuqing Group. However, since the old gentleman's illness and Zhou Yun's assumption of the acting chairmanship, they had faced significant repression, relegated from their esteemed positions to the inconsequential logistics department, stripped of authority. At this moment, shock and elation coursed through them. Zhou Yun and Oppo's unprecedented decision to restore their power was an immense surprise, one they had never dared to dream of. It felt as though they were ensnared in a fantastical reverie. Chapter 10. Please spare me. Thank you, Chairman. I will exert all my capabilities. At last, I have awaited this day for far too long. The veteran employees, their eyes glistening with emotion, flushed with excitement. For them, Yuqing Group had become an entity they held dear. Previously, they regarded Zhou Yun as a spendthrift, a man who had turned a well-functioning company into a chaos, yet they felt powerless to intervene. They harbored a deep-seated pessimism regarding the future of the group. convinced that it would eventually collapse under his stewardship. But they were reluctant to leave, clinging to a hope that the clouds would part and reveal a brighter horizon. That day had finally arrived when Zhou Yun officially assumed the role of chairman. In that moment, they speculated that perhaps the passing of the old patriarch had awakened Zhou Yun, inspiring him to commit wholeheartedly to reviving the company. Regardless of the circumstances, they understood that from this day forward, Yuchen Group would experience a renaissance. Now was the moment for the chairman to excise the malignant elements within the company. While some rejoiced, others were expressions of despair. The ousted former president, managers, and directors appeared troubled, their faces etched with anguish. Zhou Yun nodded, maintaining his composure as he declared, "Please, take your seats. Next, we shall address the second order of business." The former executive president, Zhu Yun, was dismissed for abusing his power and seeking personal gain during his tenure. The company resolved to terminate his position and pursue legal action against him. The former project manager, Zhou Yun, conspired with the executive president to steal company documents for personal profit, resulting in his dismissal and subsequent legal repercussions. The former HR manager, Chun Jinja, exploited his position to hire incompetent individuals for critical roles, engaging in corrupt practices, and would likewise be dismissed and face legal consequences. Zhou Yun continued to enumerate over 20 individuals holding significant positions, all connected to the Zhou family, who had relied on Zhou Yun's previous leniency to thrive within Yuchen Group, while assisting the Zhou family in their unscrupulous endeavors. Lacking any significant skills, they excelled only in their greed. Zhou Yun had never anticipated that placing members of the Zhou family in the company would lead to its eventual downfall. His sole concern at the time had been to appease Zhu Yanran. The Zhou family had prospered immensely over the years. Hearing their names called, each felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if they had plummeted from a mountaintop into an abyss, the world around them fading into darkness. Zhou Yun, with an unflinching demeanor, continued, "Of course, any accomplices within the company will be systematically eliminated and handed over to the courts." At this, the assembly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Zhou Yun was not merely igniting a spark upon his ascension. He was determined to upheave the entire group with a thunderous force. Yet, their gazes were filled with uncertainty. After all, they were members of the Zhou family. They were relatives of Zhu Yanran. How dare Zhou Yun dismiss them from their positions? Did he not fear her wrath? And why had Zhou Yun undergone such a dramatic transformation, appearing almost like a different person entirely? The former to general manager, Zhu Dakong and cousin to Zhu Yanran, stood, his expression one of indignation. "Chairman, I refuse to accept this. You lack evidence and dare to accuse me of embezzlement. Is this based solely on your words? I demand you retract those foolish statements, or I shall sue you for defamation." The former project manager echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, we have contributed so much to the company. Even if we lack merit, we have endured hardships. You arrive and label us as betrayers of the company. Is there no justice in this? Your actions will dishearten the entire organization and plunge Yuchen Group into irreparable ruin." In an instant, the atmosphere ignited, and dozens rose in protest, their indignation palpable. They believed their actions had been discreet enough to evade scrutiny, fortified by the knowledge that Zhou Yun was a man who feared his wife. As long as he still held affection for Zhu Yanran, they felt assured of their positions. Amidst the uproar, Zhou Yun shifted his leg on the conference table, lit a cigar, and exhaled a plume of smoke. "Rest assured, the evidence you seek will arrive shortly. Do not rush. Savor the time you still have to converse with me." To the onlookers, he appeared as an arrogant monarch, dismissive of everyone present. Beside him, Zhou Wei, who had maintained a facade of calmness, found it increasingly challenging to remain composed. As the second in command of the company, he had enjoyed a life of luxury over the years, but was acutely aware of the corruption festering among his colleagues. He had turned a blind eye to their misdeeds, as he had benefited from them as well. Now, with Zhou Yun and Appo's sudden and sweeping purge, the potential for his own interests to be jeopardized was intolerable. "Zhou Yun, do not act recklessly. Such monumental changes will thrust the group into turmoil. Why did you not inform me in advance? At the very least, We should convene a shareholder meeting. Moreover, without evidence, your arbitrary dismissals of senior management will halt the company and Oppo's operations and inflict tremendous losses. Losses you cannot bear. Zhou Yun's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he cast a meaningful glance at Hu Zuowei. I will indeed convene a shareholder meeting. Everything will be addressed in due course. Furthermore, I am not obligated to inform you. As a majority shareholder and chairman, I possess the unilateral authority to make these decisions. As for the evidence, you shall soon find out. Well-versed in the unfolding narrative, Zhou Yun knew that gathering evidence would be a trivial pursuit. His ostentatious approach to addressing these individuals was a strategic move to rejuvenate Yuchen Group. He envisioned propelling the company to unprecedented heights, expanding beyond Jiangsheng to a national, even global, scale. Eliminating the roots of corruption was imperative. Failure to do so would only lead to greater complications in the future. He had no desire to share the spoils with a cadre of inept sycophants. This company would be his alone. Do you presume to wield your directorial power over me? Your father would never have dared such a thing while alive. In a fit of rage, Hu Zuowei slammed his hand on the table. When I managed this company, you were but a child. Your inheritance is a grave mistake. Zhou Yun extinguished his cigar, his expression serene, resembling an ancient pine standing resolute against the storm. He remained impervious to Hu Zuowei and Oppo's ire, exuding a subtle air of authority amidst the chaos. As he gazed at Hu Zuowei, it was with the disdain reserved for a mere jester. For after resolving the internal affairs of the company, he would swiftly turn his attention to the shareholders, consolidating all shares under his control. Then, he would deal with this treacherous individual in due time. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a knock sounded at the conference room door. "Come in," Zhou Yun commanded. The door opened, revealing the poised and slender Jing Wanning, clad in a sharp professional outfit, her smile radiant. Following her were several assistants burdened with a multitude of folders. Upon seeing the documents, the attendees immediately grasped the significance. They were the incriminating evidence Zhou Yun had promised against all those named. Chapter 11. The Emperor's Aura. On the night when Xu Yanran brazenly called for money, Zhou Yun discreetly discussed several matters with Jing Wanning in the villa. One of these was the collection of evidence against employees engaging in corruption within the company. If it were someone else undertaking this task, it might prove challenging. However, in the presence of Zhou Yun, who was aware of the unfolding narrative, the actions of these individuals were utterly transparent. He instructed Jing Wanning to conduct a thorough investigation. Within a few days, she adeptly unraveled the threads and uncovered the incriminating evidence against everyone involved. Jing Wanning and Oppo's expression remained stern and impassive, resembling an iceberg that would never smile. Yet internally, she was anything but calm. She observed Zhou Yun, reclining languidly in the boss and Oppo's chair with his long legs draped over the conference table, exuding an air of nonchalance that starkly contrasted with the tens of anxious individuals standing in the room, each one visibly tense, some even glistening with cold sweat and wide-eyed with fear. This accentuated Zhou Yun's uniqueness. He had truly transformed. This young man now possessed an imperial charm that was profoundly captivating, causing a subtle flutter in Jing Wanning's heart. However, that alone was insufficient to stir her emotions. It was Zhou Yun's methods that genuinely unsettled her. He seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of all the individuals involved, a revelation that evidenced his diligence over the years, contradicting the perceptions many held of him. As he began to reveal his prowess, the entire Jiang city was left in shock, though a myriad of thoughts swirled within her. Jing Wanning maintained a facade of impartiality akin to a fair judge. She methodically presented the evidence, her voice cold and unyielding. With each name she read, the faces of those implicated paled further. Some even stumbled and fell to the ground. The atmosphere in the conference room grew noticeably colder, as if winter had suddenly descended. Zhou Yun's half-finished cigar emitted a curling plume of smoke, the only sound breaking the silence being Jing Wanning's voice. "Stop, no more. I'll leave, is that not enough? I implore you, Chairman Zhou, consider our past relationship and refrain from suing me." If you can uncover all this, I concede. We are relatives of your fiancé. We are family. For the sake of that bond, please show mercy. I admit my faults and am willing to amend my ways. Zhou Yun, grant me another chance. As Jing Wanning's frigid voice echoed, it effortlessly dismantled their psychological defenses. All secrets were laid bare upon the table. Should Zhou Yun choose to pursue legal action, it could result in a minimum of 10 years of imprisonment for those standing before him. Amidst their fear, they could not help but gaze at Zhou Yun, who remained composed with his eyes closed, feeling an overwhelming pressure unlike anything they had ever experienced. Shu.com, Shu Yanran's cousin, recalled the first time he met Zhou Yun, when the latter had sought to curry favor with Shu Yanran, bending over backward to please him. Terrified of causing any displeasure, the contrast with the present was stark. The young man now radiated an imposing aura that made it difficult for Shu.com to breathe. Even Huzhua, the second shareholder, found himself rendered mute by Zhou Yun and Amp. Oppos, as display. He sat awkwardly in his chair, having just considered shielding those on trial, only to find his face metaphorically ground into the ashes of the cigar upon confronting the evidence. His expression darkened as he cast a glance at the group, scoffing incompetence. He then rose and left the meeting room in disarray. Finally, a smile graced Jing Wanning and Oppos' face, albeit a professionally devoid one. Shall I prepare a detailed PowerPoint presentation for you? There in Oppos', no need for that. Just think carefully, Zhou Yun. If you proceed, be wary of my cousin's reaction. Haven and Oppos', do you always desire to marry her? Let us consider this incident as though it never occurred. We promise to mend our ways and work diligently moving forward. Furthermore, we will persuade Yanran to heed your every command. The numerous relatives of the Shu family embedded within the Yuqing group have been thoroughly intimidated by Zhou Yun. Lacking mental fortitude or cunning, they preferred to engage in underhanded dealings and were now unable to withstand the pressure. They all capitulated, their minds devoid of any further arguments or schemes, merely wishing to resolve the situation swiftly. The quickest solution they could conceive was to leverage their relationship with Shu Yanran to plead for leniency. After all, Zhou Yun's fondness for Shu Yanran was evident to all. Yet, the current circumstances were overwhelmingly unfavorable. Despite believing that Zhou Yun sought to leverage this matter to compel Shu Yanran into marriage, they dared not voice such thoughts. For Zhou Yun's imposing presence was too formidable to challenge. Zhou Yun raised his hand, signaling Jing Wanning to cease her remarks, then stood, adjusting his white shirt and donning his gold-rimmed glasses, addressing them with calm authority. This information will be handed over to the police this afternoon. Prepare yourselves. The relatives of the Shu family stammered, lowering their heads, not daring to linger a moment longer, hastily exiting the conference room. Once they departed, Zhou Yun turned to the remaining senior staff, a gentle smile illuminating his face. From now on, Ms. Jing Wanning will officially serve as the executive secretary to the chairman. She will oversee all subsequent personnel changes and decisions. Additionally, she will address the matters concerning others who have harmed the group's interests. Upon concluding, Zhou Yun turned to Jing Wanning with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. It is my responsibility, Jing Wanning replied, her excitement palpable. Young master, you have truly impressed me. Zhou Yun chuckled. There are many more surprises to come. You must learn to adapt. Master, I have faith in you, Jing Wanning earnestly responded. I have also completed the other task you assigned. Shu Yanran and Yi Chun have indeed been spending time together these past few days. However, according to the information from my subordinates, they have not engaged in any substantial relationship, not even holding hands. They are both quite reserved, unwilling to break the veil of their relationship. It appears they remain merely friends. Are these photographs sufficient? Zhou Yun shrugged. They suffice. Attending a date with another man on the day of the funeral is enough for me to terminate this absurd engagement. You may return to your duties. With that, Zhou Yun departed the conference room to familiarize himself with the recent affairs of the group, leaving the remaining matters in Jing Wanning and Amp. Oppos' capable hands. As soon as Shu Dakong and the others exited the conference room, they huddled together, chattering animatedly. What on earth has gotten into Zhou Yun today? Has he lost his mind? What else could it be? With the old man gone, he feels unrestrained and is evidently anxious to marry Shu Yanran. This blatant coercion is merely a ploy to hasten their union. Cousin is truly at fault. She has delayed this for so long, and now we all must bear the brunt of it. If only she had married Zhou Yun sooner, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. We must urgently contact her, imploring her to plead with Zhou Yun for mercy, a chance for reprieve. I not only want to urge her, but also to scold her. What does she think she is doing? The group continued to chatter, ultimately concluding that only Zhou Yun could resolve this predicament. Suddenly, calls flooded in one after another to Zhou Yun and Oppo's mobile phone. Chapter 12. The protagonist pressed to the brink of exhaustion. Iran, this is my newly established company, and within a few days, it has begun to prosper immensely. Yi Chun brought Zhou Yun to his company, where the sign boldly proclaimed soaring high. You truly are a remarkable young talent, Zhou Yun expressed with admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun suggested, I have heard that you are currently unemployed. Why not invest in my company? I can offer you shares, and together we can cultivate this venture into a renowned enterprise, not just in Jiangcheng, but across the nation. Zhou Yun felt a surge of excitement. Partnering with Yi Chun? Was he subtly hinting at something? This could deepen their relationship. The profitability of the company seemed secondary. The priority was to nurture their bond. Sweetness enveloped her heart as she decisively declared, I will certainly support your company. How much do you need? I can have my parents transfer 100 million immediately. Will that suffice? Yi Chun shook his head, responding, no need for money. All I require is your presence at work. In fact, I happen to need a secretary. Secretary, I'm all right. Zhou Yun's face flushed at the thought. Then, asserting herself, she insisted, how can I not invest? I want to accept anything without earning it. Hand me your account details. I will transfer the funds right away. She opened her phone to contact the bank, only to discover that all her cards had been suspended, leaving her unable to access her funds. Anger surged within her. She excused herself to the restroom to call her parents and inquire about the situation. As she entered the bathroom, her phone rang. It was her cousin. Suppressing her irritation, she answered, What is it? What is going on with you? Why are you stringing Zhou Xiao along? He asked, furious, having dismissed me and threatening to take all of us to court. Do you even realize how foolish you're being? You could be the future lady of 100 billion group, yet you're playing games with him. Fix this at once. You're ruining my reputation. Zhou Yun's previously pleasant mood shattered upon receiving her cousin's call. Zhou Yun must have lost his mind to act so rashly. Don't worry, I'll rectify this as soon as I can. Without waiting for a response, she hung up. No sooner had she ended the call than her phone buzzed again. This time with her elder sister's call, launching into another interrogation. Sister, what's wrong with Zhou Yun? How long will you keep him waiting? You should think of the family as well. We are all eager for you to become the lady of the 100 billion group. This dragging on is embarrassing us all. Impatient, Zhou Yun retorted, I understand. I'll have news for you in a few days. She promptly disconnected. Just as she hung up, her phone rang incessantly. Over a dozen calls flooded in, leaving her no time to reach her parents. In frustration, she switched her phone off, her face darkening, and her heart heavy with discontent. That Zhou Yun, was it necessary to resort to such underhanded tactics just to pressure her into marriage? Initially, she found him charming, but his true nature revealed itself to be quite sinister. Gazing at her powered-down phone, she sighed. After only a brief respite, so many troubles had arisen. It was all Zhou Yun's fault for being so troublesome. Why couldn't he just comply? With no other options available, she steeled herself and exited the restroom, approaching Yi Chun with an apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry, Yi Chun, I must speak with my parents. Regarding the investment, can I give you a response by tomorrow afternoon? Yi Chun replied understandingly. Take your time, my offer stands. Allow me to escort you. Hearing Yi Chun's voice, Zhou Yun quickly dismissed her earlier troubles. Feeling a wave of warmth as she said, Thank you, I appreciate it. Soon after, Yi Chun brought Zhou Yun to the resort where her parents were temporarily residing. Due to the stress of debt collection and relentless inquiries from relatives, her parents were in a foul mood, strolling through the garden. They spotted Zhou Yun alighting from an unfamiliar car, eyes widening in alarm as they rushed over to seize their daughter. Who is this man? Why are you associating with such questionable company? Her mother demanded, anger evident in her voice. Mom, what are you doing? He asked my friend, just kindly giving me a ride home. Zhou Yun retorted, shaking off her mother-esque grip. Her father glared at her. You only just returned, and you're already with another man? Remember your status. What if someone with ill intentions sees you? He turned to her mother. Let us take her back. Zhou Yun barely had time to speak to Yi Chun before being forcibly led back into the resort. Her father coldly addressed Yi Chun. Listen here. I do not care who you are. Do not contact my daughter again. She is the fiancée of Zhou de Shao from the Zhou family, future lady of the Yu Chun group. You are not worthy of her attention. Yi Chun leaned against the car door, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Uncle Shu, my name is Yi Chun. Perhaps you have not heard of me yet. However, soon, my name will resonate throughout the political and business realms of Jiangxing. The Zhou family is hardly a concern for me. As for Zhou Yun, he is merely a spoiled, rich kid. Insisting that Iran marry him would be your greatest mistake. Zhou Yun's father found the notion laughable. This brash young man thought he could rival the Zhou family? While youthful ambition is commendable, one must not be overly presumptuous. Enough. Leave at once, and do not linger here. With that, he turned away, returning to the resort. A cold smile played on Yi Chun's lips, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he gently grasped the car door. The woman I desire, no one can take from me. Zhou Yun is mine to claim. Call me arrogant, but soon you shall witness the rise of a new star, a formidable force. As Yi Chun entered the car and started the engine, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Chun. Someone remarked that the feng shui arrangement I set up for your family is inadequate. Do not heed their nonsense. I assure you, it is the finest arrangement. What do they know? Yes, understood. I will certainly attend. After hanging up, a fierce expression crossed Yi Chun's face. Zhou Yun, you dare sabotage my plans? I have yet to seek you out, and you come knocking on my door. The Zhou family is merely a stepping stone for me. There will come a day when you kneel before me. Chapter 13. The scoundrel has blocked me. After Shimu hastily pulled Xianan into the room, she urgently inquired, What is your relationship with this man? He is the one I admire. Xianan retorted defiantly, observing her daughter and Appo's rebellious demeanor. Shimu clutched her chest, nearly gasping for breath. Have you lost your mind? You are already engaged to Zhou Yun. How can you act so recklessly? My daughter, while you may confide in me, do not speak such words in front of outsiders. Xianan, witnessing her mother's distress, softened slightly. Mom, I do not harbor feelings for Zhou Yun. I have never claimed I would marry him. I wish to pursue my own happiness. Shimu raised her voice. Pursuing happiness? Without money, how can happiness be attained? You refuse to marry the esteemed young Master Zhou and instead choose to fancy an unknown individual? How could you have become so foolish, my daughter? A glimmer of sweetness illuminated Xianan and Appo's eyes. Mom, Yi Chun is not some obscure person. He surpasses Zhou Yun in every aspect. He is young and accomplished, having established a financial company upon arriving in Jiangxing. He is diligent and handsome. Shimu's eyes widened as she regarded her daughter, as if she were a simpleton. Is that so? You must not underestimate Yi Chun. He will undoubtedly achieve great things and will certainly surpass the Zhou family, Xianan asserted confidently. Future? We may not even have a future. The door swung open, and Shufu stormed in, his face a mask of fury as he plopped down into a chair, casting a cold gaze upon Xianan. Dad, what do you mean by that? Xianan frowned. Shufu, filled with exasperation, responded, My daughter, do you believe our family's current prosperity is merely a coincidence? If it weren't for Zhou Yun's affections for you, would our family be thriving? The food you eat, the clothes you wear, the cosmetics you use, all are luxury imports, with even a single handbag costing hundreds of thousands. We have even purchased a house to display your collection of bags. The delicacies you savor, the luxury cars you ride in, the endless funds in your account, and the opulent villa you reside in, all of this does not come without cost. You truly do not appreciate the burden of maintaining such a lifestyle. Xianan rolled her eyes. What does that have to do with Zhou Yun? It is our family and Appo's hard work that has brought us here. Her father and Appo's words struck her, and he inwardly sighed heavily, realizing his daughter was naively innocent. However, he could not entirely expose the truth, fearing it would shatter her perception of him. He could only shake his head and say, Our family's efforts are commendable, But without Zhou Yun's support, we would not have achieved such success. I never asked for his help. He clung to us like a leech. Xianan stretched lazily. Shumu and Shufu exchanged a glance, seemingly resolute, their expressions turning serious. Daughter, regardless of your feelings from this moment onward, you must heed your parents' and Appo's wishes. I want you to apologize to Zhou Yun immediately and arrange a wedding date at once. You will marry him sooner or later. It is better to hasten the process and secure our family and Appo's position with the Zhou family. As for that Yi Chun, sever ties with him at once. How can a small sparrow compete with such a great rock like the Zhou family? Why forego immediate benefits to pursue a mere sesame seed? Our family is not foolish enough for that. Upon hearing these words, Xianan felt as though she had suddenly seen her parents in a new light, and she shouted in anger, "Why should I? I refuse to go. What is Zhou Yun that I should apologize to him? What a delusion!" Shufu and Appo's face flushed with anger as he raised his hand but ultimately refrained from striking her, exclaiming in frustration, Fine. Let me explain why. Surely, our relatives have called you. If you refuse to marry, they will be sent to prison by Zhou Yun. He has cut off all business ties with our family, and we are facing tremendous losses. A substantial amount of money invested in projects will never be recovered. Without Zhou Yun's intervention, those creditors will surely ruin us. Moreover, our family has been engaging in shady dealings and falsifying accounts with Yuchen Group. If Zhou Yun were to uncover these secrets, it will be a minor issue to owe money. If we are sued, you will only be able to visit your mother and me in prison for the rest of your life. Do you think making money is that easy? Without the backing of Yuchen Group, and without Zhou Yun and Appo's connections, we would be reduced to mere construction workers with nothing to our name. In his final words, Shufu nearly yelled, his voice thunderous. Meanwhile, Shuma was already in tears, her sobs echoing through the air. Xianan stood frozen as if struck by lightning, her body numb with shock. She had never imagined her family harbored such secrets. In merely a few days since Zhou Yun and Appo's anger had erupted, matters had escalated to this severity. How could this be? Why had it come to this? It is your fault for not marrying Zhou Yun sooner that this mess has unfolded. Shufu bit out. If you hadn't kept him hanging, you would already be the chairperson and Appo's wife. Did he not bestow generous gifts upon you? You foolishly turned them down, which was a grave mistake. The necklace worth over $1 billion that you wear around your neck was a gift from Zhou Yun. Why reject such a man? Listen to your parents. We would never harm you. It is all for your own good. Promise us, will you, daughter? By the end, Shumu spoke with a pleading tone, earnestly imploring her daughter. Xianan felt as if her soul had been stripped away, slumping onto the sofa, her eyes vacant. She murmured to herself, "This cannot be. Zhou Yun is just a fool. How could he have changed so much? When did he become so astute, resorting to threats? Fine. I will marry him, but even if I do, he should not expect me to acknowledge him. I will torment him for a lifetime." Regaining her composure, Xianan, filled with resentment, dashed back to her room. Flinging herself onto the bed, burying her face in the covers, brooding discontentedly. Seeing this, Xianan's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a sense of relief. As long as their daughter was willing, matters could be resolved more easily. They believed that it would not be long before their family would regain its former glory and even ascend to greater heights, becoming a commercial titan in all of Jiangxing. Shumu wiped her tears and took out her phone, saying, "Quickly call our relatives to reassure them." The two immediately retrieved a new phone and began dialing one after another, their tone reverting to the proud demeanor they had once held. "Hello, Dakong, come in a few days to celebrate Xianan and Appo's wedding. No need for apologies. A generous red envelope will suffice to quell any grievances. Hello, dear niece, your cousin will soon be the official chairperson's wife. Yes, we should find time to dine together and discuss more. You could be the bridesmaid at the wedding." After finishing their calls, they received new information and hurriedly knocked on Xianan's door, gently saying, "Daughter, Zhou Yun is hosting a banquet tomorrow night, inviting all the notable figures in Jiangxing. We have yet to receive an invitation, which likely means Zhou Yun is unaware of our presence. You should call him to inform him, so we can discuss your marriage at the banquet." Before long, The room resonated with the furious voice of Zhou Yun. This scoundrel has blocked my phone number. Chapter 14. The type of woman you seek in the future under the thunderous and resolute measures of Jing Wanning. The Yuchen group successfully completed a significant power transition. After this monumental task, even the formidable Jing Wanning felt a tinge of exhaustion. As she stepped out of her office, Zhou Yun noticed her furrowing her brows in distress. "Take a moment to rest," Zhou Yun said, handing her a cup of coffee. "Your matters are of utmost importance, and I can endure a little fatigue as long as the group continues to thrive." Jing Wanning hesitated, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise at the gesture. This was the first time Zhou Yun had offered her anything. He had never acknowledged her before. "Thank you, young master," she replied, accepting the coffee, feeling its warmth envelop her hands, which brought a flicker of warmth to her heart. After taking a sip, she stubbornly added, "Young master, you should go rest. I'm nearly finished organizing the shareholders' data." Zhou Yun settled at the desk, smiling. "It's no trouble. I'll work alongside you. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions." He had meticulously gathered confidential information regarding the company's other shareholders to consolidate power within the group. The next morning, Zhou Yun would summon all shareholders to acquire their stakes. Thus, Jing Wanning understood the significance of this information and dared not be negligent. Certain details indeed required Zhou Yun and Appo's insight. With this thought in mind, she ceased her attempts to persuade him to leave. The Yuchang Group building was ablaze with lights, a hub of activity as many worked tirelessly amidst the power shift, leaving no room for complacency. Zhou Yun quietly observed Jing Wanning as she immersed herself in her work. This reminded him of a wise saying from an elder who believed in the daily appreciation of beauty to uplift one's spirits. Zhou Yun found himself in such a state of mind. Jing Wanning embodied the archetype of a strong, icy beauty. If she were to star in a film, she would undoubtedly portray a ruthless and stunning female CEO, wielding her power with fierce determination. It was precisely this type of strong woman that exuded an irresistible allure. As the night deepened, Jing Wanning lost track of Zhou Yun and Appo's presence until she completed the last piece of data and stretched her back. The fitted suit showcased her graceful figure impeccably. "Let us dine together." Zhou Yun's gentle voice broke the silence. Jing Wanning blinked in surprise, meeting Zhou Yun's gaze fixed upon her. "Why, young master? You are still here." The realization that Zhou Yun had been staring at her for hours caused a blush to creep onto her cheeks, despite her strong composure. "Of course, we agreed to leave together. How could I depart first?" Zhou Yun yawned. Jing Wanning had been the housekeeper for the Zhou family and had previously resided there. Though she had now transitioned to a secretary role at the group, she had yet to find time to relocate. Zhou Yun had never considered asking her to leave. The Blue Mountain Villa was vast, with many vacant rooms. Besides, he had not mentioned her duties as a housekeeper were over. "Please wait while I print the documents. It will be ready shortly," Jing Wanning quickly responded. Soon after, they exited the group building, followed by a sizable security team. Zhou Yun instructed the driver to head to the highest rooftop restaurant in the entire Jiang city. Upon hearing the destination, Jing Wanning's heart raced. She had anticipated a casual meal at the office or a nearby eatery. As a secretary and housekeeper, she felt unworthy of dining at the same table as Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's choice of a rooftop restaurant, renowned for its exquisite cuisine and breathtaking views of the city's twinkling lights, suggested a romantic setting typically reserved for couples. What did Zhou Yun intend by bringing her here? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jing Wanning hesitated, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to find the right words. Upon entering the restaurant, they chose a window-side table, where Zhou Yun gallantly pulled out a chair for her. "Why, young master, am I really allowed to sit?" she stammered. "Of course," Zhou Yun replied with a smile. Her heart raced as she slowly took her seat. After placing their orders, Zhou Yun fell silent, gazing out at the nightscape of Jiang City. The quiet enveloped them, and Jing Wanning, unsure of his thoughts, ventured, "Young master, Miss Zhou Yun has contacted the Zhou family. Are you truly going to publicly announce your engagement termination at the banquet tomorrow?" Zhou Yun nodded, stating, "When one errs, they must face the consequences." Jing Ning clenched her teeth, saying, "Such a woman is unworthy to marry into the Zhou family. Her character is deplorable and insincere. I refrained from voicing my concerns earlier for fear of angering you, but now it no longer matters." Zhou Yun appeared unconcerned. "I have severed ties with her." Seeing his nonchalance, Jing Ning felt relieved and continued, "Young master, please do not let yourself be deceived by women like Xu Yanran in the future." "Of course not." Zhou Yun chuckled. Without thinking, Jing Ning blurted out, "Then what type of woman do you plan to seek in the future, young master?" Zhou Yun responded without hesitation. "Naturally, I seek a capable woman, much like you." Jing Ning's face flushed, caught off guard by his response. Her hands fidgeted together, her heart racing uncontrollably. Lowering her head, she struggled to find words, stealing a glance at Zhou Yun. For some reason, he now exuded a mature charm, radiating a compelling masculinity. Noticing Zhou Yun's gaze upon her, she quickly averted her eyes. Zhou Yun countered, "And what sort of man do you wish to find, Wan Ning?" Jing Ning stammered, "I haven't contemplated that yet. I only wish to excel in my work." Young master, is there anything else you need to address for tomorrow morning's shareholder meeting?" She promptly shifted the conversation to another topic. Zhou Yun, not pressing her, replied, "Let us have them meet at the Blue Mountain Villa. There's no need to go to the office." Understood. Jing Ning sighed with relief, then continued discussing other work-related matters. After their meal, upon returning to the Blue Mountain Villa, Jing Ning lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. She recalled the moments shared during dinner, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her heart. Chapter 15. Why has your complexion turned pale? In the early morning, luxury vehicles began to arrive one after another at the Blue Mountain Villa district. These were the shareholders of a Yuchen group. However, instead of entering the villa, they gathered outside, awaiting the arrival of the second-largest shareholder, Zhou Wei, as if it had been prearranged. The rotund who was surrounded like a moon among stars. "Old Hu, what do you think Zhou Yun is up to, calling us here so early? I've heard he dismissed a large number of the Shu family members at the meeting yesterday, and it seems rather inexplicable. Since you were present, perhaps you could enlighten us." The shareholders were anxious, uncertain of what to do. They had also heard about the recent developments. The once dissolute Zhou Yun had abruptly changed his approach, becoming decisive and assertive, far removed from the foolish persona they had come to expect. This led them to believe that Zhou had been concealing his true capabilities all along, prompting their heightened caution. An unpredictable individual is indeed the most formidable. Zhou Wei chuckled derisively. "Rest assured, Zhou Yun will not stir up any turmoil. I watch him grow up and know his character well. I have inquired. His actions at Yuchen Group yesterday were merely to coerce the Shu family daughter into marriage. Today's gathering is, at most, an attempt to foster goodwill. Should he truly intend to pursue any agenda, we will simply reject it, demonstrating the strength of us uncles." Upon hearing Hu's words, the shareholders collectively exhaled, their expressions relaxing with relief. With old Hu's clarification, I feel reassured. So it's merely a marriage proposal. Zhou Yun is truly a lost cause. With his resources, he could have any woman he desires, yet he finds himself ensnared by this one. As all the shareholders gathered, they filed into the spacious reception room under the guidance of the attendants. After waiting for a considerable time, without Zhou Yun's appearance, impatience began to brew among them. Zhou Wei suddenly raised his voice. The younger generation is increasingly lacking in decorum. As the host, he fails to attend to his guests and instead neglects us. I previously advised old Zhou to discipline his son, but he did not listen. Look at the situation now. The other shareholders echoed his sentiments, growing weary of the delay. Soon after, Jing Wanning entered the reception room, distributing documents to the agitated crowd. The young master was quite fatigued last night. Any inquiries can be directed to him once he awakens. Please review these materials in the meantime. As the shareholders perused the documents, their expressions morphed into ones of incredulity. This was a share transfer agreement concerning all of their stakes. It dawned on them. Zhou Yun had summoned them this early to discuss acquiring shares in Yuchen Group. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted from relaxed to tense as they scrutinized the terms. Finally, one could no longer contain his outrage. What does Zhou Yun mean by this? He thinks he could buy my shares with such a paltry sum? Absolutely not. Does he take me for a fool? Quickly, others began to discover the proposed purchase price, revealing it to be significantly below market value, merely 20% of what it should be. A wave of indignation surged within them. Was this not a blatant act of disrespect? Had Zhou Yun been willing to offer several times the market price, they might have considered it. But with such a meager offer, it was laughable. Did he truly think them easy prey? They would rather let their shares rot than sell for such a sum. Having just inherited this position, Zhou Yun was already attempting to manipulate them, an audacious display of ambition. Not even old Zhou dared to act so brazenly while alive. As a junior, Zhou Yun disregarded their bonds and should not expect any leniency from them. They all recognized that he likely understood the futility of this contract, which was why he hesitated to confront them directly. The shareholders voiced their collective refusal to sell their stakes. Although the Shu family had diminished the profits of Yuchen Group over the years, there remained profits to be made, and annual dividends were substantial. Most present were investors, financial managers, or affluent individuals. The funds they had originally injected into Yuchen had yielded returns many times over. Holding on to these shares, even in a vault, would not result in losses. There was simply no way they would concede them to Zhou Yun at such a bargain. At this moment, Zhou Wei realized the extent of Zhou Yun and Appo's ambition. He sought to monopolize. The thought of Zhou Yun and Appo's calm demeanor from yesterday and Appo's meeting and his penetrating gaze made Hu and Appo's temples throb, as he could almost perceive the imposing shadow of old Zhou from his prime. However, a spark of resentment ignited within him. How could a mere junior presume to overshadow him? In past encounters, Zhou Yun had always respectfully addressed him as Uncle Hu. Now, he stood before them like a sovereign, looking down upon them, who could not tolerate the shift in dynamics. He immediately proclaimed, "While all shareholders are present, I propose we convene an extraordinary meeting to revoke Zhou Yun's chairmanship. He is still too young and lacks the necessary experience to manage the group. He needs further training. Those in agreement, please raise your hands." With Hu leading the charge, shareholders readily supported the motion to dismiss Zhou Yun from his position. Meanwhile, Jing Wanning's expression remained impassive, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Let us not forget, the young master possesses 55% of the shares, Jing Wanning remarked with a smile. Zhou Wei retorted coldly, "Zhou Yun may hold a deciding vote, but that applies only to specific resolutions. This impromptu meeting does not fall under that category. At this juncture, his vote counts as merely one, while we possess 12. His actions are of no consequence." Amidst the commotion, Zhou Yun descended the spiral staircase. Clad in a bathrobe and sipping milk, still bleary-eyed, he appeared oblivious to the tumult swirling around him, nonchalantly taking a seat on the sofa. The shareholders looked at him, puzzled, eager to discern his intentions. Only Zhou Wei, irritated, inquired, "Nephew, you must have heard the resolutions we just reached at the shareholder meeting. You need not return to the group. I will arrange for some mentors to guide you. Once we believe your capabilities are sufficient for the chairmanship, we will restore your position." Zhou Yun yawned, crossed his legs, and smiled. What is the rush? He snapped his fingers towards Jing Wanning, who promptly handed him another document. Then, Zhou Yun beckoned Zhou Wei to lean closer. Confused, Hu instinctively complied, leaning in. Zhou Yun whispered a few words in his ear. Under the highway bridge by Laoqing village, the grass has grown over 3 meters high. TSK, TSK. In an instant, Zhou Wei's complexion drained of color, leaving him utterly pale. Chapter 16. Why did he flee in panic? A single utterance from Zhou Yun struck Zhou as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. His body was enveloped in a chill, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his brow. How could Zhou Yun possibly know about this matter? He had taken great pains to keep it under wraps. Those privy to the knowledge had either fled abroad long ago or perished, leaving no room for a third party to be aware. Yet, the implications of Zhou Yun's words, though veiled, unmistakably pointed to the very location where the body had been buried. Zhou was not originally from Jiangqing. Years ago, before he had even met the elder Zhou, he was merely a minor figure among societal outcasts. He had received a directive from above to teach a lesson to a young man. In the course of carrying out this task with a few associates, he accidentally killed the youth. The incident sent shockwaves throughout the city, for the young man was the son of a notorious gangster. In a moment of desperation, Huzwa turned to his comrades working at a construction site, encasing the corpse in concrete and burying it beneath a freshly constructed highway. This grim affair was shrouded in secrecy. He had even disposed of the very brothers who had assisted him, ensuring they too were buried alongside the body. The others had either fled the country or met untimely ends. Huzwa, under a new identity, had come to Jiangsheng, where he met the elder Zhou and, through ruthless determination, clawed his way to his current position. The gangster patriarch, who had lost his son, had since become a formidable figure, steering his organization towards legitimacy while growing more powerful than before, straddling both the underworld and legitimate business. If that gangster were to discover Huzwa's survival, it would not be long before he met a grisly fate in his own home. Huzwa was engulfed in panic, his gaze vacant. The composed and serene Zhou Yun appeared before him, like a demon poised to devour him. In that moment, Huzwa felt the weight of his nephew's terrifying presence. Gone was his earlier bravado. He now spoke with trepidation, fearful of inciting Zhou Yun's wrath. "Dear nephew, this matter can be discussed amicably. As long as you keep this under wraps, you may have whatever you desire. I apologize sincerely for my previous actions. I will sign the share transfer agreement right now." Without delay, cold sweat continued to trickle down Huzwa's forehead. Terrified that Zhou Yun might have a change of heart, he hastily picked up a pen and scrawled his name on the contract. He then ingratiatingly added, "I am no longer a shareholder. The affairs of Yuqing Group have nothing to do with me, and I possess no voting rights." Zhou Yun nodded and tossed the documentation back to Huzwa. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Huzwa bolted from the parlor, avoiding eye contact with the other shareholders as if they were strangers. His disheveled retreat incited a stir among the onlookers. Although Zhou Yun had spoken cautiously, it was evident to all that Huzwa had been ensnared by a fatal secret. Otherwise, he would not have fled so hastily. This revelation left the shareholders trembling. They understood that Huzwa was a notoriously greedy old fox, a man who had reached his current stature through cunning and manipulation. Over the years, Yuqing Group had expanded its influence, often employing dubious tactics, which Huzwa had expertly navigated. Yet, here was this very man, now intimidated into a panicked flight by Zhou Yun. The sudden transfer of shares at such a low price raised alarms among the remaining shareholders. Despite Huzwa's ignominious exit, the others showed no inclination to capitulate. After all, this was a matter of money. They would not easily relinquish their holdings. They were taken aback by Huzwa and Oppo's apparent weakness and rapid departure. No, we cannot allow a mere youth to dominate us. We must hold firm to our shares. Mr. Li, as the individual with the second largest stake, you must not concede so easily. Li Qingru, the general manager of Longxing Investment Company, was known for his sharp acumen and unique insights into the investment world, making him a notable figure in Jiangsheng. He prided himself on his meticulousness over the years, believing he had left no vulnerabilities for others to exploit. Unlike Huzwa, who was embroiled in internal affairs, Li Qingru had minimal interactions with the Zhou family and was unfamiliar with Zhou Yun. Their paths never crossed, and thus, he felt secure in his position. With Huzwa's shares now absorbed by Zhou Yun, the latter held 70% of the company, while Li Qingru retained an 8% stake, making him the largest shareholder present apart from Zhou Yun. "I have never engaged in a losing venture, so I will not undervalue my shares." Rest assured, Li Qingru remarked nonchalantly. As long as he withstood the pressure, the others would likely follow suit. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere had shifted, and they began to regard Zhou Yun on an equal footing, no longer dismissing him as just a youth. His composure was striking. Nothing seemed to rattle his emotions. Zhou Yun set down his milk and beckoned Li Qingru closer, snapping his fingers. Information on Li Qingru was promptly placed in his hands by Jing Wanning. Li Qingru scoffed, "If you have something to say, do so openly before everyone. There is nothing I wish to conceal." The shareholders erupted in a chorus of agreement. Indeed, Zhou Yun is being quite disrespectful to Mr. Li, who is a distinguished entrepreneur contributing significantly to Jiangxing. What could he possibly have to hide? Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Yun regarded Li Qingru before stating, I shall speak plainly. It is not a grave matter. I heard that Mr. Li's son recently purchased a globally limited McLaren P1. Congratulations. Your wealth is impressive, unlike mine. As I can only afford a BMW X5M, which I regret to inform you is a second-hand accident vehicle, with the left front headlight shattered and blood still visible. I had someone investigate, and the previous owner's license plate seemed to be from Jiang, a Li Chengru's composure shattered like glass. His body tensing as though struck by a heavy blow. His fingers turned white as they gripped the sofa. Zhou Yun, stop. I will sign. I will do it immediately. His demeanor shifted dramatically, his lips trembling in fear. Cold sweat dripped down his back, and he trembled visibly. He rose abruptly, bending slightly in a gesture of supplication before Zhou Yun, whispering, I acknowledge my blindness to your stature, Mr. Zhou. Please do not hold this against me. This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, my son will suffer dire consequences. For the sake of our family's long-standing friendship, I implore you to show mercy. Without waiting for Zhou Yun and Appo's response, Li Chengru eagerly signed the contract, as though it were a transaction worth billions, fearful it might slip from his grasp. He then presented the contract respectfully to Zhou Yun. Jing Wanning stepped forward to collect the document. Zhou Yun handed the pertinent materials to Li Chengru, then smiled. I have no use for that car. I would like to gift it to our esteemed entrepreneur in the city. You wouldn't mind, would you? Not at all, thank you. Mr. Zhou, Li Chengru responded earnestly. Zhou Yun sighed. In the future, be more cautious in managing your affairs and discipline your son. There shall be no next time. Your guidance is appreciated, Li Chengru replied, nodding in servile agreement. Meanwhile, the remaining shareholders, witnessing Li Chengru's sudden shift, found themselves unable to remain seated, as if their chairs had become thorns, pricking their very souls. What on earth was happening? Chapter 17. The Shu family is unworthy. How could even the most venerable and steadfast Li Chengru be unable to endure this? After merely 2 sentences from Zhou Yun, the perplexity among the crowd was palpable, and the visage of the 60-something Li Chengru turned as crimson as a baboon and Appo's rear. The 2 enigmatic figures instilled a prickling sensation of unease among the shareholders present. On the surface, Li Chengru appeared to be a philanthropist and a prominent entrepreneur. Yet beneath that facade lay a labyrinth of intricate relationships. However, witnessing such fear in him had silenced any lingering disdain the attendees had harbored toward Zhou Yun. What Appo's wrong with Mr. Li? Please say something. For heaven and Appo's sake, Mr. Li, don't leave. What shall we do if you go? What on earth has transpired? Can anyone enlighten me? Li Chengru, much like Zhou Wei, cast not a glance at anyone in attendance and hurriedly departed from the Blue Mountain Villa. He had no choice. The situation concerning his son was far too grave. A drunk driving incident had resulted in a fatal accident, and the victim was a somewhat renowned celebrity. Should this scandal escalate, his son would inevitably face dire consequences, not to mention the potential repercussions for his business ventures. The shareholders began to panic, with the 2 most likely candidates to withstand Zhou Yun's pressure having fled. The remaining minor shareholders felt the weight of an insurmountable mountain bearing down upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Zhou Yun glanced at the wall clock, sensing that the time was ripe. He snapped his fingers and addressed a particularly burly shareholder, saying, Congratulations on your daughter becoming a municipal councillor. I'll sign. The stout shareholder, drenched in perspiration, promptly inscribed his name upon the contract. Internally grappling with tumultuous waves of realization as he finally comprehended the immense pressure faced by both Zhou Wei and Li Chengru. This was a burden beyond human capacity to bear. In previous years, he had employed numerous and scrupulous methods and connections to secure his daughter and Appo's council position, ensuring his family and Appo's voice in political matters. Such secrets remained unknown to others, yet Zhou Yun seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of them. When he received the documents from Jing Wanqing, his suspicions were all but confirmed. Zhou Yun was not to be trifled with. Everyone had misjudged him. Beneath the guise of ineptitude lay a fierce tiger concealed in darkness. The documents were so meticulously detailed that it felt as if Zhou Yun had been an active participant in these events. This display of cunning sent shivers down his spine. Once again, he departed, leading to Zhou Yun and Oppo's shares climbing to an astonishing 85%. The principal shareholders had been dealt with, leaving only those with approximately 3% each. Though minimal, every single share on the market was worth billions. Jing Wanqing possessed a substantial stack of documents. Zhou Yun's gaze sharpened, slicing through the faces of the remaining shareholders like a blade. Soon, those lacking mental fortitude and harboring guilty consciences succumbed, their previous composure evaporating as they hastily signed the inequitable transfer agreements. Zhou Yun and Oppo's shares surged to 90%. In the reception hall, only a scant few remained, clutching at least 5% of the shares each. Should he eliminate these individuals, Zhou Yun would achieve a monumental unification of Yuchen Group. The remaining shareholders, heads bowed, feigned resilience as they spoke. Mr. Zhou, your offer is too low. We do not intend to sell. Indeed, if you could raise the price a bit, we might consider it. Our assets do not compare to others, and these shares represent half our fortunes. We simply cannot part with them. Zhou Yun lacked any leverage against these obscure shareholders. He rose and stretched lazily. There is nothing left to discuss. Please leave. The shareholders immediately panicked. If Zhou Yun refused to negotiate, did he intend to resort to underhanded tactics? Their composure shattered. They frantically pleaded, "Wait, Mr. Zhou. We haven't concluded our discussions. We can be more flexible on the price." Zhou Yun casually replied, "Now that I possess 90% of the shares, I have little interest in your holdings. However, prepare yourselves. I will not be distributing dividends from here on out." This proclamation struck them like a bolt from the blue. As minor shareholders, they stood no chance in meetings and wielded no power within the company. Zhou Yun could easily dictate terms. They were mere trifles, hardly worthy of his attention. "Mr. Zhou, I will sell. I'm willing to sell, but could you possibly increase the price a touch? My son just went abroad for studies, and we have numerous expenses. Please, Mr. Zhou, have mercy." The small shareholders were on the verge of tears. Who could have anticipated Zhou Yun's unconventional approach? Their panic was palpable. Zhou Yun turned to Xu Yanran and declared, "I shall grant you another opportunity, a new contract." Jing Wanqing had already prepared the document, distributing it to the remaining minor shareholders. The price had increased by 10%. While still below market value, the shareholders were more than satisfied. Their influence paled in comparison to the Xu family. Should Zhou Yun decide to play dirty, mere share sales would be the least of their concerns. Without hesitation, the shareholders signed the contracts and exited. Zhou Yun, unperturbed, made his way to the dining room for breakfast. Jing Wanqing, having secured the contracts, approached him, her expression one of astonishment. "Young master, your prowess surpasses even that of the late master. Your strategies have left me in awe. It seems you anticipated their reactions, orchestrating everything flawlessly, leaving no room for error. I could never achieve such perfection." Jing Wanqing expressed her admiration. Had she been in his position, she would have faltered. Throughout the proceedings, Zhou Yun had maintained an iron grip on the meeting's rhythm, leading the shrewd shareholders willingly into the traps he had laid, forcing them to pay a price. Such composure was truly unparalleled. This is a significant turnover of shares within Yuchen Group, enough to incite speculation and envy among numerous competitors. Yet, the young master remains so composed. Even the old master would struggle to maintain such tranquility. As Zhou Yun savored his breakfast, he listened to Jing Wanqing's praise with a sense of resignation. Being well-versed in the narrative, he mused that lacking even this level of capability would be utterly unacceptable. He refrained from elaborating further and instead inquired, "Are there any issues regarding tonight's banquet?" Jing Wanqing nodded. "Everything is prepared, but, young master, will you truly not send an invitation to the Xu family?" Zhou Yun scoffed. "The Xu family is unworthy. Let them wait outside." Chapter 18. A sense of frustration and release. The banquet is held at the Jiangxin Club. Recent events surrounding the Yuchen Group have caused quite a stir throughout Jiangxin, with nearly everyone sensing the shift. Initially, there was an internal purge, and once the news leaked, the stock prices of the Yuchen Group fluctuated incessantly. The rise in prices was attributed to the departure of corrupt senior management, which revitalized the entire group, garnering the attention of many hopeful investors. However, the inexplicable drops in stock value stemmed from the widespread skepticism regarding Zhou Yun's capabilities, with many believing he lacked the acumen to manage the conglomerate, potentially leading the company into years of financial turmoil. The invitees, eager to attend the banquet, sought first-hand information. The Jiangsheng Club was bustling with prominent figures and influential personalities, while reporters lurked nearby, hoping to capture exclusive insights. The Zhou family arrived in their finery, but as soon as they made their appearance, they were quickly surrounded by creditors who had been tipped off. "Xu Jingchun, I've been searching for you for days. Pay up. Settle my account immediately. I'm on the brink of desperation." One creditor shouted, "I almost thought you had fled. Return my money, or I swear I'll make it impossible for your family to escape." The crowd was overwhelming, effectively trapping the Zhou family. Some individuals lacked invitations and had deliberately come to confront the Zhous, while others merely coincidentally pursued their debts. Zhu's father found himself jostled among the throng, his meticulously arranged attire now wrinkled and disheveled. Observing the fury on the faces around him, he shouted anxiously, "Everyone, please calm down. The Zhou family will not default on your debts, but we must wait until the project concludes and Yuchen Group settles its accounts before we can pay you. The project isn't even finished yet. Why the rush?" However, the creditors were not naive. They were well aware that the Zhou family's business dealings with the Zhou family had ceased. "Xu Jingchun, you're merely trying to deceive us. If you don't return the money today, I'll end my life right here," one of them declared. The news had spread that Yuchen Group had announced a cessation of all ties with any enterprises associated with the Zhou family, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhu and Appo's mother and Zhu Yanran were similarly pushed and shoved, with creditors ensuring they kept a watchful eye on the two women, wary of their potential escape. Zhu Yanran never anticipated that she would find herself in a position of being pursued for debts. The disdainful and mocking gazes of the elite surrounding her ignited a fury within her. Previously, she had been the object of envy. Now she felt the sting of ridicule. She could almost hear the derisive laughter from those clad in fine garments, which made her scalp tingle with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Eventually, unable to contain her anger, Zhu Yanran exclaimed, "What are you all making such a fuss about? We've stated we want to repay. It's just a small amount of money. Is it worth this public embarrassment? Let me tell you, whether it's tens of billions or hundreds of billions, the Zhu family can repay. You'd best move aside and not obstruct the way." Her sudden outburst drew the creditor's attention. Upon realizing her identity, a moment of silence fell over the crowd. After all, she was Zhou Yun's fiancée. Although they were not yet formally wed, her name was well known. Zhou Yun had been extravagant in his affection for her, willing to give anything for her sake. Despite the abrupt cessation of their partnership, it remained uncertain whether he had definitively severed ties with the Zhou family. If Zhou Yun still harbored feelings for Zhu Yanran, and she became the future mistress of the Yuchen Group, they would hesitate to provoke her. "Miss Zhu, it's not that we lack compassion, but the project has indeed halted. To say otherwise would be untruthful. You must provide us with some clarity regarding your relationship with Zhou Yun and why he abruptly terminated dealings with the Zhu family, even going so far as to dismiss your family members. I heard he even left you at the Jingxian Hotel recently, expecting you to cover a massive bill on your own." All eyes turned to Zhu Yanran, their faces a mix of hesitation and anticipation. They sought answers. If the Zhu family could indeed mend ties with Zhou Yun, their financial concerns would be alleviated. Zhu Yanran, displaying a haughty demeanor, declared, "We are here today to attend Zhou Yun's banquet. What do you think? Once I step inside, Zhou Yun will publicly apologize to the Zhu family. Just a few words from me, and he'll settle all your accounts, believe it or not. Zhou Yun listens to me. The reason for the partnership's dissolution was my absence." Zhu's mother chimed in, echoing her daughter's claims. "Indeed, when we were engaged, the entire Jiangsheng was aware of it. Do you think my daughter would deceive you? After my daughter speaks to Zhou Yun, your bills will be settled. Those who pushed the hardest just now know this. The Zhu family will never collaborate with you again." Their synchronized performance momentarily stunned the creditors, who dared not overstep their bounds and instinctively stepped back. Apologies filled the air as business people expressed regret, saying, "I was foolish not to consider this angle. My sincere apologies. After this banquet, I will host a special table to apologize to the Zhou family. My apologies, Boss Zhou. Please don't take offense. Had I known Zhou Yun would resolve this, we would have dared to obstruct you." The creditors' attitudes shifted dramatically, and they hastily cleared a path for the Zhou family to enter the Jiangshan Club, eager to ensure they didn't miss the opportunity to confront Zhou Yun and retrieve their money. The Zhou family, having regained their composure, walked proudly amidst the now respectful creditors and entered the banquet hall. As Zhou Yunran approached the brilliantly lit venue, she felt, for the first time, the weight of wealth and status upon her. The thought of losing the protection of the Zhou family and Zhou Yun's favor filled her with trepidation, as it would bring about an insurmountable disaster. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Yet, she still harbored feelings for Yichun. However, she reasoned, she could not forsake her current quality of life. Perhaps marrying Zhou Yun wouldn't mean losing Yichun. After all, Zhou Yun wouldn't dare confront her about her associations with other men. Thus, Zhu Yanran mused to herself, feeling a mix of frustration and unexpected exhilaration. Just as the Zhou family arrived at the entrance of the club, they were halted by several imposing figures. "Hello, please present your invitations." Chapter 19. Faces as dark as a cauldron's bottom today, the doorman at the Jiangshan Club was replaced by security personnel from the Zhou family, who were rigorously controlling the entry and exit of guests. When members of the Zhou family were stopped, it immediately drew attention, particularly from the creditors present, whose gazes were fixed on the Zhou family members. Zhou's father appeared nonchalant, patting one of the security guards on the shoulder, only to have the guard evade his touch. Embarrassed, he remarked, "Your security measures are commendable. What is your name? I'll have a word with Zhou Yun to recommend you for a promotion." He acted as if he were the boss of the bodyguards, leaving the four burly guards in a state of bewilderment. "May I see your invitation? What is this commotion?" One guard stated firmly, "I am sorry, but without an invitation, you cannot enter the club." This left the three members of the Zhou family awkwardly caught at the entrance. Zhou's father pointed to his own face and leaned closer to the guards, widening his eyes as he questioned, "Do you not know who I am?" "Zhu Zhengchun," the guard replied earnestly. Zhou and Amp, Oppo's, as father, irritated, retorted, "If you know who I am, how dare you stop me? Do you wish to lose your job? I'm sorry, but please present your invitation," the guard mechanically repeatedly denied entry. Even Zhou and Amp, Oppo's, as father and Amp, Oppo's, as thick skin could not withstand the humiliation. Cornered first by creditors and now obstructed by mere security personnel, his reputation was nearing ruin. At this moment, he could only muster the courage to say, "I forgot my invitation. Please inform your boss Zhou Yun that Zhu Yanran is outside and has been denied entry. He will let us in." With a stern expression, the guard replied, "Our boss has stated that without an invitation, even the king himself cannot enter." The guards remained resolute, leaving the Zhou family utterly dumbfounded. After preparing and dressing for the evening and Oppo's banquet for half a day, they found themselves unable to enter. Zhou and Oppo's father was fuming, and Zhou and Oppo's mother, her face flushed with embarrassment, felt as if she were engulfed in flames. Their commotion had attracted more and more attention, with guests arriving for the banquet forming a line behind them. Their delay had incited the discontent of other prominent figures. "Hey, those in front, if you don and Oppo's, do you have an invitation? Hurry up and leave." You and Oppo's, blocking the way. "This is a banquet for the Zhou family. Not just anyone can join the fray. Security, hurry and escort them away, wasting everyone's time." The whispers from the queue pricked the Zhou family's souls like needles, causing them to flush with shame. Yet they could not leave, for numerous creditors were watching with hungry eyes. The security personnel grew increasingly impatient, pressing forward with fierce expressions. Zhu Yanran, initially reluctant to speak, had just been surrounded by creditors and now wanted nothing more than to enter quietly to find Zhou Yun. Unexpectedly, the situation escalated. Stepping in front of her parents, her eyes narrowed. She lifted her chin and proclaimed haughtily, "You dogs, do you know who I am?" "Zhu Yanran," the guard replied expressionlessly. "Is my name one you, a mere dog, can utter?" Zhu Yanran arrogantly declared, "Since you know who I am, why do you not step aside?" I am sorry. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. The guard remained as unyielding as a statue. Furious, Zhu Yun's eyes blazed with indignation. This was the first time she had been obstructed by the Zhou family's security. She recalled shopping in a mall when Zhou Yun had cleared a 10-meter radius around her with the same guards, who now stood against her. Feeling as if her insides were about to explode, she berated, "You worthless creatures, Zhou Yun's dogs. Your eyes must be blind. I am his fiancée, I am your mistress. How dare you obstruct the lady of the house? You shall pay dearly for this insolence. Just wait until I see Zhou Yun. There will be consequences for you." The facade of the demure lady she had previously maintained crumbled, revealing a woman more akin to a market vendor, shouting and gesticulating. Her voice echoed throughout the entrance, drawing the curious gazes of many onlookers, eager to witness the antics of this ill-mannered woman. Shu's mother, driven to the brink, began to tremble with rage, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. The servants have overstepped their bounds. How can the family of the host be denied entry to their own banquet? Come look, my son-in-law maintains these people, yet they dare block the relatives of the host. Truly disgraceful." The Zhou family found themselves bereft of options. Leaving was impossible, and they could only continue their raucous protest. Shu's father raised his voice, determined to draw attention to their plight, hoping to catch Zhou Yun's ear and prompt him to intervene. Little did they know, Zhou Yun had truly lost all affection for Zhu Yun and had grown merciless toward the Zhou family. Amidst their uproar, a group approached from behind, gradually arriving at the entrance of the club. At the forefront was an elderly man leaning on a cane, dressed in traditional garb, flanked by several assistants and a few formidable bodyguards exuding an air of intimidation. Beside the elder walked a composed young man, suggesting an equal standing between them that piqued the curiosity of onlookers. What transpired here? Why the commotion? The elder inquired, surveying the scene. The security guard, now more respectful in the presence of the elder, explained, "Mr. Chun, these three have no invitation and refuse to leave despite our efforts to escort them away." "Oh, members of the Zhou family?" Mr. Chun glanced at them, shaking his head. Hopeless. As Mr. Chun arrived, Zhou and Appo's father fell silent, unable to muster anger in the face of such a powerful figure. After all, the Chen family held equal standing with the Zhou family in Jiangcheng and commanded respect. Mr. Chun disregarded them, instructing his assistant to present the invitation and preparing to enter. Suddenly, Zhu Yun exclaimed, "Yi Chun, you are here too." She hurried forward, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the young man beside Mr. Chun. She was astonished to see Yi Chun accompanying Mr. Chun, walking side by side. Seeing Yi Chun brought her immense joy, allowing her to forget her earlier displeasure and revert to her ladylike demeanor. Yi Chun and Appo's eyes lit up. "Yinran, what a coincidence. You're here as well." "Yes, what a coincidence. You know, after returning home yesterday, I couldn't and Appo's stopped thinking about our recent." Zhu Yinran began to express her feelings, only to be silenced by her mother and Appo's hand covering her mouth. Turning to look, she saw her mother's face had turned as dark as a cauldron's bottom. Chapter 20. The academic prodigy emerging from the comic in public. She exchanged subtly flirtatious remarks with a man, her gaze brimming with affection. Even a fool could discern the underlying tension between them. Zhu Yinran cast a reproachful glance at her mother, intending to continue her thoughts, but Yi Chun had already seen through the intentions of the Zhou family. Embarrassed, Yi Chun addressed Mr. Chun, saying, "Mr. Chun, these individuals are my friends. I would be grateful if you could assist me by allowing them to enter as well. Consider it a personal favor owed to me." Mr. Chun held a rather unfavorable impression of the Zhou family. Had it been anyone else, he would have certainly declined. However, Yi Chun was a commendable young talent, skilled in feng shui and possessing remarkable investment acumen, not to mention his reputation as a healer. Such a favor was one Mr. Chun was eager to grant. Bringing the Zhou family inside would require little effort on his part, and being a businessman, he naturally made a pragmatic choice. Very well, let them enter, he decided. Yet, despite Mr. Chun and Appo's willingness to include them, the security personnel remained unyielding. They deemed it necessary to report the unexpected situation before granting access, particularly since the Zhou family had been highlighted in discussions. "You owe me a favor," I hope Zhou Yun can be somewhat accommodating. I prefer to avoid any conflict with the Yu Chen group. After all, harmony breeds wealth, Mr. Chun remarked to Yi Chun. Mr. Chun extending this favor was already a considerable kindness, and Yi Chun, despite his youthful naivete, understood the gravity of the situation. Many young aspirants yearn for opportunities, but were often denied. Were it not for Yi Chen's genuine capabilities that endeared him to Mr. Chun, he likely would not have even been granted an audience. Should Zhou Yun adamantly refuse entry, Mr. Chun would find it difficult to voice any objections. Yi Chen nodded lightly, his gaze towards Xu Yanran infused with sentiment. The unspoken connection between them was palpable. Shu's parents sensed the tension, their skin prickling at the exchange. Yet, considering their inability to enter the banquet without Yi Chen's assistance, Shu's father discreetly warned him, "Do not forget, she is Zhou Yun's fiancée. Today is Zhou Yun's gathering. This is his territory. Tread carefully, do not embarrass our family." The warning was unmistakable. Shu's father was keen to prevent any entanglement between his daughter and Yi Chun, prioritizing the delicate matters concerning the Zhou family. A marriage to Zhou Yun could yield substantial financial benefits, even if a divorce were to follow. They would at least retain half of the Zhou family and Appo's wealth. Afterward, they would not concern themselves with their daughter and Appo's affairs. Yi Chun, unfazed by Shu and Appo's father and Appo's admonition, confidently replied, "You need not worry, I will not create any major issues. In fact, Zhou Yun may yet come to seek my favor." At that moment, the security personnel returned, having completed their report. Ignoring the Shu family, he nodded at Mr. Chun, stating, "The boss has approved your entry." Mr. Chun exhaled with relief, a glimmer of insight in his eyes, as he remarked softly, "Zhou Yun is quite astute. I had anticipated he might act rashly, denying my request to bring the Shu family inside, especially considering the family's foolish behavior at his father's funeral. I would not have easily overlooked such an affront." The absence of an invitation for the Shu family indicates his displeasure. Yet, his willingness to permit their entry suggests he values our association and refrains from acting impulsively against me. Quite intriguing indeed. I wonder how the Shu family has managed to deceive Zhou Yun over the years, for he clearly exhibits great intelligence. As he led the group inside, Mr. Chun cast an odd glance at the Shu family. Any individual of reasonable intellect would recognize the ruse the Shu family was attempting to play, albeit a rather crude one. Xu Yanran, aware of the elder's high status, likely surpassing that of Zhou Yun's father, dared not speak loudly, instead explaining in a voice barely above a whisper. How could it be called deception? It was clearly his unilateral affection. Shu's father feigned ignorance, awkwardly interjecting, "Perhaps this is the power of love." They entered the opulent banquet hall, adorned with numerous waist-high round tables, each surrounded by groups engaged in soft-spoken conversation, including a number of foreign tycoons. Waitstaff glided through the crowd, serving drinks and delicacies, creating an ambience reminiscent of a Western soiree. The gathering was substantial. One invitation allowed multiple attendees, resulting in a hall filled with hundreds of influential figures exchanging whispers. On the second floor, private boxes were situated, one of which was heavily guarded by security personnel, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Through the glass of the box, one could glimpse prominent figures from Jiangcheng, and Mr. Chen knew precisely where to direct his steps. Soon, a server approached, saying, "Mr. Chun, Zhou Dong has been informed of your arrival, and I am to escort you inside." Clearly, such events were stratified by status, and Mr. Chun and Appo's caliber warranted access to the most luxurious box. "Very well, lead the way," he replied, then turned to the Shu family, saying, "You may manage on your own from here. What you choose to do next is no longer my concern. Yi Chun, will you remain here or accompany me to broaden your horizons?" Yi Chun found himself torn. He longed to cultivate his relationship with Xu Yanran, but recognized a rare opportunity to make an impression before the influential figures of Jiangxing. Ultimately, he expressed his regrets to Xu Yanran, saying, "Yanran, I apologize, but I must attend to some matters first." Xu Yanran waved her hand dismissively, responding, "It's fine. I will seek out Zhou Yun shortly." She was eager to confront Zhou Yun about his audacity and the limits of his insolence. Mr. Chen did not wait for Yi Chun and Zhou Yun to finish their exchange. He strode toward the private box, prompting Yi Chun to hastily follow. Upon reaching the box, security confirmed their clearance and allowed them entry. Inside, they were greeted by 4 or 5 composed middle-aged men and elderly gentlemen, each exuding the gravitas cultivated by years of holding positions of authority. Their mere presence was impossible to ignore. Among them sat a young man at the center, his refined features framed by gold-rimmed glasses, radiating an air of gentility reminiscent of a jade-like nobleman. This was Zhou Yun. Yi Chen had heard much about Zhou Yun, but was seeing this renowned scion of Jiangcheng for the first time. Previously, he had perceived Zhou Yun as petty, arrogant, and ostentatious, embodying the traits of an unremarkable rich heir. However, his initial impression upon seeing Zhou Yun was that of a character stepped straight from the pages of a comic, a true academic prodigy. Such an individual would prove to be most formidable. This left him questioning whether Zhou Yun was truly misguided or if he had simply misjudged the situation. Chapter 21. Male protagonist. You have caused a great trouble. Beside Zhou Yun stood a woman of strikingly elegant appearance, tall and graceful in stature. Her aura exuded a simple yet noble charm that captivated the eyes endlessly. Yi Chun found himself utterly entranced by this unique woman, his heart fluttering imperceptibly, a sensation of infatuation. He inhaled sharply, struggling to avert his gaze from the woman beside Zhou Yun, for doing otherwise would be exceedingly impolite. Should the prominent figures present take notice, it would reflect poorly on his potential. Upon noticing the arrival of Elder Chun, Zhou Yun rose with a hint of surprise in his tone, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Elder Chun, for gracing my banquet with your presence. Elder Chun waved his hand, chuckling. No need for such formalities. Let's all relax. The future belongs to you young ones. I should be the one thanking you for remembering this old man. Elder Chun settled into an empty sofa, crossing his legs, as the waiter promptly placed fine drinks before him. Once settled, Elder Chun began introducing Yi Chun. This is Yi Chun, a remarkably capable young man who has recently arrived in Jiangcheng. Through his investment prowess, he has already amassed a considerable fortune. Old Dong, seated nearby, chimed in with a smile. I have heard of him. Recently at the auction at Yuhuang Peak, a certain Yi Chun acquired a painting at a low price, only to discover it was a hidden masterpiece worth over 10 million. Yuhuang Peak is one of China and Oppo's premier auction houses, highly esteemed and reputable, with networks spanning the entire country and formidable influence. Yi Chun humbly replied, I happened to come across it in an ancient book and had a slight understanding. I was merely hoping for a stroke of luck. It hardly reflects any real ability. Old Dong shook his head, insisting, no, luck is a form of ability, and both strength and luck are essential. The mention of 10 million was trivial to these magnates, who merely sought to continue the conversation initiated by Elder Chun. Once the two had finished speaking, Elder Chun laughed heartily. This gentleman conversing with you is Old Dong of the Dong Investment Group. Should you ever find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to seek him out. Yi Chun, surprised, greeted, hello, Old Dong. As Yi Chun's career was just beginning, his initial capital was still quite limited. Aspiring to expand his business rapidly and fulfill his ambitious plan of establishing a company with power akin to the Zhou family within a year, he recognized the necessity of leveraging others' financial resources. Despite possessing an investment system, opportunities to generate substantial profits were scarce and time-consuming. Thus, gaining access to funds from an investment group like Old Dong's was indeed fortuitous. Old Dong nodded, expressing admiration for the youth, particularly for exceptional talents like Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun, observing quietly, smiled but remained silent. Yi Chun felt a twinge of discomfort at the comparison to Zhou Yun. However, he refrained from articulating his thoughts, confident that in due time, these magnates would recognize who truly possessed the greatest abilities. Elder Chun continued with the introductions. This is Old Kong, a pivotal figure in the entertainment and bar industries throughout Jiangcheng and its surrounding areas, all under the auspices of the Kong family group. Old Kong was well-connected, with ties in both legitimate and underground spheres. Should you encounter any troubles, the implication was clear. Everyone in the room could sense Elder Chun and Oppo's esteem for Yi Chun. Old Kong calmly responded, "It is merely trifles, nothing to compare with you." Nonetheless, like Old Dong, he held high regard for the youth, especially those akin to Zhou Yun. Both men were acutely aware of the host of the evening and were keen to show deference to Zhou Yun. Each exchanged pleasantries with Old Kong, but his spirits sank. The undertones of their words suggested that he was deemed less significant than Zhou Yun. If Zhou Yun were to harbor any dissatisfaction towards him, these two would surely distance themselves from him, presenting an obstacle he could hardly overlook. Elder Chun introduced Zhou Yun. "This is the youngest chairman of Yuchen Group, the sole heir of the Zhou family, and arguably the most competent young individual in all of Jiangxin. This banquet is hosted by him." Yuchen Group is a real estate company, boasting extensive connections and formidable strength. "You young ones should have plenty to discuss and share," Elder Chun encouraged. Yi Chun forced a smile, addressing Zhou Yun. "Hello, Chairman Zhou. How do you do?" Zhou Yun regarded him with indifference. This was Yi Chun's first encounter with the male protagonist of the narrative. While not exceedingly handsome, Zhou Yun possessed an inexplicable allure and approachability. However, Yi Chun and Appo's calm demeanor and the confidence, bordering on arrogance, he exuded did not sit well with Zhou Yun, who preferred to avoid such individuals. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense, the only sound being the rush of breaths. The prominent figures leaned back in their chairs, silent, adopting a spectator's attitude. Elder Chen placed his hands down and closed his eyes, choosing not to speak further. Curious to see how Yi Chun would respond to Zhou Yun and Appo's inquiry and navigate this predicament. A peculiar tension enveloped the room, unexpected and palpable. Yi Chun, caught off guard by Zhou Yun and Appo's questioning, had anticipated a more measured approach from someone of Zhou Yun and Appo's stature. He did not expect such an immediate challenge. This individual was certainly unpredictable. Yi Chun had been prepared, having previously assisted the late Elder Zhou in selecting a burial site, and thus he felt justified in asserting his position. It was only logical that the Zhou family owed him a favor. Wealthy individuals often placed significant value on feng shui and respected those with genuine expertise in the field. Zhou Yun smirked. "Are you planning to refund the money?" Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Refund money? How could he possibly return what was already earned? He had envisioned various responses from Zhou Yun, even anticipating an explosive outburst from this spoiled scion. Yet, he never imagined Zhou Yun would demand a refund. The sum was not substantial, merely 5 million. A pittance in Zhou Yun's world. Nonetheless, it was rather audacious for Zhou Yun to request a refund. Yi Chun quickly regained his composure. He was not yet in a position to engage in a power struggle with Zhou Yun, nor did he desire to create discord, especially since he held a trump card. "I do not comprehend your intent, but I have heard from Elder Chun that you were quite dissatisfied with the burial site I selected for your father, even going so far as to choose another location. You also mentioned my lack of skill. With all due respect, Chairman Zhou, one must maintain a degree of reverence for feng shui, for it is a complex field. I cannot fathom the source of your confidence, yet the site I chose, known as the Golden Carp site, is guaranteed to ensure smooth sailing for the Zhou family." Yi Chun spoke with unwavering confidence, fully assured of his assertions. Zhou Yun understood the source of his confidence. As the protagonist, Yi Chun undoubtedly possessed a unique advantage, a system of investment that would yield various rewards. The moment Yi Chun entered the banquet hall, Zhou Yun's own system, a divine antagonist mechanism, had activated not as an alarm but as a prompt. This indicated that Zhou Yun's abilities surpassed Yi Chun's system. Zhou Yun's system relayed the discovery of Yi Chun's capabilities, absorbing all pertinent information regarding the system's owner. In Zhou Yun's mind, Yi Chun's entire essence was laid bare before him. Yi Chun had gained numerous abilities through his system, including profound knowledge of feng shui. Yet Zhou Yun, too, possessed mastery over feng shui, not merely as an expert, but with divine-level skills capable of altering destinies. To illustrate, when Zhou Yun employs the mystical art of feng shui, he perceives and senses the ethereal currents of celestial energy wafting through the air, flowing like silk from myriad configurations. He effortlessly alters these currents to transform the feng shui landscape. In contrast, Yi Chun's mastery of feng shui lacks such potency. He can only seek and make slight adjustments, incapable of enacting profound change. Their abilities are not comparable. Your choice of the golden carp site is not erroneous. Yet it is utterly ineffectual and perilously places the Zhou family in jeopardy. Had I not discovered this in time, should my father have been interred at your selected location, the Zhou family would have been reduced to a mere shadow of itself. Do you intend to bring harm to my family? Zhou Yun's expression darkened. His gaze towards Yi Chun laced with disdain. The private room fell into an even deeper silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as the prominent figures of Jiang City recognized that Yi Chun had stirred a grave calamity. Chapter 22, Expelled the Matter at Hand, which revolved around feng shui, holds profound significance regarding the rise and fall of a family, affecting generations to come. For a family such as theirs, the well-being of their descendants is paramount. Any disruption to their roots is intolerable. To dare disturb a burial site invites an unending cycle of retribution. The elderly present shared a collective unease at the mere thought of being interred in an ill-omened grave, potentially endangering their progeny, a notion that sent shivers down their spines. They would rather nip such possibilities in the bud. Even Chun, an elder, felt a shift in his demeanor, realizing the gravity of the situation. He began to regret bringing Yi Chun along, fearing the implications if anything were to go awry, knowing he was the one who made the introduction. Yet, the circumstances remained ambiguous, and the veracity of Zhou Yun's claims was uncertain. Moreover, did Zhou Yun truly possess knowledge of feng shui? The influential figures harbored doubts, planning to observe how events would unfold. Yi Chun, too, grasped the seriousness of the matter. His breathing quickened and veins bulged in his throat. If it were confirmed that the chosen burial site posed danger, he could expect no further support from the city's elites, rendering him incapacitated. Such a scenario was unacceptable. Nevertheless, he remained confident, bolstered by the feng shui expertise granted by the system. There could be no flaw. If there was an issue, it would lie with Zhou Yun. He was a person aided by a system. Could he truly be intimidated by mere scion? Yi Chen's mind raced with all the intricacies of mastering feng shui, ready to counter Zhou Yun and Oppo's aggressive stance with his own prowess. First, he had devoted considerable effort and thought to selecting feng shui for Zhou and Oppo's family. Secondly, despite Zhou's dominance in Jiang City, backed by the Zhou family's wealth and numerous connections, that did not justify questioning his capabilities. Mr. Zhou, everything must be substantiated by evidence. You assert I have chosen an improper burial site. What is your basis for this? Are you versed in feng shui? Where did you acquire such knowledge? Have you consulted an expert? If so, let him step forward, and I shall debate him face to face. I do not speak idly, but I trust in my abilities. In Jiang City, no. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia, those who dare to challenge my discernment are few and far between, yet they can only voice their doubts. For I will confront them with undeniable facts. Yi Chen spoke with righteous indignation, his face flushed with fervor. In such moments, yielding was not an option. He possessed a system that was infallible. In the realm of feng shui within Jiang City, he was invincible. His gaze upon Zhou Yun blazed with intensity. In his heart, he had delineated Zhou Yun and Oppo's fate. When one possesses power, one must not spare an adversary. The Zhou family would ultimately serve as a stepping stone on his journey to becoming a global titan, a mere footnote in a decade to come. He was the protagonist of this narrative. The other elites remained silent, observing the escalating confrontation, secretly testing Zhou Yun's mettle. Dong, Chun, and Kong, while outwardly amicable, were aware that their cordiality was contingent upon mutual strength. If Zhou Yun proved to be an ineffectual fool, a tempest of business calamity would surely follow. Before Zhou Yun could respond, an unusual commotion erupted outside the private room. The atmosphere grew tense as the ruckus escalated, disrupting the previously tranquil environment. The influential figures were jolted from their contemplations, staring in astonishment at the entrance. Zhou Yun, I know you're in there. What? Did you do something wrong and now hide from me? Get out here at once, or I swear I will never forgive you. You two guard dogs. Who do you think you're to block me? Do you even know who I am? Your boss would defer to me. How dare you stand in my way? Zhou Yun, come out now. I'm giving you 3 seconds. When upon hearing that voice and tone, everyone in the room recognized who had arrived. It could only be Zhou Yun and Appo's fiancée, the woman named Zhou Yun. The elites exchanged knowing glances, some stifling laughter. Their expressions a blend of amusement and subtle mockery as they continued their silent vigil, some opting to drink in quietude to mask their thoughts. Yi-chan was momentarily taken aback. After delivering his impassioned speech, he was poised for Zhou Yun's retort and a fierce counterattack. Yet, Zhou Yun and Appo's loud declarations doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water, abruptly halting his momentum. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If this matter remained unresolved, further opportunities would be scarce. However, allowing Zhou Yun to continue her outburst was not an option. After all, it was he who had invited her to the gathering, even though the affair between Zhou Yun and Zhou Yun was not his concern. Zhou Yun furrowed his brow, wishing to avoid interruption at such a critical moment. But with Zhou Yun at the door, he knew he had to address her disturbance before proceeding. Zhou Yun continued her tirade. Zhou Yun, you coward! Hiding away when you know you've wronged me. Open the door. You know I'm in here. At that moment, Jing Wanqing stepped away from Zhou Yun's side and opened the door to the private room, her demeanor icy as she addressed Zhou Yun. Miss Zhou, please mind your language and conduct. This is not a place for your antics. Zhou Yun, struggling against the 2 security personnel who were trying to restrain her, spotted Jing Wanqing and erupted with rage. I remember you, the Zhou family's servant. You bullied my parents at the elder Zhou's funeral. You ungrateful wretch. You must have corrupted Zhou Yun. He was a good man before you got into his ear. Let me in. Zhou Yun pounded on the security guard's arms with all her might, but her efforts were futile against their solid defenses. Her strength was negligible, akin to a mosquito's bite, eliciting no reaction from the guards, who remained unfazed. Behind Zhou Yun stood her anxious parents, who did not intervene in her outburst. Initially, they felt her behavior was embarrassing and unbecoming of their family's rising status. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to see Zhou Yun, they had resigned themselves to the situation, better to cause a scene than face bankruptcy. To this day, they held on to the belief that Zhou Yun was still the same Zhou Yun. Once they met, all could be resolved. Yet, Jing Wanqing merely cast a disinterested glance at Zhou Yun as Zhou Yun and Appo's emotionless voice resonated from within the room. Expel her. Chapter 23. You are unworthy. Merely a minor character get out? The voice was all too familiar to Zhou Yun, as it was to her parents. They had been longing to converse with the owner of that voice for the past few days, but alas, their calls had been blocked. They could never have anticipated that one day, Zhou Yun and Appo's voice would turn so icy, akin to shooing away a stray dog. Something felt amiss. Even Zhou Yun was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, doubting whether she was trapped in a nightmare. She strained to see beyond Jing Wanqing's figure, yet was met with nothing but obscurity. Before she could fully ponder the situation, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her, uncontrollable tears pooling in her eyes as she pressed her lips together in silence. As Zhou Yun erupted in anger, the murmurs from the banquet hall outside dwindled. All eyes turned towards the Zhou Yu family, their expressions one of amusement. Is this the legendary Zhou Yu family? Truly shameless. It was rumored they had swindled a significant amount of money from Zhou Yun through their daughter, the woman with the audacious facade. So it was her, not quite stunning but passable, yet still less impressive than the assistant at the door, Director Zhou. It seemed Zhou Yun had lost interest in her, and now the Zhou Yu family was facing the consequences. They were still in a betrothed relationship, but given the current predicament, it appeared otherwise. What a spectacle! Today in Appo's banquet was indeed worth attending. Although the whispers were hushed, enough of them reached the ears of Zhou Yun and Appo's parents, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. Upon realizing Zhou Yun was truly in the private room, they could no longer bear to linger outside, eager to resolve the issue. Zhou father softened his tone, infused with a hint of humility. Whether it was deceit or a temporary concession, he could only speak softly. Zhou Yun, my esteemed son-in-law, we have come to apologize for the rudeness of the other day. Soon we will be family, seeing each other frequently. I know you're not so petty. Let's put this behind us. We have reflected on our actions, and indeed, Zhou Yun has been a bit excessive. We have spoiled her and delayed your marriage, but we have reprimanded her. Today, aside from our apology, we also wish to discuss your marriage. You may choose any date for the wedding. My dear son-in-law, let's enter and discuss this, for there are too many eyes upon us outside. It would be regrettable to lose face for the Zhou family. Having spoken to this extent, Zhou father believed he had made the greatest concession. Forcing his future father-in-law to bow so low, he felt quite magnanimous. Zhou Yun quickly regained her senses, looking at her father with incredulity. She never imagined he could exhibit such subservience, especially for a man she held in disdain. Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun once more erupted, her voice a regal decree directed at the commoner. You are finished. Do not ever expect my favor again. I am utterly disappointed in you. I never thought you would tell me to leave. I treated you with kindness. I considered you a friend, and this is how you repay me. Her words stumbled as tears streamed down her face, resembling a heartbroken woman. However, the two bodyguards paid no heed to their emotional turmoil, steadfastly preparing to carry out Zhou Yun's command to expel the Zhou Yu family. Wait! Yi Chen's voice emerged from the private room, turning to face the outside with an effort to appear calm and gentle. Zhou Yun widened her eyes, her heartbeat slowing as a realization struck her, hastily wiping her tears. She donned a serene facade, exclaiming, I almost forgot you were here, Mr. Yi Chen. My apologies for the commotion. I am not usually like this. It is just that Zhou Yun is infuriating. He bullies not only me, but my parents as well. Zhou Yun attempted to explain, but Yi Chen stood tall, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority, understanding as he spoke. I comprehend. Allow me to handle this. He turned to Zhou Yun, smirking. So this is how the Zhou family treats their guests. Hardly impressive. I misjudged you, thinking you possess some substance, but it appears you only know how to bully women. Such a person is not worth my time. I will return the 500,000 to you, not because of any inadequacy in my abilities, but because I disdain you. Zhou Yun, you are merely a wastrel, a spoiled heir incapable of handling a woman. Yi Chen and Oppos. S words were blunt, bordering on insulting, but he desired this effect. His aim was to demonstrate to the other powerful figures how he remained unyielding, exuding an aura of superiority. He was not afraid of Zhou Yun, for his own background was even more formidable, though due to certain reasons, he could not openly disclose it. He sought to employ provocation, allowing Zhou Yun to enter, then resolving the issue. This would not only secure him fame and victory, but also ensure Zhou Yun's unwavering loyalty. Perhaps he could even leave a lasting impression on Jing Wanning, paving the way for her recruitment into his company, thus expanding his opportunities. His ambitions were grand, yet they hinged on his actual ability to resolve the problem. Zhou Yun chuckled, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter, his amusement genuine. As a villain who had experienced the protagonist's moment of grandeur, he could not help but find humor in the situation. Old Chen's face darkened. He sensed the situation spiraling out of control and hastily addressed Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun, it was I who brought them in, but this matter is not my concern. Turning to Yi Chen, he seethed. Do you even know what you are doing? Silence yourself, or you shall no longer receive any assistance from me. Zhou Yun waved his hand, halting Old Chen's tirade, stating, first and foremost, the Zhou Yu family did not receive an invitation. Therefore, they're not my guests. Today I host this banquet, and the ground you stand upon is the property of Yu Chen Group. I will act as I see fit, and it is not your place, a mere minor character, to interject. You believe I am targeting you? No, I have never regarded you. Had it not been for Old Chen, you would not deserve to converse with me. Old Chen is a good friend of my father and Oppos, and I do not wish to see him harmed by you. For now, let's set aside the issue of feng shui. Secondly, I am not afraid of the Zhou Yu family, nor of anyone present. Although I am aware you are attempting to provoke me into allowing Zhou Yun to enter, it matters not. I care little for their desires. If you wish to witness my humiliation before the Zhou Yu family, you are in luck. The over 200 guests below share that interest. Let us not confine ourselves to the private room. Let us take this outside and resolve it together. Zhou Yun remained composed, unflinching amidst the impending chaos, leaving others unable to decipher his intentions. He stood leisurely, rising to lead the way outside. In that moment, he became a focal point of all gazes. Chapter 24. Unworthy of marrying me. No one dared to question Zhou Yun's words. The prominent figures merely observed with bemusement. He was the first to step out, encountering the disheveled and uneasy Zhou Yun. With a detached glance, he regarded the Zhou family. In Zhou Yun's presence, Zhou Yun involuntarily displayed an air of haughtiness, as if confronting a servant, someone of inferior status. Finally willing to come out? What on earth is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Yun retorted sharply. Zhou Yun furrowed his brow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Is there something amiss with your mind? Zhou Yun glared at him. Are you insane? You just want to force me to marry you. Fine, I'll comply. I'll marry you, happy now? Zhou Yun chuckled. No, you're simply unworthy of marrying me. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Have you lost your senses? Zhou Yun was still in disbelief, unable to fathom his words. The devoted admirer who had always surrounded her now claimed she was unworthy. This stark and jarring contrast struck her heart like a hammer, leaving her reeling. Zhou Yun sneered. Of course, you are unworthy. Average in appearance, with a despicable character, unruly and hypocritical. What do you possess that could possibly match me? Although my family, the Zhou clan, may not be the pinnacle of wealth in Huaxia, we still hold our own. My wife should at the very least be graceful and dignified, capable of navigating both the parlors and the kitchens. Do you possess any of those qualities? As for our engagement, as you have often remarked, it's merely a joke. It's time to end it. After speaking, Zhou Yun took the hand of Jing Wanning and descended the staircase amidst the awe-stricken gazes of the elite. Zhou Yun stood frozen, as if her soul had been snatched away by his words. Even as Zhou Yun passed her by, she felt nothing, reduced to a mere statue, a puppet devoid of life. Her parents, too, were in shock, unable to comprehend that Zhou Yun would declare their daughter unworthy of being a Zhou matron, and so brazenly in front of so many influential figures. The Zhou Yun they had envisioned could not possibly align with this cold, unfeeling stranger who now exuded an intimidating aura reminiscent of the venerable elder Zhou and other industry giants. He is Zhou Yun? Why does his gaze toward my daughter lack the affection of the past? I can sense he has utterly lost hope in her, as if they had never crossed paths. It cannot be. It cannot be. The Zhou parents and Appos, eyes mirrored their horror and disbelief, as an uncontrollable thought crept into their minds. Their daughter and Appos, trump card, seems utterly worthless now, completely ineffective against Zhou Yun. She has been cast aside. The entire Zhou family felt isolated from the Zhou clan, exiled from the power center of Jiangcheng. They were destined for calamity. No, this cannot be. Zhou's father struggled, realizing that if severed, their family would be doomed. Watching Zhou Yun's retreating figure down the stairs, Zhou's father shouted, Zhou Yun, you and Yanran are husband and wife. She has treated you well. You cannot do this. Is this how the Zhou family treats its future daughters-in-law? Are the affluent so heartless? My daughter has suffered enough. I will not tolerate this. I will expose your deeds to the media, and the Zhou family and Yuchen group will be forever shamed. Zhou and Appos' mother echoed, tears in her eyes. Zhou Yun, you are inhuman. You bully your own wife. What else are you capable of? Come and see everyone. Zhou Yun has inherited the Zhou legacy, acquired wealth and power, and has become ungrateful. Zhou Yun snapped back to reality, a glint of malice in her eyes as tears streamed down her face. It was as if she had lost something profoundly significant, leaving her heart feeling hollow. She gazed at Zhou Yun's back, her perception shifting, reflecting on the past. She realized that he had indeed treated her well. No, it shouldn't be this way. This was all supposed to be what Zhou Yun did for her. Wasn't his pursuit of her meant to please her? With this thought, Zhou Yun clenched her teeth and declared vehemently, Zhou Yun, stop this nonsense. Apologize, and I will pretend today never happened. All eyes turned to the man descending the stairs, yet he seemed oblivious, treating the Zhou family's outcries as mere background noise. In the private room, Yichen stepped out, assessing the situation. He understood he could not console Zhou Yun in front of so many people. But he could not simply stand aside. Don and Oppos, to be upset. I will stand by your side, Yi Chun assured her. Zhou Yun looked at Yi Chun, then at her parents, ultimately saying nothing. At this moment, facing her family's crisis, she surprisingly became astute. Yi Chun sighed softly, planning to intervene later. The other prominent figures in the room, with peculiar expressions, exited, shaking their heads and ignoring the Zhou family as they descended the stairs. None could discern Zhou Yun's intentions. Zhou Yun ascended the stage in the banquet hall with Jing Wanning. The staff promptly adjusted the microphone and lighting, drawing the attention of all the elite. With a smile, Zhou Yun addressed the crowd. Today I, Zhou Yun, apologize for my inadequate hospitality. I hope esteemed guests will not take offense. His voice resonated throughout the banquet hall, eliciting laughter and cordiality from the attendees. Oh, it is our honor to attend Chairman Zhou's banquet. It's just a minor issue. They replied, Chairman Zhou, attend to your matters first. I too find the Zhou family insufferable. They ought to reconsider the nature of this gathering. The elites expressed their indifference and supported Zhou Yun and Oppos' handling of the Zhou family. Even if they harbored grievances, they kept them to themselves. For the Zhou family remained the dominant force in Jiangqing. Moreover, they relished the spectacle. Today's events would surely become fodder for future conversations. The Zhou family, their faces pale, gradually descended from the second floor. Upon reaching the ground, they realized they had been ostracized by the powerful. Wherever they went, people avoided them as if they were contagious. Only Yi Chun remained unbothered, steadfastly following Zhou Yun. On stage, Zhou Yun held the microphone, smiling as he stated, As you may have heard, there are rumors regarding my termination of all collaborations with the Zhou family. Let me clarify. These are not rumors but facts. Furthermore, our Yuchen Group will see this decision through to the end. Even if Yuchen Group were to collapse, we will never again collaborate with the Zhou family. All enterprises and individuals associated with the Zhou family will be excluded from the Yuchen Group and Oppos' list of partners. Zhou Yun and Oppos' words, resolute and unwavering, crashed upon the ears of all present like thunder, resonating within their very souls. In an instant, the banquet hall was enveloped in the singular sound of his voice. Chapter 25. The unashamed scoundrel Zhou Yun articulated the unwavering determination of the Yuchen Group, ringing alarm bells for all present. Anyone daring to oppose the Zhou family would face the dire consequences of being ostracized by the real estate tycoons of Jiangqing. It can be said that the Zhou family has been utterly annihilated. Not only would they find no business with the Yuchen Group, but they would also be shunned by any real estate enterprise in Jiangqing, all fearful of incurring Zhou Yun and Oppos' wrath and the repercussions of offending the Yuchen Group. In comparison to the Zhou family, these enterprises preferred to ally with the Zhou family, as long as they possessed even a modicum of sense. The reiterated declaration from the Yuchen Group was no longer a jest, but a definitive resolution. There was no room for redemption. The influential elite promptly distanced themselves from the Zhou family, evading them like a plague. Even the servers carrying drinks steered clear of the three Zhou family members. Fearful of being implicated, the depths of disdain for the Zhou family were palpable, given Zhou Yun's demeanor. Public judgment. The Zhou family was subjected to public condemnation. Moreover, it was at the hands of the son-in-law they had once held in high esteem. They had anticipated that seeking Zhou Yun's assistance would be a simple endeavor. Yet they were met with such despairing circumstances. Xu Fu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, Zhou Yun's voice echoing relentlessly in his ears, leaving him with the sensation that the heavens had collapsed. Xu Mu, overwhelmed with indignation, fainted, her vision blurring as she succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Xu Yanran rushed to support her mother, her breath quickening, her complexion flushed as though she had consumed tainted wine. She glared at Zhou Yun on stage, her face burning with humiliation as if she had received a slap. Although she wished to speak, the words failed to escape her lips. Only Xu Fu managed to regain his composure, exclaiming in anguish, Zhou Yun, have you lost your mind? My daughter is your fiancée, your future wife. How would you treat us this way? Is the Zhou family truly so shameless as to bully even family? Who would dare collaborate with the Yuchen Group in the future? Despicable, utterly despicable. My daughter has done nothing wrong. and neither has the Zhou family. How can you so ruthlessly sever ties? He resolved that, even at the cost of his own ruin, he would thrust the Zhou family into a tempest of public opinion. He aimed to unveil Zhou Yun and Appo's loathsome true nature to all. Yi Chun, seizing the opportunity, attacked Zhou Yun, declaring, "It turns out Zhou Yun is merely a despicable second-generation wealthy scion, ungrateful and treacherous, lacking any sense of loyalty. The Zhou family is your maternal family, and yet you treat them this way. I find myself beginning to pity those who collaborate with the Yuchen group, for they partner with someone untrustworthy, one who would betray even family, let alone strangers lacking blood ties. I urge everyone to open their eyes to the venomous heart and treachery of the Yuchen group." Yi Chun and Appo's righteous indignation resonated throughout the hall, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. The nobles present were no fools. After contemplating, they realized Xu Fu and Appo's words bore merit, and Yi Chun and Appo's arguments were sound. After all, Xu Yanran was his fiancée, and it was unreasonable to act so ruthlessly. It was even more inappropriate to bring such matters to the public sphere. If he could treat his fiancée this way, how would he treat partners? Would they, too, be discarded like the Xu family if they displeased him? The nobles began to regard Zhou Yun with a newfound wariness. At the very least, they did not wish to suffer the same fate. Elder Chun, Elder Dong, and Elder Kong all shook their heads in disapproval. Such actions were indeed unjustifiable. It was commendable for the youth to be decisive, yet one must not be excessively ruthless. He was still too immature to act so decisively. Patience was key. Upon witnessing the shift in sentiment among the audience, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. He recognized his victory. Zhou Yun would undoubtedly gain infamy in Jiangqing. Other groups would surely lend their support to him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun remained unfazed by the nobles' wary gazes, maintaining his composure. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Chun, smirking as he inquired, "And who might you be to the Xu family?" "I am merely their friend, unable to tolerate your bullying, standing up for them." Yi Chun replied with feigned nonchalance. "Yet, you come across as nothing more than an unrepentant scoundrel." As Zhou Yun's words lingered in the air, before anyone could respond, Jing Wanning drew the curtain on stage. A projector descended from the ceiling, illuminating the scene. The image of Xu Yanran and Yi Chun, closely together at an amusement park, appeared on the screen. The photo depicted them in an intimate posture, almost as if fused together, exuding an air of romantic closeness. The revelation left the banquet hall in stunned silence. Even the raucous Xu family members felt their hearts race, chilled to the bone. Yi Chun, too, was rendered speechless, his face paling as his mind went blank. How could Zhou Yun possess such a photograph? As the crowd remained in shock, Zhou Yun calmly addressed them. "As you can see, the individuals in the photograph are quite close. One is my fiancée, Xu Yanran. No, she was my fiancée. The other is this so-called friend of the Xu family, Yi Chun, the scoundrel. Why do I refer to him as a scoundrel? Because only a scoundrel would attempt to woo a woman who is already engaged to another. Only a scoundrel would possess the audacity to appear at my banquet, brazenly confronting me. While I am good-natured and amiable, I am the director of a billion-dollar enterprise and cannot tolerate such petty characters leaping around before me. It is clear to all who possesses a base character and is devoid of shame." Now, turning our attention to the Xu family, let us not forget the chaos caused by Xu Zhongchun and his spouse at my father's funeral. As for Xu Yanran, as my fiancée, I have treated her exceptionally well. Everything she desired was at her fingertips, and I have invested no less than $1 billion into her. To pursue a woman with such expenditure, even Hollywood's top stars would envy. Of course, I do not intend to boast of my wealth. Rather, I wish to express the respect I have shown her. Yet, what of her? As a fiancée, she never once visited my ailing father, nor did she even bother to inquire after his well-being. I could tolerate that much. However, on the day of my father's funeral, a day of great significance, she chose to consort with another man. Yes, this scoundrel Yi Chun, as a man and a son. I cannot endure such an affront. Do you all presume the Xu family can trample upon my dignity? Chapter 26. You have disappointed me immensely. Zhou Yun remarked during his speech that, internally, he felt no significant turmoil. He merely found it amusing to observe the dazed expressions of the male and female leads, secretly chuckling to himself. However, for the sake of performance, he stifled his laughter and continued with heartfelt expression. I had no intention of meeting with the Zhou family, severing all ties with them, and had hoped to quietly let everything fade away. Yet, they refused to relent, still coming to bully me. After speaking, Zhou Yun turned and discreetly smiled at Jing Wanning, nodding subtly in agreement. Jing Wanning, witnessing Zhou Yun and Oppo's performance, was momentarily taken aback. She recalled how calm Zhou Yun had been when he expressed his desire to cut ties with the Zhou family. Had she not known that Zhou Yun had long been utterly disillusioned with the Zhou family, she might have genuinely believed that he was in distress. Nonetheless, she did not forget her mission and continued to display the secretly captured photographs. On the screen, images of Zhou Yan and Yi Chun played in succession. The detective, who had taken the photos, had deliberately captured the two in very intimate poses, using clever angles to depict them holding hands and leaning close. As the final photograph appeared, an uproar erupted in the venue. The atmosphere exploded like boiling seawater, with gasps of disbelief echoing throughout the hall. They were all astonished, finding the situation utterly inconceivable. The future mistress of the Yu Chen group, Zhou Yun and Oppo's fiancée, had so shamelessly betrayed him. The prominent figures in attendance viewed the images with an indescribable fury bubbling within them. How brazen could one be, already engaged, yet seeking the company of another man? It turned out that the Zhou family harbored such disgraceful intentions. How naive of me to feel even a shred of sympathy for them just moments ago. It was evident that Zhou Dong was the one truly wronged. To stoop so low, yet still have the audacity to confront Zhou Dong, playing the victim. How could such vile individuals exist in this world? The future patriarch was unwell, and, as his fiancée, she didn't Oppo's to even bother to pay him a visit or even make a simple phone call. Truly heartless and ungrateful. Such a woman deserves nothing less. I, for one, could never stoop to their depths. Zhou Yan was undeniably a heartless creature, perhaps the most shameless woman of the 21st century. Zhou Dong was indeed patient and magnanimous. Had it been me, I would have slapped her senseless and told her to get as far away as possible. After Zhou Laoyi and Oppo's demise, she chose to forsake her duty to attend the funeral, opting instead to rendezvous with a man of dubious character. My word, this moral decay has surpassed all bounds of humanity. In ancient times, such a woman would have faced dire consequences. I apologize, Zhou Dong. I misjudged you earlier and was nearly led astray by the Zhou family, and this Yi Chen fellow, believing you to be truly cold-hearted. I too wish to extend my apologies to Zhou Dong, for these two are truly exceptional actors. The more I ponder, the more I shudder at their depravity. They must possess the vilest of hearts, brazenly flaunting their infidelity before the rightful party as if nothing were amiss. The depths of Zhou Yan and Yi Chen's cunning are astounding. They conspired together and still dared to act as if nothing had happened. The thought sends chills down my spine. We must distance ourselves from these two. They are wolves in sheep's clothing, terrifying to the utmost degree. In attendance were the most prominent figures of Jiangcheng, individuals of high standing, CEOs of major corporations, top-tier elites in their fields, senior managers, and respected community leaders. They were all taken aback by this revelation, feeling their worldview shaken to its core. Watching the silent, sorrowful Zhou Yun on stage, everyone empathized deeply. A top-tier heir of Jiangcheng, endowed with unimaginable wealth, immense power, extensive connections, striking looks, exceptional talent, and a heart full of devotion. He could have indulged in a life of debauchery, yet he chose to remain steadfast in love, embodying noble virtues. Indeed, the elite no longer regarded Zhou Yun as a mere sycophant, but rather as a passionate lover, willing to sacrifice everything for his fiancée. Yet, she chose to betray him. The entire assembly felt a surge of rage on Zhou Chun and Oppo's behalf, their eyes reddening with indignation. They hurled scornful words towards the Shu family and Yi Chun, their expressions filled with contempt. To them, these individuals resembled refuse, utterly repugnant. Even the three titans of Jiangcheng gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated such hidden depths. Old Dong and Appo's eyes glazed over as he murmured, "I nearly overlooked the shamelessness of the Shu family. Had I been toyed with in such a manner, those two would not see the light of day again. In our esteemed lineage, we cannot allow such a disgraceful incident to transpire. Regardless of the circumstances, both the woman and the man must face dire consequences." "Old Chun, did you truly intend to lead me to ruin by introducing someone like Yi Chun to me?" Old Kong, shivering with trepidation, added, "All my sons have wives far more beautiful than Zhou Yun. Should such a man enter my Kong family, I shudder to think of the implications." Just moments prior, in the private box, I noticed that when Yi Chun first laid eyes on Jing Wanning, he displayed an unusual reaction. At the time, I dismissed it, but now it appears he harbors ulterior motives. "Old Chun, you must keep a close watch." Faced with the inquiries of these two titans, Old Chun found himself at a loss for words, a lump forming in his throat, nearly choking him. He understood that his reputation had been thoroughly tarnished in front of the other dignitaries, leaving him utterly humiliated. From this day forward, his actions would be a source of mockery for these old-timers. Yi Chun was a young man he had taken under his wing, and he had praised him in front of these giants on numerous occasions. Now, having introduced him, such a scandal had erupted. This would surely bring laughter to the old-timers. Even the most malicious individuals have their worth, which highlights the depths of my poor judgment. In truth, Old Chun had considered introducing his granddaughter to Yi Chun, but now he felt a wave of dread. Marrying into such a family would surely condemn the Chun family to generations of ridicule. Old Chun was nearly driven to madness, consumed by anger towards Yi Chun, and felt profound pity for Zhou Yun and the Zhou family. Old Zhou had but one son, Zhou Yun, his wife having left him years ago, taking their daughter abroad and never returning. Old Zhou devoted his life to his career, with Zhou Yun being his only source of solace. Now, to have such a scandal surface directly connected to him was more than he could bear. Old Chen's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Yi Chun, exclaiming, "Yi Chun, you have disappointed me greatly, wasting my efforts in nurturing you." Chapter 27. No matter the method, seek forgiveness. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all, Yi Chun felt a chilling sensation ascend from his soles to the crown of his head. He could hardly fathom that a photograph of him enjoying an outing with Zhou Yun had been captured by Zhou Yun, subsequently made public, branding him as a morally reprehensible scoundrel. Truly, he had set out to conquer, only to find himself vanquished before the battle even began. To be frank, during those days, he never anticipated that anyone would deliberately take pictures. Moreover, he never considered that spending time with Zhou Yun would pose any issue. At that moment, his only thought was to win over Zhou Yun. Now, however, he realized his reputation was utterly tarnished. The evidence was irrefutable. No soul would heed his explanations. Thus, he had become the object of disdain for the entire elite of Jiang City. Having just incited the powerful to condemn Zhou Yun, he was now mercilessly pressed to the ground by a few photographs. This left his mind in disarray, his plans thoroughly disrupted. How cruel, this figure on stage, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses of a similar age to himself. He found himself unable to refute, utterly powerless. Faced with Elder Chun and Appo's accusatory questions, Yi Chun could only force an explanation. "Elder Chun, this is a misunderstanding. It is certainly not as you perceive. Yanran and I are merely friends, just spending time together. We are not at that stage yet. Damn it, the angles of those photographs are misleading." He desperately sought to clarify. However, Elder Chun was no longer susceptible to his deceit. His gaze filled with fury as he retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe I am like Zhou Yun or others, repeatedly deceived? A woman disregarding a billion-dollar family fortune, neglecting Zhou Lao and Appo's important funeral, simply to enjoy an outing with you, and you dare claim it is merely a friendship? Get out. You have greatly disappointed me." Yi Chen's scalp prickled, his heart sinking. He silently raged, unaware at the time of Zhou Lao's passing. Xu Yanran had said nothing. Had he known, he would have devised a more meticulous plan, ensuring no incriminating evidence fell into Zhou Yun's hands. Frustration surged within him. After finally aligning with the influential figures of Jiang City, now everything was crumbling due to a mere oversight. Anger clouded his judgment as he glared at Xu Yanran, snapping, "Why didn't you clarify this to me at the time? Had you done so, I would not be in such an embarrassing predicament now." Xu Yanran, upon seeing the photograph on the screen and hearing Zhou Yun and Appo's words, stood in a daze, her soul seemingly detached. Her mind was chaotic, surrounded by faces filled with disdain, akin to a condemned prisoner facing execution. When Yi Chen's shout jolted her back to reality, she was incredulous, staring at him in disbelief. The once adoring Zhou Yun had severed ties with her, and now the man she liked, Yi Chen, was yelling at her in this moment of confusion. "How dare you yell at me? What did you just say? We're just friends? Were you not the one who invited me to invest in your company for free and asked me to be your secretary? You have gone to such lengths to please me, yet you claim I am merely your friend. You should have feelings for me. We had a spark, a mutual affection. How can you speak to me this way?" Xu Yanran was on the brink of collapse. Within this brief moment, two men had delivered a blow that would haunt her for a lifetime, shattering her composure. Grasping her hair, she lost all semblance of dignity. Cradling her head as tears flowed like a breached dam, it felt as if the entire world conspired against her. This was an ultimate despair, her mind threatening to fracture, her head pounding relentlessly. Her words only served to further confirm their illicit affair. With the main party admitting to it, there was no room for denial. Yi Chen and Appo's eyes widened, his mind buzzing as he bellowed, "Do not spout nonsense. What are you talking about? Love at first sight? I was unaware of such feelings. It certainly has not reached that level. For heaven's sake, if you cannot articulate properly, then say less." He could not believe Xu Yanran was so foolish. What a dreadful companion she was. Yi Chen's composure shattered. The elites whispered among themselves, some even pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Without a doubt, this would make headlines by morning. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, dismissing the Xu family, lowering his head as he contemplated a solution. Meanwhile, Xu's parents, upon seeing the photographs, were drained of all strength, collapsing onto the floor, utterly devoid of dignity. Their expressions were pale and vacant, their eyes glazed over. They felt as if the world spun around them. The sky itself was caving in, leaving them dizzy. "Impossible, it cannot be true. It must be fabricated. My daughter would never do such a thing. How could she be linked to Yi Chen when she had gone out alone that day? Daughter, quickly tell Zhou Yun. Tell everyone you did not do this." Xu and Appo's father, in a state of frenzy, muttered to himself, shaking his head violently. Xu and Appo's mother, on the other hand, appeared dispirited, her entire demeanor frozen in disbelief. Yet, Xu Yanran's final words to Yi Chen shattered their illusions. Everything was indeed real, the evidence undeniable. Unable to contain herself, Xu's mother, seething with rage, raised her hand and struck Xu Yanran across the face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall. "How could you do such a thing? Foolishness. Pure foolishness. You have ruined the entire Xu family." Yanran, "Oh, it's over." After delivering the slap, Xu's mother fell into tears, weeping alone in despair. Their family, due to their daughter's recklessness, had already 1 foot in the abyss. This act was unforgivable, and the ensuing consequences would descend upon them like a tempest. Xu and Appo's mother could no longer claim the status of a wealthy matron. She was destined for a life far worse than before. Xu's father, still clinging to a shred of sanity, gripped Xu Yanran's shoulders tightly, shaking her with urgency. "Daughter, there is still a chance. Zhou Yun once loved you deeply. He will surely forgive you. Apologize to him, no matter the method. Kneel, slap your own face, bow your head, admit your fault, even harm yourself, if need be. Retrieve the token of your love, revive your shared memories. I do not care how you do it, but you must earn his forgiveness. You understand? If you fail, I will end your life." Initially pleading, Xu's father's tone grew increasingly monstrous, his countenance twisted with rage. Resembling a demon, He gripped Zhou Yun's shoulders with such force that the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Shu's father could not bear the repercussions. He would rather see his daughter perish than lose his opulent lifestyle. Chapter 28. Whomever marries her shall befall misfortune. The daughter is dead. It is merely a matter of finding another woman to bear children. With wealth at one's disposal, women are abundant. Yet, opportunities for wealth are fleeting. Having tasted affluence, Shu's father, once basking in luxury, loathes the idea of returning to a life of poverty. He cannot go back. He would rather perish than endure the mundane existence again. Now, he finds himself unable to even lead a normal life, burdened by insurmountable debts. He cannot fathom who, aside from the Zhou family, could possibly assist him in extricating himself from this predicament, as he is incapable of repayment. Thus, it is imperative that his daughter secures Zhou Yun's forgiveness. Zhou Yun, seized by anguish, felt a haze envelop her as she listened to her father's words, overwhelmed by confusion. Her father's deranged demeanor and the scornful gazes of those around her made her feel as though she were trapped in a nightmare. Instinctively, she complied with her father's instructions, stumbling towards the stage below. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at the indifferent Zhou Yun and pleaded, "Zhou Yun, I was wrong. Can we return to the way things were? I promise. We shall marry immediately and live the life you desire. You love me so dearly. Surely you will forgive me. Want to you? Please come down. Let us go back. Nothing has happened today." Unaware of the absurdity of her own words, she felt her image irrevocably tarnished. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that after a night's rest, everything would return to normal. She gazed at Zhou Yun in anticipation, convinced he would soon soften and descend from the stage to take her hand, leading her away from this sorrowful place. However, fate had other plans. Zhou Yun merely cast her a cold glance and dismissed her entirely, treating her as if she were invisible. Continuing, he stated, "I am deeply pained and utterly disappointed in Zhou Yun. I shall not harbor even an ounce of sympathy for her. One must face the consequences of their misdeeds. Therefore, I have decided to annul the engagement with Zhou Yun. Additionally, I shall pursue the reimbursement of expenses incurred during our association. Naturally, I shall overlook minor sums. But the heart of the sea, which she deceived me into parting with, must be returned." With those words, Jing Wanning silently descended from the stage, approaching the now listless Zhou Yun, and removed the heart of the sea necklace, valued at 100 million, from around her neck. Only after Jing Wanning had departed did Zhou Yun realize the void around her neck, a pang of anguish coursing through her. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and she, in a frenzied state, chased after Jing Wanning, shrieking, "Come back! The heart of the sea is mine. By what right do you take it? You are a thief. All of you are thieves. Stop her. She has stolen my possessions. Cursed, shameless woman." Yet, before she could advance further, she was swiftly restrained by vigilant security personnel. Pinned in place, unable to move an inch, her mental state began to unravel, completely disregarding her previous declarations to others. Had her close friends been present, they would surely recall her dismissive remarks at a class reunion, where she had claimed not to care about wealth or the extravagant heart of the sea diamond necklace, even expressing a desire to discard it. However, upon truly losing the heart of the sea, her inner ugliness was laid bare, revealing her duplicity. What she had deemed as indifference was, in fact, a fierce attachment to the heart of the sea. Witnessing her disgraceful display, the banquet hall erupted in derisive jeers. The elite applauded Zhou Yun's decision, echoing sentiments that it was high time to dissolve the engagement. Marrying a woman like her would undoubtedly lead to chaos and discord. Anyone who had Zhou Yun would be truly courting misfortune. Zhou Yun acted with shrewd decisiveness, severing ties before further complications could arise. The heart of the sea, worth over 100 million, adorning Zhou Yun's neck, was an affront to its value. The Zhou family faced impending doom as Zhou Yun publicly announced there would be no turning back. It was rumored that they were drowning in insurmountable debts, and the Yuchen group would not come to their aid, employing every means to dismantle the Zhou family. Zhou Yun and Oppo's declaration was akin to a death sentence for the Zhou family. One could imagine that from this day forth, Jiangcheng would no longer recognize the Shu family, who would become pariahs, hunted by all. They deserved it. Seeing this unfold, I exhaled deeply. None knew the situation better than I. Xu Yanran had indeed behaved atrociously, stringing Zhou Yun along while adopting an heir as if he owed her. Having reaped benefits without gratitude, she felt entitled. How absurd! Even the stoic bodyguards who had long accompanied Zhou Yun could no longer contain their voices, voicing their sentiments. Having witnessed the most, they often held their tongues, but now, witnessing Xu Yanran's plummet into despair, they wore expressions of satisfaction. Guests murmured in astonishment, commending Zhou Yun and Appo's actions, asserting they would have been far more ruthless in his place. Many felt vindicated, reveling in the misfortune of the Shu family, and some hurriedly contacted their associates to sever ties with the Shu family, wishing to distance themselves from such individuals. Meanwhile, Xu Yanran's parents sat in a daze, grappling with the reality that the engagement had been annulled, signifying that their daughter would no longer have any ties to the Zhou family, each destined to walk divergent paths. Their daughter's pleas bore no fruit. With the heart of the sea stripped away, what remained for them? Shu's father glared fiercely at his daughter, boiling with resentment. He dared not direct his ire at Zhou Yun, but rather at his daughter. Why had she delayed? Had she married sooner, this calamity might have been averted. Unlike in ancient times, modern engagements are flimsy. In the past, one would write a formal letter to dissolve an engagement. Today, as long as there is no official registration, one can easily sever ties. What infuriated Shu's father further was that his daughter had not only delayed the marriage with Zhou Yun, but had never even consummated their relationship. Had they shared an intimate bond, he might have wielded some leverage, but Xu Yanran remained untouched. Despair engulfed Shu's parents as they sat in silence, unsure of what to say. On stage, Zhou Yun produced the receipt for the Heart of the Sea, stating, "This is the proof of my purchase at the auction, bearing my name, thus confirming that this diamond is mine. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me." With this evidence, he had no fear of legal repercussions from Xu Yanran, effectively extinguishing any hopes of her recovering the Heart of the Sea. After announcing the dissolution of their engagement, Zhou Yun coolly remarked, "Of course, I shall not allow a troubled personal relationship to impede the normal operation and decision-making of the company. Our firm treats all partners equally. Even upon discovering Xu Yanran's transgressions, I never intended to allow it to affect our dealings with the Shu family. The reason for this decision is that I have found the Shu family, during our collaboration, to be engaged in fraudulent practices, utilizing fake contracts to deceive the group, secretly diverting funds through shell companies, supplying substandard materials to construction sites, and falsifying records with employees, among other malpractices. This has directly led to significant safety hazards in completed buildings, including peeling walls, leaning floors, and collapsing ceilings, inflicting substantial losses on the Yuchen Group. In light of such egregious behavior, the Yuchen Group has thus announced the termination of all partnerships with the Shu family. This matter is entirely separate from my personal feelings. Xu Zhengchun, do not rush to defend yourself. My assistant, Miss Jing, will now present all the evidence of the Shu family's wrongdoings on the big screen." Chapter 29. The creditors have lost their minds. Jing Wanning carefully placed the Heart of the Sea god in its designated spot and pressed a button, causing the images on the curtain to vanish. In their stead, a series of documents appeared, prominently displaying photographs of materials sent by the Shu family, images highlighting construction safety hazards, and several recorded phone conversations. The recordings feature conversations between Xu and Appo's father and employees of Yuchen Group, discussing the division of ill-gotten gains. With both witnesses and tangible evidence at hand, the Xu family had no means to refute the accusations. Once submitted to the court, there would be no chance of escape. Zhou Yun observed the gradual transformation of the Xu family and Appo's expressions into those resembling the deceased and continued, "Devoid of emotion, our company will refuse to pay any amount to Xu's company and demands compensation for our losses." This documentation has already been submitted to the court this afternoon. In essence, the Xu family would no longer receive a single penny from Yuchen Group. All initial investments had evaporated, leaving them with substantial debts to Yuchen Group. A rough calculation indicated a deficit of at least several billion, compounded by additional external debts. The Zhou family and Oppo's cash flow barely amounted to 2 or 300 million, which had already been invested in the South Street commercial district, leaving them with meager liquidity. Furthermore, the court had undoubtedly accepted the case, and given Zhou's family's influence, all of the Zhou family's bank accounts had been frozen. The three members of the Zhou family, preoccupied with preparations for the banquet, remained oblivious to their impending doom. They were utterly finished. An announcement of bankruptcy was imminent, alongside potential imprisonment. Upon hearing this news, the social elite and Oppo's eyes sparkled with intrigue and astonishment. Truly, the chairman of $100 billion conglomerate adhered to a strict code of professionalism, devoid of any personal sentiments. Clearly, the Zhou family had penned their own demise. Using inferior materials in place of quality ones could lead to untold innocent casualties. The Zhou family exhibited a callousness that treated human life as expendable, revealing their vile nature. Fortunately, Chairman Zhou had identified the threat in time. Otherwise, even the mightiest of companies could succumb to the parasitic Zhou family. Now, the Zhou family faced absolute ruin. Once this scandal became public, there would be no chance of recovery. The authorities would restrict their movements, making escape from Jiang City nearly impossible. Suddenly, the court officials arrived, their presence heralded by the saying, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The speed of their arrival was astonishing. At that moment, several court personnel entered the banquet hall, inquiring about the Zhou family from the attendants, and immediately proceeded towards them. The social elite parted to create a clear path. Indeed, they had come to serve subpoenas, speaking briefly to the dazed Su Zhengchun before handing him several documents for his signature. After concluding their business, the court officials cast envious glances at the prominent figures present, particularly at Zhou Yun on the stage. With the subpoena in hand, Zhou and Oppo's father was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of defeat, his mind swirling in confusion, and illusions danced before his eyes. Zhou and Oppo's mother, however, fainted outright, collapsing like a lifeless body onto the cold floor. This weight was too much for the Zhou family to bear, a burden for which they could not recover. Once the staff departed, Zhou Yun declared, "The farce must now come to an end. Security, escort the Zhou family out and ensure they do not return." As his words hung in the air, a dozen burly men in suits swiftly carried the exhausted members of the Zhou family out. They offered no resistance. The transformation of events had stripped them of any dignity, and they merely wished to escape, seeking a quiet refuge to regroup and devise a new plan. After the Zhou family departed, the banquet hall erupted into a lively atmosphere once more, with guests engaged in hushed conversations and toasting glasses. The day's events had been nothing short of shocking, and many were eager to discuss and express their astonishment. Meanwhile, two influential figures, Dong Lao and Kong Lao, discreetly distanced themselves from Chun Lao, their expressions revealing visible discomfort. They were evidently unsettled by the unfolding drama, although the Zhou family bore the brunt of the blame. The presence of Yi Chun, who had accompanied Chun Lao, implicated him as well. Moreover, Yi Chun had nearly entangled himself in their affairs. Had that occurred, the consequences would have been dire. Chun Lao and Oppo's face betrayed his embarrassment. In this moment, he yearned to leave alongside the Zhou family, overwhelmed by shame. He had never experienced such a profound humiliation in his life. Fixating on Yi Chun, he barked, "What are you still doing here? Is my disgrace not sufficient for you? Don't linger here and be an eyesore. Get out, and I will settle the score with you tomorrow." Yi Chun's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "Chun Lao, do not forget the feng shui arrangement I set up for your family. Are you truly the type to burn bridges after crossing them? Whether I stay or leave is none of your concern. Do you truly believe I am in dire need of your assistance?" Chun Lao, incensed by Yi Chun's impudent words, felt the urge to strike him. However, with numerous witnesses present, he restrained himself to maintain his composure, lest he suffer further humiliation. With a huff, he resolved to address the matter after the dust settled. Outside the Jiang City Conference Hall, the Zhou family was forcibly ejected. Zhou's father, mother, and Zhu Yanran stood in a daze at the entrance, their spirits shattered. Inside, the hall pulsed with vibrant lights and boisterous sounds, the epicenter of Jiang City's elite. Once, they could have been part of that world. Now, they found themselves isolated, as if in a different realm. "Let us go quickly." A cold wind swept past, prompting Shu's father to shiver as a sudden thought struck him. His eyes darted back and forth, scanning their surroundings. Beneath a nearby tree, a group of creditors awaited their emergence. As the Shu family appeared, the creditors gradually closed in. Prior to entering the hall, the Shu family had narrowly escaped confrontation by convincing Zhou Yun that they would repay their debts. Now, severed from Yuqin Group, their accounts frozen, they possessed little cash to settle their obligations. Terrifyingly, the court subpoenas were not limited to Shu's father, the company's legal representative. Additional subpoenas were issued to Shu's mother and Zhu Yun. This meant that all three were now devoid of funds. If cornered by creditors, escaping the parking lot would be impossible. In a moment of urgency, Shu's father grasped Shu's mother and Zhu Yun, urging them to flee. It was as if they'd been imbued with newfound strength, sprinting with remarkable speed. The creditors outside, still unaware of the chaos that had unfolded within the hall, were caught off guard. By the time they reached the parking lot, the Shu family's car had already sped away, leaving only the fading glow of its taillights. Good grief. How can they run faster than a rabbit? One creditor exclaimed in disbelief. Why did they flee upon seeing us? Were we not promised a restoration of cooperation with Yuqin Group in repayment of our debts? What transpired inside the hall? Can anyone enlighten me? I'm utterly perplexed. Damn it. Has something gone awry? The Shu family emerged too early, and I distinctly saw them being pushed out by security. Quickly, those who had not been granted entry to the banquet rushed to the entrance, eager to uncover the truth, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. What has occurred inside the hall? A wealthy businessman inquired of those who had just exited. They left in a car just now, was the reply. What were you doing? How could you let them escape? Hurry and pursue them. It will be too late if you delay, shouted the affluent businessman, his frustration boiling over as he glared at the creditors outside. Chapter 30. The Path of Jade, the Kirin Ascends. An increasing number of creditors emerged from the hall, their tempers flaring upon realizing that the Shu family had fled. Do they not understand the havoc they have wreaked upon us? In the hall, Zhou Yun officially declared the cessation of all collaborations with the Shu family, placing anyone associated with them on blacklist. As suppliers to the Shu family, we are likely included in that list as well. This means we are doomed alongside them. Yuqin Group has no further interest in our goods or collaboration. This is an enormous loss. The repercussions of this incident were even graver than anticipated. I predict that within 3 days, the blacklist from Yuqin Group will extend to all real estate developers in Jiangxing. At that point, no one will dare to associate with us, lest they cross Yuqin Group. Listening to the creditors' explanations, those outside gasped, realizing the severity of the situation. Yet, someone questioned, but isn't Zhu Yun Zhou Yun's fiancé? How could he act so recklessly? A creditor who had just exited the banquet hall scoffed. Fiancé, that title has been revoked. Zhou Yun is called off the engagement. Why would he do that? Won't the Shu family protest? The creditors were taken aback. Protest? What do they possibly do? You have no idea how egregious Zhu Yun's actions have been. The old master of the Shu family is gravely ill, and she didn't even visit him. During the funeral, she was seen with another man. A wealthy businessman explained indignantly. Before long, many creditors grasped the situation and opposed. As gravity, their hearts sinking. The Shu family was undeniably finished, and any debts owed by them would likely remain uncollectible. If they had any sense, they would have never acted so foolishly. I once envied Shu Zhengchen for having such a daughter, but now she seems nothing more than a harbinger of misfortune. I had warned that keeping Zhou Yun hanging would eventually lead to disaster, and now it has come to pass, dragging me down with it. Stop pondering. We must quickly seek out Shu Zhengchen for repayment. While the court has yet to make a formal ruling, he might still possess some assets that can be liquidated. We should recover whatever we can. Wait, it seems a few people are missing. No, they were just here. They must have rushed off to pursue. The astute among them had already set off to collect debts, while those who were foolish lingered behind. Damn it, wait for me. If I find them first, I'll surely get paid. Before long, the The creditors could no longer remain idle. They hastily returned to their vehicles, incessantly dialing for assistance, intent on cornering the Shu family's car. They aimed not only to collect debts, but also to demonstrate their loyalty to Yuchen Group. By trampling the Shu family beneath their feet, they hoped to convince Zhou Yun that they stood united with him, perhaps sparing themselves from repercussions. This was akin to a pledge of allegiance. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Yi Chun had not yet departed, standing out among the crowd and becoming the next target of the elite and Oppos. As scrutiny. Many admired Yi Chun and Oppos' audacity. How could he dare confront old Chun so boldly? Despite the weight of their gazes, Yi Chun remained composed. Addressing Zhou Yun, Shu Yanran has not yet truly wed you. Her status remains that of a single woman. I engage in fair competition and feel no remorse. The elite were astonished. They had never encountered such brazen audacity. What was remarkable was Yi Chen's nonchalance, as if he were truly in the right. How shameless. They're on the brink of marriage, and he still claims to be single. What a character. How could he utter such words? His audacity was unmatched. Unfazed by the surrounding scrutiny, Yi Chen continued, I reiterate, fair competition implies no breach of character. Do not use such matters to tarnish my reputation. Zhou Yun, while you cast aspersions, I expect you to provide evidence. Otherwise, retract your previous statements. You claim my Jinli land is flawed? Ignorance. Yi Chan felt that although Zhou Yun had momentarily gained the upper hand, he could still redeem himself with his expertise in feng shui. After all, the principles of feng shui were bestowed upon him by the system, and he held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Zhou Yun, you seek to undermine my reputation through Shu Yanran? I shall counter your arrogance. Old Chun remained silent, acknowledging Yi Chun's proficiency in feng shui. He chose to observe quietly, waiting for a later opportunity to settle accounts with Yi Chun. Zhou Yun, however, responded to Yi Chun with an air of indifference. If that is the case, I shall demonstrate the extent of your incompetence. The burial site you selected is indeed Jinli land. However, hidden nearby lies a Kirin land, the energies of which have been completely consumed by the Kirin. The Kirin is the king of terrestrial beasts, while the Jinli is merely a water creature, completely incapable of resisting it. It is akin to a fish deprived of water. It cannot survive. Do you still maintain that a carp can rival the Kirin once it leaps over the Dragon Gate? But without water, how can it leap? Ultimately, it is nothing but barren land, and the entire Jinli is merely a salted fish. This implies that this burial site is even inferior to simply finding a random patch of earth to bury someone. If you lack skill, do not flaunt your ignorance. It can cause great harm while you remain blissfully unaware. Return to your studies for a few more years before claiming expertise in feng shui again. Zhou Yun and Oppos' gaze was profound and tranquil, his demeanor that of a teacher imparting wisdom, exuding a strong aura of authority. Yi Chun was struck by this revelation, feeling the weight of Zhou Yun's presence grow immense in his eyes. Was there an issue with the feng shui techniques granted by the system? No. The Jinli land existed and aligned with feng shui principles. The error lay in his failure to observe the deeply concealed Kirin land nearby. Yet, Yi Chun was reluctant to accept the existence of Kirin land, having never witnessed it firsthand. Zhou Yun's assertion could not be true. Once Yi Chun came to this realization, he retorted vehemently, You have said much, but where is your proof? Where is this Kirin land? Zhou Yun laughed heartily. Allow me to show you. With a snap of his fingers, Jing Wan understood, and a video shot by a drone appeared on the screen. The footage displayed verdant mountains and clear waters, encompassing the entire Yu mountainous terrain. As the camera zoomed in, a secluded area surrounded by mountains came into view. The scenery was indeed beautiful, but most present could not discern any difference. Only Yi Chun paled suddenly, stumbling back several steps, his hands trembling, disbelief etched across his face. Observing his reaction, the crowd quickly understood that there truly was a Kirin land. Yi Chun had indeed overreached, carelessly selecting a desolate plot and claiming it as a feng shui treasure, demanding an exorbitant price. Recalling his earlier arrogance, the onlookers could not stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's eyes darted around the screen, desperately searching for flaws. Suddenly, he erupted into a derisive laugh. "You are mistaken. This Kirin land is also lifeless. It is a cage. The Kirin cannot escape unless a passage is constructed for its release, which is unnecessary for you to concern yourself with, as I have already arranged for a jade ladder to be built." Zhou Yun preemptively explained for Yi Chun. The jade path, stretching over 1,000 meters, would lead the Kirin forth, allowing it to soar triumphantly across the lands. The cost is exorbitant. Even if an ordinary person were to select this plot of land, they would be unable to make it serve its purpose. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply affluence. Chapter 31. A rewarding display of charisma. A magnificent jade stone path has been constructed directly leading to the mountain's summit, showcasing an extraordinary display of opulence. The entire banquet hall trembled, an extravagance that surpassed even the tombs of ancient royalty. It appears that Zhou Dong's assertions hold merit, for the man who dared to challenge him now appeared utterly pale. Remarkable indeed, it seems Zhou Dong possesses an understanding of feng shui. One cannot help but admire his wealth and diligence. When he finally decides to act, he does so with overwhelming force. The Jade Stone Pathway of Yushan is destined to become a renowned attraction. This individual named Yi Chun, who attempted to flaunt his skills before Zhou Dong, underestimated the master he encountered. I have little patience for those who are self-righteous. I shall ensure he is dealt with appropriately. Just by pointing out a piece of worthless land, one can secure 5 million. I could achieve that as well. Look, Yi Chun and Appo's faces turned dark, and he still harbors thoughts of retaliation. With Zhou Yun and Appo's elucidation, the entire assembly was left in awe. It is clear that Yi Chun, regarded as a distinguished guest by Elder Chun, possesses considerable talent. However, in the presence of Zhou Yun, he proved insufficient. As Zhou Yun decisively pointed out his errors, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. If Zhou Yun comprehends such a knowledge gap, who would dare to claim he is uneducated? Elder Dong, Elder Kong, and other titans of industry silently elevated their perception of Zhou Yun, subtly recognizing him as an equal competitor. Elder Chun, too, was left speechless. Previously, Jingwan had warned him to be cautious of Yi Chun, declaring him to be lacking in skill and feng shui expertise. At the time, he dismissed her concerns, but witnessing Zhou Yun's revelation made him realize she was not jesting. Could it be that the feng shui Yi Chun arranged for me is flawed? A chill ran down Elder Chun and Appo's spine as Zhou Yun and Appo's warning resonated. The more he contemplated, the more he felt a sense of foreboding, accompanied by a menacing aura radiating from him. If Yi Chun indeed posed a threat, he would not allow him to see the light of another day. Elder Chen's gaze darkened, fixating on Yi Chun as if he were observing a corpse. The intensity of Elder Chen's glare made Yi Chun break into a cold sweat. He examined the feng shui secrets provided by the system, and discovered Zhou Yun's assertions were indeed accurate, flawlessly so. For the first time, he felt his confidence severely shaken. Even the system's feng shui secrets paled in comparison. Was this individual truly a monster? He acknowledged that he had not thoroughly examined Yushan, merely showcasing a fraction of his ability to earn some quick cash. He suddenly regretted not recognizing the auspicious land earlier. Had he known, he would not be feeling so helpless now. Little did Yi Chun realize that Zhou Yun's masterful feng shui techniques surpassed his by a significant margin, encompassing core energies, death energy, yang energy, earth energy, and various other forms of qi. All feng shui treasures were laid bare before Zhou Yun's keen perception. Yi Chun's defeat was not unwarranted. Although his back was soaked in cold sweat, he remained defiant, refusing to concede. He sensed it was time to leave this place, lowering his head and quietly exiting the banquet hall. The scornful remarks from those nearby fell on deaf ears, his fists clenched tightly. Do not presume I am merely skilled in feng shui. This is but one of my many abilities. Yi Chun gazed at the floor, his expression shifting between determination and uncertainty. Just wait, soon I shall make my name known in Jiangcheng, and you shall all regret your actions. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You are but foolish jesters, he muttered softly before vanishing from the Jiangcheng Guild Hall. Zhou Yun made no effort to detain him. He was momentarily stunned, his mind resonating with the system's voice. Host has made a choice, triggering a new divine selection. The protagonist, Yi Chun, has disrupted the host's emotional connections, positioning himself as a third party. In light of this despicable act, the system presents the following three options. Option 1. Host a press conference, vehemently condemning the adulterous couple, ensuring they gain nationwide notoriety, with a reward of 2 to all attributes. Option 2. In the spirit of reciprocity, seduce all women associated with Yi Chun, seizing everything that belongs to him and forcing him to experience the terror of your retaliation, with a reward of maximum charisma. Option 3. Expel Yi Chun from Jiangxing and absorb all his business interests there, with a reward of 20 billion in cash. Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback by the choices presented, delighted by this unexpected windfall. The system selections are triggered automatically, and only through making a choice can one reap rewards. He realized that Yi Chun had some utility, at least sufficient to awaken the previously tranquil system. Disregarding the renewed festivities in the banquet hall, he hastily examined the three options. The first choice, involving a press conference and a sorrowful denunciation of the couple, felt beneath him. He could not bring himself to adopt such a humiliating stance. Imagining the leader of 100 billion conglomerate weeping over a few insignificant characters was simply unfathomable. Though it offered an increase in attributes, he found it utterly unfeasible. The second option, to retaliate against all women linked to Yi Chun, to return the favor with vengeance. How audacious of a system! Zhou Yun could not suppress a chuckle. This choice was certainly appealing, allowing him to unleash a significant amount of pent-up frustration. Yi Chun and Appo's career was just beginning, and he was still unfamiliar with Jiangxing. According to the narrative, aside from Xu Yanran, he had not encountered any other significant romantic interests. However, Zhou Yun recalled that in the original story, Yi Chun hailed from a prestigious family in the capital. Due to his deceased father's circumstances, he had severed ties with his family and ventured out on his own. Nevertheless, he still had family, including a sister, a mother, and several aunts. Yet, descriptions of these women were scant, leaving Zhou Yun in the dark regarding their appearances and personalities. He decided to keep this as a backup option, should the third choice not align with his intentions. With that thought, he turned his attention to the third option, expelling Yi Chun from Jiangxing and absorbing all his enterprises. This choice was indeed favorable. Even without the system's prompt, he would have targeted the protagonist eventually. After all, as a villain, he had already forged an enmity with the protagonist, one that could only end in destruction. It was only natural to eradicate him completely. However, the reward for the third option seemed rather paltry, a mere 20 billion in cash. Zhou Yun was not in need of money. What he truly lacked were skills and attribute enhancements that money could not buy. To generate wealth, his divine investment skills were already sufficient. It merely required time. Furthermore, the conditions for triggering the system selection were overly stringent, and there was a possibility that the next opportunity would not arise for quite some time. Thus, he could not afford to squander this chance. Without hesitation, Zhou Yun resolved to choose the second option. He would ensnare the women surrounding the protagonist. The reward, maximum charisma. Chapter 32. The enchantment of prickling scalp. Mr. Chen's request the system's rewards were promptly dispensed. No one noticed the subtle glow emanating from Zhou Yun. Even those with keen observation merely attributed it to the stage lighting effects. In an instant, Zhou Yun transformed into someone extraordinary. The skin concealed beneath his attire became smooth, exuding an inexplicable charm that radiated an alluring aura. His body tingled, as did his face, as the full measure of his charisma fine-tuned his entire being, rendering him exceedingly perfect. When he raised his head again, an intangible allure spread throughout the venue like a luminous pearl in the night. Some attendees caught a glimpse from the corners of their eyes and found themselves unable to look away. Why do I suddenly feel that Zhou Yun has become much more handsome? His appearance hasn't changed, yet there's an undeniable sensation. Oh no, my heart is racing. Zhou Yun is incredibly charming. What is happening? I share the same sentiment. He seems to radiate light, becoming the focal point of the world. exuding both nobility and a hint of the domineering CEO archetype from novels. He perfectly aligns with my aesthetic preferences. Previously, I never found Zhou Yun particularly striking, merely refined and elegant. Now, I perceive no one is more perfect than him. No, I feel he resembles a delicate jade figure, effortlessly captivating, drawing sympathy and embodying the kind of man I have always sought. You must be joking. Zhou Yun is undoubtedly a man of resilience. To me, he exudes a strong masculine presence that makes one wish to lean against his chest and listen to his powerful heartbeat. Why do our perceptions differ so drastically? I was never particularly fond of Zhou Yun. I was merely attracted to his wealth. Yet now, I find myself drawn to him as a person. Perhaps Zhou Yun's recent speech was so impressive, so commanding, that it reshaped our understanding of him. And now that he has returned to being single, it has transformed our perspectives, revealing the captivating man he truly is. Indeed, Zhou Yun is now single, handsome, and wealthy. What if I could spend a wonderful evening with him? I dare not even dream. I confess, my affection for Zhou Yun is growing. Please do not argue with me. Honestly, look at your qualifications. Your appearance pales in comparison to that shameless Xu Yanran. Do you really think he would notice you? Zhou Yun should be mine. After the full manifestation of his charisma, the effect was truly astonishing. All the women in the banquet hall gazed at Zhou Yun with starry-eyed admiration, their eyes shimmering and fixated upon him. Most were the companions, lovers, or daughters of affluent businessmen. Regardless of age, from mature women to young girls, Zhou Yun captivated them all. They could not divert their gaze, their expressions becoming increasingly entranced, lost in their own fantasies. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was thick with flirtation. Many women whispered to one another, while some felt their hearts racing, love swiftly occupying their thoughts. Several could not resist approaching the stage, eager to strike up a conversation with Zhou Yun, and they were not alone. More and more women followed suit. Even Jing Wanning gazed at her boss in a daze, feeling as if her eyes were magnetically drawn to him. Young Master Zhou, you seem different somehow. It's strange. You appear as you always have, yet there is an enigmatic aura about you that is indescribable. You make my heart feel as if a piece is missing, and that void can only be filled by you. Jing Wanning involuntarily murmured. But within 3 seconds, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her fingers tightly gripping her clothing, overwhelmed by shyness. She had never spoken such bashful words in her life, certainly not to a man. How could I say such things? This isn't right. She chided herself inwardly. Yet, she could not help but steal glances at Zhou Yun. Suddenly, she recalled the previous night, when they had worked late together, sharing a meal. Was it a subtle hint? At that time, she had hesitated, but now she felt a twinge of regret. Zhou Yun maintained an outward calm, though internally he was taken aback by the overwhelming intensity of those fiery gazes, as if they were about to consume him. Scanning the hall, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, experiencing this for the first time, causing his heart to flutter. Women had already begun to gather at the entrance of the stage, eagerly awaiting his descent. He would undoubtedly be bombarded with contact requests. Thus, he thought to himself, I must not linger here. Turning to Jing Wanning, he remarked, perhaps our extended time together has deepened our bond, which is why your perspective has shifted. Do not overthink it. Zhou Yun yawned and continued to address the distinguished guests, discussing his recent appointment as a director and the strategic directions of Yuqing Group, including project adjustments and future plans. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing any confidential business information. The guests erupted in applause, praising Yuqing Group for its promising future under Zhou Yun's leadership. After the announcement, it was growing late, and remaining in the banquet hall served little purpose. Zhou Yun was the first to step down from the stage, followed closely by Jing Wanning, who had instructed the lighting and projector to be turned off. He politely expressed his apologies to all the guests before planning to exit through the back door. As he left the banquet hall, Mr. Chun, ever perceptive, followed behind him. Once they reached a secluded area, he called out to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun, regarding what transpired earlier, I truly had no knowledge of it. Please do not hold it against me, Mr. Chun expressed, filled with regret. Zhou Yun paused and smiled. It is of no concern. You two were deceived by a scoundrel, which is entirely understandable. It is best that you think so. From now on, I will never assist Yi Chen again. You need not worry, Mr. Chen assured, rubbing his hands together. That does not matter. He is merely a minor character, not worth my attention, Zhou Yun shrugged. Well then, I have a request. After observing the feng shui comparison between you and Yi Chen today, I recalled what you mentioned previously about the feng shui arrangement he set up in my home being flawed. Could you? Mr. Chen hesitated, finding it difficult to voice his request. Were it not for necessity, he would not have brought it up. Yi Chen was the one he had introduced to the Jiangcheng Club. This young man had caused trouble and angered the owner, creating a mess that Mr. Chen had to deal with himself. If it were anyone else, they would have already given him a cold shoulder. Zhou Yun, however, took it all in stride. His composure was enviable, something these old men could hardly match. It was somewhat embarrassing to ask Zhou Yun for help with feng shui, but the matter was of utmost importance to his family, and he could not afford to consult just anyone. Zhou Yun was a master in the realm of feng shui, so he reluctantly steeled himself to ask for assistance. Once this is resolved, I shall present you with a grand gift that will surely satisfy you. Please, for the sake of the long-standing friendship between our families, lend me your assistance. Chapter 33. A golden opportunity, seizing the moment. Let an oppose. Let's discuss this matter after some time. As you know, I have just taken over the old man in damp, oppose, duties and have been quite busy, Zhou Yun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, you focus on your work. Come over whenever you have the time, Old Chen replied, adopting a humble demeanor, knowing that a feng shui master warranted such respect. Without further ado, Old Chen departed from the club. Zhou Yun, along with Jing Wanning, returned to the Blue Mountain Villa under the protection of a convoy. Inside the villa, Jing Wanning appeared fatigued, yet maintained a spirited demeanor. Throughout the journey, she found herself stealing glances at Zhou Yun, a habit she had developed. In the study, holding the heart of the scene necklace, she inquired, "Young master, how should we handle this necklace? I suggest we auction it again. I'm certain many would be interested," Zhou Yun replied, organizing his thoughts. Upon hearing her question, he answered without hesitation, "It's a gift for you. I have no use for it. It and amp, oppose, that's merely 100 million, not an exorbitant sum. Gift for me?" Jing Wanning was taken aback, utterly astonished. This was a sum of 100 million. After years of hard work, she had only managed to save a few million. Compared to many ordinary people, she was already considered wealthy. Yet she had never possessed such a colossal amount. Moreover, what did Zhou Yun mean by this? Such necklaces were commonly given to lovers, just as he had done for Xu Yanran. Could it be that Zhou Yun wished for her to become his lady? The thought made her heart race. In the past, she would have undoubtedly declined without a second thought. She was a woman of principles. Yet now, she found herself developing feelings for Zhou Yun. The idea of becoming this man's wife seemed rather appealing. Zhou Yun glanced at the lost in thought Jing Wanning, bewildered, and asked, "What is wrong?" "And nothing. Thank you," she stammered. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Zhou Yun remained oblivious to the fact that he had already captured her heart. In the original narrative, Jing Wanning was portrayed almost as a stone woman, untouched by any man. She consistently embodied the image of a strong woman. Thus, Zhou Yun had prepared for a long-term pursuit to win her over. Having just achieved maximum charm, he was still unaccustomed to the changes and failed to notice the subtle shift. The reason he bestowed the heart of the sea upon Jing Wanning was that he was preparing for a grand project. This venture could potentially elevate his assets from hundreds of billions to the trillion level. The government recently planned to sell a vast tract of land in the northwest of Jiangcheng, spanning over 20,000 acres. The location, area, and potential of this land were top-notch, making it suitable for the establishment of a supertown. However, the starting bidding price set by the government was only $1.5 billion. The reason being, beneath this land lay a swampy area, making high-rise construction impossible, hence the low price. Many real estate developers were aware of this and knew that if the bidding price escalated too high, no one would compete. Yet, they misunderstood. The swamp was not deep, and once cleared, high-rise structures could indeed be erected. By hiring experts for deeper exploration and assessment, the value could more than double upon public announcement. Even more alarmingly, soon the province would designate this land as the site for a university town exponentially increasing its value. This meant that the auction price would likely cap around 3 billion. However, even if one did not develop it themselves, reselling it could yield profits exceeding 1,000 billion. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Yi Chun had transformed his fortunes overnight by acquiring this land, surpassing the other powerful families in Jiangxing and achieving prominence. Soon, Yi Chun would receive news and begin preparing funds to bid. Zhou Yun's objective was to ensure Yi Chun lacked the finances to compete with him, to render him unqualified for rivalry. In the original story, Yi Chun had relied on the Chun and Dong families to borrow money to secure the land. Now, Zhou Yun had severed those connections. No one in Jiangxing dared to lend him money. However, one must not underestimate the adversary. After all, the protagonist also possessed an investment system, with an astonishing ability to generate wealth. Wherever Zhou Yun could suppress, he would not miss the opportunity. Moreover, this process could trigger system tasks, leading to substantial profits. If he were to tackle this alone, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Having Jing Wanning's assistance would significantly ease the burden. 100 million was trivial compared to a $1 trillion project. Such an amount was inconsequential. Furthermore, Jing Wanning would undoubtedly become his woman in the future. Her possessions would ultimately belong to him. Zhou Yun held this conviction. Tomorrow will be busier. I am currently planning a major project. Once successful, our Yuqing group will become Jiangxing and Appo's largest conglomerate, incomparable to the Zhou, Dong, and Chun families. Zhou Yun spoke gently. Jing Wanning carefully stored the heart of the sea necklace, intending to keep it as a family heirloom. Upon hearing Zhou Yun and Appo's words, she replied earnestly, "Young master, you are too courteous. Whatever tasks you assign, I will do my utmost. That is my duty. Moreover, you gifted me such a precious item." As she spoke, she did not realize her face was growing increasingly flushed. Her fatigue vanished, replaced by a surge of motivation. Jing Wanning suddenly recognized her newfound goal, to elevate the Zhou family to greater heights. Zhou Yun said no more, but instead produced a bidding document, beginning to explain the forthcoming project. When Jing Wanning learned that this land, valued at merely 30 billion, concealed such immense opportunities, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Why, young master, is what you say true? The swamp beneath that land can be cleared? Of course, otherwise, how could I joke about 30 billion? Young master, where did you obtain this information? After all, you need not concern yourself with that. I can assure you the information is reliable. Only 2 people know. Oh, wait. Make that 3, since now you know 2. Seeing Zhou Yun's confident expression, Jing Wanning almost spoke again to dissuade him, but held her tongue. Reflecting on Zhou Yun's recent changes, his maturity and steadiness, she had complete faith in the reliability of this land, with not a shred of doubt remaining. "Young master, this matter must be conducted discreetly. It cannot be revealed. Should other groups learn of it, they would undoubtedly risk everything to compete. After all, 30 billion guarantees profits exceeding 1,000 billion. Even a fool knows the right course of action." Jing Wanning's expression turned serious as she contemplated the consequences. If the information leaked, she would urgently advise Zhou Yun to employ illicit means to suppress the news. Zhou Yun replied calmly, "I understand. As long as the 2 of us remain silent, no one will know." Jing Wanning retorted, "But that still leaves a 3rd person aware." She assumed a mysterious individual had informed Zhou Yun of this opportunity, who was, in fact, the 3rd party. That person wouldn't speak either. As he wishes to profit from it as well, Zhou Yun chuckled. "He wishes to compete with us? Who is it? Young master, should I have someone take care of him? I assure you it will be clean, with no ramifications for you." Jing Wanning and Appo's eyes glinted with determination. Zhou Yun, slightly taken aback, quickly responded, "Not for now. He won't stir up much trouble, and I am preparing to deal with him soon." "Who is it?" Jing Wanning inquired once more. "Yi Chun," Zhou Yun stated plainly. Chapter 34. The Yi family. Yi Qingcheng. Yi Chun? That audacious little wretch who dares to oppose you? Jing Wanning and Appo's eyes glimmered with an intensified murderous intent. The mere thought of Yi Chun and Appo's insufferable demeanor incited a deep-seated desire to eliminate him. A mere insignificant character, who appeared from nowhere, had the audacity to challenge the young master. His audacity was excessive, especially now that he was privy to the young master's business secrets. He had lost any reason to continue living. Wait, do not entertain thoughts of his demise just yet. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to resort to murder. Zhou Yun interjected, sensing a chilling aura emanating from her. Killing Yi Chun now would sever my opportunity to engage with the Yi family, thus thwarting the mission at hand. While taking a life is a simple task, tormenting a person demands far greater skill. As long as we ensure he lacks the funds to bid, he will be left helplessly watching a multi-billion project slip through his fingers, consumed by anxiety. Jing Wanning's eyes lit up with realization. So, young master, by pitting him against the entire elite of Jiang City today, you are actually laying the groundwork. How astute! You have truly astonished me. Zhou Yun broke into a sweat, having never contemplated this angle. Bullying Yi Chun was merely a matter of convenience. However, the prospect that Yi Chun might struggle to secure funding in Jiang City was an unexpected stroke of fortune. To maintain his composure, Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively. There is indeed some consideration in that regard. Jing Wanning's gaze gradually filled with admiration. First, sever his connections. Raising 30 billion will be exceedingly challenging for him. Without investments, he will be left to watch lucrative opportunities fade away, powerless and frustrated. I can already envision the expression on Yi Chen's face when he realizes it was you who won the bid. Zhou Yun shook his head. It is still precarious. Yi Chen possesses some capabilities that we must remain wary of. For the time being, keep a close watch on his every move. I shall cut off his escape routes. Jing Wanning patted her chest confidently. Do not worry, young master. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Very well, it is late. Tomorrow, we must visit the commercial street to select new suppliers for materials. Zhou Yun yawned and retreated to his room for rest. However, Jing Wanning found herself unable to sleep that night, meticulously cleaning the heart of the sea necklace with various cleaning agents before placing it in a safe. Her mind raced with visions of the future, refusing to settle. That night, the elite of Jiang City were anything but tranquil. The Shu family had fallen, and the Yuchen group was in search of new partners. The resulting gap was substantial enough to create several billionaires. Many were envious, eager to seize a piece of the pie. Thus, various suppliers hastily devised partnership proposals overnight, intending to present them to the Yuchen group for consideration, hoping to secure contracts. Of course, having witnessed Zhou Yun's prowess, this time the collaboration proposals were far more robust than those presented by the Shu family. They lacked a daughter who could attract Zhou Yun's favor. The contracts were generally reasonable, with various concessions offered, some even willing to join the commercial street project at a loss. The rationale was that after collaborating with a major group, the credentials gained would serve as a bragging point in future partnerships, ensuring long-term development. Beyond these small business elites, in a grand residence of Jiang City, the Chun family patriarch, Chun Lao, returned from the Jiang City Association, seething with rage. His countenance darkened as he turned to a middle-aged assistant beside him. What is your take on Yi Chen's situation? The assistant pondered briefly before responding. Currently, we are dependent on Zhou Yun to maintain good relations. We cannot allow Yi Chun to escape unscathed. Chun Lao downed a cup of tea in one swift motion, his voice laced with a deadly intent. He must die. How dare he defy me in front of everyone today? He cannot be allowed to live. The assistant nodded. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Understanding his boss and damp Oppo's intentions, the assistant promptly retrieved his phone, preparing to inform the underground enforcers the Chun family had on retainer, orchestrating an amp Oppo's accident and amp Oppo's for Yi Chun. Just as he was about to dial, a servant approached, saying, Sir, there's a woman outside requesting an audience. Chun Lao frowned. What woman would seek me out at this hour? Who does she wish to see? She wishes to see you, sir, the servant replied earnestly. Me? What is her background? Chun Lao inquired, puzzled. The woman claims to be from the Beijing Yi family, named Yi Qingsheng. The mention of the Beijing Yi family made Chun Lao's breath catch in his throat. He immediately recalled all he knew about them. Any family capable of establishing a foothold in Beijing was formidable, and the Yi family was among the most renowned financial magnates, with ventures spanning diverse sectors and significant influence even within military supply chains. With thousands of family members, They resembled a towering tree, their superficial wealth surpassing trillions, dwarfing the capabilities of any group in Jiang City. If the Yi family were to stamp their feet, Chun Lao and Appo's business in Jiang City would collapse, rendering them unworthy competitors. The mere thought of a woman from such an esteemed lineage arriving at his doorstep compelled him to rise and personally greet her. Upon reaching the grand entrance, designed to mimic an ancient royal palace in bronze, he beheld a woman clad in a white t-shirt, denim jeans, and flat shoes, topped with a baseball cap. Her casual attire appeared unremarkable, yet any discerning eye would be astonished to recognize it as a limited edition luxury brand worth thousands. Standing at an impressive height of 177 meters, her long, silky hair danced in the breeze, and her skin was as pristine as pearl. Her arms resembled delicate lotus roots, evoking an irresistible desire to hold them. Her slender waist hinted at both grace and strength, accentuated by her conspicuously proportionate form. This was a quintessential beauty. Although Chun Lao had yet to see her face, his years of experience allowed him to ascertain her allure instinctively. "Greetings, I am Chun Tianzhou, the head of the Qin family," he said, donning a courteous smile. Yi Qingchang lifted her gaze, revealing her flawless features and captivating eyes, softly stating, "Good evening, Mr. Chun. I apologize for intruding at such a late hour." "It is no intrusion. It is our honor to have Miss Yi visit the Chun family. Please come inside." Chun Lao gestured, inviting her in. However, Yi Qingcheng shook her head. "There is no need for that. I have come to inform you that Yi Chun is one of us, a direct descendant of the Yi family. I hope you will not trouble him." Chun Lao stiffened, his mind reeling with tumultuous thoughts. He had never imagined that Yi Chun held such a powerful connection. There were countless individuals with the surname Yi, and he had never linked them together. After all, who from a Yi family would abandon their vast enterprises to venture into Jiang City? A mere hint of the Yi family's wealth could obliterate the dominance of Jiang City's overlords. It seemed the younger generation had taken to playing the role of the underdog, concealing their true might. Chapter 35. The Belt Strikes. Kneel down. Old Chun was bewildered, pondering why Yi Chun, a scion of a prestigious family, would come to boast about feng shui at his place and even request his assistance. Was he out his mind? However, Old Chin quickly connected the dots, and his expression shifted in an instant. He feigned a polite smile and said, "Miss Yi, you jest. I have no grievances with Yi Chun, and there is no reason for me to make things difficult for him." Yi Qingchang nodded slightly, her tone calm as she replied, "Then I can rest assured. You need not worry. After all, he is my only brother, and I do not wish to see him in trouble." Old Chun waved his hands repeatedly, assuring her, "Of course not. Yi Chun is quite intelligent, amiable, and charming. No one would dare to cross him." "Intelligent, my foot. He is as arrogant as a fool," Old Chun silently added in his thoughts. Yi Qingchang, oblivious to his inner musings, produced a card from her handbag and handed it to a servant to present to Old Chun. "This is a VIP complimentary card for the Zhou Meng Lu in the capital, a small token of appreciation," she stated. As the hour grew late, she turned without a glance back, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Long after her departure, Old Chin's assistant remarked in astonishment, "Old Chun, the Yi family is rather stingy, isn't it? Who do they look down upon, gifting merely a complimentary card? Our Chin family possesses assets worth billions. Using a complimentary card for a meal would surely invite ridicule." Old Chin sighed deeply and responded earnestly, "She is not offering a gift. She is declaring her identity as a true member of the Yi family. Only a Yi family member could present a complimentary card for Zhou Meng Lu. Furthermore, the VIP boxes there start at a minimum of 10 million for a meal." The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted, "Goodness, that expensive? Are they serving dragon meat? My annual salary is just over $1 million, which is already decent among ordinary folks. Dining at Zhou Meng Lu would mean a lifetime of toil wasted." Old Chun, unfazed, replied, "The ingredients are undoubtedly top-notch, and the services are beyond your imagination. Moreover, one cannot witness the grandeur of the imperial palace anywhere else. Ultimately, the greatest expense is not the meal itself, but the privilege of entering the Yi family circle." The assistant sighed, "Fine, But why did a prominent member of the Yi family arrive on foot? What about her car? I recall our Chun family has a parking lot. Old Chen pondered for a moment and said perhaps she, like her brother, is somewhat simple-minded. He then added sternly, forget about that. Keep the matter of eliminating Yi Chun to yourself and never mention it again. The assistant nodded vigorously. I understand the gravity of the situation. After a moment and oppose, as thought, Old Chen retrieved his phone and called Zhou Yun. Hello, Zhou Yun. It's your Uncle Chun. I need to discuss something with you. This Yi Chun is not an ordinary person. He hails from the Yi family in the capital. Old Chen did not hold back and relayed Yi Qingqing's intentions to Zhou Yun. To his surprise, Zhou Yun remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated it. This left Old Chen perplexed. Did Zhou Yun not fear the implications? Why did he seem so assured? However, Old Chen had little time to ponder, as his notification to Zhou Yun was merely a friendly gesture. The long night stretched on. The Shu family, pursued by creditors, had just arrived at a rural guest house on the outskirts of Jiang City. Their situation had deteriorated. Jiang City was no longer safe for them. They had narrowly escaped several encounters with their pursuers, who had nearly cornered them. Shu father, driving recklessly, had run several red lights and barely avoided a collision with a large truck, finally managing to shake off their pursuers. They hastily left Jiang City and sought refuge at this guest house. With only 20 to 30,000 in cash left, they could not afford a lavish hotel and had to settle for a modest rural retreat. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Inside the car, Shu father pounded the steering wheel in frustration, nearly deploying the airbag. Those scoundrels, when they beg me for cooperation, they call me Brother Shu. But now that I am in trouble, they all revel in my misfortune. Damn them. After a fierce outburst, he stepped out of the car and glared at his wife and daughter, who were still lost in thought. What are you two doing in there? Do you think you're queens? Should I carry you both out? He chastised without mercy. Shu mother and Shu Yinyin quickly grabbed their bags and exited the vehicle. The guest house promised an authentic rural experience, and as they disembarked, they were greeted by the unmistakable odor of chicken droppings. Dad, this place stinks too much. Let us go somewhere else, Shu Yinyin complained, pinching her nose. How dare you speak? If it weren't for your constant dragging of Zhou Yun, if only you had acted sooner to consummate the relationship, would we be in this predicament? Where else do you wish to stay? The Sky Garden of Jingxian Hotel is available if you wish to beg Zhou Yun for forgiveness right now. Shu father roared, startling the dogs of the guest house. Shu Yinyin, overwhelmed by his scolding, remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she felt deeply wronged. Useless child. Shu father momentarily ignored her. His voice caught the attention of the guest house owner, who soon approached. After negotiating the price, Shu father secured 2 rooms, and the family settled into the guest house. The accommodations were relatively clean, equipped with air conditioning and hot water, though the quality paled in comparison to hotels or their own home. From the moment they entered the room, Shu Yinyin wore a frown, dissatisfied yet too afraid to voice her feelings. Shu father plopped down on the bed, his gaze fixed on her until she felt uncomfortable. Come here, kneel down. What? Shu Yinyin exclaimed in shock. Are your ears deaf? I commanded you to kneel. Shu father hissed, lowering his voice menacingly. I refuse to kneel, Shu Yinyin retorted defiantly. She had faced such punishment from her father in her childhood, but they had diminished over the years. After getting to know Zhou Yun, her father had practically pampered her, leading her to forget the pain of her youth. Shu father surveyed the room for anything useful and ultimately withdrew his belt. Shu mother, observing the unfolding drama, felt helpless as the family situation had deteriorated. She could only rely on her husband. Yet, upon witnessing her daughter about to be punished, she hurriedly intervened. Dear, just listen to your father and kneel down quickly. Otherwise. Seeing Shu father take out the belt, Shu Yinyin panicked. With her mother's urging, she reluctantly knelt down. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried. I have already begged. I never wished for things to turn out like this. Why must I kneel? I'm not at fault. It is all Zhou Yun's doing. Why must he be so heartless? I treated him the same before, and there were no issues. Who knew he would suddenly change? What can I do? Please. Don and Appos, T hit me. It hurts. Wah. Chapter 36. Even mother is punished. The sound of whips cracking reverberated throughout the rural homestead, accompanied by the muffled sobs and wails of women. Zhou Yun wept audibly, her mouth covered by her father with a quilt, as he continued to strike her until her body was marred with bruises. Several times, she lost consciousness under the torment, enduring such agony for the first time in her life. If only you had been more obedient. On the day of old Master Zhou's funeral, if you had dutifully paid your respects, it wouldn't have escalated to this. You chose not to attend and instead mingled with that scoundrel Yi Chun, truly disgracing me. On the day I pass, will you also dance before my corpse with a man? What is it that you wouldn't do? It is my fault for not disciplining you properly, for being too indulgent. Today, I shall teach you the ways of the world. Crack. This is what the ways of the world look like. Remember it well. Zhou father rolled up his sleeves, his face flushed, drenched in sweat from wielding the belt. Finally, upon witnessing Zhou Yun in excruciating pain, he ceased his assault and turned his gaze towards Zhou mother, who stood silently, paralyzed by fear. What do you want from me? Zhou mother trembled. You should come over here for your share of punishment. Zhou father barked. Why? Must I be punished as well? Zhou mother retreated in distress. With a heavy sigh, Zhou father explained, I plan to seek Zhou Yun's favor tomorrow. Only by presenting our pitiful state can we elicit his sympathy, allowing for some leeway. I do not wish it to be this way, but there is no alternative. If you wish to continue living a life of luxury, you must heed my words. Enduring this moment will bring tranquility, and once we gain Zhou Yun's forgiveness, I shall procure the finest doctor for you both. Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhou mother contemplated deeply before resolutely stating, very well. Before long, the previously quiet room was once again filled with the sound of the belt striking flesh. Zhou mother, delicate and pampered, experienced such punishment for the first time, losing consciousness multiple times, her body marked with crimson welts. Exhausted and breathless, Zhou father declared, enough. We shall stay up late tonight, appearing as haggard as possible. I refuse to believe Zhou Yun will remain unmoved. Though Zhou mother grimaced in pain, she persevered, trembling as she stood, and declared, now it is your turn. I shall strike you. I shall forego that. A bit of disguise will suffice. Zhou father retrieved a lipstick from Zhou mother's bag, applying it to his skin to create the illusion of injuries. Zhou mother's eyes widened, nearly gasping for breath. She collapsed heavily onto the bed, calling out in pain, yet her gaze remained fixed on Zhou father as she exclaimed, you wretch. Zhou father tightened his grip on the belt, glaring at her. You dare to curse me again? If it weren't for your indulgence of our daughter, would she have become so foolish? Furthermore, if I am injured, who will drive tomorrow? At the Blue Mountain Villa, a quaint hillside area belonging to Yuchen Group, located neither too far nor too close to the city center, the upper half of the mountain was not for sale, entirely within the Zhou family's domain, offering picturesque scenery and fresh air. In the morning, after washing up, Zhou Yun felt invigorated as he shared nutritious breakfast with Jing Wanning. He recalled the phone call from Old Chun the previous night, astonished that Yi Qingxiang had arrived in Jiangcheng so early. According to the original timeline, she was supposed to appear later, saving her brother, and then return to the capital with Yi Chun to vie for the position of family head, causing chaos along the way. Zhou Yun speculated that his own crossing over had altered the timeline, resulting in Yi Qingxiang's premature appearance. The woman was scarcely described in the original narrative, merely noted for her beauty, and after bringing Yi Chun back to the Yi family, her opportunities for significant involvement dwindled, leaving Yi Chun to make a show of himself. Having never seen her in person, Zhou Yun could not ascertain her beauty. After all, Zhou Yun, the female lead, despite her numerous appearances, was merely as attractive as an average celebrity. Thus, he decided to reserve judgment until he could see her in the flesh. Yi Qingqiang's early arrival in Jiangcheng could not be a mere coincidence. Unforeseen events were likely to occur, and he resolved to meet her when time permitted. After breakfast, dressed impeccably by his personal stylist, Zhou Yun found a dozen security personnel waiting for him in the garage. Jing Wanning, holding important documents, was prepared to depart for a site inspection of the under-construction commercial district. Before they could exit the villa, a guard approached to report that 3 individuals were kneeling outside, weeping profusely and insisting on meeting Zhou Yun. After ascertaining the situation, Jing Wanning could only laugh in disbelief. It was the Zhou family, their bodies covered in red marks. Their eyes dull and weary, as though they had been imprisoned for days, a truly pitiful sight. She instructed the guard to inform Zhou Yun and stepped outside to observe the situation for herself. The three individuals blocked the descent from the mountain, their tattered clothing fluttering in the cool morning breeze, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, Jing Wanning felt no compassion. Being a strong woman, her resolve was forged from steel, and she regarded them with disdain. Shu Yanran and Shu Mother wept openly, their eyes glazed over, seemingly unaware of their surroundings, as if in a daze. Only Shu Father wailed continuously, pleading for Zhou Yun's mercy. I have already punished Yanran. She shall never again be as arrogant as before. Look at the scars on her body. They will serve as a lifelong lesson. The mother has failed in her duties. I too share the blame and have punished myself. I only beg Zhou Yun to grant us a chance to survive, to spare our family. Yanran is willing to serve you, even as a concubine if necessary. She shall be your servant. Shu Father did not articulate his thoughts clearly, but he understood that the Zhou family would grasp his intentions. He no longer aspired for his daughter to become the mistress of Yuqin Group. He would lower himself to that of a servant. All he sought was for Yuqin Group to withdraw their lawsuit, restore their previous collaboration, and settle their debts, allowing him to appease the creditors. Having lowered his demands to such an extent, he could not believe that Zhou Yun would abandon his pursuit of Yanran after 3 years, allowing it to go to waste. Yet, when he lifted his head, filled with hope, he was met only with the cold gaze of Jing Wanning, who stood silently at the villa's entrance. Shu Father quickly lowered his head again, realizing that times had changed. He now understood Jing Wanning's significance in Zhou Yun's eyes and dared not treat her with the same disdain as before. He recognized that she was akin to a favored minister by the emperor's side. With a mere whisper, she could cast their family into an abyss of despair. He could not bring himself to bow before Jing Wanning, unable to voice his plea, as his pride and identity had yet to shift. Had everything gone smoothly in the past, he would have been no different from the head of the Zhou family, who would a master beseech a servant. Thus, he awaited Zhou Yun's arrival. When Shu Father raised his head once more, he discovered that Jing Wanning had already departed. Chapter 37. He dares to collide. Is he trying to play the sympathy card in front of me? Zhou Yun sneered. Upon receiving the news, he immediately grasped the intentions of Shu's father. Attempting to elicit his sympathy, Shu's father had miscalculated. Zhou Yun, like Jing Wanning, felt no shred of pity. One must face the consequences of their actions. And when making choices, one must anticipate adverse outcomes. This was Zhou Yun and Oppo's steadfast principle. Jing Wanning inquired, if we exit through the back door, the Shu family will soon retreat. As they're spineless, Zhou Yun dismissed her. No, we shall proceed through the front door. Why should I fear them? However, the 3 members of the Shu family were blocking the way, rendering the convoy immobile. Jing Wanning could think of no solution. Then let us charge through, Zhou Yun declared coldly. Jing Wanning gasped in alarm, but if they do not yield, it could lead to fatalities. Though Jing Wanning considered herself ruthless, she would only ever act covertly. Such a blatant act of aggression could undoubtedly lead to further complications. It matters not. I have a plan to handle it. At worst, I might spend a few years in prison. The Zhou family has established connections over the years in Jiangxing, and our lawyers are more than capable of managing such trivial matters. Seeing Zhou Yun's determination, Jing Wanning ceased her attempts to dissuade him and gradually accepted the course of action. Youth must possess vigor. Zhou Yun had just taken the helm of the Zhou family and should not be intimidated by the underhanded tactics of the Shu family. Naturally, it would not be Zhou Yun who faced imprisonment, but rather the driver of the convoy. Jing Wanning communicated with the lead driver, promising compensation and urging him to proceed with the collision. Should an incident occur, he alone would bear the responsibility, with all damages covered by the Zhou family. Afterward, he could continue as the Zhou family's driver, retaining his job. With such assurances, the driver exhibited no hesitation. He would dare to confront even the mightiest adversaries. The convoy slowly departed the garage, 5 pristine luxury vehicles making their way to the villa entrance. As the villa doors swung open, Shu's father abruptly lifted his head, sobbing uncontrollably, bombarding the air with pleas. Yet inside the vehicle, Zhou Yun remained unmoved, the closed windows shielding him from the cacophony of noise. He did not even cast a glance at the Zhou family, treating them as if they were invisible. Zhou's father, spotting Zhou Yun within the car, shouted until his voice broke, yet it felt as though they existed in separate dimensions, unable to communicate. Zhu Yanran also raised her gaze, momentarily entranced, her eyes wide as if she had stepped into a dream. For in that instant, upon meeting Zhou Yun's gaze, an overwhelming sensation of love surged within her, a longing to share her life with him, stronger than ever before. This was an intensity unmatched by her feelings for Yi Chun. It existed on an entirely different plane. It seemed as though Zhou Yun was her destined partner, and all her past moments had merely been a misstep in time. In this lifetime, his companionship was all she sought. Zhu Yanran was shaken. How could it be that Zhou Yun, unchanged in appearance, could evoke such powerful emotions within her? Even a willingness to sacrifice herself for him? Why had she never recognized his worth before? A torrent of regret surged within her, lamenting her past indifference towards Zhou Yun. Yet, there are no remedies for regret. She could only watch helplessly, unable to change the course of events. I have suddenly realized that my true love is, in fact, him. Tears streamed down Zhu Yanran's cheeks, and she once again wept inconsolably, writhing on the ground. At that moment, the lead driver faced the three members of the Zhou family blocking the road, honking the horn symbolically but showing no sign of slowing down. Zhou and Appo's father, witnessing the luxury vehicle accelerate towards him, gritted his teeth, refusing to believe the Zhou family would dare to collide with him. However, his nerves were taut with tension. As the vehicle approached within 5 meters without braking, he finally capitulated, exclaiming, "Damn it, he really dares to collide. Curse Zhou Yun! Are you even human? Bastard beast!" In a swift motion, he shoved Zhu's mother and Zhu Yanran aside, narrowly avoiding the oncoming luxury vehicle. He could only watch helplessly as the convoy sped past. The three of them, left in a state of disarray, resembled beggars by the roadside, utterly at a loss. It was not until the convoy had vanished from sight that the Zhou family slowly rose to their feet, leaving the Lanshan villa in utter defeat, compelled to devise a new plan. Zhou Yun is determined to push our family to the brink. Zhu's father fumed, "This is all your fault. How could you be so useless? You can't even manage a man. You wretched creature. I could beat you to death." In the South District Commercial Street, a major project under the Yuchin Group was underway, set to be renamed Yuchin Plaza upon completion, featuring various dining and entertainment options. As a local powerhouse, many envied this project, knowing that once completed, it would yield substantial profits. With the termination of the contract with the Zhou family, material supplies had ceased, leaving many workers idle and the construction site eerily silent. As the convoy arrived, the site manager hurried to greet them, presenting the highest-grade white safety helmet and escorting him onto the site. Indeed, Chairman Zhou is as youthful and handsome as the rumors suggest, the site manager, Chen Dong, complimented. Zhou Yun remained impassive, ignoring him as he circled the construction site. The project spanned a vast area of over 1,300 acres, surrounded by towering office buildings, with a 5-story department store at its center. Cranes had ceased operation, and the outer scaffolding remained intact. Sporadic sounds of hammering echoed in the stillness. It was imperative to negotiate quickly with new suppliers to complete this project, after which the company would focus all its energy on new bidding opportunities. Upon entering the mobile office, Zhou Yun instructed Jing Wanning, "Please retrieve the information on those suppliers. I shall make my selections." With a plethora of documents available, all information was now stored and received via tablet. Jing Wanning retrieved the cooperation proposals and quotes from all suppliers. There were numerous contenders. Many suppliers had been eyeing this project, and now that the Zhou family had fallen, they flocked in droves. Some were opportunistic, while others engaged in earnest negotiations. A few even offered direct discounts, hoping for long-term collaboration. Zhou Yun selected several suppliers with reasonable prices and a good reputation, instructing Jing Wanning to notify them for direct signing today. Assessing the construction site and Appo's progress, everything appeared smooth aside from the disruptions caused by the Zhou family. At that moment, Zhou Yun heard a commotion near the mobile office, a chaotic uproar, as if a storm were about to overturn his room. Stepping outside, he saw a crowd of workers surrounded by security, pleading desperately. Project manager Chun Dong rushed to address them. Rest assured, your wages will be settled once the project concludes. What is the hurry? The big boss is here. Do not cause a scene. Chapter 38. The capture of the four heavenly kings. The financial obligations from previous projects remain unsettled, and I have not received my salary for an entire year. With elderly parents and young children relying on me, I am desperate for a resolution. Will the payments be cleared? I cannot wait any longer. In our last project, we worked diligently, yet only the wages of the workers brought in by the Zhou family were dispersed. We received nothing. Now that the Zhou family has vanished, when will we be compensated for our labor? The big boss is present, and I refuse to tolerate this any longer. If I do not receive my wages today, I shall throw myself before his vehicle. I implore you to show me some compassion. My child is merely a year and a half old and desperately needs nourishment. You have no idea of the immense pressure I am under. The workers grew increasingly agitated, their tempers flaring, and the robust security struggled to maintain order. Chun Dong's face darkened, as today was a visit from Zhou Yun, and these workers were creating a scene. Such a blatant display of disrespect. After Zhou Yun departs, I must ensure they understand the consequences of their actions. A glance caught Chun Dong's eye, landing on a towering figure among the workers, a man named Cheng Dama, who stood nearly 2 meters tall and was as robust as an ox, yet bore an unassuming demeanor. An idea sparked in Chun Dong's mind, sensing an opportunity to assert his dominance. As Zhou Yun exited through the steel door, he straightened his posture and called out, "You, Cheng Dama, come here at once." Cheng Dama, the burly worker, scanned the crowd in a panic. Upon realizing he was the one being summoned, he felt a surge of the desire to flee. However, with the eyes of his fellow workers upon him, he could not escape and reluctantly approached the front. "Leader, please just give us our wages. We're on the brink of starvation," he pleaded. "You still dare to ask for money? You consume more than anyone else in the canteen. A single individual consuming as much as 10. Chun Dong retorted, eager to display his authority before Zhou Yun. "I would be generous to not demand money from you. Instead, you join these troublemakers. From tomorrow onwards, you are dismissed. Pack your things and leave." Upon hearing this, Cheng Dama panicked, his mind racing as he stammered, No, I won't say anything more. I'll just go back." "No, you must leave now." Chun Dong reveled in his perceived power, feeling invincible as he controlled the fate of this once feared giant. The workers around him fell silent, their spirits crushed as if they were defeated roosters. None wished to be expelled from the team, knowing that once they left, their wages would remain elusive. They harbored grievances yet felt powerless to act. A few considered defending Cheng Dama, but thoughts of their families tempered their resolve. Cheng Dama's eyes ignited with fury, his face flushed, his massive fists clenched, veins bulging. But then a memory seemed to wash over him, and he subdued his anger, bowing his head in resignation, uttering nothing further. Chun Dong, startled by the intensity of Cheng Dama's wrath, realized a single punch from him could be catastrophic. Fortunately, Cheng Dama appeared to relent, the most easily bullied man on the construction site. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun observed the unfolding drama with a heavy heart. Though he had ascended to the ranks of a capitalist, he bore no ill will towards the laborers. He held a deep respect for the working class, firmly believing that true rewards come from creating value for society, not from undermining its stability. Witnessing the destitution of these migrant workers stirred a righteous anger within him, particularly at Chun Dong's despicable actions. Chun Dong's attempt to intimidate Cheng Dama, rather than addressing the underlying issues, was reprehensible. Such a person was unworthy of retention. Yet unexpectedly, the victim of his cruelty seemed familiar. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yun recognized Cheng Dama as one of Yi Chen's formidable subordinates. Known as one of the four heavenly kings, famed for his combat prowess, he could single-handedly take on a dozen elite soldiers, shielding Yi Chen from harm on numerous occasions. Exhibiting a resilience akin to that of a cockroach, surviving against all odds, Cheng Dama had assisted Yi Chen in many unsavory dealings, becoming a crucial asset to his burgeoning empire. Zhou Yun felt a surge of excitement upon encountering Cheng Dama, unclaimed by Yi Chen. If he could win him over, securing his loyalty, it would provide immense protection, far surpassing any security team. Observing closely, Zhou Yun marveled at Cheng Dama's physique, a testament to years of rigorous training in Baji Quan. His powerful muscles and sturdy legs commanded respect, compelling all to bow their heads in his presence. With intentions of recruitment, Zhou Yun waved Chen Dong over. "Come here and explain the situation." Chen Dong rushed over, his demeanor obsequious. "Mr. Zhou, these workers are being unreasonable. Demanding pay before the project is complete." Zhou Yun replied curtly. "Then why do I hear that the previous workers received their wages while those from the Shu family did not? All workers associated with the Shu family have been dismissed." Chen Dong fumbled, saying, speak." Zhou Yun commanded, his gaze stern. "Because the Shu family took all the money. I have no funds left to distribute," Chen Dong lamented. Zhou Yun retorted coldly. "So you were bribed by the Shu family, suppressing this matter and withholding wages from the workers without notifying the group." Chen Dong broke into a cold sweat, realizing Zhou Yun, though young, seemed to see right through him. "I was forced by the Shu family. I didn't want this." Zhou Yun, uninterested in further excuses, turned to Jing Wanning. "Investigate his financial records from the past few years. Regardless of any wrongdoing, terminate his employment immediately. If any corruption or bribery is uncovered, hand it over to the authorities. I do not wish to see him working at Yuchen Group again," Zhou Yun concluded. Jing Wanning, her expression frosty, nodded in agreement. "I will take care of it at once." Chen Dong, struck with terror, fell to the ground, his face ashen. As the site supervisor, he knew his records would not withstand scrutiny. The realization of his impending doom loomed over him, casting a shadow over his consciousness. Zhou Yun, however, paid him no further mind and called out to the dejected Cheng Dama, "Please wait." Chapter 39. How can 3,000 compare to a monthly salary of 1 million? Cheng Dama turned around in confusion, glancing at the delicate young man before him, feeling a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Zhou Yun, clad in a fitted white shirt and tailored trousers, exuded an air of cleanliness that indicated he was no mere laborer. His attire hinted at affluence. "Did you call for me?" Cheng Dama was still unclear about the situation, having just witnessed the detestable Chen Dong inexplicably seated on the floor. "It was I who summoned you," Zhou Yun said warmly. "Greetings. I am Zhou Yun, the chairman of Yuchen Group." He noted Cheng Dama's lack of understanding regarding the term chairman and thus opted for a more straightforward explanation. Cheng Dama, with limited education and having spent his formative years training in martial arts, had little social experience. "The big boss, are you asking me for money?" "But I have none," he replied, astonished yet anxious. "Not at all. I merely wish to inform you that our construction site provides meals and lodging, and we certainly wouldn't quibble over a few dishes." Chen Dong's personal actions do not reflect the company, Zhou Yun patiently explained. "Furthermore, Chen Dong has been dismissed for violating company policy. His words hold no weight, and you need not leave." Cheng Dama, taken aback, glanced at the despondent Chen Dong beside him and, seeing his silence, quickly realized that Zhou Yun spoke the truth. "You truly don't mind how much I consume?" he confirmed, his expression pitiful. Zhou Yun, intrigued, asked, "How much do you eat? Are you really that renowned?" Nearby workers chimed in to defend him. "Dama can eat quite a bit. He can finish a whole bucket of rice and half a bucket of vegetables in one go. If he weren't Oppos, he worried about what others thought, he and Oppos eat even more. But don't misunderstand, boss. While he eats a lot, he can accomplish the work of 5 or 6 men and does it well. Indeed, having Dama on our site alleviates many troubles. For instance, when heavy machinery breaks down and requires disassembly, he effortlessly lifts the heaviest iron blocks. We all admire him." Another worker added. "Dama is simply too honest. He believes everything others say," someone remarked. Many workers rallied to Cheng Dama's defense, assuming that Zhou Yun was dismissing him over his food consumption. Zhou Yun, astonished and secretly amused, stood beside Cheng Dama. At over 6 feet tall, he found himself only at the younger man's shoulder, feeling a sense of security akin to standing next to a giant. What a remarkable powerhouse. It would be foolish not to take him under my wing. Gently patting Cheng Dama and Oppos' muscular arm, Zhou Yun smiled. "Of course I want an Oppos, mind. The more you eat, the better. Dama, I have great faith in you. With your prowess, why are you so submissive? Chen Dong just bullied you. Why not retaliate?" Zhou Yun's laughter nearly terrified Chen Dong into submission. Cheng Dama, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "Boss, you don't understand. I practice authentic Bajikwan, and my strength is immense. One strike could cause harm. I'm quite capable, but at 16, in defending a child, I inadvertently killed an adult bully with a single punch. My family had to pay dearly for that, and I was forbidden from fighting thereafter. Due to our financial troubles, I left home early to work on the construction site, and I've been laboring for 3 years now. However, during these 3 years, I haven't earned much. My meals barely suffice, and I've never sent money home. My parents are ill and recently called to inform me they've been hospitalized. I didn't intend to cause a scene. It's just that our family is in dire need." As he spoke, Cheng Dama's eyes brimmed with tears, his sorrow palpable. Such a towering man with glistening eyes evoked deep sympathy. A man may not bow for mere rice, yet he would do anything for his family. Even Jing Wan, listening to Dama's plight, felt a surge of empathy and a desire to assist, recalling her own past hardships. Had it not been for the Zhou family, her parents might have perished, and she could have become an orphan. "Young master, let us help him," Jing Wan implored. Zhou Yun, with a radiant smile, replied, "No need. He has the capability to fight for himself." With a serious expression, Zhou Yun turned to Cheng Dama, exuding the aura of a leader, silencing the crowd. "Being strong is commendable, but one must also possess wisdom. Sheer force is not omnipotent. In this world, connections and power matter." Cheng Dama was momentarily taken aback, suddenly perceiving the young man before him as a mentor imparting wisdom. "I apologize, boss," he mumbled, unsure how to respond. "But," Zhou Yun and Amp, Oppo's tone shifted, a smile returning to his face. "Join me, and you will acquire both connections and influence. From now on, you should unleash your potential. I will support you." Cheng Dama stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the implications of Zhou Yun's words. His fellow workers, sensing his hesitation, urged, "Dama, what are you waiting for? This is a golden opportunity. Accept it. If I were you, I would kneel right now." "Fool, why are you still standing there? I'm anxious for you." Cheng Dama suddenly understood, yet remained humble. "Boss, I only possess strength and a bit of martial skill. What can I do for you?" Zhou Yun replied, "Be my bodyguard, ensuring my safety, never straying more than 3 steps from my side. You will shield me from any threat. Additionally, you must obey my every command. If I say to go east, you must not go west. That will be your duty." Dama's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it really that simple? I have modest demands. As long as I can eat enough, a monthly salary of 3,000 will suffice." To Cheng Dama, this seemed far too easy. He was accustomed to following orders, whether from his parents, his master, or the foreman at the construction site. Zhou Yun chuckled. "Eat as much as you like. 3,000? Nonsense. As my personal bodyguard, your salary starts at 1 million a month. If you perform well, there will be opportunities for raises. Today, I will arrange for your ailing parents to be brought to Jiangsheng, where they will receive the best medical care, all expenses covered by me." The room fell silent, the workers' eyes wide with disbelief at such generous terms, their envy palpable. They wished fervently to be in Cheng Dama's position. This foolish lad has struck it rich. Many workers felt a pang of jealousy. Seeing a former friend prosper was more painful than their own losses. An annual salary in the millions. Incredible. Dama has made it big. Don't forget about us. I help you carry bricks. Their admiration for Zhou Yun's generosity was evident. He was indeed a magnanimous boss. But Dama genuinely deserved such recognition. His talents had simply gone unnoticed until now. Chapter 40. Such fortuitous occurrences? Even a fool like Cheng Dama could comprehend the situation. In an instant, this brawny man burst into tears, repeatedly exclaiming that Zhou Yun was like a rebirth of his parents. While a monthly salary of 1 million was significant, the more profound kindness lay in Zhou Yun arranging for his parents to receive medical treatment in Jiangsheng. This gratitude was enough to bring him to tears. "Rest assured, my esteemed employer, should anyone dare to harm you in the future, they will have to tread over my corpse first. As long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on you. I would give my life to ensure your safety. Trust me, though I may lack intelligence. I am a man of deep loyalty." Just watch, Cheng Dama declared loudly, swearing fervently, his gaze imbued with unprecedented seriousness. He rolled up his sleeves, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Boss, allow me to show you a trick. If you truly believe I am worth $1 million a month, then it can be decided afterward. He strode toward a nearby excavator. Zhou Yun watched curiously, as did everyone else. Cheng Dama approached the excavator, stepping forward with his right foot. Bending his knees into a horse stance, his fists clasped before him in a manner reminiscent of a weightlifter. Then, with a mighty roar, he drove his elbows into the excavator, forcefully pushing the massive machine back 5 meters, causing it to topple with a resounding crash. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This was no mere man. He was a monstrous, dinosaur-like figure. If such a collision were to occur with a human, it would be akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle, sending one flying several meters away. The crowd's perception of Cheng Dama shifted dramatically. They had previously thought him merely strong, but now they witnessed his terrifying skill. Cheng Dama returned to Zhou Yun's side, humbly stating, "Boss, that was an Iron Mountain bump from the 8 extremes. I was cautious not to damage the excavator, so I didn't use my full strength. I could have been even stronger." Zhou Yun smiled with satisfaction. That was quite impressive. Internally, he too was astonished. He had known of Dama's strength, but had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary degree. He mused that even the Dragon King and Apo's subordinates in novels would be hard-pressed to match this, as such figures would be conquerors in ancient times. What a fortunate windfall. Zhou Yun continued, "I wonder what it would be like if that force were to strike a person. Well, go and demonstrate the Iron Mountain bump on Shandong. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility." He spoke with an authoritative tone, eager to see if Dama would heed his command. Should he falter in his resolve, Zhou Yun and Apo's expectations of him would diminish. Without hesitation, Cheng Dama approached Shandong, his face etched with fury, having long held a grudge against him. He would not hold back. He spoke no falsehood. Zhou Yun's commands were executed without a moment's hesitation. Shandong nearly died of fright, but quickly regained his composure, fleeing with all his might, desperate for survival, not even uttering a plea for mercy. It was no jest. A collision with Dama would be lethal. Just as Cheng Dama prepared to pursue, Zhou Yun swiftly intervened, saying, "Enough, it's not worth getting upset over such a minor character." "Excellent, very excellent. Dama, you are indeed worth $1 million a month. Go fetch your belongings and place them in my convoy. Discard any unnecessary clothing. Shortly, I shall have Jing Wan Ning, this lovely lady by my side, advance you a month's salary. Then, when you have time, procure yourself new garments. And do not purchase anything too cheap. It would reflect poorly on me to have you around in shabby attire. Perhaps it would be best to wear security clothing." Zhou Yun had initially intended for Cheng Dama to buy designer clothes, considering the generous salary. However, realizing Dama was unaccustomed to luxury, he presumed he would think the most expensive garments were merely 100 or so yuan that simply would not do. Thus, he opted to have Jing Wanning assist him. Cheng Dama departed with a buoyant stride, as though reborn. Zhou Yun chuckled to himself, pondering how Yi Chan would feel when faced with the martial prowess that should have belonged to him. Yet he remained focused on the task at hand. Addressing the workers, he stated, "I have come to understand your situation. Soon, any workers who have yet to receive payment for the previous project may settle their accounts with the finance department. The group will transfer the funds. As for the commercial street project, per the contract, payment can only be settled upon completion. For further details, please consult your respective supervisors." His words incited enthusiastic cheers, many workers exhaling sighs of relief, while others, struggling to feed their families, wept profusely in gratitude towards Zhou Yun. Some older workers removed their hats, intending to kneel before him, but Zhou Yun had security intervene, as he had no desire to shorten his life. Zhou Yun then turned to Jing Wan Ning and inquired, how much liquid capital can the group access in the short term? Currently, he held 95% of the company and Apo's shares, granting him complete autonomy over these funds without needing to notify anyone. Approximately 2 billion, not including the Zhou family and Apo's assets, Jing Wan Ning calculated succinctly. Although Yuqin Group was a 100 billion conglomerate, that figure represented its market value, not its liquid capital. If the entire company were sold and all real estate converted into cash, it would amount to merely over 280 billion. Moreover, Zhou Yun had utilized private fund from the Zhou family to purchase shares, not the group's liquid capital. After rough calculations, Zhou Yun realized he could access only 50 to 60 billion. This amount sufficed for bidding on the vast land project of over 20,000 acres. Yet it fell short for subsequent funding needs. He needed to devise a way to earn more money without jeopardizing the foundation of the group. How much is owed in wages to these workers? Zhou Yun continued his inquiries. Jing Wanning contacted the finance department, soon acquiring the answer, around 20 million. That and Oppo's, as manageable. Zhou Yun nodded. This sum was trivial to him. Once the court ruled against the Shu family and began pursuing compensation, he could likely recover several billion through thorough investigation. While not substantial, it would represent a return of sorts. Zhou Yun sighed, declaring, "It is time to expand our territory once more." He envisioned creating a commercial empire belonging to the Zhou family, one that would rival world-class conglomerates. A formidable journey lay ahead. Presently, even families in the capital, such as the Yi family, could easily suppress him. Thus, he needed to hasten his efforts to amass wealth. As Zhou Yun gazed skyward, contemplating his next moves, Cheng Dama returned after tidying up his belongings. Upon learning that Zhou Yun had resolved the workers' wage issues, Dama repeatedly praised him, saying, "I am now even more certain that you are a good boss. I may lack intelligence, but my greatest fear is aligning with the wrong person. Yet it appears you are indeed someone worth risking my life to protect. I will surely heed your words. Then, if I were to instruct you to blow up the Sakura Shrine, would you comply?" Zhou Yun teased from the back seat, addressing Cheng Dama in the front passenger seat. "Such fortuitous occurrences?" Cheng Dama exclaimed, overjoyed. Chapter 41. The Dragon Returns to the Sea. Cough, cough, let in amp. Oppos. Let's see how it goes. No need to rush for now. Zhou Yun cleared his throat a couple of times, realizing that this fellow was indeed quite straightforward. It would be wise to refrain from joking with him in the future. What if he took it seriously? Jing Wanning, beside him, stifled a laugh. Her smile as radiant as a blooming flower, truly captivating. Although Zhou Yun chose not to inquire further, Jing Wanning's curiosity got the better of her. "Dama, now that you and Oppos, V got some money, what do you plan to do?" Cheng Dama contemplated this question for a long while before finally responding. "I wish to indulge in a buffet. I've heard they offer unlimited servings within a set time, yet the cost is rather steep, over 100 yuan. I've never had the means to go before." Jing Wanning could no longer contain herself, her laughter ringing like silver bells within the confines of the car. A delightful sound. Zhou Yun also wore a broad smile, silently mourning for the buffet restaurant chosen by Dama. Dama continued, "The second thing I desire is a large-screen smartphone. My hands are too big, and I must be exceedingly careful with the touchscreen to operate it. Once I purchase the phone, I'll download Honor of Kings and buy a skin for my favorite character, Huang Mulan. The remaining funds will go towards buying a house in Jiangshang for my parents to retire, and I'll bring my younger siblings over for their education." Meanwhile, at Tongfei Investment Company, Yi Chun sat in his office with a sullen expression, the events of the previous night igniting a persistent fury within him. He furrowed his brow, pondering, "Why do I suddenly feel as though I have lost something of great significance?" This sensation was inexplicably disconcerting, as though an unseen thread connecting him to something profound had been severed, leaving him in a haze, unable to grasp its essence. Forget it. I must focus on making money quickly, surpassing Yuchen Group, and then I shall trample Zhou Yun beneath my feet. No one can obstruct my ascent. I am destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. A mere Zhou Yun does not deserve to evoke my wrath. There will come a day when he kneels before me, and that day is not far off. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun suppressed his emotions, opened his computer, and activated his ability to visualize investment returns. He scoured the internet for every lucrative venture, be it stocks, auctioned items, antiques, or even gambling stones. He examined them all. Before his eyes, precise investment return rates materialized, a gift from the system that served as the wellspring of his confidence. Ultimately, he stumbled upon an intriguing announcement published on Jiangxing's official website regarding a bidding scheme. However, before he could delve deeper, The door swung open with a bang, and a slender beauty clad in casual attire, sporting a baseball cap, entered. The receptionist, hurriedly chasing after her, exclaimed, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I couldn't stop her." Yi-chun regarded the beauty with indifference and told the receptionist, "It's all right, you may return to your duties." As the door closed, he realized that the enchanting figure was none other than his sister, Yi Qingsheng. She casually took a seat opposite Yi-chun, her cap obscuring half her delicate face. Her long legs propped atop the desk, remaining silent. Yi-chun, irritated, exclaimed, "Can you please not seek me out? I've told you before, I have no intention of returning to the Yi family. I can forge my own path." "My dear brother," Yi Qingsheng replied, "no matter what you say, I will not leave without taking you home. The family business is where you belong. You and Oppos, V had your fun, and Oppos. It's time to return. Our mother needs you." Yi Qingsheng sighed, clearly at a loss with her stubborn brother, resorting to gentle persuasion. In her view, Yi-chan was merely playing with his investment company as if it were a toy, easily discarded, a rather absurd notion. Yi-chan replied darkly, "When I left the Yi family, you and mother turned a blind eye, not even offering a farewell. Now you come seeking my return. Do you not find that ridiculous? My father is dead, and I seek vengeance, yet you obstruct me at every turn. Our uncle should have died, yet he thrives and no one cares, including you, mother, and all those who were once close to me. Your cold-heartedness has deeply wounded me. Henceforth, I shall pursue justice for my father and myself in my own way. Why should I be summoned at will? I have endured enough of that life. I shall carve out my own destiny." Leaving the Yi family is akin to a dragon returning to the sea, soaring freely. "This cage can no longer contain me." Yi-chen shouted, gripping the desk with fervor, his eyes ablaze with madness and defiance. He resembled a trapped beast, struggling fiercely against its confines, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yi Qingsheng observed her brother's fervor and sighed softly, explaining, "Neither mother nor I are indifferent to your plight. We believed that stepping away for a while was the best choice. In your state of fury, if you fail to exercise restraint, you risk drawing the ire of our Uncle-S faction, which could endanger your life. Our insistence was for your own good. He is the head of the family now, and there are many ways his faction could orchestrate your demise. Even if we know father was killed by him, what evidence do we possess? None. Without father's protection, how can mother and I contend with him? So, no matter how angry you are, you must endure and refrain from unreasonable behavior. That is why we did not dissuade you from leaving. In fact, we were almost eager for you to go. Now the time has come. Rumors circulate of our uncle's illness, and he may not recover, which is a form of retribution. It is time for you to return and confront your cousins." Yi Qingsheng explained her intentions, hoping her obstinate brother would grasp their mother's well-meaning concern. This brother, at times, seemed devoid of reason. Yet he was the only man in the second house, with all responsibilities resting upon his shoulders. However, Yi Chun scoffed, more the same rhetoric. "Trying to deceive me again, my ears are weary of it. Our uncle is gravely ill. Alas, I have too little time to deal with him personally. I hope he can hold on a bit longer until I rise on my own. I long to witness his expression when he sees my strength rivaling the grandeur of the Yi family. Enough. I am aware of your intentions, and I refuse to return. Abandon this notion. Leave my company at once. You are not welcome here, and do not return." Yi Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, his disdain for his sister palpable, creating a chasm between them. This display deeply wounded Yi Qingsheng. While she anticipated this reaction, the reality of it was still heartbreaking. "Yi-chun, please don't. Leave my company. I want to say it again." Yi Qingsheng, witnessing her brother's resolute demeanor, could only rise slowly, planning to persuade him over time. "Very well. I shall remain in Jiangsheng for an extended period until you reconsider. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance. By the way, I have already settled matters with the Chun family. They will no longer trouble you. Take care." Chapter 42. Zhou Yun, save me. With the departure of his sister, Yi Chan felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet a heightened sense of urgency took root in his heart. He needed to amass wealth swiftly. He was still too young and vulnerable, easily swayed by someone like Zhou Yun. It was imperative to turn the tables. He needed to become stronger, and it had to be accomplished within a remarkably short span of time. Zhou Yun focused intently as the investment system unfolded before him. He manipulated his computer, scouring for every potential opportunity to profit. The screen lingered on the official website of Jiangcheng, displaying bidding information. Upon clicking, he discovered a bidding plan for over 20,000 acres of land in the northwest of Jiangcheng. His interest piqued as he noted the prime geographical location of the land. Yet the starting bid was shockingly low at merely 15 billion. Was it truly so inexpensive? Further investigation revealed that the land was unsuitable for high-rise construction, with marshy soil beneath, hardly a desirable plot. However, he was astounded to see that the system indicated an astonishing investment return rate of 40 times. This meant that if the final bidding price settled around 30 billion, he could potentially earn over 1,000 billion. Zhou Yun's heart raced, his blood coursing with excitement. The opportunity for substantial wealth and rapid ascension lay before him. He had no doubt the system would not err. After countless trials, the investment system had never faltered. This implied that the true condition of the land was dubious. Should he secure the bid, he would surpass even the Zhou family in wealth, establishing himself as the most formidable player in Jiangcheng. At that moment, figures like Zhou Yun and the three prominent families of Jiangcheng would pale in comparison. Unable to contain his elation, Zhou Yun burst into laughter, his previous frustrations dissipating as visions of a bright future drew closer to reality. The exhilarating sensation overwhelmed him, and he found himself reveling in the thought of Zhou Yun's dismay. Indeed, I am the vessel soaring with the winds of this era. No one in Jiangcheng is privy to this secret. Only I possess it. Gradually losing his composure, Zhou Yun danced about his office, uttering grandiose declarations. Soon, however, he regained his composure and lapsed into contemplation. With merely over 20 million in liquid assets, he lacked sufficient funds to secure the land. He needed to generate around 30 billion before the official bidding commenced to qualify for participation. Curse it, were it not for Zhou Yun. I could have borrowed from the Chun and Dong families and more. Now he has thwarted all my plans. Is this fellow my nemesis? Every encounter brings calamity. I have much to accomplish. 30 billion. Zhou Yun found himself ensnared in despair, as the official bidding was set for a month hence. It seemed impossible for an ordinary person to transform just over 20 million into 30 billion within that time frame. Fortunately, he possessed the investment system, which allowed him to glimpse potential returns. Yet opportunities for substantial profit were exceedingly rare, requiring him to search diligently. Recently, he had encountered primarily investments of several tens of thousands, yielding only hundreds of thousands. He had once considered purchasing a lottery ticket with the ideal winning numbers. But as soon as he made the purchase, the return rate shifted dramatically. Damn it, how frustrating. Yet, this also indicated that return rates were not immutable. Other factors could alter them. His system could only perceive the initial investment returns. No matter, I shall employ every conceivable means to earn whatever I can. Coincidentally, an auction was approaching, and he aimed to seize a few valuable items he had spotted on their website. Additionally, he needed to cultivate more investment clients to bolster his company's funds. Moreover, participating in the official bidding was not open to everyone. Sufficient industry credentials were requisite. I must first address this issue. I am not acquainted with other families in Jiangcheng. They fear the Zhou family and would not assist me. However, the Shu family bears a grudge against the Zhou family. They are currently being pursued by creditors, so if I extend a helping hand, they will undoubtedly cooperate with me. Their debts amount to at most a mere 10 billion, which would be trivial compared to the potential profits of 1,000 billion. Resolute in his determination, Zhou Yun invested in some short-term stocks poised for growth before promptly departing from the company to call Shu Yanran. In the Chun family estate, Zhou Yun took the opportunity to visit Elder Chun, intending to resolve some feng shui issues plaguing their household. Elder Chun received him with courtesy, exhibiting none of the airs typical of his generation, welcoming him into the Chun family estate. This imposing figure by your side appears formidable. He must be quite the fighter, Elder Chun remarked, glancing at Chengdama, feeling as though a beast had entered his home. Zhou Yun humbly replied, "Do not be deceived by his stature. He is merely average, not comparable to the fighters of the Chun family." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yun circled the Chun estate, identifying the source of the issues before stating, "Have you noticed a recent streak of good fortune?" Elder Chen nodded. Indeed, since Yi Chan arranged the feng shui, business has gradually improved, and everything has stabilized. Because of this change, Elder Chen had never doubted Yi Chan and Appo's feng shui prowess, treating him as an esteemed guest. Zhou Yun, non-committal, continued, "Examine your lower abdomen. Is there not a gray mark? Have you been feeling increasingly fatigued? Your family seems somewhat dispirited." Elder Chen was astonished. Zhou Yun had not even seen him, yet had accurately pinpointed the issue. He lifted his shirt to reveal a darkening mark on his abdomen. What is the problem? Elder Chen realized the gravity of the situation and became agitated. Zhou Yun smirked. Yi Chen's skills are lacking. He merely knows how to arrange formations, enhancing your family's vitality significantly, yet he allows stagnant energy to fester, damaging your foundation and ultimately leading to a slow decline. Hence, your family members are akin to being poisoned slowly. If this continues, you will not survive for long. Elder Chen's eyes widened in terror. If Zhou Yun spoke the truth, it was indeed horrifying. To lose the entire family in 3 years. What worth is there in accumulating wealth if it merely benefits others? If one must pay such a terrifying price to rise to prominence, then such fortune is better forsaken. What infuriated him was that when Yi Chan set up the feng shui arrangement, he had sworn there would be no issues, yet he failed to disclose the potential repercussions. This fellow was indeed ambitious and insidious. If he was unaware, it would be one thing. However, if he had knowingly concealed this, how deep and chilling were his schemes? Elder Chan was drenched in cold sweat, nearly jeopardizing his family and Appo's lives. All their efforts could go to waste, and even his young grandson would suffer a tragic fate. That scoundrel Yi, I hope I never fall into his clutches or else. Elder Chan gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. Yet in the end, he restrained himself, considering Yi Chen's background, and reluctantly fell silent. The Yi family in the capital was not to be trifled with. Elder Chen gazed at Zhou Yun, who remained calm and composed, knowing he surely possessed a solution. He quickly ingratiated himself, pleading, "Zhou Yun, save me." Chapter 43. The Unruly Brother and the Misunderstanding with You. Feel free to ask for anything, as long as it aids the Chun family in overcoming this crisis. I am willing to pay any price. Chun Lao's face bore a sorrowful expression, reminiscent of a weary elder. For him, nothing mattered more than his family and descendants. The thought of severing the bloodline was a burden he could never forgive himself for, even in death. Prepared for a steep price, Chun Lao lamented his misfortune in choosing the wrong company. Zhou Yun spoke plainly. "I want your venture capital company. Are you willing to part with it?" Chun Lao fell into silence, opening his mouth, but hesitating to agree immediately. The Chun family's venture capital firm was moderately sized, with operational client funds exceeding 2 billion. These funds serve as a safety net for the family and Appo's, as primary industries. Relinquishing it to Zhou Yun was a painful prospect, as it had taken considerable effort to establish. Rebuilding a venture capital firm would demand immense resources and might not even reach the current scale. However, how could that compare to the lives of his family? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Lao resolved with a heavy heart. "If you desire it, take it. However, I will withdraw the profits and personnel that belong to the Chin family." Zhou Yun nodded in approval, replying, "Then it is settled." The essence of a venture capital group lies in its clientele and reputation. Everything else can be supplemented, and the Chun family had excelled in this regard. Zhou Yun had long contemplated establishing an investment firm. The upcoming Northwest project would require substantial financial input. Relying solely on Yuqing Group's current funds would be insufficient. Of course, there was the option of securing a bank loan, which would surely be welcomed, as banks are not foolish. Once the land's value is unveiled, they would lend without hesitation. Yet, Zhou Yun preferred not to resort to bank loans unless absolutely necessary. He wished to utilize his own capital to manage the entire project, thereby avoiding numerous complications. The venture capital company presented a splendid opportunity, capable of raising funds and managing them entirely, which would benefit the future of Yuqing Group. Zhou Yun had also considered founding a financial company anew, but the time required to attract clients was too lengthy. It was far more efficient to acquire an existing entity. Jing Wanning had not accompanied him today, attending to other matters at the office. After finalizing the agreement with Chun Lao, a middle-aged assistant proceeded to meet with Jing Wanning at the group. Having spent considerable time at the Chun residence, Zhou Yun directed the servants to rearrange the premises and advised them to modify the architectural layout of the estate, including the rockery and water features. Eventually, the feng shui issues were resolved. Chun Lao felt an invigorating sense of clarity as the oppressive gloom that had weighed on him dissipated, leaving him revitalized and appreciative of his surroundings. I find you increasingly inscrutable, Zhou Yun. Previously, I believed you to be, lacking in merit. It seems I have indeed misjudged you, Chun Lao expressed, reflecting on the numerous feng shui masters he had consulted in the past, whose results paled in comparison to Zhou Yun's efforts. It appears I am no longer suited for this position. Soon, I shall announce my retirement and pass the reins to a younger individual. I will introduce him to you, and you may assist one another in the future. Chun Lao spoke with deep admiration. Zhou Yun chuckled lightly, replying, "There are always those more capable than oneself. I cannot accept such praise. The feng shui is resolved, but I recommend your family procure some high-quality herbal remedies to nourish the liver. This will expedite the recovery of any lost vitality. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have recently taken over my father's responsibilities and am quite busy." Chun Lao listened intently, expressing profound gratitude. After several attempts to persuade Zhou Yun to stay for a meal, which were kindly declined, he escorted Zhou Yun to the door. The security personnel of the Zhou family immediately surrounded him, escorting him to the parking area. Chang Dama followed closely, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk, always on guard against unforeseen events. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zhou Yun noticed a woman wearing a baseball cap waiting for him. She possessed an alluring figure, and despite her casual attire, exuded an unforgettable elegance. As she lifted her gaze to Zhou Yun, surrounded by bodyguards, a spark of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Is this Zhou Yun, the one at odds with my brother? Surely not. How could he evoke such a stirring sensation within me? A tender part of her heart was touched, as if she had discovered another purpose in life, to be by his side. It was inconceivable. The memory of her first fluttering feelings during her school days resurfaced, making it impossible for her to harbor any disdain for him. Having encountered many top-tier male celebrities and attended numerous international fashion weeks, she had seen countless models, yet none had captivated her like he did. A man who could inspire such feelings must surely not be a villain. There must be some misunderstanding between him and her brother. From the moment she laid eyes on Zhou Yun, Yi Qingcheng was entranced, her mind immediately concluding that this man was certainly not a bad person. Perhaps it was an instinctive intuition, but she had great faith in her instincts. Her previously aloof demeanor gradually softened, leaving her flustered as Zhou Yun drew nearer. However, the first to approach her was not Zhou Yun, but the towering Chengdama, who stood between them. "Hello, please leave this area. This is my boss and amp, Oppo's vehicle," Chengdama stated with a watchful glare, showing no regard for her beauty and speaking rather brusquely. Yi Qingcheng froze, her expression slightly awkward. But determined not to lose her composure, she forced a smile. "I am here to find your boss, Zhou Yun." Upon hearing this, Chengdama turned to Zhou Yun, exclaiming, "Boss, this woman is specifically waiting for you here. Should I send her away?" Zhou Yun rubbed his temples, acknowledging that while Chengdama had many good qualities, his bluntness could be a flaw. The woman waiting by the luxury car was either a seller or someone seeking to align with a wealthy man. Such women had keen eyes for wealth. Nevertheless, he needed to inquire further to understand the situation. Zhou Yun motioned for Chengdama to step aside, fixing his gaze upon Yi Qingcheng, feeling a slight surprise within. Up close, he could see the exquisite beauty concealed beneath her cap, exuding an air of noble elegance that was not typical of ordinary women. In terms of beauty, she could rival Jing Wanning, and if graded, would likely score near perfection. Clearly, she is not a seller. "May I inquire your name?" Zhou Yun asked with curiosity. "I hail from a Yi family in the capital. My name is Yi Qingcheng. I am the sister of Yi Chun." In this close encounter with Zhou Yun, her heart raced uncontrollably, nearly causing her to falter as she spoke in fragments. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly clarified, "I am not here to cause you trouble. I merely wish to meet you. I believe my unruly brother may have some misunderstandings with you." Chapter 44. Accompanied by beauty, life expectancy increases. It must be a misunderstanding. How could such an alluring individual possibly be a rogue? That is simply inconceivable. As Yi Qingcheng drew closer, she perceived an almost ethereal radiance emanating from Zhou Yun. He was truly incomparable. "Hello, Miss Yi. It's rather late now. Let's find a place to dine and converse leisurely." Yi Qingcheng, a beauty of imperial concubine caliber in ancient times, was a testament to the author's brilliance. Zhou Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The system's directive was to pursue women related to Yi Chun, and Yi Qingcheng undoubtedly fit the criteria perfectly. Even aside from the system's influence, Zhou Yun found himself eager for a deeper acquaintance with her upon their first meeting. Beauty is a feast for the eyes and a balm for the spirit. What is the point of wealth if one cannot indulge? What is the use of riches if one merely becomes akin to a eunuch? The parking lot outside the Chun family estate was hardly an appropriate locale for a prolonged conversation, and dinner time had arrived. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Yi Qingcheng acquiesced, secretly delighted at the prospect of spending more time with Zhou Yun. This outing was indeed worthwhile. Zhou Yun instructed the security personnel to lower their guard, deeming this woman non-threatening, and gentlemanly opened the car door for Yi Qingcheng. As the vehicle departed from the Chun estate, a silence enveloped the two occupants. Yi Qingcheng felt at a loss for words. Despite Zhou Yun's previous ease in conversation, he now struggled to find a topic. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, having never felt this anxious around anyone before. Usually, she was adept at engaging in conversation, yet now she found herself gripped by social anxiety. The atmosphere within the car growing increasingly icy. Initially, she intended to confront Zhou Yun, but her feelings had unexpectedly turned to infatuation, rendering her unable to voice her grievances. In contrast to her calm demeanor when facing old Master Chun, Yi Qingcheng was now exceedingly nervous, fearing that any misstep might provoke Zhou Yun's disdain, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Finally, it was Zhou Yun who broke the silence, saying, "Miss Yi, I am not well acquainted with your brother. We have merely met once. There is no misunderstanding. You need not have gone out of your way to explain." Yi Qingcheng responded, "No, it is indeed necessary to clarify. I have heard about the events from the banquet a few nights ago. My brother is rather reckless, having been spoiled since childhood, and tends to act without regard." In truth, Yi Qingcheng had no obligation to provide Zhou Yun with such an extensive explanation. If outsiders were to learn that the prestigious Yi family would apologize to a mere businessman, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable stir. For such world-class magnates, bullying someone like him was a mark of esteem. Merely conversing with him was already a privilege. Yi Qingcheng continued her apologies. Yi Chun has never studied feng shui, yet he foolishly assumed the title of a master, nearly jeopardizing old Master Zhou's burial site. That was his first error. He knew Xianren was your fiancée, yet he still engaged in inappropriate familiarity. That was his second mistake. As she spoke, a wave of remorse washed over her. Yi Chun had indeed caused Zhou Yun a great deal of trouble. Had Zhou Yun been a peer among the tycoons, the Yi family would surely have suffered a significant loss of face. Zhou Yun smiled and replied, "As long as the youth recognizes his mistakes and seeks to amend them, that is sufficient. What has transpired has happened. Let it drift away like the wind. One must look forward. I have long since set it aside. However, I must express my gratitude to him. It allowed me to see Xianren's true nature and avoid familial misfortune and ridicule." Yi Qingcheng gazed at Zhou Yun's composed profile, filled with admiration. His temperament and magnanimity far surpassed that of Yi Chun. Why was there such a vast disparity at their age? She pondered that had her brother possessed even half of Zhou Yun's maturity, perhaps the second branch of their family would have already eclipsed the first, and he would not be perpetually belittled. Reflecting on her brother's earlier petulance, she could not help but sigh. "You are quite different from my initial expectations," I hope to forge a genuine friendship with you. Although I am a woman in the Yi family, I wield considerable influence and manage numerous enterprises. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. With a glimmer of warmth in her eyes, Yi Qingcheng seized the moment to establish a connection with Zhou Yun. Seeking his contact information, Zhou Yun replied with a radiant smile, "It is my honor to befriend Miss Yi." The two exchanged contact details, and Yi Qingcheng felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated Zhou Yun to be such an amiable conversationalist, enhancing his appeal in her eyes. "I will advise Yi Chan to refrain from causing you any more trouble. Should he misbehave again, please do inform me, and I shall give him a stern lesson," Yi Qingcheng declared earnestly. "My brother has always been overconfident, exceedingly arrogant, rarely facing setbacks. I ask for your understanding." Zhou Yun shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as he does not provoke me, I shall treat him with indifference. You need not worry. That will suffice. You see, Yi Chun was raised under strict supervision by our father, who meticulously arranged every aspect of his life. Yet he remained dissatisfied, proclaiming that his fate was in his own hands, defying authority, and engaging in numerous reckless acts. As their conversation deepened, the two grew more familiar, their bond blossoming into a friendship devoid of barriers. Laughter from Yi Qingcheng filled the car, akin to the sweet notes of a warbler, creating a joyful ambience. Zhou Yun felt a notable uplift in his spirits. The company of beauty seemed to extend his very lifespan. In this relaxed atmosphere, the convoy arrived at a luxurious restaurant situated atop a skyscraper in the city center. Zhou Yun frequently patronized this establishment, relishing its delectable dishes crafted from the freshest ingredients, which were a delight to the palate. From the top floor, they could gaze down upon the entire Jiang city, dining while enjoying the view, an experience that broadened the mind and nourished the soul. The waiter recognized Zhou Yun, astonished. Previously, he had accompanied a cool, professionally dressed beauty, and now he was with another woman radiating the allure of a top-tier celebrity. The lives of the affluent are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, unpretentious yet enviable. Once seated, an array of exquisite dishes soon adorned their table. Regardless of whether they finished every morsel, the essence lay in sharing equally. Their conversation drifted to Yi Chun before touching upon Qianren. Yi Qingcheng took a sip of water, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of woman are you seeking for the future? I find you exceptional and wonder who might be worthy of you." Such inquiries reminded Zhou Yun of similar questions posed to him in the past. With a smile, he responded, "Naturally, I would seek a wife akin to you, Miss Qingcheng." Yi Qingcheng's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. Was the man before her hinting at something more? It seemed implausible, as they had only just met, yet she yearned to seize the opportunity. Should she express her feelings immediately, or was it too soon? She felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, apprehensive that things were progressing too rapidly, as Zhou Yun had yet to fully know her. Thank you. You are remarkable. I am certain you will find someone deserving," Yi Qingcheng replied, her words layered with meaning, hoping Zhou Yun would grasp her intent. There is but one woman like her in the world, and she implied that Zhou Yun would undoubtedly find her, signaling her willingness to engage. Yet, she remained reserved, hoping Zhou Yun would understand without her needing to spell it out. However, Zhou Yun nodded, "I believe so too, but I wonder how long it will take." Yi Qingcheng thought for a moment. "It won't be long. When the time comes, I shall be your gatekeeper." Chapter 45. Has Xu Yanran developed schizophrenia? A casual conversation unfolded, eventually drifting towards Zhou Yun's interests and hobbies. Upon confirming that Zhou Yun was not only a feng shui master, but also possessed remarkable investment acumen, Yi Qingcheng was lavish in her praise. The entire dining experience bore a striking resemblance to a matchmaking session, primarily revolving around mutual inquiries about each other's basic circumstances. Yet, this method proved to be the swiftest means of fostering emotional connection and mutual understanding. By the end of the evening, Yi Qingcheng felt immensely satisfied, perceiving Zhou Yun as a man of both external charm and profound inner qualities, far from the foolish persona rumored about him. When the topic turned to his recent endeavors, Zhou Yun disclosed that he had recently acquired a venture capital firm, intending to delve into the investment sector. Without hesitation, Yi Qingcheng resolved to invest 100 million, signaling her support for Zhou Yun's enterprise. Zhou Yun was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by her initiative. She was indeed insightful and far more agreeable than Yichun. Their relationship had undoubtedly progressed, and it seemed the system and Oppose, a selection would soon be fulfilled. As their conversation drew to a close, Zhou Yun extended an invitation to Yi Qingcheng to attend the auction at Yewangding together. She readily accepted, both eager to deepen their connection. After their dinner, Zhou Yun offered to accompany her, to which she replied, "No need. My driver is already waiting downstairs. See you at the auction." Yi Qingcheng smiled sweetly, feeling content with her afternoon. As she departed the restaurant, she glanced back at Zhou Yun several times, her heart a little reluctant to leave. "I have ample time to remain in Jiangcheng, with numerous opportunities for interaction. There's no rush. Moving too swiftly might lead him to perceive me as a frivolous woman." This trip to Jiangcheng had proven remarkably fruitful, and she felt an inexplicable sense that Zhou Yun was indeed her destined partner. Just being near him, even in silence, was unforgettable. Yi Qingcheng, lost in her thoughts, chuckled to herself, her eyes glimmering with daydreams. If Yi Chan were to discover her current feelings and mindset, he would likely be infuriated on the spot. Meanwhile, at a rural homestay on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Yi Chun had driven there accompanied by several newly hired bodyguards. The presence of bodyguards was essential. He had become a prominent figure in Jiangcheng, and after provoking Zhou Yun, who knew when he might retaliate. Therefore, it was prudent to remain cautious. He was astounded by the plight of the Shu family, driven to such desperation. The worse their situation, the more advantageous it is for me. Yi Chun surveyed the countryside with disdain. Shortly after, the three members of the Shu family emerged, their eyes blazing with anger upon seeing Yi Chun. "You bastard! Do you dare to come here? Haven't you caused enough suffering for the Shu family already? Yi Chun, are you here to beg for mercy?" Shu and Oppo's father, upon sighting Yi Chun, erupted in fury, brandishing his belt as if to strike him down. "If it weren't for you seducing my daughter, how would the Shu family have fallen to such depths? We should have been allied with the Yuqing group, the foremost family under Jiangqing's dominion." The loss of their former glory was a source of deep resentment for them. Shu's mother glared at Yi Chun, equally incensed, though she remained silent, still recovering from the pain of last night's beating that had left her skin bruised and tender. Shu Yanran, meanwhile, gazed blankly at Yi Chun, her thoughts consumed by the memory of Zhou Yun from that morning. The world had felt like it was shattering around her, and her feelings of regret lingered. She felt no joy at Yi Chun and Oppo's arrival. Her heart had long since moved on from him. He was like a faded flower, and, in her heart, she had cast him aside. Yet Yi Chun remained oblivious to the fact that, in just a few days, Shu Yanran had changed her heart once more. Seeing her dazed expression filled Yi Chun with an inexplicable ache, especially as he noticed the bruises adorning her skin, as if they were wounds upon his own heart. He still harbored affection for her. Despite her occasional foolishness, she inexplicably drew him in. What has happened to Shu and Oppo's father, mother, and Yanran? Why are the injuries so severe? Why not take her to the hospital? Yichun inquired, confused. How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would they have suffered so? Shu and Oppo's father retorted angrily. I would have taken them to the hospital, but that would mean registering and possibly hospitalization. In no time, the creditors would discover us, and we would end up as mere corpses in a morgue. We can only apply some medicine and take anti-inflammatory pills to endure this phase. Yichun was taken aback. All right, I want to pry further. I'm here to apologize. He then looked earnestly and deeply at Shu Yanran. I apologize for losing my temper at you in the Jiangqing meeting. I truly did not intend to. It was Zhou Yun who sowed discord between us. You need not concern yourself with a man like him. It would be best to part ways. I am destined to surpass the Zhou family, as you once promised to believe in me. You deserve someone far better, and I am that person. Yichun began with an apology, followed by disparaging Zhou Yun, and then showered compliments on Shu Yanran, calculating his approach meticulously. He retrieved a box from his bodyguards, revealing a luxurious watch worth over 300,000. He smiled. This is my token of apology, merely the beginning. In the future, I will offer you gifts more valuable than the heart of the sea. The watch gleamed under the light, exuding a metallic luster. Zhou Yun paused, staring at the watch being presented to her, and then at Yi Chun's self-satisfied expression. A wave of aversion washed over her. It was a feeling reminiscent of her encounters with Zhou Yun. Coldly, she swatted the gift box aside, declaring, I do not need your gifts, nor do I accept your apology. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb my family. Leave. Yi Chun was left utterly stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, standing there in shock. His mind felt as though it had lost all command. He mechanically stared at his empty hands. The gift box lying in the dirt, much like his tumultuous emotions, chaotic and sullied. When the world was happening, Yi Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not the scene he had envisioned. It should have been a moment where, upon his apology, Zhou Yun graciously accepted and reassured him, just as before. With mutual affection, when he offered the gift, she should have joyfully accepted it and embraced him warmly. Yi Chun felt he might go mad. What was wrong with this woman? Had she lost her mind? How could she turn on him so swiftly? Do you still think I am the talented and youthful Zhou Yun? Not only Yi Chun, but even Shu's father and mother were taken aback by their daughter's actions. Just yesterday, she had fervently declared that Yi Chun was her destined partner, the only one she would marry. They had witnessed her experience the sweetness of true love in just a few days. She had even said that being with Yi Chun, even if they only had steamed buns to eat, would make her heart feel sweet. Now, however, their daughter completely disregarded her true love, dismissing his gift and telling him to leave. This was unprecedented. They exchanged bewildered glances, each feeling blindsided. Surely our daughter hasn't been driven mad by the heartbreak, developing a split personality? Yet, their daughter had acted rightly. She should treat him this way. What gall! He had already caused enough harm to their family, and sought to do so again. An apology? What kind of apology was that? Did he think a mere watch could win their daughter's favor? Was he suffering from some delusion, failing to recognize his own insignificance? Their daughter had previously brushed off 100 million. Could he even compare to Zhou Yun? How absurd. Chapter 46. Future Plans, the Commercial Empire. Listening to the scornful words of Mr. and Mrs. Shu, Yi Chun took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions and vowing not to lose his temper. Today, he sought the Shu family and Oppo's assistance, needing their bidding qualifications. He could not afford to act capriciously and jeopardize his endeavors. As one favored by fate and bestowed with a system, it was entirely normal for him to encounter misunderstanding and disbelief from others. Sooner or later, he would use facts to prove his worth, and then he would deliver a resounding rebuttal to those who doubted him. At that moment, the Shu family would have no choice but to revere him, even serving him foot water. After a fleeting moment of gloom, Yi Chun and Oppo's expression swiftly returned to composure. He instructed his bodyguard to retrieve the prestigious watch from the ground, forcing a smile as he spoke. It matters not if you dislike watches, but I implore you to listen to me first. I am aware that Zhou Yun has caused your family great distress, leading you to a dismal state, burdened with insurmountable debts and unable to move forward. I have come today to rescue the Shu family from this dire predicament and present you with an opportunity. Even without relying on the Zhou family, you can regain your former glory. Zhou Yun is of no consequence. With his head held high, an air of authority emanated from Yi Chun. He approached this meeting with utmost sincerity, bringing forth a project worth hundreds of billions, ample enough to satiate the appetites of the Shu family and elevate their status with minimal effort. In his eyes, he was the savior of the Shu family. Anyone with sense would recognize the correct course of action. Are you truly such a fool? Mr. and Mrs. Shu expressed their skepticism. Uncle and aunt, permit me to elaborate. I possess a project with immense profits. As long as you collaborate with me, repaying your debts will be effortless, and you may even reap substantial gains. Yi Chun asserted confidently. Mr. Shu's face was etched with doubt. After so many years of navigating this world, do not attempt to deceive me. How grand is this project? Yi Chun patted his chest, vowing. This project will create a sensation in Jiangcheng, Suppliers and real estate developers will come begging at your door. I am preparing to bid on a commercial land parcel exceeding 20,000 acres, and I am determined to succeed. What I lack is the qualification to bid. Initially, I could have sought partnerships with other companies, but due to my favorable relationship with Yanran, I approached your family. Yichen refrained from revealing the full extent of the project, knowing Mr. Zhou would be greedy upon learning of the enormous profits. Mr. Zhou was not a benevolent man, and once he caught wind of the potential, there would be no limit to his demands. 20,000 acres of commercial land. The starting bid must be in the hundreds of billions, right? Kid, what is your background? Mr. Zhou, observing Yi Chun's earnest demeanor, began to take him seriously. In the past, he would have dismissed such claims as mere jest, but now, faced with a family in dire straits, he was willing to grasp at any semblance of hope, much like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline. You need not concern yourselves with the details. Simply partner with me. Over the next few days, you may accompany me, and you will witness my investment acumen firsthand. However, I have one condition. You must not obstruct my relationship with Yanran. Rescuing the Zhou family and obtaining the requisite qualifications was merely the first step. The second step was to secure Zhou Yanran as a cherished companion. Such a grand offer would leave the Zhou family no room for hesitation. As anticipated, Mr. Zhou decisively declared, "If you can truly save my family, Yanran shall be betrothed to you." "Father," Zhou Yanran exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. "I no longer have feelings for Yi Chun. I love Zhou Yun. I don't care. I want to be with Zhou Yun, and I'm certain he still cares for me. I must win him back." Mr. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he scolded. "How long will you continue this unruly behavior? I previously allowed you to pursue Zhou Yun, and you toyed with him, resulting in this calamity. Now, your mother and I have acquiesced to your desire to be with Yi Chun, and yet you are now clamoring for Zhou Yun. Are you out of your mind, as if you were destined to oppose me at every turn? This time, you have no choice. You are aware of the family's plight. If another mishap occurs, your mother and I may as well leap from a building." Mr. Zhou felt utterly helpless. Sensing that this year had brought nothing but misfortune, his daughter's indecision continually pushed the family toward destruction. Yichen quickly added, "Yanran, I acknowledge my mistake last time. Once this project concludes, I will make amends." What more could Zhou Yanran say? She truly had no choice now. She could not bear to see her parents suffer. With a heavy heart, she turned away, sulking in silence. Mr. Zhou rubbed his hands together, pondering. How long until our family can turn its fortunes around? Yichen replied, "At the latest, it will not exceed a month. Tomorrow evening, you will accompany me to an auction. Then you will comprehend my capabilities." After thoughtful consideration, Mr. Zhou responded, "A month is a time frame I can manage. Let us proceed as such. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, they made their arrangement, and Yi Chun cast a lingering glance at Zhou Yanran. That night, at the Blue Mountain Villa, in the study, Zhou Yun reclined comfortably in his chair. His spirits lifted as he reflected on recent events. He had finally severed the Zhou family from their toxic grasp, liberating them from draining the Zhou family and Oppo's resources, thus revitalizing the entire Yichen group. This was merely the first step in his grand vision to establish the Zhou commercial empire. Now was the opportune moment to strike. He intended to take over the venture capital company and, relying on existing clientele, develop financial services. A far more pragmatic approach than starting a new company and navigating bureaucratic hurdles. Next, he would consolidate talent. With Chung Dama's loyalty secured, his personal safety was assured. Yet, this was not enough. Zhou Yun recalled that in the original narrative, Yi Chun had 4 formidable allies. One was a genius in business management, another an intelligence prodigy, and the last a hacking savant. These 3 had yet to encounter Yi Chun, and he needed to recruit them swiftly. With these individuals by his side, the path ahead would be much smoother, saving him considerable effort. After all, the future commercial empire would be vast. Relying solely on his decisions would lead to overwhelming stress, leaving him little time to contemplate other matters. There was much to be accomplished, and it had to be done step by step. Additionally, today had brought an unexpected delight. He had enjoyed a pleasant interaction with Yi Chun. This woman was genuinely captivating. The phrase "beauty brings disaster" was apparent. She appeared to harbor genuine affection for him, refraining from leveraging the Yi family's influence, instead exhibiting remarkable humility. The first step in winning her over was achieved. Now, he would nurture their relationship gradually. Of course, Zhou Yun was not pursuing Yi Qingqing merely to fulfill a system task. He would not resort to unscrupulous means. If he did not find her appealing, he would rather defy the system than settle for less. In the original tale, she was not a villain. Her character was admirable, having sacrificed much to help her brother become the head of the Yi family without involving innocence in her struggles. Both her appearance and character warranted Zhou Yun and Appo's attention. As he pondered these matters, a gentle knock sounded at the study door. "Come in." Jing Wan entered with vibrant energy, her black dress elegantly hugging her curves, revealing long, slender legs clad in black stockings and high heels. A refreshing fragrance wafted from her presence. "Master, these are the important documents from today that require your review. I am unable to make a decision on them." Chapter 47. The arrival of luxury cars. The internet celebrities go wild. Zhou Yun delegated authority, and many matters within the group were being handled by Jing Wanning and a few loyal old employees. Only when faced with significant decisions beyond their capability would they present the information to Zhou Yun. After glancing through the documents, he affixed his signature. Jing Wanning stored the documents and remarked, "I just received news that Yi Chun has approached the Shu family for collaboration. They will attend the auction at Yu Huangding tomorrow evening." An auction? Zhou Yun found it intriguing. As fate would have it, he too had received an invitation and, utilizing his exceptional investment skills, had reviewed the auction items, identifying several worthy acquisitions. Tomorrow, not only would he attend, but Yi Qingcheng would also be present. It would be interesting to see how their paths would cross. He surmised that Yi Chan was likely trying to seize an opportunity to procure fund for bidding, and he intended to thwart those plans, ensuring he wouldn't achieve his goals. Yi Chun was clever. Currently, in Jiang City, no one dared to partner with him due to his standing, necessitating his appeal to the Shu family to secure bidding qualifications. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work," Zhou Yun acknowledged. Jing Wanning replied gently, "There is no need to say such things, young master. This is my duty." Zhou Yun sighed. "I currently have too few capable people. You not only manage company affairs, but also oversee the Zhou family matters. Please keep an eye on Yi Chun's situation. It's truly not easy for one woman." He added, "However, this is only temporary. Soon I will recruit more talent, and you won't be so busy then." Jing Wanning felt a surge of warmth and sweetness in her heart. "Thank you for your concern, young master." The following day, under the moonlit sky, the Yu Huangding auction house was bustling with people, with luxury cars parked outside, enough to host an exhibition. Those in attendance were the affluent of Jiang City, alongside numerous out-of-town business owners, all dressed to the nines, vying for attention. Many streamers and social media personalities were drawn to the scene. Although they lacked the credentials to enter the auction hall, they captured images of the elite outside, satiating their curiosity while garnering views and popularity. Female internet celebrities typically traveled with teams, roaming the parking lot, and upon spotting the owners of luxury cars departing, they would rush forward, posing seductively for photos. After capturing their images, they promptly edited and uploaded them to their social circles, often captioned with, "Invited to the Yu Huangding auction. Chose this car today." Uninformed netizens eagerly liked and commented, praising the beauty of the sister and expressing envy and admiration for her wealth and looks. Male streamers focused on filming the luxury cars, explaining their performance and prices, educating their followers about automotive knowledge, while speculating on the identities of the car owners. Before long, a uniformed convoy of luxury vehicles arrived, instantly capturing everyone in Appo's attention. "Wow, whose convoy is this? It's truly imposing." The first two and last two vehicles were identical Mercedes-Benz G500S, starting at $2 million. The vehicle in the middle was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, exuding opulence, a limited edition with a guide price exceeding $14 million, overshadowing everything else. How extravagant, truly extravagant. The occupants of the G-Class vehicles disembarked, all bodyguards. No way. Such exquisite cars are merely the daily transport for security personnel. Who could the occupants of the Phantom be? Who is in the Phantom? The presence is monumental, with over 10 bodyguards surrounding them. One of them exudes a fierce aura that makes my legs weak. Quick, let me get a photo. This opportunity is rare. As they emerged, clad in a simple yet elegant suit, the collar slightly unbuttoned, their posture tall and commanding. They were strikingly handsome and exuded composure. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, they appeared refined and graceful, their features exquisite, resembling a dashing young aristocrat. How familiar! I think I know them. ISN and Oppos. This Zhou Yun, the heir of the Yuchen group? Wow, he is even more charming than in photographs. It feels as if I'm gazing upon an international superstar. Seeing him in person, I suddenly realized the online rumors were unfounded. He was indeed a noble figure. So handsome. If only I could be with him, I would willingly die. Wealthy and handsome, he truly embodies the ideal partner. If only he were my top supporter. Does he have Weibo? He seems to have stepped out of a romance drama. A true tycoon. I must follow him. With the arrival of the convoy, the streamers and internet celebrities went wild, all eyes drawn to the imposing Zhou Yun. The influencers were ecstatic. The male streamers were captivated by the cars, while the female streamers aspired to catch the eye of a wealthy suitor. Yet, ultimately, no one dared approach. They simply directed their cameras toward Zhou Yun. Their live streams, inundated with comments, marveling at the lavish display typical of a wealthy second-generation heir. As Zhou Yun alighted, he looked quizzically at the crowd, and upon grasping the situation, he couldn't help but chuckle. Leave some people behind. Don't let them approach the cars. After saying this, he strode away confidently, flanked by bodyguards. As Zhou Yun reached the entrance, many prominent figures paused, stopping to greet him. He responded politely, and shortly thereafter, he spotted a radiant figure amidst the crowd. Yi-Ching Chung, having shed her casual attire from earlier in the day, now donned a striking red evening gown that radiated an unspoken nobility and elegance, captivating all who beheld her. Unlike Jing Wanning, Yi-Ching Chung possessed a regal beauty that was not cold, but rather intoxicating. The elite present dimmed in her presence, a stark contrast akin to green leaves against blossoms. Her allure, ethereal. She approached gracefully, her smile warm and poised, mesmerizing not only Zhou Yun, but every man present. Who is she? Jiang City has never seen anyone like her. Which distinguished family does she belong to? She is truly stunning. Quickly inquire. This woman must have an extraordinary background. Her aura is not something an ordinary person could cultivate. As she approached, did she have acquaintances here? Perhaps she was already accompanied? After greeting Zhou Yun, many members of the elite could not help but fixate on Yi-Ching Chung, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. They speculated about the type of man worthy of such an exquisite woman. The crowd unconsciously parted, allowing Yi-Ching Chung to glide towards Zhou Yun like a princess. You look beautiful today, Zhou Yun beamed, his face lighting up. You look handsome as well. Yi-Ching Chung replied with a graceful smile. She drew closer to Zhou Yun, naturally linking her arm with his under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, as they made their way toward the center of the auction. The two, a perfect match, created a stunning tableau that turned heads wherever they went. Yi-Ching Chung had never favored ostentation, but now, walking alongside someone she admired, she yearned to be conspicuous, wishing the entire world could witness this moment of her and Zhou Yun together. Big news! This beauty is actually Zhou Dong's partner. Indeed, only a wealthy heir like Zhou Dong, with a fortune in the billions, deserves such a goddess. No wonder he dismissed Xu Yanran with a companion like this. I would also readily break off an engagement. To spend a night with this beauty, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Being wealthy is truly enviable. She is rich and beautiful, unlike, well, never mind. Chapter 48. How did he end up with his sister? What if others misunderstand when you link arms like this? Zhou Yun chuckled. Yi-Ching Chung playfully replied, if you're worried about being mistaken for a debauched young master, I can release your hand right away. I am Oppos, am more concerned about you being misinterpreted as having a boyfriend. After all, you hail from a Yi family, and many eyes are undoubtedly watching from the shadows. I, on the other hand, am indifferent, Zhou Yun shrugged. Yi-Ching Chung teased, honestly, None of the men my family has chosen for me have caught my eye. If they find out, it might actually be for the best. However, if you're anxious, I can clarify things later." With this statement, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared that Zhou Yun might recoil from her due to the pressure from the Yi family. If he were to withdraw his hand, she would feel a pang of disappointment. A man without wealth might be acceptable, but a man without courage would diminish his impression in her heart. Money could be compensated for through marriage, but love was something she would fiercely protect, and she would do everything in her power to safeguard Zhou Yun. Although they had only known each other for 2 days and had yet to define their relationship, Yi Qingcheng had already begun to contemplate future possibilities. Worrying for what lay ahead, Zhou Yun maintained an unwavering demeanor. "Let us keep our arms linked until we part ways." His calm words carried an undercurrent of determination. Though he did not explicitly express fear of the Yi family, his actions made his stance clear. This sentiment was more romantic than any flowery confession. Yi Qingcheng felt momentarily dazed, her eyes sparkling like countless stars, and she clutched Zhou Yun and Oppo's arm more tightly. Meanwhile, at the parking lot outside, a BMW 3 Series slowly rolled in. In the context of an auction venue, such a vehicle was hardly distinguishable from a taxi, drawing no attention. The online influencers continued to gossip about Zhou Yun, casting regretful glances at the unattainable luxury car convoy. This BMW was the first car Yi Chun had purchased with his own earnings. He stepped out, followed closely by the 3 members of the Zhou family, who also exited their vehicle. Dressed appropriately for such an event, they could not afford to appear ordinary. However, the Zhou family had made slight adjustments to their appearance to avoid revealing their identities, as they were under financial duress and many were seeking them. Upon exiting the car, they could not escape the clamor of the influencers' discussions. "If only I had the privilege to attend the auction. If I could get in, I'd make that young master fall at my feet." With 4 luxury Mercedes and a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the lot, the spectacle was indeed befitting the heir of Yuchen Group. It would be more accurate to call him a magnate now, having inherited hundreds of billions in assets. In comparison, other vehicles seemed significantly less impressive. "Oh look, someone even arrived in a BMW 3 Series. Probably doesn't even have a right to enter, just like us influencers. Wait, make sure you take good photos and don't include that BMW. It would be embarrassing." Regrettably, Zhou Yun had prohibited them from photographing his luxury vehicle. Otherwise, today and Oppo's pictures would have been quite impressive. Listening to their chatter, Yi Chun and Oppo's previously confident demeanor crumbled, his expression darkening. Thankfully, it was nighttime, so his embarrassment was less conspicuous. He was internally furious at the coincidence of Zhou Yun attending the auction as well. Why did they have to arrive at nearly the same time? He acknowledged that his car was indeed unremarkable, but it shouldn't warrant such ridicule. Yi Chun and Oppo's gaze pierced through the influencers, landing on the 4 luxurious G-Class SUVs and the black, prestigious Rolls-Royce Phantom neatly parked. The metallic sheen of the car nearly blinded him. Its exquisite lines, unique emblem, and opulent design exuded an aura of grandeur, crushing his vehicle beneath its splendor. The humiliation was indescribable. They flaunt their wealth thanks to family riches, unlike me, who has worked hard for everything I have. If I were to return to the Yi family, I could switch cars daily and even have them design a globally limited edition for me. Yi Chen scoffed, striving to divert his gaze from the luxury cars and suppress his irritation. Despite Zhou Yun and Oppo's guard vehicle being superior to his, thoughts of a billion-dollar project filled him with pride. Soon, he would be able to buy not just a Phantom, but even a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. And this was a secret known only to him. Zhu Yanran's eyes, once devoid of light, sparked with a flicker of hope upon learning that Zhou Yun was also at the auction. She turned her gaze towards the Zhou family's convoy, recognizing Zhou Yun's car, which brought her a sense of surprise. She had ridden in these vehicles numerous times before, dismissing them at the time, but now they seemed out of reach. Could it be that she might encounter Zhou Yun at the auction? Perhaps this would provide an opportunity for her to seek forgiveness and potentially alter her situation. Yet, she felt too timid to voice her thoughts. The fear of her parents had rendered her less willful than before. Zhu and Oppo's father and mother felt a sense of unease upon realizing that Zhou Yun was also attending the auction. Observing the luxury cars, they could not help but feel regret. They should have been amongst those envied by the crowd. Yet here they were, confined to a shabby BMW. Their own vehicle was superior to Yi Chen's, but they dared not drive it into the city for fear of being tracked down by creditors, leaving them to endure this dilapidated car. Little did they know, their mood would soon plummet further. Are you sure you can actually make money? Zhou and Oppo's father remained skeptical of Yi Chen. Tonight is merely a small showcase. Earning $1 million is no problem, Yi Chen asserted confidently. Zhou and Oppo's mother urged, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go inside. Don't embarrass us out here. She stood by the car, feeling utterly uncomfortable under the weight of scornful glances from passers-by. Yi Chen nodded and led the Zhou family towards the auction venue. As they exited the parking lot, they caught sight of a group of affluent businessmen gathered around a pair of individuals, their expressions filled with admiration and awe. Yi Chen suddenly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had been frozen in place, utterly astonished. The Zhou family, trailing behind with their heads down, also paused. What are you staring at? Keep moving. What did you see? Is it our creditors pursuing us? How could that be? Those people rarely attend auctions. They're too busy seeking profits. In response to Zhou's father's suspicions, Yi Chen offered no reply, his gaze transfixed on the two figures enveloped by the crowd. He could hardly fathom that these two individuals were together, appearing so intimately engaged. Yi Chen's heart erupted with rage and despair. His own sister was arm in arm with his adversary, chatting merrily. The sight before him struck him with profound shock. His eyes reddened, and an overwhelming sense of suffocating frustration surged from within. Chapter 49. A return rate exceeding 20-fold, he was momentarily petrified, unable to believe his own eyes. After standing there in shock for a while, he felt a surge of nausea, nearly fainting from indignation, a sensation of pressure swelling his chest, born from fury. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly profound, turning his world upside down. Although he still held some disdain for his sister, they shared the closest familial bond. Having grown up together, it was impossible to claim there were no feelings at all. In this moment, witnessing his sister with Zhou Yun felt like the most excruciating betrayal. How could she do this? It was inconceivable. This had to be a fabrication. How could Zhou Yun possibly know his sister? What on earth was happening? Yi Chen internally screamed in despair, his exterior betraying a bulging vein on his forehead as he exerted every ounce of control to avoid an outburst. It would be utterly humiliating, especially with the Zhou family watching. He could not afford to lose his composure. The sight of the two of them walking together, chatting and laughing, had completely shattered his defenses. Perhaps she remained unaware of his relationship with Zhou Yun. Once they entered the auction hall, he would seize the opportunity to speak with her privately, ensuring such a scenario would never recur. Yi Chen reassured himself, closing his eyes in an effort to stabilize his emotions, before finally uttering, "It's nothing. I merely recalled something unpleasant. Let's go." With that, he led the way towards the auction venue. However, Zhu Yanran remained rooted to the spot. Xu Fu and Xu Mu quickly tugged at Yi Chen, and the three of them turned to look at her. What was going on? Why did they both seem so possessed? Why did they come one after another and still not leave? Yet, Xu Yanran did not respond to them. Instead, she appeared lost and despondent, her hands trembling as she muttered to herself, "Who is that woman? How could she be with Zhou Yun? They're even holding hands in front of me. This is utterly absurd. Zhou Yun belongs to me. No one can take him away, especially not that wretched woman. It must be her fault that Zhou Yun has been behaving so strangely toward me. After all, how could he possibly have found a new love in just a few days? The one holding Zhou Yun's hand should be me." Xu Yanran seemed to be losing her sanity, her voice high-pitched as she shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby. Xu Fu felt alarmed. He did not want to attract attention. If they were recognized, it would spell trouble. He rushed forward and forcibly pulled his daughter close, compelling her to regain her composure. "Calm down. If you make another scene today, I will use the belt on you when we get home." At the mention of the belt, Xu Yanran shivered involuntarily, awakening from her daze, tears shimmering in her eyes. "I'm sorry, father," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Xu Mu, gazing ahead, watched the figures of the talented couple slowly fade from view, sighing deeply. So was Zhou Yun. No wonder they reacted so strongly. Xu Fu was not particularly surprised. He had already known Zhou Yun was present since the parking lot, merely sighing and remaining silent. Yi Chun had intended to admonish Xu Yanran. After all, Yi Qingsheng was his sister, and she had referred to her as a wretched woman. However, considering the complexity of the situation, he ultimately refrained from explaining. Silently, he continued to lead the way into the venue. This was not Yi Chen's first time seizing opportunities at Yuhuang Peak. He had obtained a pass in advance, allowing him to enter the auction hall without hindrance. After collecting their seat numbers and bidding paddles, they settled into the last row. Given Yi Chun and Oppos as current financial standing, he was among the least affluent in the room, lacking the qualifications to sit in the front. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun and Yi Qingsheng occupied a prime spot in the front row, the best position for viewing. Their group, resembling shadows, starkly contrasted with Zhou Yun, who basked in the spotlight. Yi Chun felt an uncontrollable turmoil within as he gazed at the two figures, yearning to rush over and forcibly separate them. The Xu family appeared despondent, huddled together, their faces etched with regret. In the front row, Zhou Yun seemed to sense the scrutiny from behind. He turned his head to look in their direction, instantly alarming the Xu family, who hurriedly lowered their gazes to their toes, remaining silent. Their relationship with Zhou Yun had become irreparable, and he was now their greatest creditor. Once the court and Oppos, as ruling arrived, they would owe the Zhou family an unfathomable sum in damages. Thus, they dared not meet Zhou Yun's gaze. Only Yi Chen fixed him with a menacing stare, unafraid. Zhou Yun smiled nonchalantly, undeterred, and exchanged a few words with Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng then turned to look at Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chen swiftly buried his head into his seat, overwhelmed by embarrassment, an excruciatingly awkward situation. Although he had yearned to confront his sister outside, questioning why she was with Zhou Yun, facing her in reality caused him to hesitate. He recalled telling her not to disturb him any longer. If he approached her now, it would be far too embarrassing. Thus, he could only lower his head, stealthily seeking an opportunity. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing merely glanced at him before losing interest. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The auction had yet to commence, but the atmosphere had already grown tense. Soon, a staff member entered, carrying refreshments. After sipping their drinks, the auction officially began. The host took the stage, a professional smile adorning his face as he held the microphone. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Yuhuang Peak Auction. It is my honor to host this event. I am Xiao Jiang. Today's offerings are precious collectibles, a celebration of art and a legacy of culture. Without further ado, let us commence the bidding process, where each bidder has the opportunity to acquire their desired item at a suitable price. Now, let us unveil the first auction item, a blue and white porcelain brush pot from the Chongzhen period of the Ming Dynasty. On stage, the staff carefully placed a brush pot onto the central table. The host passionately recounted the pot's history and value. Soon bidding began, with interested parties raising their paddles to place their offers. Ultimately, it sold for 2 million. Throughout this process, neither Zhou Yun nor Yi Chun made any bids, clearly indicating their targets lay elsewhere. Both were keenly analyzing the actual prices of the auction items, their investment skills fully engaged. As time passed, 1/3 of the auction had elapsed without a single bid from them. All items sold at reasonable prices to others. There were no profits to be made, nor were there any items worth purchasing. However, excitement stirred as a dark, rusty birdcage was set on the auction table, with the host quoting a price significantly lower than its actual value. Yi Chun felt compelled to act. The host proclaimed, "This birdcage, known as the Cloyson birdcage, is crafted from enamel and gilt copper. Its surface appears darkened due to rust, but without a doubt, it is a treasure from the Qing dynasty. In that era, only wealthy merchants or officials could afford such a birdcage. Its pedigree is extraordinary, and its collectible value is commendable. The opening bid is 100,000 in Yi Chun and Oppos size. The investment return rate for the birdcage fluctuated with each bid. This item was rare, and many collectors had an affinity for it. Although the majority did not comprehend its true worth, bids continued to be placed, albeit not reaching the birdcage's potential price. When the bidding reached 500,000, Yi Chun's investment return rate revealed an astonishing 20-fold return. In other words, the birdcage's genuine value began at 10 million. Chapter 50. What are you two up to? Yi Chun was ecstatic, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. This night was exceedingly frustrating for him. The only way to vent his anger was to acquire the birdcage, thoroughly investigate its true worth, and then flaunt it before Zhou Yun, thus alleviating his pent-up resentment. He was eager to act, yet he chose to wait until the bidding ceased before making his move. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, Zhou Yun possessed investment skills as well, and his were far superior. In terms of stature, he utterly overshadowed Yi Chun. Compared to Zhou Yun, Yi Chun's investment acumen was merely rudimentary. In Zhou Yun's eyes, not only did he have access to the birdcage's detailed pricing and historical provenance, but he was also privy to its future market fluctuations. Even more astonishing was his awareness of the birdcage's numerous past owners and their identities. The exorbitant price of the birdcage was attributed not only to its unique materials, but also to the fact that its first owner was a royal nobleman. With such an esteemed lineage, the birdcage's value soared. However, few in attendance could discern the true worth of the birdcage. Even some antique experts present, without close inspection, would struggle to assess its value. The modern aviculture community was sparse, rendering such items rare and largely overlooked. Consequently, bidding ceased at 700,000. When the host called out for further bids, Yi Chun could no longer contain himself, raising his paddle and declaring, 800,000. With a starting bid of 100,000, the increments could not fall below 10%. Beside him, Shu Fu quietly questioned, "What is so special about this birdcage that it can yield profit?" "I refuse to believe it." Shu Mu echoed his disbelief, exclaiming, 800,000 for a birdcage? That's madness. Even with wealth, this is not how one should spend. Yi Chun replied with a smile, "You simply do not understand. This item is worth millions. A treasure in the eyes of many collectors. Only I can see its true value. Just wait. Soon many will regret missing out." Confident, Yi Chun anticipated earning the respect of the Shu family, reveling in the thrill of showing off. However, he was taken aback when he thought no one would challenge him. Zhou Yun raised the stakes with a bid of 1 million. Zhou Yun's crisp voice resonated through the venue, capturing everyone's attention. Upon realizing it was him, no one dared to compete, save for Yi Chun. Zhou Yun was well known in the auction circles of Jiangchen. He had previously bid on items without regard for price, even when they soared several times their worth. This reputation meant that when he set his sights on something, no one would dare to contest him. Due to his status, no one wished to offend the Zhou family. Yi Chun glared at Zhou Yun, furious, suspecting he was deliberately trying to compete with him. Why had he remained silent until Yi Chun made his bid? Yi Chun had never heard of Zhou Yun and Appo's interest in birds, so he concluded that it was an act of malice directed at him. Little did he know that Zhou Yun also possessed a system, with investment skills far beyond his own. Zhou Yun's motives were not personal. He merely sought to make a profit, even if he did not sell it. Keeping such an exquisite birdcage in the garden would elevate the Zhou family and Appo's status. Seeing Zhou Yun and Appo's bid, Shu Fu kindly advised, "Do not compete with Zhou Yun. You cannot outbid him. He has never lost when pursuing something he desires." Yi Chun scoffed, "He does not comprehend the birdcage's worth. He is simply playing a game. I refuse to believe he can continue to contend with me. Even if he wants it, I will raise the price to its true value, ensuring he earns nothing. How has he never lost?" He thought bitterly, didn't Appo's he just lose his fiancée? Beside him, Shu Yin ran and Appo's expression shifted momentarily before dimming again. She had resigned herself to her parents' decisions, feeling utterly defeated. Since entering the venue, she had been fixated on Yi Chun, and even she had to concede that in terms of beauty, the latter far surpassed her. With such a stunning companion, how could Zhou Yun possibly still be interested in her? Regret flooded Shu Yin as she reflected on missed opportunities, now lost forever. 1,100,000. Yi Chun raised his paddle again, his gaze at Zhou Yun filled with provocation. "I will bid just 1,000 more than you. Let's see who can endure this," he thought. At that moment, All eyes in the room turned toward him. Observing an unknown individual daring to compete with Zhou Yun, whispers of ridicule began to circulate. Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. Is he courting death by challenging Zhou? They murmured. Zhou and oppose. As pocket money is something this man could never hope to earn in a lifetime. With the crowd and oppose, as scrutiny upon them, the Shu family quickly lowered their heads in silence. In contrast, Yi Chun stood tall. Zhou Yun, however, did not spare him a glance, continuing to raise his paddle. 1,500,000, he called out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun retorted, 1,501,000. Zhou Yun raised his paddle again. 2 million. 2,001,000. At this juncture, it was clear to all that Yi Chun was merely stirring trouble. If he genuinely desired the birdcage, he would bid much higher instead of incrementing by mere thousands. Such bidding behavior was likely to offend others, a tactic employed only when relations were strained. Zhou Yun and Oppo's bids were straightforward, demonstrating genuine interest in the birdcage, while Yi Chun and Oppo's actions were simply spiteful. A $2 million bid for a single birdcage, even if it were made of enamel, was considered exorbitant. Under normal auction circumstances, no one would compete at such a price. Sitting beside Zhou Yun, Yi Qingcheng stood up without hesitation, turning to her brother and admonishing, Yi Chun, have you had enough fun? Zhou Yun is bidding fairly. Why must you resort to these petty tactics? When did you also become interested in birds? Cease this foolish behavior immediately. Yi Chun was incensed, his expression one of disbelief. How could she reprimand him when it was Zhou Yun who instigated the competition? What are you two up to, being so ambiguous? Chapter 51. The relentless pursuit of justice. Yi Chun was seething with anger. It was one thing for his elder sister not to support him, but to accuse him instead? Was this the conduct of a decent person? She was aiding an outsider, despite the fact that Zhou Yun was clearly in the wrong. He had made the first bid, yet his sister was siding with him. What sorcery had Zhou Yun cast upon her? Yi Chun struggled to accept the absurdity of the situation, though he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, he had recently declared, in a fit of pique, that the affairs of the Yi family were of no concern to him, urging his sister not to seek him out again. This implied that his actions were his own and that his family's opinions were irrelevant. It was he who attempted to wrest the opportunity from me. Yi Chun suppressed his fury. I never anticipated that you would be so shameless. I have misjudged you. Yi Tingcheng replied with disappointment. Regaining his composure, Yi Chun crossed his legs and retorted, who is lacking in shame? Perhaps you should open your eyes and consider whether you are worthy of walking alongside me. Zhou Yun is far superior. At least he knows how to conduct himself. In an auction, one's skill is paramount. If he cannot play the game, he should withdraw. I have not violated any rules. Yi Chun's confidence surged. Zhou Yun, undoubtedly anxious, must be flustered. Yi Chun mused inwardly. Yi Tingcheng, exasperated, pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, very well. She then turned to Zhou Yun, her expression laden with apology. I apologize. My brother's temperament is quite abrasive, and I regret not having instilled better manners in him. Zhou Yun smiled faintly and replied, it is of no consequence. He speaks truthfully. The highest bidder prevails. I shall simply purchase it outright. As Zhou Yun observed Yi Chun being chastised by his sister, a wave of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of a similar experience he had endured. Yi Tingcheng, resigned, sat down and remarked, in comparison to you, Yi Chun truly appears as a mere child. You possess a remarkable capacity for tolerance. In her heart, she contemplated the prospect of Zhou Yun becoming her brother-in-law, lamenting her brother's lack of discernment and perpetual opposition to her. Zhou Yun raised his bidding paddle once more, declaring 10 million. The elite attendees of the auction were left speechless, astonished by the audacity of such a bid, which inflated the price of the birdcage nearly tenfold. Having attended numerous auctions, they had never witnessed such extravagance. Only Zhou Yun, known for his opulence, would lavishly spend on something he cherished, consistent with the rumors circulating about him. Wealthy merchants understood the value of their fortunes and would never engage in unwise investments. They estimated that the true worth of the birdcage would not exceed 1 million. Thus, spending 10 million on it, even out of passion, would be exceedingly imprudent. However, It would undoubtedly make headlines in Jiangsheng the following day, eliciting envy from many. For Zhou Yun, 10 million was merely a trifling sum, while for the average person, it represented an unattainable fortune. Yi Chun, after considerable hesitation, contemplated whether to increase his bid. The birdcage's value hovered around 10 million, and there was no room for profit. If he raised his paddle, what if Zhou Yun withdrew? Spending 10 million would leave him with only half of his remaining funds. The likelihood of finding a bargain would diminish further. Ultimately, he chose silence, observing Zhou Yun with a self-satisfied grin. As long as Zhou Yun did not profit, he felt content. After 3 calls from the auctioneer with no further bids, he struck the gavel and began to applaud. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou Yun for acquiring this exquisite piece, a cloisoned birdcage. Let's all extend our applause to him. The profits from this auction will be generously donated to children in mountainous regions. We express our gratitude to Mr. Zhou Yun for his contribution. The seasoned auctioneer, upon realizing Zhou Yun's loss, adeptly framed the narrative, indicating that the funds would support charitable causes, thereby enhancing Zhou Yun's reputation. If Zhou Yun felt angered at that moment, the applause surrounding him would surely alleviate much of his frustration. Yi Tingchang cast admiring glances at the auctioneer, appreciating the skills honed by the nation's premier auction house. If only Yi Chan could learn even half of such finesse, her worries would diminish. Unfortunately, Yi Chan was oblivious to his sister's thoughts, and if he were to hear them, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of sarcasm. Zhou Yun, far from displaying any ire over his expenditure, smiled and whispered, "I shall share a secret with you, but keep it under wraps." What secret? Yi Tingchang's curiosity was piqued, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. She interpreted his willingness to confide as a sign of their growing closeness, realizing that reprimanding Yi Chun had borne fruit. Moreover, sharing a secret was intrinsically an act of intimacy. I did not incur a loss. Rather, I profited. The birdcage's actual value is around 12 million. Yi Tingchang's eyes widened. Though over 10 million was not an insignificant amount, her curiosity was piqued. Zhou Yun elaborated on the birdcage's origins, explaining the vast discrepancy in its valuation. Moreover, the birdcage's price could appreciate further. 10 million was not its final price. In fact, the cloisoned birdcage was part of a rare type known as a liang cage, a detail known to few. Upon hearing that Zhou Yun had not suffered a loss, Yi Tingcheng felt relieved. Yet her eyes sparkled with questions as she struggled to comprehend. Zhou Yun continued, "A liang cage is not meant for housing birds. Its aesthetic value far surpasses its practical function. Upon completion, a copper bird is placed inside, seamlessly integrating with the cage. If one were to locate that copper bird, its value would double, reaching over 20 million. Zhou Yun, possessing an astute investment acumen, had discerned the birdcage's true nature and genuine worth. Furthermore, he knew that before the auction concluded, an additional item would be introduced, one that contained the copper bird. Acquiring both would effectively double their value. This secret, of course, he would not divulge. He was aware of the future worth of the item. Yi Tingcheng expressed her admiration. "I am increasingly impressed by you. Not only do you possess knowledge of feng shui, but you have also studied antiques." Zhou Yun chuckled. "Feng shui encompasses insights into antiques. I have merely brushed upon the subject." Yi Tingchang sighed. "If only we could find that copper bird." Zhou Yun replied mysteriously, "Perhaps it will surface soon. After all, fate is an unpredictable force." Yi Tingcheng nodded, reflecting inwardly. Had it not been for her brother, she would never have come to this quaint Jiangsheng and would not have met Zhou Yun. Fate truly is a remarkable and enigmatic phenomenon. Chapter 52. The strategy is no longer effective. Yi Chen clapped his hands in congratulations, his smile radiant, as if he had already claimed victory. Mr. Shu murmured, "Although the birdcage was acquired by Zhou Yun without profit, you have vented your frustrations. Since there are no more opportunities to seize, shall we depart?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Today's auction has more to offer than just this item. We will leave after it concludes. There is no need to rush." Mr. Shu felt increasingly anxious. He sensed the gaze of several individuals around him, occasionally resting on him, as if someone had recognized him. Among them were friends of his creditor. Once alerted, They could easily surround the auction house, making an exit nearly impossible. Yi Chun countered, I came here to make money. I wanted Oppos to hide it from you. My business is just beginning. To participate in that project, I need at least 3 billion in capital. 3 billion? That would suffice to settle my family and Oppos' debts. Mister, Zhou exclaimed, quickly adding, if you have 3 billion, don't bid, just give it to me, and I will marry my daughter to you. No, I'll give you my company too. Yi Chun turned to him, looking at him as if he were a fool. While Zhou Yun was indeed important to him, she paled in comparison to a project worth 100 billion. This was his stepping stone to success. He was determined to earn that 1 billion first. When the time came, the 30 billion would be a mere trifle. He chose not to explain further, continuing to focus on the next auction item on stage. Time passed, and Yi Chun refrained from bidding, finding nothing worthy of investment. Only Zhou Yun purchased a soft bracelet adorned with tourmaline and pearls for Yi Qingsheng, a piece of Qing dynasty court jewelry. Yi Qingsheng beamed with joy upon receiving Zhou Yun's gift, captivating all the men present. Yet, Yi Chun felt no stirrings to him. His sister's ordinary looks had long since lost their allure. Zhou Yun, however, was consumed with jealousy. She believed the bracelet should have been hers, now unjustly claimed by Yi Qingsheng, akin to a robbery. She failed to recall how, in the past, when Zhou Yun had gifted her the heart of the sea god, she had been proud and disdainful, relishing in making him feel small in front of others. It seemed the wheel of fate had turned. The auction continued, and throughout the process, Yi Chun managed to acquire several valuable items. Zhou Yun would occasionally raise the price, yielding him only a modest profit of a few $100,000, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the millions earned from a birdcage. Yet, it had validated his capabilities. Mr. Zhou speculated that without Zhou Yun's interference, Yi Chun would likely have emerged as the auction's biggest winner. The final item, one with immense potential profit, made its appearance. Yi Chun felt he had discerned Zhou Yun's bidding strategy. When he placed the first bid, Zhou Yun typically hesitated, the competition not being particularly intense. However, when Yi Chun would raise his paddle just before the hammer came down, Zhou Yun would counter aggressively. Thus, Yi Chun had been cultivating this illusion deliberately, hoping to snag the final item, an antique cauldron worth millions. He made the first bid. Others began to follow suit, but Zhou Yun remained unmoving, his head turned away, leaving Yi Chun unable to read his expression. Zhou Yun did eventually raise the price a few times, but then fell silent. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with delight. He believed Zhou Yun had relinquished the bidding. So, when the price reached 1,100,000 and the auctioneer called for a second time with no new bids, Yi Chun seized the moment and shouted, 1,200,000. Yet, just as he closed his eyes, anticipating the auctioneer and Oppos' congratulations, Zhou Yun and Oppos' devilish voice rang out, 1,500,000. Cursing under his breath, Yi Chun snapped his eyes open. This fellow was not adhering to the expected strategy. How dare he raise the bid again? Yi Chun had envisioned the auctioneer declaring the item his, allowing him to bask in the glory of its true value. Instead, Zhou Yun had brutally thwarted his plans. Frustration surged within him. This man was indeed his nemesis. Every encounter with him seemed to end unfavorably, and Yi Chun felt an intense rage. I refuse to believe he can outmaneuver me forever. He cannot possibly know the true worth of this cauldron. He merely seeks to provoke me. Quickly concealing his discontent, Yi Chun raised his paddle again, bidding 1,600,000. This time, he did not play games, raising the bid by a substantial 10,000, signaling his determination. After spending so much time at the auction, earning only a few $100,000 was unacceptable. Unfortunately, Zhou Yun, seemingly relentless, continued to bid, pushing the price to 2 million. Yi Chun and Oppos' composure shattered, his face darkening like a pot in Oppos' bottom, as he drank water frantically to suppress his rising fury. In fact, he had consumed so much that when provoked by Zhou Yun, he almost lost control. Very well, play your games. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, seething inwardly. I'll let you have it. Just wait until I auction that plot of land. I'll relish in striking back at you. As the price climbed to 8 million, Zhou Yun remained unfazed, still bidding. Realizing he could not win, Yichen had no choice but to concede, his hatred for Zhou Yun deepening. When the auctioneer declared that the cauldron had been sold for 8,200,000 to Zhou Yun, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The wealthy attendees, unaware of the item and Oppo's actual value, considered Zhou Yun extravagantly wealthy, effortlessly purchasing high-priced items as if they were toys. Just a few million? Zhou Yun likely made a fortune in mere minutes. They mused, their envy palpable. Meanwhile, the Shu family remained silent, their heads bowed, occasionally glancing at Zhou Yun with regret glimmering in their eyes. Chapter 53. The box worth 500 million. Yichen stood up and addressed the members of the Shu family, saying, "The auction has concluded. Please wait for me here and do not wander off. I need to use the restroom." Without a backward glance, he left the venue. However, just as he stepped out, the host announced, "Esteemed guests, today's auction has been a resounding success. In light of Mr. Zhou's generous contributions to aid children in impoverished mountainous regions, our company has decided to add another item to the auction." The host, fully considerate of Mr. Zhou and Oppo's reputation, reframed the losses he incurred as a noble act of charity. After all, a client as magnanimous and generous as Mr. Zhou, with someone the management of the Yuhuangding auction house in Jiangsheng would go to great lengths to accommodate. They would surely spare no effort in promoting matters that would enhance his standing. Thus, to prevent Mr. Zhou from harboring any resentment over the acquisition of two overvalued items, the auction house decided to hold an additional auction in his name. Mr. Zhou nodded in appreciation at the host. Everyone settled back into their seats, awaiting the next item. Shortly after, an ancient, weathered box was brought out from backstage. As Mr. Zhou gazed upon the box, his investment skills, which had been activated, instantly revealed all its information before his eyes. This dilapidated box is worth 500 million. Mr. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. Even he began to question whether the system had malfunctioned, as the valuation seemed exorbitant. However, upon carefully reading the system and Oppo's description of the box, he soon understood, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. The wooden box was of considerable antiquity, adorned with intricate and elaborate carvings, clearly indicative of its use by affluent families of Europe. The lock, crafted entirely from silver, appeared to have remained unopened for ages. Yet in itself, the box was worth at most 100,000. The true treasure lay within, with its contents valued at nearly 500 million. His divine investment skills enumerated the items concealed within the box. There were numerous old garments, along with a copper bird in a wire bird cage. A copper bird that could double the value of the Cloyson bird cage. Yet, this was not the main attraction. At the bottom of the box lay sheets of white paper, seemingly modern. The content was filled with various esoteric theories and symbols, leaving him utterly perplexed. Without the system's guidance, he would have been unable to ascertain the significance of these documents. Individually, he recognized each character, but combined, they formed a riddle that could baffle even the most learned minds. It was this documentation that accounted for the bulk of the 500 million. Mr. Zhou felt a surge of excitement. What began as a casual attendance at the auction had unexpectedly turned into a lucrative opportunity. Gaining several hundred million without a hint of remorse was already satisfying, especially witnessing Yichen and Oppo's frustration. However, the prospect of a 500 million profit filled him with elation. He turned to see Yi Chen's reaction upon discovering the box's true value, only to find him absent. The three members of the Shu family merely hung their heads in awkwardness. Regrettably, Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. It appeared the treasures within the box were now his for the taking. With that thought, Mr. Zhou felt no qualms. His smile widened uncontrollably. Yi Chen, too, would have recognized the box in Oppo's worth, but alas, he had assumed the auction was over and had missed this golden opportunity. Had Yi Chen been present, a fierce competition would have ensued. Now, he could only suffer in silence, unaware of the fortune he had let slip away. The host continued to introduce the box. Behold our final additional auction item. This ancient box hails from a scholarly lineage in Nancheng, its ancestors having served as high-ranking officials in the court. It has withstood the ravages of time and historical upheavals. The modern descendants have also shone brightly, producing numerous scholars who have attended prestigious universities, including postgraduates and doctoral candidates. Unfortunately, a tragic accident claimed the lives of the entire family, and the box was passed on to distant relatives. These relatives, unable to locate the key and unwilling to damage the box into Oppos, as structure, entrusted both it and its contents to our auction house for sale. We received the item without forcibly opening it, thus we are unaware of its contents. It can be said that, aside from the deceased, no one knows the true value of this box. The host was not lying. Yu Wangding relied on its reputation for conducting business. If they claimed not to have opened the box, then they had not. Should they deceive their clients, the repercussions would be dire, leading to a significant decline in business they could ill afford. Mr. Zhou was confident they had not breached the box. Otherwise, the research materials would have long been appraised by experts, and the auction house would have kept them for themselves. The audience remained silent, their interest waning. A box shrouded in mystery, akin to a gamble, with no one clear on its contents, led to few eager bidders. The host continued, "The fact that this box has survived intact from an ancient scholarly family imbues it with exceptional significance. Keeping this box in one and Oppos' home is said to bless future generations with wisdom and exceptional talent." The host tirelessly imbued the box with intangible value, piquing the interest of all present. Upon hearing this, some of the less cultured wealthy attendees suddenly became intrigued. Though they may not have been well educated, they had experienced enough setbacks due to ignorance to desire a learned heir. As the host extolled the box's virtues, bids began to emerge. Ultimately, when the price reached around 500,000, Mr. Zhou raised his paddle. Beside him, Yi Qingcheng stifled a laugh, remarking, "Why are you bidding on this? You don't even have children. It holds little significance." Mr. Zhou joked in reply, "I will have them in the future. I plan to have 10 or 8 to form a football team." Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes playfully, saying, "You think you can manage that? Why not give it a try?" Mr. Zhou retorted, his gaze fixed on her. Yi Qingcheng, not to be outdone, pursed her lips defiantly and said, "Then let us see who dares." "Agreed, it's settled," Mr. Zhou replied, his heart steady, as he believed that playful banter was essential to keeping the relationship lively. Yi Qingcheng, however, turned her head away, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, akin to a blush. Lost in her thoughts, she drifted into a daydream. Once Mr. Zhou placed his bid, the other attendees discreetly refrained from competing against him. This final item had been added specifically for Mr. Zhou, and no one objected to him securing it. After the host struck the gavel for the third time, he declared that the box belonged to Mr. Zhou, making it official. The hall erupted in applause, everyone offering their congratulations. Simultaneously, curiosity filled the air as they yearned to uncover the box and Oppos' contents, even as the time for departure approached. Yet, none were inclined to leave. Meanwhile, Yichen returned from the restroom, his expression still dark as he surveyed the bustling hall. He questioned the Shu family. "Wasn't the auction over? Why hasn't anyone left?" Shu Fu replied, "They just added another item for auction, a mere old box." Yichun frowned. "A box?" Chapter 54. I won't quarrel with the child. Yichun was puzzled as to why there was yet another box, though he regrettably did not catch sight of it. However, upon learning that it had been purchased by Zhou Yun, he scoffed, dismissing the man as someone who had become addicted to competing with him, even going so far as to buy a mere box. He instructed the Shu family to remain quiet for the time being, as he was eager to mock Zhou Yun. He simply could not swallow his indignation. The wealthy merchants clustered around Zhou Yun, engaging in conversation. Shortly thereafter, the auction house personnel completed the necessary paperwork and brought the item over for Zhou Yun's signature. After he signed, the staff intended to assist him in transporting his purchase to the vehicle, but Zhou Yun declared it was unnecessary for the moment. Curiosity swirled among the merchants present. They could not fathom why Zhou Yun had acquired that box and what treasures it might hold. To satisfy their inquisitiveness, he decided to unveil its contents right then and there. He first held up a birdcage, proclaiming, "I have not made a poor investment. This birdcage is valued at well over 10 million. He then elaborated on the historical significance and true composition of the birdcage. The crowd soon grasped the situation. erupting in compliments, praising Zhou Yun and Appo's erudition and his ability to discern its genuine worth from such a distance. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stood off to the side, sarcastically remarking, "Indeed, it is a fine item, but regrettably, what could have been a bargain has ultimately resulted in no profit." All eyes shifted to him, quickly recognizing that he had deliberately inflated the price, preventing Zhou Yun from acquiring it at a discount. "Brave young man," some in attendance murmured. Among them were a few antique experts, who politely requested to examine the birdcage closely. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded Yi Chun, questioning how this inexperienced youth dared to compete with Zhou Yun. With a puffed chest, Yi Chun retorted, "I recognize the value of the birdcage at first glance. It should rightfully belong to me." Yet, Zhou Yun intervened unexpectedly. "He couldn't possibly have discerned its worth. He merely wanted to compete with me. Naturally, if he covets my possessions, I shall not allow him to benefit without consequence." Upon hearing this, the experts exchanged knowing smirks. Although they did not dare to confront Zhou Yun, they sensed that Yi Chun lacked any substantial backing and proceeded to question him. "The birdcage is indeed valued at over 10 million. Do you know why?" Yi Chun and Appo's expression faltered. "Over 10 million? Impossible. I surely did not misjudge." The expert countered. "The Cloyson birdcage is specifically designed for display, originally housing a copper bird. If the copper bird is found and reunited, the price would double. It seems you only possess a superficial understanding. Perhaps you should return to your studies." His words elicited a wave of laughter from the audience, who mocked Yi Chun for his ignorance, suggesting he was merely a child lacking comprehension. Yi Chun's face flushed crimson, but he found himself unable to refute their claims. He recognized the actual value, but could not articulate why it was so high. Compared to the expert's theoretical knowledge, he only grasped the outcome, and an incorrect one at that. Yi Ching-chung, feeling embarrassed, hastily admonished Yi Chun, "You have no business here. Hurry back. I know precisely how capable you are. When did you learn to appraise antiques?" "If you're not ashamed, I certainly am." Yi Chun glared back at her defiantly, responding, "You should be the one to leave. What are you doing lingering in Jiangcheng?" The siblings did not disclose their identities, but understood each other's words. Sensing her brother was about to retort again, Yi Ching-chung, aware she could not best him in an argument, turned to the assembled crowd and remarked, "However, Zhou Yun does not possess the copper bird, so this birdcage is only worth 10 million. No matter how much you say, it is futile. Finding a matching copper bird is like searching for a needle in a haystack, an endeavor that cannot be achieved even with money. A broken birdcage, much like its owner, will forever remain incomplete." Yi Chun's remarks left no room for interpretation, offering Zhou Yun no semblance of dignity and transparently targeting him. He sought to provoke Zhou Yun, wishing to witness the man lose his composure in front of others. Truth be told, since their acquaintance, Yi Chun had never witnessed Zhou Yun genuinely angry. Zhou Yun always maintained an air of calmness, which irked him greatly. As Yi Chun and Appo's words hung in the air, the atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence, and people instinctively distanced themselves from him. They regarded Yi Chun as if he were mad, daring to provoke a local powerhouse in Jiangcheng, a truly reckless endeavor. Yi Ching-chung, now furious, disregarded her own dignity, removing her elegant high heels and delivering a swift kick toward Yi Chun. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you forgotten everything our parents taught you as a child? Where is your gentlemanly conduct? Have you fed your upbringing to the dogs? Good heavens! If our father would see your behavior from beyond, how heartbroken he would be." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over. She had watched Yi Chun grow up, perpetually attempting to correct his arrogant disposition, yet to no avail. He had only become more entrenched in his obstinacy. As an elder sister, her heart ached profoundly. Yi Chun, staggered by the kick, opened his mouth in shock, realizing his own disgraceful behavior. Having been bullied by his sister throughout their childhood, he was accustomed to such treatment and had never contemplated retaliating. He merely insisted, "I am speaking the truth." Witnessing his stubbornness, Yi Ching-chung felt a deep sense of despair. Her insufferable brother truly seemed beyond redemption. Unsure what to do, she sought Zhou Yun and Appo's gaze, repeatedly apologizing. "I am so sorry. My brother has spoken out of turn, and I truly apologize. He is not usually like this. I do not know what has provoked him today. As Zhou Yun surveyed the chaotic scene before him, he was met with Yi Qingqing's tear-filled eyes and sighed. Very well. I shall not engage in a quarrel with the child. Unconsciously, he opened his arms in a gesture of comfort. Yi Qingqing, for reasons unknown, felt drawn to him, as if an unseen force guided her into his embrace, where she found solace in his warm chest and sturdy arms, her emotions gradually calming. Yichen stood there dumbfounded. What is going on between you two? Are you not ashamed? How can you embrace each other in front of me? Can you not restrain yourselves? Though he had suspected that Zhou Yun and his sister shared a secret, witnessing it unfold before his eyes sent his mind into turmoil, racing with countless thoughts. Suddenly, he regretted provoking Zhou Yun, inadvertently granting them the opportunity to embrace publicly. Have I unwittingly pushed my sister toward the abyss? No way. Hey. What are you doing? Release her at once. What is this nonsense? What kind of place do you think this is? I'm still here. Yichen tugged at his hair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 55. Discovering the Copper Bird, a patent worth billions. What about the birdcage? What are you two up to? Shouldn't we be discussing whether the birdcage is a loss or profit? The light above Yi Chun's head was cast by the crystal chandelier, swaying above him. At his inquiry, Yi Qingqing felt the awkwardness and quickly detached herself from Zhou Yun's embrace, her cheeks flushing once more. Zhou Yun, seemingly indifferent, chuckled. Do you think I cannot find a copper bird? Alas, fate is indeed wondrous in this world. You are still young, lacking in worldly experience. Some individuals are beyond your comprehension. Zhou Yun borrowed a hefty axe from the auction house, wielding it as he prepared to shatter the valuable silver lock of the box, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. Is this truly happening? If there is nothing inside more valuable than the box itself, it would be a considerable loss. As the box was opened amidst gasps of disbelief, a musty odor wafted out, revealing only tattered clothing within. Upon closer inspection, it appeared there was nothing of worth, and the exquisite box was cracked under the sheer force of the blow, unable to withstand such brutality due to its age. Yichen scrutinized the contents for a long time before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Just some rags. Ha ha ha. If I'm not mistaken, these garments are mere antiques from the 1980s, hardly worth anything. Zhou Yun, you've lost. His delight was singular amidst the crowd's astonishment, who were now fixated on Zhou Yun, who was meticulously discarding the clothes, ultimately uncovering a copper bird at the bottom. Indeed, Zhou Yun appeared to have anticipated this, remaining unfazed by the curious glances around him as he retrieved the copper bird. Was there truly a copper bird hidden within the box? Yi Chun fell silent, an inexplicable warmth flushing over his face. How could he possibly find a copper bird? He thought, trying to convince himself that it might not belong to the birdcage after all. Yet, reality did not align with his hopes. Zhou Yun effortlessly placed the copper bird into the enamel birdcage, fitting it seamlessly as if they had always been one. Experts hurriedly took the birdcage for further examination, their astonishment palpable. A marvel of craftsmanship, flawlessly perfect. It appears as if they were never separated, but were always joined together. Their excitement soared, significantly enhancing the aesthetic and scholarly value of the birdcage, which now seemed worth double its previous price. The bird appeared so lifelike, as if it might take flight at any moment, prompting the experts to urge for the cage's door to be closed. The experts were fervently engrossed, meticulously scrutinizing the birdcage with magnifying glasses, their enthusiasm indicating that this copper bird was indeed the prized copper sparrow of the cage. Though the wealthy merchants lacked understanding, they were equally in awe. How astonishing! So this is how one finds a copper bird? It seems that fate truly favors the fortunate. What was thought to be a mere broken box turned out to conceal a copper bird. Thus, it seemed that Zhou Yun had not only avoided a loss, but had potentially profited by tens of millions with such ease. The wealthy merchants buzzed with excitement, having witnessed a miracle akin to magic. Yi Chun, like one who had swallowed a fly, found his voice stifled, his throat constricted as he had previously activated his investment skills to observe the box. Unfortunately, it was not in a saleable state. leaving him oblivious to the true value of its contents. This was where his investment skills fell short compared to Zhou Yun's. Consider yourself lucky, Yi Chun remarked with a tinge of bitterness. If I had known earlier, I would have ensured the box fetched over 10 million, preventing you from profiting. He muttered through clenched teeth. Beside him, Yi Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Zhou Yun. This man was ever so composed, unshaken by any circumstance. Any problem placed in his hands seemed light as a feather. Truly, he was a rare gem among men. If he were to slip away from her grasp, it would be a lifelong regret. Yi Qingcheng recalled Zhou Yun's earlier words about the destined connection with the copper sparrow, finding it eerily prophetic. Were it not for her knowledge of the stringent rules at Yuhuang Peak, she might have doubted whether Zhou Yun had foreseen the box's contents. As long as there is no loss, she sighed in relief, feeling indebted to Zhou Yun due to Yi Chen's indiscretions. Now that Zhou Yun had escaped unscathed, she felt reassured. Yi Chen's face darkened, feigning nonchalance as he noticed the disappointed gazes of the Shu family directed at him. He had promised to showcase his abilities to them. Yet Zhou Yun had completely overshadowed him. This was meant to be his moment of glory. However, resigned to the unfolding events, he could only suppress his frustration. What transpired next struck him like a bolt of lightning, filling him with regret. Zhou Yun smiled brightly at everyone, unabashedly declaring, "I have no qualms about letting you all know that I have struck gold. The contents of this box are far more astonishing than you can imagine." He rummaged through the discarded clothing and debris, revealing a thick stack of papers concealed at the box's bottom. Though yellowed with age, the inscriptions were still legible, filled with specialized chemical terminology, indecipherable to anyone lacking expertise in the field. Zhou Yun extracted the stack, disregarding the dirt, and casually flipped through it. Within mere moments, his scalp prickled with confusion. It was entirely incomprehensible to him. However, the title on the first page indicated the nature of the documents. Technical data for a newly developed chemical foaming agent. Not yet patented. Moreover, it was a successfully researched foaming agent ready for immediate production. No one present grasped the true worth of these papers. If a wealthy individual were to come across them, they might dismiss them as mere refuse. Yet Zhou Yun held the papers as if they were treasures, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This patent could fetch 5 billion. If he were to establish a factory for production, the profits would far exceed that amount. Furthermore, the foaming agent was closely related to construction materials, essential for producing numerous everyday items, from household sofas and refrigerators to airplane and automobile components, even spacecraft machinery. Foam was indispensable. Chapter 56, A Sensation in the Xian Nation. Fortune awaits you. Most significantly, the technology of foaming agents has been monopolized by Europe and America for decades, leaving Huaxia devoid of such expertise. Yet, this invaluable information has come into the possession of Zhou Yun, who stands on the brink of establishing the nation's first premier foam production company. This is no small feat. As the crowd pondered, Zhou Yun addressed the versatile host, inquiring if they were acquainted with any chemical experts. "Indeed, we are," the host responded. "Our auction frequently features peculiar items that require the assessment of professionals from various fields, and we maintain good relations with them." With a serene smile, Zhou Yun requested, "Please contact an expert on-site to review the contents of this document." He had no intention of revealing the entire technical dossier. A single sheet would suffice to validate its significance. While he understood the implications fully, he chose not to withhold information. The host promptly reached out to a chemical expert via the company, facilitating a video call. Upon reviewing the document, the expert was utterly astounded, arriving at a startling conclusion. This was a conundrum in chemical foaming that had seemingly been surreptitiously resolved. Heavens, if this news were to spread, it would send shockwaves through the entire scientific community of Xia. This groundbreaking foam could be deemed revolutionary. To elucidate, foam is utilized extensively worldwide. However, traditional production methods inflict severe environmental damage, releasing chlorofluorocarbons and depleting the ozone layer. Foaming production has long been among the primary culprits of pollution. Countless iterations had failed to address this issue, but now, The document asserted a significant reduction in pollution concerns. If true, it would be truly earth-shattering. May I inquire about the identity of this remarkable scientist whose research has left me so astounded? The esteemed expert in Huaxia appeared visibly agitated, his demeanor transformed. Yet, after the host's explanation, he sighed, "Fate is capricious. He is indeed a great individual. His research holds immense significance for Xia, necessitating utmost confidentiality. Perhaps this is why no information about him has surfaced until now. I only hope that Mr. Zhou Yun can safeguard it from foreign entities." The expert spoke with restrained enthusiasm, asking, "Is Mr. Zhou Yun present?" Upon hearing his name, Zhou Yun appeared on screen, offering a gentle smile. "I am Zhou Yun. You are indeed fortunate, young man, to possess this research material. You are on the path to fortune," the expert praised. Zhou Yun replied with humility, "I have always considered myself fortunate, but I do not perceive this as mere wealth. I possess some assets locally." "How much is some?" the expert inquired, puzzled. The host then elucidated Zhou Yun's identity and wealth, leaving the expert astonished and even more exhilarated. "Mr. Zhou, do you intend to sell this patent or produce it yourself?" Zhou Yun responded, "If conditions permit, I plan to establish a factory for research and production." The expert immediately advised, "You must swiftly apply for the patent to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. I have a humble request. I would like to bring a few students to work at your factory. We can formalize a confidentiality agreement. My intentions are purely driven by a profound interest in this technology." In the video, the expert appeared sincere, devoid of ulterior motives. He meticulously detailed his credentials, akin to a job interview, hoping Zhou Yun would grant him this opportunity. The host softly reminded Zhou Yun, "Mr. Zhou, this chemist is a prominent figure in Xia. Many have sought his expertise for leadership roles in research and development, but he has declined. This is a splendid opportunity." Zhou Yun, comprehending the situation, readily replied to the chemist, "I look forward to your assistance in the future." It would be illogical to refuse such a gifted expert. After all, engaging a professional would alleviate a myriad of complexities, including equipment procurement and production logistics. Zhou Yun and Appo's focus was solely on profit. The expert, brimming with excitement, declared, "I will fly to Jiangshang tomorrow to discuss further and assist you with the patent application." After a few more pleasantries, the expert concluded the call with palpable urgency. In the auction hall, the participants, having witnessed this video conference, were now acutely aware of the document and Appo's worth. Many felt a pang of envy. Most affluent attendees had assets around 100 million. Zhou Yun's acquisition was valued at over 500 million, and this was merely the value of the document. The potential profits from actual production would be staggering and the prospects unfathomable, given that this represented a breakthrough against the monopoly held by Europe and America. Historically, researchers have desired to produce their innovations independently, yet the prohibitive costs of equipment, often reaching billions, have deterred them. Moreover, the burdens of managing a factory, coordinating operations, and navigating regulatory challenges have further complicated matters. For scientists engrossed in the mysteries of the universe, time is best spent on exploration rather than administration. Thus, many researchers resort to selling patents or collaborating with corporate entities. In contrast, Zhou Yun, as an entrepreneur, directly possesses this patent, obviating the need for partnerships. An enviable position indeed. He had effectively stumbled upon a gold mine. In comparison to the value of the box, it felt akin to a windfall. Envy and regret washed over the crowd, with many rendered speechless, lamenting their missed opportunity. Had they known the true worth of the contents within that box, they would have risked offending the Zhou family to compete fiercely for it. Perhaps fortune could have favored them. A chorus of despair echoed in the auction hall. With no congratulations exchanged, only envy and jealousy. Yi Chun, particularly incensed, felt his temper flare uncontrollably, seething with rage. How could Zhou Yun, his rival, seize such a magnificent opportunity? He was on the verge of combustion, his composure shattered. All because he had stepped away for a moment. He had forfeited 500 million. With that sum, he could have easily approached his goal of 3 billion. The more capital one possesses, the greater their investment capacity. This is why the affluent continue to amass wealth. because they have more assets at their disposal. For instance, a wealthy individual with 100 million in the bank at a 4% interest rate earns 4 million annually, while an ordinary person with 100,000 only receives 4,000. This principle of leveraging money to generate more wealth is paramount. With 500 million, he could quickly multiply his investments. He would have rapidly amassed sufficient funds for a 3 billion bid. Yet, he was left with only 20 million to work with. Even doubling that would yield scant returns. The timeline for growth was agonizingly prolonged. 500 million. Yi Chen's heart ached at the thought of it. He refused to accept this reality, unable to bear Zhou Yun's triumph, and bitterly declared, "I contest the fairness of this auction. I was absent during the final bidding. I propose a re-auction, allowing everyone the chance to compete fairly." Chapter 57. After the re-auction, can you compete? Yi Chen, in a state of bewilderment, stubbornly refused to let Zhou Yun take advantage, becoming increasingly greedy as he vociferously proclaimed his thoughts. His loud outburst silenced the entire venue, many in attendance believing him to be mad. How could items that had already been auctioned off possibly be auctioned again? However, the majority of the wealthy patrons present remained silent, harboring a flicker of hope. If a re-auction were truly possible, they too would wish to seize the opportunity. The host, who had previously worn a constant smile, now wore a grim expression, casting a hostile glare at Yi Chen, while he officially served as the host. He was also one of the key figures at the Yuhuang Ding auction house in Jiangqing. Yi Chen's public challenge was akin to a slap to his face. The gavel that had struck down was his, as was the pronouncement that the item belonged to Zhou Yun. If everything were to be reset, what purpose would he serve? "Mr. Yi, I hope you refrain from making such jesting remarks, or you shall forfeit your right to enter the Yuhuang Ding auction house henceforth." The host stepped forward, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with his previous amiable demeanor. His voice was cold as he continued. "The rules of the Yuhuang Ding auction house are well known across the nation, one of which states that if a client misses an auction due to personal reasons, the venue bears no responsibility. If everyone were to act as you have, how would the Yuhuang Ding auction house continue to function? Should we notify the entire nation, inviting all of China to bid, simply because they lack the qualification to participate? No, perhaps we should extend the invitation globally, allowing everyone to join in, as many affluent individuals may not have received the news. By your logic, should those who missed the lottery ticket purchase also request the lottery company to hold a redraw for a guaranteed winning number? Are you a child of 3? Come here to Yuhuang Ding and cause a ruckus. Who do you think you are? If I recall correctly, Mr. Yi, your personal assets amount to just over 20 million, correct? What gives you the audacity to believe you can compete with the billionaires present? Who here is not a tycoon? What makes you think you can rival the billionaire Zhou when you can barely muster 5 or 10 billion? The host and Oppo's words were brutally unrestrained, bordering on reprimanding. Each statement struck Yi Chen like a blade, inflicting profound humiliation. He staggered backward, his face paling. The host's admonishment jolted him back to reality, making him acutely aware of his folly. "I apologize. I did not think this through. I now extend my apologies to the Yuhuang Ding auction house. I retract my earlier statement." Yi Chen felt a rush of shame, instantly subdued, regret washing over him. He dared not utter another word, swallowing his indignation. The consequences of incurring the wrath of Yuhuang Ding could be dire, as he would be barred from all auction houses in China. Many subsidiaries of Yuhuang Ding would also refuse to collaborate with him. It is crucial to recognize that much of his current investment capital was legally acquired through auctions. Unlike the local powerful figures in Jiangqing, offending Yuhuang Ding bore far graver repercussions. Should he find himself unable to thrive in Jiangqing, he could always seek opportunities elsewhere. Yet, to offend Yuhuang Ding meant that, apart from seeking reconciliation through his family, he would find it exceedingly difficult to conduct business within the borders of Xia country. This exemplifies the terrifying power of significant influence. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng approached quietly, seizing the opportunity while everyone was stunned, and delivered a sharp slap to Yi Chen's face. The resounding sound echoed throughout the hall. "Ignorant, immature, capricious, and unreasonable. You are no different from a street rogue at this moment. Perhaps it was indeed a mistake for Mother and me to allow you to leave." Yi Qingcheng's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with regret for not having educated her brother properly, which had allowed him to devolve into such a scoundrel and despicable person. Yi Chun, awakened by the slap and the pained expression of his sister, felt a cold sweat break out on his back. The air around him turned frigid, as if he were encased in a refrigerator. Reflecting on his earlier outburst, he was struck dumb by his own foolishness. Though his face burned with pain, he dared not retort against his sister, as the gazes of those around him scrutinized him as though he were an amusing spectacle. He inhaled deeply and solemnly apologized. "I am sorry. I was reckless and did not think clearly before speaking." He recalled that he was the destined child, meant to navigate life with ease, unaffected by external turmoil. Yet, he had completely lost control, acting in a manner wholly uncharacteristic of himself, an egregious error. Thus, he lowered his gaze, obediently admitting fault. Nonetheless, his inner confidence remained, believing this was merely a temporary setback and that he would eventually reclaim his standing. In truth, as a member of the Yi family, he should not have been so desperate for such minor technical patents. The Yi family possessed far greater assets. His frustration primarily stemmed from Zhou Yun and Oppo's as provocation. It was akin to playing a game where he had achieved an overwhelming advantage, fully equipped and far ahead in resources, only to lose due to an underhanded tactic from the opponent. The ensuing frustration, akin to a stone lodged in his chest, was inexpressible. The desire to lash out against the individual who had wronged him was palpable, even though he understood that losing a single round was inconsequential. Now, having regained his composure, he dared not allow events to spiral further out of control. After he had finished apologizing, the host's expression rapidly shifted back to one of cordiality. "I trust you will be more cautious in your words and actions moving forward." The host said nothing further. Yi Chan felt utterly humiliated and could only cast a resentful glare at Zhou Yun before whispering to Yi Qingcheng, "I will wait for you outside. You owe me an explanation." With that, he stormed out of the venue without a backward glance. In the corner, the Shu family, who had been observing the spectacle, quietly followed in his wake. Inside, the elite abandoned their previous thoughts, their gazes towards Zhou Yun now glimmering with excitement, seeing him as a veritable gold mine. They too possessed their own industries that required this technology, which had previously been imported, but now was available domestically, with the individual holding this knowledge standing right before them. Without delving into specifics, if they could build a rapport with Zhou Yun, future supplies would likely be at a more favorable rate. Thus, a chorus of flattering voices enveloped Zhou Yun, making the hall even more lively than before. Surrounded by admirers, Zhou Yun graciously responded to each one, taking note of several individuals expressing sincere interest in collaboration. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng found herself pushed aside but bore no resentment. Her earlier sadness transformed into a series of suppressed chuckles as she observed Zhou Yun's predicament, not intending to intervene. Instead, she playfully remarked to Zhou Yun, "Young Master Zhou, do carry on. I must have a word with my foolish brother. We shall gather another day. We have plenty of time ahead." With that, she picked up her red high-heeled shoes from the ground and slipped them back on. Before departing, she turned to the host and said earnestly, "I hope you will not cause any trouble for Yi Chun, as he is one of the heirs of the Yi family in Beijing." With that, she exited the venue, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Upon hearing the name of the Yi family, the host's eyes briefly narrowed but soon relaxed as he shook his head with a dismissive smile. Chapter 58. He is your brother-in-law. Yi Qingcheng stepped out of the auction house, her expression as frigid as ancient ice, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. In stark contrast to the warmth she displayed towards Zhou Yun, this was her habitual demeanor when facing others. Yi Chan stood beneath a tree, shrouded in darkness, waiting for her. The Shu family had already entered their vehicle, wary of lingering outside for fear of exposure. As Yi Qingcheng emerged, two cold-faced men in black silently appeared by the roadside. She waved her hand, signaling them to retreat into the shadows. Naturally, a young lady of the Yi family would be accompanied by bodyguards, all exceptionally skilled, surpassing even the security personnel beside Zhou Yun. Yi Qingcheng approached the tree, fixing her gaze upon her younger brother without uttering a word. With a troubled expression, Yichen quietly inquired. What is your relationship with Zhou Yun? Why were you two together tonight? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingqing replied, We are merely friends, having met a few days ago. However, he may one day become your brother-in-law. Are you aware of what you're doing? The family would never agree to this. Yichen exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. Just as he had suspected, his sister had indeed fallen under Zhou Yun and Appo's spell. A sense of discomfort washed over him. It felt utterly awkward, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Yi Qingcheng remained non-committal, stating, when he one day stands on equal footing with the Yi family, our family will naturally consent. On what grounds? Does he deserve it? A mere landlord from Jiangcheng, aspiring to surpass a financial conglomerate? Yi Chen retorted coldly. The Yi family has amassed wealth through the efforts of countless ancestors. How could he, relying solely on his father and Appo's generation, ever hope to match our family? Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with conviction. I trust my instincts. He is unlike any man I have encountered, brimming with charm and a clear future. Yi Chun frowned. Do not be deceived by him. He is not of good character. Relying solely on intuition is unwise. He will not ascend to greatness and will inevitably fall into ruin. Do not entertain thoughts of marrying him. Your true destiny lies with a man from another affluent family, such as the Long or Tang families. Zhou Yun, as my brother-in-law, he is unworthy. Yi Qingcheng and Appo's face remained impassive. Do not mention those repugnant men to me, or I shall strike you. Yi Chen took a step back, aware that his sister was not jesting. She was indeed capable of such action. Ultimately, he held firm to his belief. Zhou Yun will never marry you. Mark my words. You two are incompatible. The mere thought of Zhou Yun potentially becoming his brother-in-law sent a chill down Yi Chun and Appo's spine. He quickly extinguished the notion, terrified of that day. If it were to come to pass, how utterly humiliated would he be? He feared he might completely lose his sanity. Just contemplating it felt akin to a nightmare. Such a scenario was far too dreadful. Yi Qingcheng shrugged. As long as I desire it, I can make him your brother-in-law at any moment. But returning to you, since you believe Zhou Yun will never reach the same stature as the Yi family in his lifetime, what gives you the confidence to think you are superior to him? Capable of exacting revenge? Yi Qingqing admonished. Zhou Yun is far more capable than you in every aspect. You have merely been a benchmark for comparison, while he has become the envy of others. This infuriated Yi Chun. He was supposed to be the destined child of the system, the protagonist of this world. How could Zhou Yun compare? Even after 2 consecutive defeats at Zhou Yun's hands, he refused to attribute it to any deficiency in his own abilities. He merely concluded that he had been careless, lacking attention. In the future, he would surely learn from his mistakes, given another chance. He believed he could easily best Zhou Yun. I am unlike him. No one in this world possesses abilities that can rival mine. It is futile to speak further now. Just watch. I will soon rise and leave you astounded. Yi Chen coldly snorted, adopting an air of self-importance. The thought of a project that could earn him billions filled him with confidence. Yi Qingcheng regarded her brother with incredulity. How have I never noticed this lack of sense in you throughout our lives? Nevertheless, let me warn you once more. Do not provoke Zhou Yun. For every time you do, I will strike you. Also, my patience is wearing thin. I can grant you time to prove yourself. But should you fail to achieve anything noteworthy, you will return home with me. You have been associating with that woman from the Shu family, right? Keep your distance. She is far too lowly, unworthy even to serve the Yi family. Yi Qingcheng yawned, solemnly cautioning Yi Chun before turning away and departing to her car. Listening to his sister and Appo's warnings, Yi Chun reflected deeply. It was Zhou Yun who initiated the provocation. How can he blame me? In Appo's impossible. Wherever Zhou Yun is, I cannot be. And vice versa. His heart seethed with resentment. He also returned to the parking lot, driving away under the scornful gazes of onlookers. In the back seat of the Shu family's car, the 3 sat in silence at first, until Shu's father could no longer contain himself. That woman referred to you as her brother. Is she your sister, a full sister, or a cousin? As Yi Chen drove, lost in thought, he casually replied, full sister. Then what does it mean for her to be with Zhou Yun? Shu's mother interjected, unable to suppress her disdain. It felt as if a traitor had infiltrated their ranks. Yi Chun, feeling a headache coming on, replied, I cannot control her. It is not as you think. They are merely ordinary friends at present. Enough. I shall not dwell on this. I care only about when I can overcome my difficulties. Shu's father felt overwhelmed, struggling to untangle their complicated relationship and simply wishing to escape the turmoil. I could have succeeded halfway today, had I been present. Perhaps that patent. At this thought, Yi Chun felt a flicker of annoyance. If you lack confidence, then our collaboration. Shu's father expressed his concern. Why the haste? If I lack confidence, would I seek out the Shu family? Yi Chun gritted his teeth. Our next destination is Yun City. Yun City. What is it renowned for? Are you planning to gamble on stones? Shu and Appo's father gasped in astonishment. Precisely. According to my research, the Jin family's old mining site has recently unearthed considerable new materials, promising valuable finds that could potentially double my assets. You truly are. Shu's father began to retort, but recalling Yi Chen's performance at the auction house, he chose silence. Although no items were procured, Yi Chen's discerning eye was evident. Perhaps this young man truly has some talent. I shall trust him once more, Shu's father conceded, having no other choice. At that moment, no one noticed the flicker of hatred and anguish in Shu Yanran and Appo's eyes as she sat in the dimly lit seat. Yet, she said nothing, her gaze vacillating between disarray and focus, her expression oscillating between distortion and tranquility. Chapter 59. The Jin Family of Cloud City, Another Antagonist. Zhou Yun finally extricated himself from the fervent entreaties of the wealthy merchants, having declined numerous invitations to visit. After signing documents backstage at the auction house and completing the payment, staff members assisted him in transporting his acquisitions to his vehicle. Mr. Zhou, we look forward to your next visit. The host graciously waved at Zhou Yun. Individuals of Zhou Yun's stature were the most cherished patrons of the auction house, making the cultivation of relationships paramount. Zhou Yun exchanged a few pleasantries before stepping outside, where his bodyguards swiftly encircled him. Chung Dama, resembling a formidable beast, remained ever vigilant in Zhou Yun's vicinity, his gaze sharp. Boss, Missy has already departed in her vehicle, Chung Dama reported earnestly. Zhou Yun nodded, dismissing other thoughts as he was escorted by his guards into the parking lot, where several internet celebrities lay in wait. Upon his arrival, they instantly redirected their cameras toward him, enthusiastically introducing him to their viewers. Numerous female influencers struck provocative poses, desperately attempting to capture his attention, their antics bordering on the absurd. The exuberance of these influencers was overwhelming as they danced and flaunted their figures, eliciting gasps from onlookers. When they spotted him, some bolder influencers shouted, "Handsome guy, let us exchange contact information." Zhou Yun merely cast a disinterested glance at one of them, whose chin could rival a nail, and replied coolly, "My pond is full. I apologize." With that, he silently entered his vehicle. In times past, he might have paused to indulge in the spectacle. But after his close encounter with Yi Qingcheng, the allure of these superficial influencers had lost its charm. Indeed, even in comparison to Jing Wanning, the influencers paled in both physique and appearance, not to mention the unique qualities the two women possessed, qualities that were simply beyond imitation and would never wane in fascination. As the security team climbed into the luxury SUV, they formed a protective barrier around Zhou Yun, slowly exiting the parking lot, leaving behind a cacophony of lamentations from the influencers, none of whom had garnered the attention of the Zhou family's heir. The convoy ascended the elevated highway. Inside the vehicle, the invaluable patent was carelessly tossed aside by Zhou Yun, who gazed pensively out the window at the dazzling urban nightscape, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. However, it was not long before his personal phone rang. This number was reserved for only a select few, such as Jing Wanning. Yet, the caller was not her, but rather a certain Jin Qinghu. Zhou Yun hesitated to answer, his mind racing to recall any pertinent memories associated with that name. Jin Qinghu belonged to the affluent Jin family of Cloud City, wielding influence and resources that rivaled those of the Zhou family. Both families were entrenched in their respective territories, with the Jin family holding even more audacious power in the remote regions of Cloud City. The Jin family's rise mirrored that of the Zhou family, both having emerged as nouveau riche in recent decades. In their early days, the Jin family faced significant setbacks due to a grave miscalculation that nearly led to their ruin. During their most desperate hour, it was the elder Zhou who extended a lifeline, rescuing the Jin family from the brink, thus forging a close bond between the two families. Although the Jin and Zhou families did not operate in the same locale, their ties were remarkably strong. From the camaraderie between the elder Jin and elder Zhou to the fraternal bond shared between Zhou Yun and Jin Xinghu, the two families had become each other's pillar of support. When one family faced adversity, the other would undoubtedly rally to assist. From childhood, Jin Xinghu would visit Jiang City during school breaks, spending time with Zhou Yun, and occasionally, Zhou Yun would venture to Cloud City. They grew up together, intimately aware of one another's lives and consistently sharing news. In recent years, the Jin family's influence in Cloud City had grown robust, even extending into foreign territories like Myanmar, where their power was formidable. Zhou Yun recollected the original narrative, remembering how, after being cast aside by Yichun, Jin Xinghu was the first to rally a group to Jiang City seeking revenge. Jin Xinghu, having spent considerable time in the border regions, had grown accustomed to a ruthless demeanor akin to a bandit. Upon his arrival, he attempted to abduct Yichun, but at that time, Yichun had grown formidable, and none of Jin Xinghu and Appo's men could outmatch Chung Dama, each falling easily to his might. Fortuitously, Jin Xinghu managed to escape and sought out various experts and elite assassins to confront Yichun, vowing not to rest until he avenged the Zhou family. However, those he enlisted were systematically defeated by Chung Dama, with some even meeting their end on the spot. Meanwhile, Yichun seized the opportunity to strengthen his underground forces, amassing a following and asserting dominance in Jiang City. This led to a counteroffensive against the Jin family, whose influence in Cloud City was systematically dismantled by Yichun. Equipped with a system, became an unstoppable force. Ultimately, the Jin family had no choice but to flee the border regions and seek refuge in Myanmar, where Jin Xinghu met a tragic fate at the hands of Yichun, enduring unspeakable torment. Reflecting on his childhood friend, Zhou Yun couldn't and Appo's help but smile faintly. Although Jin Xinghu and Appo's brashness and forthrightness could be irksome, he possessed genuine loyalty, rushing to avenge Zhou Yun without hesitation when trouble struck. This time, Zhou Yun was determined to prevent such an outcome. Upon answering the call, before he could utter a word, Jin Xinghu and Appo's boisterous voice erupted through the speaker. "Zhou, old Zhou, well done. Ha ha ha. I just returned from Myanmar with my father and saw the news. You finally ditched that witch. I always told you, that dead woman is no good. She's more deceitful than a shipping container. She doesn't deserve your affections. Zhou de Shao, when you come to Cloud City, I can find you hundreds or thousands of women, so you can play the groom every night, rotating them without repeating for a year. I was just at your place and couldn't stand that surname Shu. I wished I could slap her, break her limbs, and toss her to Myanmar. Damn it, that woman infuriated me. She only eats because of you, but acts all high and mighty." On the other end of the line, Jin Xinghu was breathing heavily, clearly agitated. Zhou Yun chuckled softly, choosing to listen. Eventually, Jin Xinghu's tone shifted to one of somberness, tinged with sadness. "Old Zhou, are you listening?" Zhou Yun replied calmly. "I'm here. I know your relationship with my father isn't great, but he has always had your best interests at heart," Jin Xinghu said quietly. Zhou Yun sighed. "I understand. I came to realize that after his passing. Just as long as you understand, I'm sorry." Jin Xinghu's voice was filled with melancholy. "I was in Myanmar dealing with matters with my father and couldn't attend the old man's funeral. I really feel terrible about it. Zhou Yun, please don't hold it against me. It just wasn't the right time." Jin Xinghu sincerely apologized. Zhou Yun responded gently, "It's all right. I completely understand. There is no need for such formalities. Your family. Thank you, brother. I want to be overly sentimental. To express my regret, you must come to Cloud City soon. I have a grand gift for you." Zhou Yun asked in curiosity, "What kind of event?" "I've acquired a wealth of exceptional materials in Myanmar with my father, and our family's old mines have recently yielded a considerable bounty. We're hosting a grand stone gambling event. When you come, I will personally gift you a piece worth over 100 million. Chapter 60. Jealousy of Jing Wanning, Jin Qing, who spoke of the invaluable materials worth over 100 million. It is not the value after they are cut, but rather the worth of the uncut materials themselves that possesses such staggering value. The jade within holds a more than 90% chance of yielding profit. Zhou Yun hesitated for a moment, contemplating the recent tight schedule. He needed to keep a close watch on Yi Chun, ensuring he had no opportunity for a comeback, leaving him little room to maneuver. After some thought, he replied, I'm not sure if I will have the time right now. I will get back to you in a while. Jin Qing, who responded, I understand. You have just taken over the group and are undoubtedly very busy. No worries. I will hold the materials for you. They won't be sold. Zhou Yun smiled, affirming, all right, it's settled then. I will definitely visit you in Yun City when I have the time. After exchanging a few more words with Jin Qing, he ended the call. As night deepened, the city outside was illuminated with dazzling lights. Soon, the convoy slowly entered the Lan Mountain Villa, and Zhou Yun returned home. The lights in Jing Wanning's room were still on, and after having a late-night snack, she came downstairs. Young master, the commotion you caused tonight was quite significant. I just received several calls from the relevant departments of the government, Jing Wanning remarked, her delicate face calm, though a flicker of unease shone in her eyes. News travels fast, Zhou Yun thought, realizing she was already aware of the events at the auction. What do they say? He inquired curiously. The government department does not have your direct contact, so they can only reach out to the group company, Jing Wanning explained. They wish to meet with you to discuss the establishment of a factory in Jiang City. The officials in Jiang City are indeed well informed. The patent for the foaming agent has barely settled, and the big shots are already on alert. If Yucheng Group were to set up a factory in Jiang City, especially one that deals with highly demanded materials, it would undoubtedly stimulate the local economy and generate employment. This foaming agent technology is among the world's finest. Once production begins, it will surely monopolize both domestic and international markets. As time passes, more companies will seek to procure materials, and the factory will expand significantly. Eventually, a single factory could require tens of thousands of employees for stable operations. Zhou Yun pondered deeply. He had no objections to building a factory in Jiang City. Here, his grandfather had established numerous connections that could help avoid many bureaucratic troubles. The times have changed, and most officials today refrain from engaging in unethical practices. However, they are still willing to provide conveniences within reasonable regulations, such as advanced notifications, green channel access for companies, and expedited processing of complex procedures. Zhou Yun nodded. Let and oppose. Let's arrange a meeting for tomorrow afternoon. Jing Wanning mentally noted this matter and then, with a hint of grievance in her tone, asked, Young master, who was that woman you encountered at the auction? If she is your new love interest, you must be cautious and not fall for another woman like Xu Yanran, who is insatiable. You are destined for greatness. Do not let such unscrupulous women hinder your progress. Should I investigate her background? I sense she is dangerous. As she spoke, her beautiful face gradually adopted a fierce expression that could not be concealed. Zhou Yun was taken aback, feeling the air around them grow colder. Jing Wanning was genuinely furious. Stop, wait. I know her identity. Zhou Yun quickly interjected, suspecting that his loyal housekeeper might be acting a bit too hastily, which was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. Jing Wanning stepped closer to Zhou Yun, her expression grave. Who is she? Feeling an even greater chill, Zhou Yun, though bewildered, patiently explained, she is from a Yi family in the capital and has come to Jiang City for her brother. The Yi family from the capital? Jing Wanning blinked, her eyes widening as she realized. Could Yi Chun be her brother? Yes, Zhou Yun confirmed without hesitation. They are siblings. Jing Wanning, astute as ever, immediately began to connect the dots, her thoughts racing. The auction had stirred up quite a commotion. From the information she had gathered, Yi Chun was indeed present. That little brat must have been infuriated, especially after being slapped by Yi Ching-chung and having to swallow his pride. She began to suspect that Zhou Yun and Appo's interaction with Yi Ching-chung was not coincidental, but rather premeditated. Since Yi Chun was entangled with Xu Yanran, Zhou Yun had likely decided to retaliate by approaching Yi Chun and Appo's sister. They must have walked arm in arm through the auction, driving Yi Chun to the brink of rage. Jing Wanning and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the scene, wishing she could have witnessed it firsthand. However, she was ultimately too busy and missed the opportunity. With this realization, the inexplicable pang of jealousy in her heart dissipated, replaced by overwhelming admiration. Thus, Zhou Yun was not genuinely involved with Yi Ching-chung. It was likely a mere performance. Jing Wanning continued to speculate, though she had no idea how Zhou Yun had come to know Yi Ching-chung. She felt reassured as long as their relationship remained ambiguous. A sudden chill ran through her. Zhou Yun was playing with fire. The descendants of the Yi family from the capital, even those with only a modicum of influence, were not to be underestimated compared to the current Zhou family. If the truth were to be uncovered, Zhou Yun could find himself in a perilous situation. Therefore, until Zhou Yun's strength was sufficiently robust, he must not allow the other party to discern his true intentions. During this time, it was imperative to maintain a favorable relationship with them. Yi Ching-chung was likely just toying with Zhou Yun, a wealthy heiress who would never marry someone like him. While Zhou Yun sought vengeance, he probably understood that a union with the Yi family was implausible. Jing Wanning felt as though her heart had become a clear mirror, discerning the truth. Observing Zhou Yun's demeanor, she began to feel a pang of sympathy. "Young master, you have worked hard, I understand," Zhou Yun replied. "What do you understand? I'm not particularly worn out. In fact, I feel rather at ease." However, sensing the sudden drop in surrounding tension, he suppressed his doubts. Although he was unaware of the self-reflection Jing Wanning had undergone in that brief moment, he simply nodded. "It's not difficult. Everything is worth it for the future." Jing Wanning smiled brightly. "Young master, you should rest first. I will not disturb your thoughts." Cheerfully, she turned to return to her room when her phone buzzed. Upon checking, she found a message from the person monitoring Yi Chun. After skimming through it, she quickly exclaimed, "Young master, Yi Chun has made new moves. He purchased 4 plane tickets to Yun City, 3 of which were booked under the identities of the Shu family." Zhou Yun was taken aback, finding it quite coincidental that Jin Xing, who had just called, inviting him to Yun City. He had been hesitant, planning to remain in Jiang City to keep a close watch on Yi Chun and cut off all his funding. Now, it was clear that Yi Chun intended to head to Yun City, undoubtedly for the stone gambling event, as he must have caught wind of it. Gambling on stones is indeed one of the quickest ways to acquire funds. With Yi Chun's investment skills, it's akin to having a cheat code, ensuring his success. Zhou Yun contemplated the situation. He must not allow Yi Chun any opportunity for a turnaround and needed to crush any budding hopes. Resolutely, Zhou Yun decided to visit Yun City, intending to see the long-absent Jin Xinghu. There, in Jin Xinghu's territory, the inexperienced Yi Chun would stand no chance. Chapter 61. The Business Prodigy, the Heist begins. After Jing Wanning shared this news, she observed Zhou Yun in deep contemplation and chose not to intrude further. Retreating to a secluded spot, she gazed at the night sky and sighed. The young master has become even more charming than before. Few women could possibly resist him. Coupled with his status, it is inevitable that a swarm of admirers will surround him. Who could truly conquer his heart? I fear no one can. Perhaps he belongs to no one at all. What the future holds is uncertain. I will take it one step at a time. All I can do is remain by his side, discerning the intentions of any scheming women who approach him. Jing Wanning sighed several times, suddenly realizing that completely occupying Zhou Yun's heart was an unrealistic expectation. Perhaps merely holding a small corner of his heart would suffice. The following day, after breakfast, Zhou Yun placed a call to Jin Xinghu, announcing his intention to visit Yun City. He had refrained from notifying him the previous night due to the late hour. Jin Xinghu, overjoyed, extended a warm welcome, promising to showcase the joys of being single, allowing Zhou Yun to choose from any of the clubs in Yun City. Zhou Yun assumed he was joking and agreed. He then departed with Jing Wanning, under the protection of Chung Dama and the security team, leaving the Blue Mountain Villa for the headquarters of Yuchen Group. The chemical expert had arrived on an overnight flight and awaited Zhou Yun's visit. They would sign confidentiality agreements and various contracts before handing over the new foaming agent technology for research and development. Zhou Yun would later assign a qualified individual to liaise with him. The convoy traveled smoothly along the road. As they neared the company, Zhou Yun glanced out the window and suddenly noticed a rural woman kneeling on the sidewalk, cradling a swaddled infant. Many onlookers stopped to gawk, pointing and capturing photos with their phones. A few kind souls approached to inquire and dissuade her, but she remained silent, continuing to walk while kneeling. By this time, morning had passed, and the sun was growing fiercely bright. The woman's clothes were tattered, and her face bore a look of despair. Zhou Yun felt a stir in his heart, recalling something, yet he did not immediately instruct the driver to stop. Jing Wanning also witnessed the scene, her eyes reflecting sympathy. But as it was during working hours, she felt powerless to act without Zhou Yun's prompt. Upon arriving at the Yuqing Group headquarters, Zhou Yun and Jing Wanning entered the reception area amidst the awestruck gazes of the staff, where they met the chemical expert. In the midst of the expert's enthusiastic conversation, Zhou Yun learned about the foaming agent and Oppo's situation, gaining a clear understanding. From the expert and Oppo's demeanor, it became apparent he was genuinely devoted to his research, seeking not fame or fortune, but rather the advancement of Chinese scientific research, aspiring for various industries to no longer rely on foreign goods, nor bow to others' whims. Zhou Yun felt a deep admiration and discussed the establishment of a factory, understanding that the initial investment would need to be no less than 2 billion, a sum well within his psychological range. After nearly 2 hours of discussion, they finalized the details, secured the expert and Oppo's signature on the contract, and assigned a dedicated individual to oversee the project. Zhou Yun and Jing Wanning then descended from the office building. They were to have lunch with officials, similarly discussing plans for a factory in Jiang City, where certain details required consensus. However, upon exiting the building, Zhou Yun did not return to the car, but instead instructed the convoy and security to follow at a distance. Zhou Yun, Jing Wanning, and Cheng Dama chose to walk along the avenue leading away from Yuqing Group. By calculation, the rural woman should have already passed the group and moved further along. Cheng Dama, puzzled, inquired, "Boss, are you tired from sitting? Would you like to stretch your legs? I have some exercises that could help." Jing Wanning interjected with a smile. "Dama, it would be best if you refrained from guessing the young master's intentions. He is beyond your comprehension. I believe he wishes to check on that woman who is kneeling and walking this morning." Zhou Yun turned to Jing Wanning and, with an amused smile, remarked, "You are increasingly perceptive. Well done. You're quite clever." Jing Wanning replied with pride, "I simply know that the young master would never turn a blind eye." Cheng Dama agreed. "The young master is indeed a good person. Thanks to him, my parents have recovered swiftly." Zhou Yun smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate. There was little to clarify, for the woman's actions reminded him of a business prodigy from the original tale, a genius named Yang Xingrui, one of the 4 kings under Yi Chun's command. Yi Chun had discovered Yang Xingrui after reading about this woman, subsequently investing heavily to recruit him into the company, laying the foundation for what would become Yi Chun's commercial empire. This talent, having crossed his path, must not be overlooked. He must seize the opportunity swiftly. As they continued walking, they soon encountered the rural woman once more, now surrounded by an even larger crowd. The Chinese, by nature, possess an insatiable curiosity for spectacle. Zhou Yun, dressed in an extraordinary manner that unmistakably signified wealth, along with the commanding presence of Jing Wanning and the imposing figure of Cheng Dama, easily parted the crowd as they approached. Zhou Yun observed the rural woman, noticing how her knees trembled with each kneel, evidently exhausting herself. After hours of kneeling and walking, even some men in suboptimal health might struggle to endure such a feat, yet this woman, cradling a newborn, persevered with determination. In her eyes, there was no pain, only a fierce resolve, as if she would brave any obstacle, no matter how perilous. At that moment, Jing Wanning appropriately inquired of a bystander about the woman's plight. The crowd erupted into a chorus of voices. "This woman is truly pitiable. She has been walking and kneeling since morning. Initially, I was unaware, but she shared that her newborn daughter has eye cancer, and her family is so impoverished they cannot afford treatment. She could only reach out for help online." One self-proclaimed rich second-generation individual claimed that if she could walk and kneel 2,000 meters along Jiangwan Avenue, he would donate 30,000 for her daughter's treatment. I found that post, and it enraged me. Just listen to this. He boasts, "I have plenty of money. A meal at a top restaurant cost me thousands. If you dare to kneel every 3 steps for 2,000 meters on Jiangwan Avenue, I will donate 30,000 for your daughter's eye cancer treatment." How devoid of humanity. If he is so wealthy, why not simply donate without subjecting her to this torment? This is a woman who has just given birth, still in her confinement, yet she must endure such suffering. Who can bear it? It brings tears to my eyes. Indeed, women are inherently fragile, yet for the sake of motherhood, they exhibit remarkable strength. The ancients spoke the truth. If I were that rich second generation, I would have simply donated without hesitation. I would never impose such a hardship on her. I suspect that fellow is a fraud, not truly wealthy. He is likely just a keyboard warrior pretending to be someone he is not. I bet behind that screen is an ugly, vile man surviving on instant noodles. The people nowadays are utterly despicable, deriving amusement from others' misfortunes, truly heartless. Chapter 62, A Rare Talent. A video surfaced online, condemning the actions of an individual who claimed to be a wealthy heir. Many commenters furiously criticized him, labeling him inhumane for bullying an ignorant woman, expressing a desire for him to be held accountable. The media, ever vigilant, quickly arrived with cameras in hand to capture the unfolding events. This incident rapidly gained traction online, spreading like wildfire, and soon the majority of Jiang City was aware, drawing significant attention. Jing Wanqing was seething with anger, muttering, "The woman is already wounded, and this scoundrel adds salt to her injuries. He is truly despicable. I hope he follows through on his threats, or I will ensure he pays dearly for this." Cheng Dama's eyes blazed with fury as he remarked, "Isn't this just bullying the honest? This fellow reminds me of a former supervisor. I would love to give him a punch." Both were consumed by indignation, empathizing deeply with the trembling woman who remained kneeling, resolute in her determination for her daughter's sake. Despite their attempts to persuade her, it proved futile. She was steadfast in her commitment to fulfill the task outlined in the post. Eventually, the woman completed the demanded ordeal, unable to stand any longer. She slumped to the ground, leaning against the wall of a flower bed. Ignoring the crowd's gaze, she retrieved a thermos from her bag, preparing warm milk for her infant. She remained oblivious to the growing crowd, simply sitting in silence. As the onlookers grew restless, urging the wealthy heir to provide financial assistance, the once boastful individual vanished without a trace, leaving no means of contact. It was evident that the woman had been deceived, used as a source of entertainment for someone heartless. Upon the revelation, the ordinary citizens of Jiang City erupted in outrage, with other regions of Huaxia joining in the uproar, swiftly trending on social media. More voices emerged, vowing to unmask this impersonator and expose him completely. Jing Wanqing's brows furrowed in fury, declaring she would make him regret his actions. Cheng Dama clenched his fist tightly, his eyes ablaze with rage, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to strike. "I will crush him." In contrast, Zhou Yun remained calm, his demeanor markedly more composed than the others, a look of admiration gracing his features. Truly remarkable, an extraordinary talent. His excitement shone through, unlike the others who were consumed by anger, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Jing Wanqing, taken aback by Zhou Yun and Appo's reaction, inquired, "Young master, what are you saying?" "I don't Appo's. To understand it all." Zhou Yun replied with a smile, "Ask this woman, and you'll comprehend. This isn't the place for conversation. Inform her of my true identity and arrange for a vehicle to pick her up. Make sure she understands we mean no harm. We are here to assist her, and she has accomplished her objective. You should go, Jing Wanqing. Cheng Dama, maintain your distance." Zhou Yun instructed. Cheng Dama's intimidating appearance resembled that of a menacing thug, which would surely frighten the woman away from the car. Despite her confusion, Jing Wanqing happily complied, eager to assist the woman in overcoming her plight. Approaching the woman, her expression softened remarkably. She gently said, "Hello, I'm the secretary to the chairman of Yuchen Group, one of the wealthiest companies in Jiang City. Please, Do not feel alarmed. I mean no harm. Our chairman has learned of your difficulties and wishes to help your daughter receive medical treatment. Over there is our company's vehicle. Let's talk inside. The woman, taken aback, tightly embraced her daughter, staring in awe at the beautiful and graceful Jing Wanqing. Whether it was the impact of Jing Wanqing's charm or the shock of her words, she found herself momentarily at a loss. In truth, the woman was quite anxious. Surrounded by so many onlookers for the first time, yet she dared not leave for her daughter's sake. As a nearby crowd recognized Zhou Yun and the luxurious vehicle, they began to exclaim loudly, "Wow, it truly is a Yuqin group car. Their headquarters is nearby. It must be genuine. No one would dare impersonate them here. I recognize that license plate and this young, handsome gentleman. He frequently appears in local news. Zhou Yun is the real wealthy heir, and with his help, this child will surely be healed." This woman is incredibly fortunate to encounter Zhou Yun. It is a blessing for her tenacity in not abandoning her child. Hurry, get in the car. What are you waiting for? Do you not want her child to receive treatment? This gentleman is no fraud. He is indeed wealthy, and your daughter will be saved. The crowd was electrified, relieved at the prospect of hope for the child. Seeing the woman still dazed on the ground, they urged her to get into the car without delay. A top-tier wealthy individual occasionally showing kindness is a rare occurrence. Missing this opportunity would be a grave loss. The woman, hearing the discussions around her, felt her doubts dissipate, replaced by astonishment. With no valuable possessions to offer, she had nothing to lose. To receive help was a monumental blessing. Her daughter would finally have a chance. With trembling hands, she stood, tears glistening in her eyes as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. May heaven bless you. I will get in the car right away." Following Jing Wanqing and Oppo's lead, she entered the luxurious vehicle. For the first time, stepping into such opulence, the lavish interior took her breath away, overwhelming her with a sense of grandeur. She hunched over in the back seat, hesitant to sit down. The air was imbued with the scent of wealth, accompanied by a delightful fragrance of perfume. Jing Wanqing sat beside her, trying to reassure her, while Zhou Yun occupied the passenger seat. "You need not be so tense. Hunching over is not good for your health," Jing Wanqing gently advised. The woman, trembling, replied, No, this seat is more precious than my life. If I dirty it, I could never repay. Shall I place a cloth on it first?" Jing Wanqing suggested. Seeing her distress, reluctantly, she agreed, and the woman retrieved a clean cloth used for her infant, laying it on the leather seat before finally sitting down. Zhou Yun instructed the driver to take them to the best hospital in Jiang City. Along the way, Jing Wanqing continued to comfort the woman, who repeatedly expressed her gratitude, referring to them as great benefactors. Finally, Zhou Yun interjected, addressing the woman. "Where can I find the impersonator? I wish to confront him." The woman froze at his words, lowering her head, panic evident in her eyes. I do not know him. I have no idea." Chapter 63. The strategist uses himself as bait to lure the world into the game. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards him. I am aware that your kneeling today was prearranged with him. I merely wish to meet him. Zhou Yun endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, so as not to frighten the unfortunate woman. Jing Wan listened silently from the side, reflecting on the entire sequence of events, sensing that she was on the verge of uncovering the truth. "Are you already aware?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. The fake rich heir had only confided in her regarding this matter. During their online exchanges, he had urged her to keep it a secret, to take it to her grave. Little did she expect that the wealthy young man seated before her had discerned the truth directly. How could she not be astonished? Zhou Yun smiled and said, "Of course, I do not perceive your actions as wrong. On the contrary, I greatly admire that person who aided you. He is exceptionally clever. Even without your disclosure, I could have swiftly located him. I simply preferred to avoid such trouble." The woman felt a sense of reassurance, yet she inquired, "Then may I ask, benefactor, what do you intend to do with him? If you mean to harm him, even if you do not save my daughter, I will not betray him." The woman recalled the man's admonition to never leak information, as it involved deception and the potential for imprisonment. Thus she constantly weighed her loyalty to her daughter against her allegiance to her benefactor. Zhou Yun explained, I wish to invite him to work for me. Should he decline, I will not press the matter. Understanding dawned upon the woman, and she ceased to withhold the truth, revealing the entire story. She had posted online seeking help, but her plea had seemingly vanished without a trace, garnering little attention, with most merely observing from the sidelines. The fake heir had privately messaged her, asserting that no one would care about her plight, that her efforts would not attract donations, and would only prolong her child's illness. He expressed a sincere desire to assist her through her ordeal, albeit lacking the funds, and thus devise a strategy. He would comment on her post, urging her to kneel in the bustling heart of Jiangcheng, igniting public outrage and attention. Although the woman did not comprehend the intricacies of the plan, she complied in desperation to save her daughter. As anticipated, awareness of her situation spread, and when the fake heir retracted his financial support and vanished from sight, public sentiment reached a fever pitch. I foresaw he would not provide the funds, she remarked, but he insisted that this was the only way to draw more eyes to the situation. Only when many learned of my daughter's illness would kind-hearted individuals be moved to donate. He is a good man. Had he not devised this plan, perhaps I would not have encountered you. However, she lamented, I hear those around me cursing and disparaging him, yet I am unable to reveal the truth, which pains me deeply. He has sacrificed so much and may spend his life enduring the vitriol of others, possibly affecting his future, and my heart aches for him. But I find myself powerless, truly powerless. Inside the vehicle, the woman wept profusely, her tears flowing ceaselessly, while the infant in her arms remained undisturbed, peacefully asleep. Upon hearing the truth, Jing Wan's eyes shimmered with tears, her chest heaving with emotion, clearly unsettled. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She had just condemned that individual as a scoundrel, and guilt washed over her. There are countless posts seeking assistance online. To stand out among them requires certain tactics. Only when an issue garners significant attention can one find benevolent souls willing to offer financial support in this indifferent world. Even the most callous individuals may begrudgingly contribute out of spite. Yet, the cost of such actions is the complete ruin of that person. Jing Wan sighed deeply. The strategist sacrifices himself as bait, bearing the weight of countless accusations, inviting the world into the fray. This gentleman and Oppo's methods are profoundly noble. I am humbled in his presence. I comprehend now. I finally understand. Jing Wan grasped the enormity of the situation and was filled with admiration. This individual was indeed remarkable. He dared not wager on the goodness of humanity, but he boldly gambled that within every heart lies a shadow, a desire for his downfall. After a moment of awe, she turned to Zhou Yun in the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Young master, you must have known the truth all along, which is why you deliberately sought out this woman. Upon hearing the onlookers recount the events, you could not help but praise that man's ingenuity. I failed to grasp your intent. It appears you are indeed far more astute than I had imagined. I believe you have concealed your brilliance. For even the most cunning magnates could not have calculated this in such a short span of time. How impressive, my young master. Jing Wan was genuinely astonished. Her young master had become exceedingly clever, and no matter the circumstance, nothing could escape his notice. She recalled that he had mentioned recently his intention to recruit talent to lighten his workload. Perhaps by that time, he had already been aware of this individual. I had indeed intended to seek him out. I simply never found the time, Zhou Yun affirmed. Jing Wan refrained from inquiring how Zhou Yun had come to know this genius, assuming he had encountered him while masquerading as a wealthy heir. She meticulously inquired about Yang Xingrui's contact information from the woman and subsequently made a call to arrange for assistance. The woman was admitted to the hospital, where the necessary procedures were completed. The subsequent treatment costs for the infant would be covered by Yuqing Group, amounting to several $100,000, which was merely a trifling sum for Zhou Yun. In comparison to Yang Xingrui, Zhou Yun was the true heir of wealth. Notably, the infant and Oppo's SI cancer was a benign tumor and would not recur. After resolving this matter, Zhou Yun did not hasten to seek out Yang Xingrui. Instead, he proceeded to the Jiangcheng Ronggui Hotel, where he engaged in discussions with officials regarding factory establishment. Upon entering the hotel, Zhou Yun greeted each elder respectfully, addressing them as uncle. These were individuals he had interacted with over the years, having been acquainted with them since childhood. The officials regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. The technology for the new foam agent was pivotal to national interests. Though it was merely the tip of the iceberg, it had been many years since Xia country had enjoyed such a resurgence. Thus, the higher-ups offered Zhou Yun robust support for his factory establishment. The Jiangxing officials were equally accommodating, providing various conveniences and the utmost benefits within the bounds of regulations. Ultimately, when it came to discussing the factory location, the officials promptly allocated a prime piece of land to Zhou Yun, signing a 30-year contract at an exceedingly low price. They were not foolish. As long as the foam agent production operated smoothly, it would not only resolve employment issues, but also yield significant tax revenue annually. Rather than opting for short-term gains by selling land for residential developments, the current administration preferred to develop industrial parks for sustainable growth. In truth, many cities had begun to slow their real estate ventures, as the industry had reached saturation. The officials were redirecting resources towards the development of other industries. Zhou Yun shared this perspective. He was certain that a shift was imminent, as the real estate sector would become increasingly challenging. The future belonged to technology. Chapter 64. The bewildered Yang Xingrui in the city of Jiangcheng. There exists an advertising firm known as Dingwei. Yang Xingrui clutched a box containing his office supplies as he stepped out of the company's entrance. Turning back, he caught sight of his supervisor, whose fierce countenance bore down upon him with a menacing glare. In retaliation, Yang Xingrui raised his middle finger at the supervisor, muttering, "You've pilfered my planning proposal and are now reaping the benefits. Once I'm gone, this company is doomed. I've long wished to leave. Enjoy your downfall, huh? Fortunately, I've left a contingency in the project. Without my contributions, the entire endeavor will collapse." Yang Xingrui had been dismissed from the company due to the overwhelming pressure of online public opinion. Rather than feeling despondent, he wore a look of relief. He intended to employ the contingency he had devised to ensure that the company's current advertising campaign would come to naught. The reason for his termination stemmed from a plan he had discussed with that unfortunate mother just days prior, which had finally come to fruition today. This incident had now surged to the forefront of trending topics, and his identity had been uncovered and exposed to the public. Unable to withstand the backlash, the company swiftly cast him aside, fearing damage to its reputation. Reflecting on his diligent efforts over the years, having presented countless proposals to the company only to remain a mere employee, Yang Xingrui felt a swell of dissatisfaction. When he first joined, the company operated out of a modest 100-square-meter office near the restroom, struggling to turn a profit. Gradually, thanks to Yang Xingrui's innovative ideas, it transformed into a thriving enterprise with hundreds of employees. Yet, his salary remained stagnant, and he found himself bullied by newly hired staff, many of whom secured their positions through nepotism, despite lacking competence. Continuing in such an environment would amount to nothing more than wasting his time. As for the torrent of online vitriol directed at him, he remained indifferent, even dismissing calls from relatives and friends who berated him. All he cared about was the health and safety of that mother and daughter. As night fell, walking down a street illuminated by brilliant lights, Yang Xingrui hesitated to return to his rented room. He took out his phone, intending to invite former friends out for drinks, only to discover to his dismay he had been blocked by all of them. With a wry smile, he found solace in the realization that this was not entirely negative. At least he had been forewarned about the worthlessness of certain relationships. The sooner he severed ties, the better, as it would protect him from deceit and betrayal. After some contemplation, he decided to check on the unfortunate woman and assist her with the online donation efforts. However, upon making the call, the once relaxed Yang Xingrui quickly became bewildered, coming to a halt outside a milk tea shop. "Are you saying that shortly after kneeling, you were sponsored by a wealthy individual who took you straight to the hospital for treatment? How is that even possible? That wealthy individual Zhou Yun, the top heir of Jiangxing? Yuqing Group? What on earth?" His face contorted in shock. He nearly dropped the box he was holding, scattering documents across the pavement. In a hurried scramble to gather his belongings, he continued the call. "Zhou Yun, the Prince of Jiangxing. As someone who worked in advertising and kept abreast of online news, he had certainly heard of him and had even researched the illustrious Zhou Yun, a name that resonated with prominence. So you divulged my plan to him? Yang Xingrui and Amp, Oppo's emotions were in turmoil. He inhaled sharply. Never mind. As long as your daughter is safe, that's what matters. With that, he ended the call and ordered a cup of milk tea to soothe his racing heart. He understood that many were harboring animosity towards online keyboard warriors, and some streamers even exploited offline confrontations for entertainment. He was acutely aware that many would be seeking him out, not for any other reason than to capitalize on his newfound notoriety. If they could ride the wave of his popularity, they would stop at nothing, employing all manner of underhanded tactics. He pondered whether the legendary Zhou Xiao shared such inclinations. With the public sentiment still simmering, even if someone sought him out, it would not happen immediately. Thus, he felt relatively safe. However, if Zhou Yun, the local heavyweight, had set his sights on him, Yang Xingrui knew he could be in peril at any moment. His demeanor shifted from nonchalance to unease as he perceived the pedestrians around him, feeling as though assassins lurked among them. Just as he turned a corner, he suddenly found himself confronted by a wall of flesh blocking his path. Standing before him was a towering figure, a man of immense stature. When Yang Xingrui accidentally collided with the giant, it felt akin to striking a steel wall, leaving him in pain. The burly man, clad in a suit reminiscent of a bodyguard's uniform, bore a fierce expression. Yang Xingrui was instantly terrified and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going." He feigned compliance, lowering his head and attempting to sidestep. However, the giant extended his massive arm, firmly grasping Yang Xingrui and Oppo's shoulder, and in a hearty voice, inquired, "Are you Yang Xingrui?" Panic surged within Yang Xingrui. This man had undoubtedly come for him, yet he was uncertain of the identity of his pursuer. "You've mistaken me. I'm not Yang Xingrui." The giant chuckled. "You are. I've seen your photo." Cold sweat trickled down Yang Xingrui and Oppo's back. He cursed the fat supervisor who had likely leaked his image. In this digital age, a person in Oppo's information could spread like wildfire. Yet, he continued to deny it, insisting, "I'm really not. I merely resemble him." Suddenly, a luxurious G-class vehicle approached, and without hesitation, the giant hoisted Yang Xingrui as if he were a mere chick, shoving him into the back seat. Yang Xingrui was bewildered. Was offline confrontation now a trend that involved abduction? Inside the vehicle, trembling with fear, he was engulfed by despair, feeling as though he would never see the sun rise again. The giant sat beside him, while another similarly attired figure occupied the front seat, effectively trapping him. It was his first time in such an upscale vehicle, but he had no time to admire the lavish interior, consumed instead by concern for his safety. "I'll tell you, this is a society governed by law. If anything happens to me, you think anything could happen? With us watching, even the king of heaven couldn't touch you." The giant scrutinized Yang Xingrui for a long moment, his gaze surprisingly devoid of malice, instead reflecting a hint of admiration. He spoke softly, "Rest assured, we are not bad people." "Then who are you?" Yang Xingrui's mind raced with apprehension. "Hello, I'm Chung Dama. You can call me Dama." The giant replied with a friendly grin. "My boss is named Zhou Yun. You must have heard of Yuching Group, right? Many people in Jiangxing know of it. You wouldn't be so uninformed, would you?" Chung Dama was aware of Zhou Yun's formidable reputation, but was oblivious to the extent of his influence. It seemed that everyone was familiar with Zhou Yun, and his name was on everyone's lips. "Zhou Yun. I know him." Yang Xingrui nodded vigorously. "I actually wanted to ask, what have I done to provoke your boss?" Chung Dama regarded him with surprise. "Why would you think that? My boss is the kindest person in the world. He would never harm you." "Zhou Yun is a good person?" Yang Xingrui and Oppo's mind was clouded with confusion. Chapter 65. The feeling of entering the Grand View Garden. Fortunately, Chung Dama finally displayed a moment of wisdom by recognizing Yang Xingrui's concerns. He kindly explained, "Do not worry. Our esteemed boss has taken notice of your capabilities." "What does that mean?" Yang Xingrui remained utterly baffled. Despite his intelligence, He found himself in a state of bewilderment when faced with such matters. Once you meet our boss, you'll understand. I, too, am unclear about the actual circumstances. Chengdama, having a favorable impression of this kind-hearted individual, was willing to elaborate further. The great boss is aware of your efforts for that woman, and he holds great admiration for you. People like you, with such kindness, are indeed rare nowadays. Should we become colleagues in the future, do not hesitate to ask for help. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. I am not the sharpest tool in the shed and often find myself at a disadvantage due to my straightforward nature. I'm contemplating whether I could seek your advice when faced with challenges. Chengdama endeavored to present himself as amiable, showcasing a compliant demeanor. Yet, Yang Xingrui found his demeanor somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Yang Xingrui grasped that Zhou Yun was attempting to recruit him. His clever tactics to aid that unfortunate woman had caught the attention of this young master from Jiangqing. Was he being invited to assist the Zhou family? Yang Xingrui's mind began to race with possibilities. The luxurious vehicle sped along. As the moon rose above the trees, the bustling city outside transformed into an eerie silence, as if they had ventured into the countryside. The scenery outside the car window was filled with verdant trees, leading Yang Xingrui to feel as though they were heading toward the mountains. They arrived at an opulent villa district where the street lights were lavish, illuminating meticulously maintained gardens adorned with exotic flowers. Yang Xingrui pondered his situation. He had surmised correctly. They had returned to the Blue Mountain Villa, a domain belonging to the Zhou family, situated above the mid-mountain. Upon entering the villa, he felt like a country bumpkin, gazing in awe at the private swimming pool, high-end entertainment facilities, and the surrounding gardens. Even the grass here could fetch hundreds outside, let alone the numerous plants worth thousands. A serpentine railing wound around the mountainside, with cobblestones lining the adjacent walkway, resembling a park. Yang Xingrui felt dizzy, the air noticeably fresher than that of the lower city. This was truly the abode of the affluent. In a corner of the garden, he spotted antiques that seemed more valuable than himself. With the protection of the bodyguards, Yang Xingrui stepped into the villa, feeling utterly unworthy of stepping upon such expensive carpets. The hallway was adorned with genuine oil paintings, each one worth a fortune, stirring feelings of inadequacy within him. He entered through a side door to the rooftop, which exuded the charm of a luxurious retreat. There, he encountered a striking woman who resembled a cold-faced CEO from a television drama. Her radiant smile enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, alleviating much of his tension. The rooftop featured barbecue facilities, rocking chairs, and several yoga mats, with a solid wooden long table at the center. At the end of the table was a wine glass filled 1/3 with red wine, held by a cultured gentleman who gently swirled it. The moment Yang Xingrui laid eyes on him, a name sprang to his mind. Zhou Yun, the heir of the Yuchen group, the young master of the Zhou family. In person, Zhou Yun appeared even more astonishing than in the photos he had seen online. Under the moonlight, he seemed to radiate an otherworldly glow, as if he were the sun of the moon itself. Zhou Yun was strikingly handsome, with well-defined features and a chiseled jaw. His thick black hair framed calm, steady eyes, and his physique was perfectly proportioned. Clad in a white shirt with one button undone, revealing a delicate collarbone and a hint of a prominent Adam's apple. He exuded an enigmatic charm that was inexplicably captivating. Sitting there with his legs crossed, he effortlessly became the focal point of the gathering. Yang Xingrui mused that if he were a woman, he would undoubtedly fall in love with him. Indeed, being born into wealth, Zhou Yun was undeniably handsome. Regardless of his reputation, Yang Xingrui stood frozen, clutching the box from which he had been dismissed, looking utterly perplexed. Zhou Yun smiled warmly. "Mr. Yang, please take a seat." "Ah, yes, Yang Xingrui stammered, hastily sitting beside the long table, careful not to encroach too closely to Zhou Yun, feeling quite sheepish. Zhou Yun observed him thoughtfully. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? What do you enjoy eating? My chef is quite skilled and can prepare anything." "Oh, no trouble for you, really. I'm not hungry," Yang Xingrui insisted, though in truth, he was quite famished after only a morning bread and having skipped lunch due to his preoccupation with online matters. Zhou Yun dismissed his protest. instructing Jing, wanting to inform the chef regardless. Mr. Yang is from Chuan City, right? I'll have the chef prepare some Sichuan dishes. Jing, wanting, communicated with the kitchen via a walkie-talkie. Yang Xingrui felt overwhelmed, his mouth agape as he struggled to find the right words. Was this what a domineering CEO was like? It felt as though he was about to be served a death sentence. Zhou Yun sipped his wine, locking eyes with Yang Xingrui, and stated, I wanted Oppos. He beat around the bush. I greatly admire what you did for that mother and child. This incident reveals your capabilities and your kind heart, not one to engage in underhanded dealings. I appreciate that immensely. I am also aware of your experiences at your advertising firm. They are fools who cannot recognize your brilliance. Given the right platform, you could have already risen to a high-ranking position, earning a salary that surpasses that of most ordinary individuals. Yet here you are, still a planner earning a mere $4,000 a month, even outpaced by some newcomers. I find this highly unjust. You, Mr. Yang, possess the talent deserving of a broader future and greater horizons. Thus, I have invited you here with the hope that you will consider working for me. Yang Xingrui, the half-architect of the Yichun business empire, still found himself in a humble position. Zhou Yun did not underestimate him. Much like Cheng Dama, he recognized that as Yang Xingrui's confidence grew, so too would the value he could create. Yang Xingrui remained oblivious to how highly Zhou Yun regarded him. He felt bewildered, as if he were in a dream. The events of the past hour felt surreal, especially after witnessing the opulent residence of the elite at the Blue Mountain Villa. Now, this affluent Zhou Yun was openly inviting him to work for him. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky, utterly unbelievable. Young Master Zhou, Mr. Zhou, I'm feeling a bit disoriented. Could you grant me some time to gather my thoughts? Yang Xingrui implored, wishing to comprehend the situation more clearly. Zhou Yun, his leg crossed casually, smiled. No rush. The chef will need some time to prepare the meal. Take your time to think. Chapter 66, A Conspiracy of the Siblings. Zhou Yun's recruitment was a tremendous stroke of luck for Yang Xingrui. No matter the circumstances, it was far superior to his previous position in an advertising planning company. At this juncture, Yang Xingrui found himself utterly cornered. His reputation had plummeted due to online slander, rendering him undesirable to any company. He would need at least 2 years for the storm to pass, allowing people to forget his name before he could hope for new job opportunities. Thus, Zhou Yun represented the best option available to him. Upon reflection, Yang Xingrui realized that Zhou Yun was not as incompetent as portrayed online. Encountering Zhou Yun in person, he felt the undeniable pressure of someone in a position of power. If he were merely a spoiled rich kid, he could not possibly exude such calmness and composure. Yang Xingrui discerned that Zhou Yun possessed both cunning and magnanimity. Rescuing that mother and daughter indicated that Zhou Yun harbored a kind heart. Having made his choice, he sought further clarity. I would like to ask, what role could I play in Yuqing Group? Zhou Yun replied, I have reviewed your resume. You graduated in business management but transitioned to advertising due to financial constraints. I plan to establish a new real estate company, and I want you to be the president, overseeing the entire operation and managing the bids. Are you suggesting I start a company for you? Yang Xingrui was taken aback, astonished by Zhou Yun and Oppos' proposal. Indeed, do you not believe in your own capabilities? Zhou Yun placed both hands on the table. I believe I should be able to. Yang Xingrui retained a modicum of self-confidence. Despite having been battered by society after graduation, he had not relinquished the pride deep within him. Then there is no issue. We can sign a contract today. The monthly salary starts at 1 million, with no upper limit, contingent upon your abilities. Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively, noting that even Cheng Dama and Oppos' salary was merely 1 million, while the value Yang Xingrui could create in the future would far exceed that figure. Jing Wanning promptly placed the prepared contract before Yang Xingrui, whispering, You handled the matter with that mother and daughter exceptionally well. Thank you, Yang Xingrui replied humbly, signing the contract without even glancing at it. There was no need for someone of Zhou Yun's stature to deceive him, nor did he possess anything worth being deceived over, a life of little consequence. With the contract signed, Yang Xingrui officially became Zhou Yun's employee. Instantly, he transformed, adopting a serious demeanor as he sat upright and declared, Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I am profoundly grateful for this opportunity, and I assure you, I will work diligently and not disappoint your expectations. This job is crucial for me. It marks a pivotal turning point in my life, a new beginning. Without your help, I might have faded into obscurity. Please trust that I will seize this opportunity with both hands. Yang Xingrui, being an astute individual, felt a surge of determination after signing the contract, vowing to help Zhou Yun and Oppo's enterprise soar to unparalleled heights in the domestic and international markets. Zhou Yun, remaining unflustered, advised him not to be overly formal and shared some of his plans. The real estate industry is merely a temporary venture. I will soon transition into a technology innovation company, so prepare yourself accordingly. Understood. Yang Xingrui nodded vigorously. The servants soon brought forth an array of delectable dishes, a veritable feast that left Yang Xingrui salivating. Mr. Zhou, I cannot possibly eat all of this alone, he stammered in trepidation. Zhou Yun rose with a smile, reassuring him. No worries, take your time. If you cannot finish, you may pack it to go. By the way, if you find yourself in need of funds, you can request an advance on your salary from Miss Jing, my secretary. She will assist you. I have matters to attend to and may be away from Jiangsheng for a few days. If you require anything, just consult Miss Jing. With that, Zhou Yun approached Yang Xingrui, patting him on the shoulder and offering a few words of encouragement before departing the rooftop. Cheng Dama discreetly gave Yang Xingrui a thumbs up and exchanged knowing glances, though Yang Xingrui remained oblivious to his intentions, mistaking it for dry eyes. Jing Wanning returned to see Zhou Yun off. The rooftop was now left with only a few security personnel and some servants awaiting orders alongside Yang Xingrui. Initially, he ate cautiously, but upon discovering the exquisite flavors, his appetite surged, and he devoured the food with increasing speed. Suddenly, the sharp whirring of helicopter blades echoed from the mountaintop, resonating throughout the Blue Mountain. Yang Xingrui looked up in confusion to see a helicopter descending from the peak. It flew remarkably low, and amidst the villa and amp, Oppo's illumination, Yang Xingrui discerned that besides the pilot, Zhou Yun was inside, along with a robust bodyguard named Cheng Dama, wearing noise-canceling headphones. Wow, half the mountain belongs to his family. The mountaintop has its own helipad. This is the life of the wealthy. Yang Xingrui marveled, envisioning a day when he too might board a helicopter and relish the skies. He sensed that such days were not far off. If he followed Zhou Yun and Amp, Oppo's lead and worked diligently, his dreams could become reality. On board the helicopter, Zhou Yun waved at him. Yang Xingrui immediately stood, bowing respectfully and gazing as the aircraft vanished into the night. Jing Wanning returned, unable to accompany Zhou Yun due to pressing matters concerning Yuqing Group. Her expression tinged with regret. Yang Xingrui had nearly finished his meal when Jing Wanning suddenly called out, "Mr. Yang, please wait. You left something behind." He turned to see the box of fried squid still resting on the table, feeling embarrassed. He quickly retrieved the box and hurriedly exited the villa compound. Zhou Yun was considerate enough to have his bodyguard escort him back to the entrance of his rented, dilapidated apartment. Holding the cardboard box, he felt as though he were in a different world. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the box and promptly discarded it into a nearby trash bin, resolutely declaring, "These things are better off discarded. Starting tomorrow, I shall embrace a new life, living my second existence." The Shu residence. After a day of silence, Shu Yanran watched her parents pack their bags to catch a flight, unable to restrain herself any longer. "Dad, Mom, can we please not associate so closely with Yi Chun? He has truly lost his mind, daring to oppose Zhou Yun. He cannot possibly end well." Shu and Oppo's father retorted impatiently. "You were the one who wanted to be with Yi Chun, and now you wish to distance yourself from him. What exactly do you want?" Shu Yanran hastily replied, "No, I feel that this situation is becoming increasingly bizarre. Don and Amp, Oppo's, do you sense it?" Shu and Amp, Oppo's mother frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Shu Yanran explained, "I find it very suspicious. Yi Chun knows I am Zhou Yun and Oppo's fiancé, he yet continues to pursue me. Why does he dare to do so? Initially, I thought we shared a connection, but after being jilted and experiencing tremendous upheaval, upon reuniting with Zhou Yun, I realized that my true affections still lie with him. Yi Chun is the one sabotaging my relationship with Zhou Yun. In this world, which woman isn't fallible? Zhou Yun would have forgiven me. But it must be that Yi Chun is secretly scheming to completely ruin my bond with Zhou Yun. Shu and Amp, Oppos. S father was taken aback, saying, "But you previously claimed Yi Chun was brave because of his feelings for you, and you admired his courage." Shu Yan ran, her eyes filled with anger, replied, "That was all Yi Chun's facade. I was misled. It is all his fault. Do you have any evidence?" Shu Yan ran, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Consider this. The woman who was intimately associated with Zhou Yun during the auction is none other than Yi Chun and Oppos' sister. Therefore, it is undoubtedly Yi Chun who is orchestrating the situation to pave the way for his sister, forcing me into a withdrawal from my engagement with Zhou Yun. This way, his sister can seize the opportunity to draw closer to Zhou Yun. Subsequently, the two siblings will be able to rely on the Zhou family, attaining boundless wealth and prosperity." Chapter 67. All that remains is left for me, and I have become a wretched woman, victim to the machinations of others. Yi Chun, with his heart of malice, concealed his true intentions beneath a facade of closeness. Oh, my dear parents, do you comprehend? It is all Yi Chun and Oppos' fault. We, as a family, have been ensnared by him. Shu Yanran was in a frenzy, resembling a rabid dog as she bellowed, venting her fury on a nearby cushion, her long nails shredding it to pieces, sending clouds of white fluff swirling around her. Her eyes gleamed with madness. Shu and Oppos' father intervened, pinning her down with a chilling gaze, commanding, "Enough. You've been watching too many palace dramas. Your mind is unraveling." If that were the case, Yi Chun would have already succeeded. Why would he seek collaboration with the Shu family? It makes no sense. In my view, Yi Chun's sister is merely a spy planted beside Zhou Yun. It is not as exaggerated as you imagine. Regardless of the truth, our family is now irrevocably tied to Yi Chun. We can only tread this dark path with no retreat in sight. You need to understand this clearly. I do not care what you think. But until the crisis at home is entirely resolved, do not stir trouble. Shu's father remained composed, believing he was the only sane individual in a house gone mad, surrounded by fools. Shu Yanran, defiant, cried out, "Dad, trust me. If we reveal this secret to Zhou Yun, he will surely forgive me and cast aside that wretched woman named Yi Chun. Zhou Yun will love me anew, and we can restore our previous relationship. This is the rightful path for the Shu family. When that time comes, my heart of the sea, everything I've lost, Zhou Yun will undoubtedly return to me manifold. He will realize that I am the one deserving of his lifelong devotion. At that moment, I need only raise my foot, and he will come to me like a loyal dog. With a mere word, Zhou Yun will bring countless business opportunities to our family." Shu's father slapped her face, fuming. "Stop dreaming. Go take a cold shower and calm down. We are about to board a plane with Yi Chun to Yun City. Do not create any disruptions, or I swear I will deal with you." He turned to her mother, instructing, "Keep an eye on her. Do not let her turn off the cold water until her emotions stabilize." Yun City, outskirts, in a secluded estate. This expansive estate was patrolled by individuals in off-road vehicles. The interior was lavish, blending concrete and wood, adorned with a unique ethnic style and filled with fruit trees, alongside a football field and a basketball court. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air, and upon looking up, one could see a helicopter, flashing lights like stars above. The guards, after confirming the helicopter and Oppos' identity via walkie-talkie, lowered their vigilance. The helicopter entered the estate unimpeded and gently landed on the helipad, where dozens of people were already waiting. Leading them was a young man with dyed golden hair, adorned with gold earrings and a Buddha pendant, dressed in a floral shirt and crocodile leather shoes. This was Jean Qinghu, Zhou Yun's childhood friend, leaning casually in front of the black-clad figures, a cigar clamped between his teeth, exuding an air of arrogance. His demeanor was strikingly unique, his face bearing a hint of mischief, yet he was quite handsome. Without his designer attire, he could easily be mistaken for a local ruffian. Upon spotting Zhou Yun descending from the aircraft, Jin Xinghu opened his arms wide and swaggered forward with a beaming smile. "Brother, damn, it's been ages. I and Amp, Oppos, V missed you dearly," he boisterously exclaimed. The moment Zhou Yun laid eyes on him, he was reminded of a character from a film notorious for breaking legs. Zhou Yun's smile was genuine. Upon seeing Jin Xinghu, he felt an involuntary relaxation wash over him. This lad, despite his reckless demeanor, was genuine, willing to risk his life for his own, never yielding to Yichun. "You old rascal," Zhou Yun teased, embracing him in return. He then casually draped his arm over Jin Xinghu's shoulder and strutted toward the estate. "My father specifically told me to bring you to see him. It's been far too long." Jin Xinghu snapped his fingers, signaling for $1,000 cigar, rolled in a luxurious manner, to be brought to him. The two indulged in reminiscing over past mischief, discussing the changes between Jiang City and Yun City over the years, and whether business was thriving or not. "After we meet the old man, you won't be getting any sleep tonight. It's a rare occasion, and we must enjoy ourselves," Jin Xinghu said cheerfully. "All right, I'm all yours for the evening," Zhou Yun replied, agreeable. The estate was vast, requiring a 5-minute drive from the helipad to the main house. Old Master Jin, having suffered severe injuries in his youth, now sat in a wheelchair, his hair graying and his appearance frail. Upon seeing Zhou Yun, tears welled in the old man and Oppos' eyes, recalling the bond he shared with Zhou and Oppos as father. "Who would have thought that upon our reunion, it would be in such circumstances, with Zhou Laudi having departed before me? If it weren't an Amp, Oppos, tea for your father, I would have been buried long ago. Alas, how the world has changed. I am old now, and it won't be long before I join your father. The future belongs to you young ones. I have entrusted the family to Xiaohu. You two must support each other and never betray one another." Old Master Jin sighed, his gaze dimmed, no longer shining with the vigor of his youth. Jin Xinghu, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Old man, I regard Zhou Yun as my own brother. Even in death, I would never harm him. You can rest easy. Speak not of such morbid thoughts. You still have many days ahead of you. Living a long life is not an issue." Zhou Yun added, "Old Master Jin, as long as I am here, the Jin family shall never decline." Old Master Jin nodded, waving his hand. "Enough. You youngsters go enjoy yourselves. It's good to have energy, but don't overindulge. Remember to take precautions. Not every woman is worthy of carrying our family's lineage." Old Master Jin, with clarity of mind, implied that the escapades they engaged in were merely remnants of his own youthful adventures. Jin Xinghu chuckled, urging the old man to rest, then swaggered off with Zhou Yun and the Jin family's henchmen, cranking the DJ speakers to maximum volume as they sped toward the bustling heart of Yun City. Chapter 68. In the opulent city of Yun, within the most luxurious private venue known as the Fragrant Pleasure Club, the atmosphere was electric. As the convoy of the Jin family came to a halt, the attendants of the establishment emerged in orderly lines, akin to welcoming an emperor's arrival. The Jin family and Oppos' primary enterprise in Yun City revolved around the extraction of jade from mines, while they also ventured into various underground businesses, including numerous entertainment industries. The club boasted an array of offerings, from KTV to high-end massage parlors and spas. Jin Xinghu's nose was held aloft, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The club and Oppos' manager bowed respectfully, ushering the guests into the establishment and Oppos' most grand and exclusive private room. Upon entering, a delightful aroma enveloped the air, soothing rather than overpowering, easing all tension. The room was adorned with lavish decorations, exuding elegance, featuring a colossal screen and song selection panels on the walls. Once inside, Jin Xinghu demanded the proprietor to present his finest vintage wines, while the bodyguards took their positions, vigilant around the room. Subsequently, a procession of alluring women, clad in vibrant attire, entered the room, each showcasing their allure amidst peals of laughter. Although this was not Zhou Yun and Oppos' first experience in such a venue, it marked his initial venture into this world since his arrival here. He spread his arms wide, placing his feet on the crystal coffee table, surrendering to Jin Qinghu and Amp Oppo's whims. With keen familiarity, Jin Qinghu surveyed the scene and expressed his discontent. Today my brother has come to Yun City. And this is the caliber of women you present to me? All of you get out. Bring in the next batch. His thunderous voice sent shivers through the room, causing the manager to break into a cold sweat. Apologetically, he ushered the current group of women out, and Zhou Yun observed their frustration as they stomped their feet outside the room. Chengdama, who had been closely following Zhou Yun at a distance of 5 meters, his quick reflexes ready for any danger, curiously inquired, "Boss, I think these women are quite appealing. Why does Tiger Brother dismiss them? They seem perfectly fine." Zhou Yun was about to respond when Jin Qinghu leaned in with a grin. "My good brother, I've had my eye on you since you stepped off the plane. You must be new here. Your physique is impressive. Those muscles are as hard as iron. You could take on MMA fighters and flatten them. I've spent time abroad, and I've rarely seen someone with such a formidable build. If your boss were anyone else, I would have offered you a hefty sum to join me. But for now, ensure my brother's safety. Let me explain why this batch 1T do. They're not pure." Jin Qinghu's interest in Chengdama was piqued, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Typically, he wouldn't bother recruiting ordinary bodyguards, but someone so close to Zhou Yun was undoubtedly a trusted confidant. Given his experience with fierce conflicts in border cities, he recognized Dama's skills and was patient in his explanation. Chengdama, puzzled, asked, "Tiger Brother, is it that their character is lacking? Is having fun in places like this not a concern?" Jin Qinghu shook his head, his eyes reflecting confusion as if he were speaking to a wall. Zhou Yun chuckled. "Dama is a straightforward lad, just arrived from the countryside." Jin Qinghu sighed in exasperation. "What I mean is, they have lost their innocence." Zhou Yun held a distinguished status, visiting Yun City as an esteemed guest. Hence, Jin Qinghu could not allow himself to be represented by women of such dubious repute. Otherwise, when he returned to Jiang City, Zhou Yun would undoubtedly mock him. Moreover, having dismissed that wretched woman, Xu Yanran, was a cause for celebration. He needed Zhou Yun to witness a more splendid array of flowers. Jin Qinghu waved his hand grandly, embodying a spirit of extravagance. Chengdama, stunned, finally grasped the situation, his worldview shaken. Could such a distinction truly be perceived? He inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the revelation. Shortly thereafter, a new batch of women arrived. Jin Qinghu was discerning, demanding not just purity but also beauty and hidden talents. This put immense pressure on the manager of the Fragrant Pleasure Club, who scrambled to gather suitable candidates from all corners of Yun City. They dared not provoke Jin Qinghu, known as a volatile figure. Displeasing him could topple the entire establishment. The owner of the Fragrant Pleasure Club also harbored fears of the Jin family, not merely due to their significant influence in Yun City, but also their notorious reputation beyond its borders. Who could withstand an assassination attempt from the ruthless individuals they could summon from across the frontier? Ultimately, they succeeded in selecting charming young women with melodious voices. Initially, the ladies felt disgruntled, having been pulled from their plans, yet upon realizing it was Jin Qinghu, no one dared to slack off, fearing repercussions for tardiness. Their eyes brimmed with trepidation, yet they maintained professionalism, adeptly engaging in games and drinking, filling the room with a lively atmosphere. Notably, while they were fearful of Jin Qinghu, their gaze continuously gravitated toward Zhou Yun. His charm was not to be trifled with, casting an irresistible aura akin to a beacon for women. This allure even caused the ladies, originally tasked with entertaining Jin Qinghu, to risk his ire by casting flirtatious glances toward Zhou Yun. In an unusual turn of events, Jin Qinghu was not angered. Instead, he graciously permitted the ladies to attend to Zhou Yun, affirming their actions were commendable. "You should make my brother feel welcome in Yun City. Consider it a display of her discernment." Yet, Jin Qinghu pondered with intrigue. "It seems you've recently become quite popular with the ladies. Could it be that a breakup has transformed you?" As merriment ensued within a private room, a bodyguard accompanying Jin Qinghu quietly informed his colleague he needed to use the restroom. Once inside, he discreetly dialed a private number, hastily erasing the call log afterward, exhibiting utmost caution. However, his actions did not escape the notice of those lurking in the shadows. Upon exiting the restroom, he was met by two of his former colleagues, who coldly seized his arms, rendering him immobile. Realization dawned upon him. His fate was sealed. He was dragged to the entrance of the private room, where laughter, playful banter, and melodious songs echoed, contrasting sharply with the chill that enveloped the outside. Trapped at the threshold, every passing minute felt agonizing, and he longed for the ordeal to end. An hour later, the young women began to emerge from the room, laughter still lingering in the air, revealing the remnants of scattered bottles and glasses. The raucous sounds abruptly ceased as Jin Qinghu and Appo's voice resonated ominously. Bring him in. Chapter 69. A New Choice. The flower of the overlord, the bodyguard, was forcibly brought in and compelled to kneel on the ground. The door closed, and the dim light of the private room enveloped the trembling figure of the bodyguard, who was anxiously swallowing hard. On the dark leather, U-shaped sofa, Jin Qinghu's face glowed red from drink as he puffed on a cigar, the smoke swirling around him, leaning back in indifference. Zhou Yun feigned sleep with closed eyes, seated like an ancient sage, slightly tipsy, while a woman remained beside him, gently massaging his temples. Chung Dama stood nearby, resembling a statuesque deity, close to Zhou Yun, with shifting light occasionally illuminating his face, akin to a fierce statue in an ancient temple. The three figures, shrouded in shadow, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if they were seated atop a grand mountain while the bodyguard felt like an insignificant ant below. Mao, I have treated you well, and this is how you repay me. Jin Qinghu exhaled a puff of smoke. The bodyguard named Mao stammered, Brother who? I don't know what you're talking about. Jin Qinghu inhaled deeply and commanded, Dial that number again. Brother who? I've never made that call. Mao continued to protest. Jin Qinghu's anger flared, and he hurled a bottle of liquor at Mao's head. The bottle struck him, causing his head to snap back in pain. Jin Qinghu, still unsatisfied, exclaimed, Damn it, movies are all lies. How can the bottle not shatter? Dama, come and give it a try. I don't believe it. Jin Qinghu chuckled mischievously, offering an XO bottle to Chung Dama. Dama glanced at Zhou Yun, who nodded, before taking the bottle and striding toward Mao. Mao sensed the ground of the private room trembling, blood rushing to his eyes, straining to open them. Then he saw the beast before him, the bottle crashing down on his head. He felt as though his skull would split, a mixture of liquor and blood soaking him, eliciting cries of agony. Subsequently, the phone concealed in his waistband was seized. Zhou Yun observed Jin Qinghu fiddling with the phone. Curiosity piqued as he asked, Is there still someone in Yun City who dares to plant spies beside you? Jin Qinghu replied angrily, Yes, a woman, ruthless and highly capable. Although my Jin family is the strongest force in Yun City, we cannot monopolize everything. There are still several formidable families beneath us. One such family is the Shun family, which, like the Jin family, rose from the jade and stone business. The Shun family's ascent coincided with the years when my father fell from grace. This woman is the most formidable figure in the Shun family, surpassing even the legitimate heirs. During the power struggle in the Shun family, she employed unknown means to persuade all the male heirs to relinquish their claims to leadership overnight. She ascended as the current head of the Shun family, holding significant power and becoming a prominent figure in Yun City's elite circles. Over the years, she has sought to encroach upon my family's business, engaging in both overt and covert battles with us. Jin Qinghu cursed, Damn it, this woman is truly sinister. I've utilized various methods, yet cannot gain an advantage over her. A glint of intelligence flickered in Zhou Yun and Appo's eyes. Hearing Jin Qinghu's description, he suddenly recalled a woman from the original narrative who fit this description, Shunlei, an extraordinarily dominant and fierce woman. In the original story, after Yichun repeatedly failed to kidnap Jin Qinghu, he returned to Yun City seeking vengeance. During his efforts to eradicate the Jin family, he encountered Shunlei and became enamored with her. Following a series of meticulously orchestrated heroic rescues by Yi Chun, Shunlei became one of his women. With Yi Chun and Appo's strength backing her, she rose to become the ruler of Yun City after the fall of the Jin family. continually providing funds to help him establish a commercial empire. Undoubtedly, this woman possesses immense capability, managing to keep the Shun family thriving under the Jin family and Appo's intimidation. Without a ruthless streak, she would have perished long ago. Thus, Shunlei is one of the female leads, the second after Zhou Yun. Is she? Zhou Yun felt a surge of intense interest. Just as he pondered this, the long-dormant system stirred to life once more, resonating within his mind. Zhou Yun was taken aback. To trigger at such a moment was truly unexpected. He had prepared himself for the system's prolonged silence. To his surprise, that evening brought him an unexpected delight. This visit to Yun City, whether to suppress Yichun or to trigger the system's choices, was not in vain. Indeed, engaging in matters related to the male lead is the key to receiving rewards. Zhou Yun was filled with joy and hurriedly checked. The system detected that the host had unlocked multiple original characters from the most powerful tycoon and met the conditions to initiate a choice. Choice 1. Assist Jin Qinghu in eliminating the Shun family, resolving his friend's troubles, and receive a cash reward of 10 billion. Choice 2. Remain indifferent, allowing the plot to unfold naturally, not interfering in the conflict between the Jin and Shun families, nor in Shunlei's life trajectory, and receive the skill of hardening. Choice 3. Intercept and seduce Shunlei, severing her preordained fate with Yichun, and receive the reward of supreme gambling skills. Zhou Yun scrutinized the system's choices with astonishment. He finally comprehended a method to trigger these selections, engaging with the original plot or characters to unlock hidden achievements. This confirmed a prior suspicion of his. The title "The Most Powerful Tycoon" refers to Yichun, who in the later stages becomes immensely wealthy. The first choice, to destroy the Shan family and enable the Jin family to dominate Yun City, appeared quite appealing. For Zhou Yun, achieving this was relatively simple. However, the reward was rather meager, merely 10 billion in cash. With Zhou Yun's godlike investment capabilities, this sum seemed trivial. Thus, he relegated the first choice to the backup list. The second choice, to remain passive, would mean that if Shunlei became Yi Chun's woman, he could only watch helplessly. Since his arrival altered the storyline, Yi Chun would inevitably encounter Shunlei earlier than expected. Should she fall for Yi Chun, it would imply that the Shun family would become the foundation of Yi Chun's early endeavors. Their resources would bolster Yi Chun's ambitions. And when it came to bidding for billion-dollar projects, Zhou Yun would pay a hefty price to compete. Consequently, all of his prior efforts to thwart Yi Chun would be in vain. Yi Chun would effortlessly acquire sufficient funds. Thus, both logically and emotionally, Zhou Yun dismissed this option outright. He could not allow Yi Chun to harness the Shun family's power. He must eradicate this possibility beforehand. Nevertheless, while he internally rejected this choice, Zhou Yun still perused the description of the hardening skill reward. Hardening skill allows any part of the body to harden like steel, with the ability to revert to a non-hardened state at will, lasting 3 hours, a potent means of self-preservation. Chapter 70. The Dance of Falling Flowers and Leaves. A multidimensional fusion world. The hard block skill, upon a mere thought, allows one part of the body to become as solid as iron. Indeed, it is an excellent skill for self-preservation. However, Zhou Yun felt that this skill was not urgently needed at the moment. With Chengdama by his side for protection, safety was not a concern. Additionally, he currently faced few enemies, and Yichen posed no significant threat. He would not resort to assassination methods unless absolutely necessary. Although the hard block skill could prove immensely beneficial in a mysterious poker battlefield, Zhou Yun had great confidence in his own abilities in that regard and could manage them with ease. Moreover, he was quite reluctant about this choice, not wishing to allow Yi Chan to gain assistance from the Shun family, and thus promptly dismissed it. He hoped that this ability would present itself again in the future. Turning his attention to the third option, he considered intercepting the female lead, Shunlei, and engaging with her intimately. This would sever her ties with Yi Chun. In other words, it meant conquering Shunlei and making her his own. This choice bewildered Zhou Yun momentarily. How did this differ from his previous strategy of seducing the women around Yi Chun? However, after reflecting for a moment, he understood. Shunlei had yet to meet Yi Chun, nor did she share any blood ties with him. She was a complete stranger. Their life paths would only intersect in the future. Hence, the two choices were not mutually exclusive. For Zhou Yun, intercepting Shun Lei was not particularly challenging. With his charisma at its peak, radiating an aura akin to a special effect, he was a formidable charm to all women. He was a man capable of leading others to redemption. As the female lead, Shun Lei was unlikely to be lacking in beauty and had a commendable character in the original narrative. Though she appeared domineering on the surface, she was, in fact, a delicate woman at heart, having never encountered a man worthy of her affection. Furthermore, this would also serve to irritate Yi Chun from any perspective. It was the optimal choice. Zhou Yun mused internally, quickly solidifying his decision before glancing at the rewards. Godly gambling skill significantly enhances perception, enabling one to memorize the order and faces of each card in a chaotic deck, bolstering adaptability and the ability to discern cards by sound. It improves dexterity, such as controlling dice outcomes and executing card switches at speeds undetectable by cameras. Mastery of sleight of hand ensures that any trickery is easily managed. Acquiring the ability to turn any playing card into a razor-sharp blade, capable of striking down foes with unerring precision. Zhou Yun surveyed the description of this skill, feeling immensely satisfied. The godly gambling skill was not merely applicable at the gambling table. It also elevated his physical capabilities, with many techniques transferable to daily life. The ability to turn flowers into blades would further augment Zhou Yun and Appo's as personal strength. This reward was commendable. He decided to select it. At that moment, Zhou Yun silently recited his choice in his mind, and the system promptly locked onto the entry, causing the other two options to dissipate, leaving them in his memory. Upon completing the task, the selected entry would vanish. After confirming his choice, a comprehensive knowledge of gambling flooded into his memory, a familiar sensation that Zhou Yun began to acclimate to. His body underwent a transformation. He could see clearly in the dark, even discerning the pores of the bodyguards standing in the corner. His hearing was greatly enhanced, allowing him to detect even the deliberately suppressed sounds of their breathing. Silently, he reached into Jin Qinghu's pocket, retrieving a square action set, still adorned with small bumps. "Little tiger, how brazen you are, already prepared." Zhou Yun couldn't help but scoff internally, feeling a bit disdainful before returning it. Throughout this process, the young woman massaging Zhou Yun's shoulders, Jin Qinghu, and even the surrounding bodyguards remained oblivious to his actions. Even in broad daylight, no one would have noticed. The surveillance would reveal nothing, as his speed was too swift, and he employed numerous distractions. Jin Qinghu held a blood-stained phone, directing the illuminated screen towards a Mao, and coldly stated, "I don't wish to personally call the communications bureau, so I'll give you one last chance. Reveal the number, and I'll make your death more merciful." A Mao, now devoid of bravado, understood the consequences and recoiled at the thought of being returned to the manor, subjected to brutal interrogation. The manor and Appo's dungeon was synonymous with hell. "No, it's not my fault. She coerced me. I did nothing wrong. I merely informed her that young Master Zhou had arrived in Jiangcheng. Truly, Tiger Brother, believe me, I didn't disclose anything of value. I'll tell you. Her phone number is 152. A mouse stammered, repeatedly banging his head against the floor, producing dull thuds. Jin Qinghu ignored him and began dialing, simultaneously addressing Zhou Yun. "Our family has procured some excellent materials from Myanmar. This woman couldn't contain herself and wanted to know the source of the goods. Recently, my activities have inexplicably come to her attention, with numerous spies appearing around me. I have been investigating in the shadows, and now I have finally caught this rat. Give me a few minutes. I need to handle some personal matters." Jin Qinghu's demeanor towards Zhou Yun was sincere and genuine, contrasting with his treatment of subordinates. Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively. "You attend to your business. I am curious to see just how formidable a woman can be to evade your watchful gaze." Jin Qinghu sighed. "She is indeed extraordinary. If she were merely an ordinary member of the Shun family, I would have dealt with her long ago. However, it is rumored that this woman has connections to the power of the Dragon Temple across the border. Compared to such a colossal entity, my Jin family seems as insignificant as a mayfly. Although it is just a rumor, we cannot afford to be careless, should the Dragon Temple intervene. My family may face considerable repercussions. The Dragon Temple? Zhou Yun was taken aback. The name of this power sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He harbored a sense of foreboding, yet whether his suspicions were accurate remained to be verified. If true, it would be astonishing. The world he traversed appeared to be more than a mere book. It was likely a complex realm of multifaceted elements. Moreover, his crossing had caused certain plot deviations, rendering it entirely dissimilar to the original narrative. After all, there was no mention of the Dragon Temple in the original text. The Shen family had no support before encountering Yichun. Now, the emergence of the Dragon Temple explained why the typically ruthless Jin Qinghu had refrained from eliminating Shenlei. It was due to the fear of the forces backing her. If this were indeed the case, then this Dragon Temple could rival the powerful families of the capital, wielding an influence that should not be underestimated. What is the situation with the Dragon Temple? Zhou Yun pondered quietly. Jin Qinghu shook his head. I do not know much. I only understand that this power possesses terrifying strength across the border, having participated in foreign coups, engaged in military actions in Lighthouse Country, taken a king hostage, and even eradicated notorious terrorist organizations. The Dragon Temple boasts one of the world in Oppo's top 3 private military companies, known as Black Gold, which publicly claims to be a legitimate company engaged in private military contracting and security consulting. Just the visible mercenaries exceed 50,000. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the Dragon Temple. Chapter 71. In the Great Horse, help me engage in underground fighting. Beyond this, I possess no knowledge. I am unaware of the identity of the owner of the Dragon Hall or the individuals within. The organization is shrouded in mystery. Jin Qinghu shook his head and continued, thus, my family harbors reservations toward the Shun family. Zhou Yun nodded, committing the Dragon Hall to memory, intending to investigate it further in the future. At that moment, Jin Qinghu pressed the dial button, and the phone emitted a series of beeps before connecting. A languid female voice came through. Hello, Jin Qinghu? Jin Qinghu was taken aback. Without uttering a word, Shenlei had already guessed his identity. I warn you, do not attempt to sway those around me, or I shall dismantle every establishment you possess. Jin Qinghu retorted with annoyance. Shenlei chuckled softly from the other end. How did you consider my previous proposal? A collaboration between our families would yield benefits without detriment. If you agree, I can ensure greater profits for you. Jin Qinghu, brimming with menace, declared, do not indulge in fantasies. I will sever this connection by tomorrow, leaving you with nothing. What a pity, Shenlei replied, her tone dripping with disdain. It seems you are indeed a foolish tiger, forever blind to the path ahead. Rest assured, I possess means to unearth the secrets of your Jin family. It is late. I must prepare for a beauty sleep. By the way, kindly extend my regards to my distant friend. I look forward to the day we meet. With that, she hung up before Jin Qinghu could respond. Fuming, Jin Qinghu stomped his feet and pounded the glass coffee table, exclaiming, aside from Xu Yanran, she is the second woman I despise. Afterward, he dialed her number again, only to be met with beeping sounds. She had evidently blocked him. The inferno of rage within him contorted his face, his golden hair trembling wildly. Suddenly, he turned to Qingdama with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes and exclaimed, Brother, you're quite the fighter, right? Help me out. Qingdama, sensing his frenzied demeanor, replied cautiously, about the kidnapping. I won't participate unless it's a directive from a boss. Jin Qinghu bounded to Qingdama's side, affectionately grasping his shoulder, a roguish grin on his face. It's not a bad thing. Kidnapping? Not all. I am a law-abiding entrepreneur, and I would never engage in such activities. You see, this woman runs several underground fighting venues. We simply go have a look and assess the fighters in Oppo's abilities. What do you think? Interested? Underground fighting? Qingdama fell into contemplation. He indeed had an interest in it. After years of martial arts training, he had never had an opportunity to truly unleash his potential, unable to find a suitable sparring partner. Each practice session with his peers involved a degree of hesitation, fearing the repercussions of a rough sparring match. Consequently, After entering the workforce, he had contemplated engaging in underground fights. However, it was illegal, and his family would undoubtedly disapprove. If caught, it would tarnish his record, complicating future job prospects. He had also aspired to compete internationally or join the national team, yet lacked connections. Thus, over the years, his fists had itched for action. Now, aligned with Zhou Yun, he felt assured due to the backing of this formidable boss. He was unafraid of incarceration. Even if imprisoned, Zhou Yun would ensure his family was taken care of, leaving him with no concerns. Therefore, despite his eagerness, he needed to secure Zhou Yun and Appo's approval first. He looked at Zhou Yun with pleading eyes. Jin Qinghu quickly added, "Zhou Yun, help my brother out. If anything happens to him, I will take full responsibility." After the fight, not only would he earn the underground fighting prize, but I shall also provide him with an additional 5 million. Jin Qinghu gazed at Zhou Yun with an almost desperate longing, as if ready to cling to his legs. Zhou Yun ignored Jin Qinghu and addressed Chengdama. "Do you truly wish to fight? Speak honestly. No need to hide." "Boss, I want to fight," Chengdama replied earnestly. "But I am concerned about your safety during the match." Jin Qinghu immediately reassured, "Zhou Yun's safety is absolutely guaranteed. If anything were to happen to him in Yun City, I would jump into the Lansong River to atone." Zhou Yun chuckled, nodding, "Since you wish to fight, then let us proceed. I too am keen to witness the action firsthand." Jin Qinghu erupted with joy, laughter filling the air. "Then it's settled. Tonight we revel, and tomorrow we fight. Dama, you are my brother for sure." Jin Qinghu beamed, picturing the satisfaction of Cheng Dama rendering Shun Lei and Appo's skilled fighters incapacitated. The song had concluded. The night deepened, signaling a time for relaxation. Jin Qinghu summoned the manager, bellowing, "Take my brother for some relaxation. If he is not treated well, your establishment will cease operations tomorrow." The manager, trembling, assured, "Absolutely, absolutely." Jin Qinghu expressed his apologies to Zhou Yun. "Brother, you go relax first. I will arrange for them to provide you with a massage. You will awaken refreshed and revitalized. I still have some matters to address." Zhou Yun, accompanied by a young woman who had yet to depart, was led toward the door. "You handle your business," he replied. Upon exiting the private room, they were met with chilling cries and the sound of shattering bottles, accompanied by the cracking of bones. Though the wails were heart-wrenching, Zhou Yun felt no sympathy for the bodyguards who met such a fate. They had brought it upon themselves. The following morning, after experiencing a blissful night of undisclosed relaxation, Zhou Yun awoke in a lavish room on the top floor of the establishment. He felt invigorated, as though every pore in his body had been awakened. Next to him lay a pair of enchanting twins. He placed a tip on the bed that they would scarcely earn in a year and opened the curtains. Gazing at the picturesque Yun City while inhaling the fresh morning air, feeling his spirit rejuvenated. When he turned back, the twins had quietly departed. Upon opening the door, he discovered Jin Qinghu and Appo's bodyguard stationed in the corridor, having cleared the entire top floor the previous night. Only 2 inhabitants remained, Cheng Dama, resting next door. Ensuring safety was not a concern. An attendant pushed a cart into the room to replace the blood-stained sheets, cleaning the space thoroughly. Zhou Yun instructed the bodyguards to rouse the still sleepy Jin Qinghu. "You were the loudest last night. How are you still so energized? Damn, I never expected you, with your refined appearance, to be more fierce than I." Jin Qinghu and Appo's eyes reflected envy. Zhou Yun smiled lightly. "Get up. I cannot linger in Yun City for long. I must depart in a few days." Regarding such matters, Zhou Yun felt no guilt. Embracing the role of a villain necessitated adopting the villain and Appo's demeanor. Besides, with ample monetary compensation, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jin Qinghu yawned. All right, I shall be your aide for these days. Just let me get dressed." Chapter 72. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Yun City International Airport exit. Yi Chun, wearing sunglasses and pulling a suitcase, was followed by the 3 members of the Shu family as they exited the airport and hailed a taxi. In Yun City, they had no acquaintances and no vehicle, so they had no choice but to take a cab. Shu Yanran expressed her disdain. The 3 of them crowded in the back seat, and the peculiar scent inside the taxi made her uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the hotel, she relaxed somewhat, yet continued to criticize the hotel's standards, lamenting that it wasn't even a presidential suite. After several days of introspection amidst her mental turmoil, she began to realize that love could not fill one's stomach. And Amir Yi-chun was hardly a match for Zhou Yun. Moreover, after some analysis, she concluded that Yi-chun was deliberately getting close to her in order to create an opportunity for Yi Qingcheng to approach Zhou Yun, which only deepened her disdain for him. Throughout the flight from Jiang City, she had not spared Yi-chun a single kind glance, completely ignoring him, even feeling repulsed. Yi-chun, too, felt quite uncomfortable and bewildered. Throughout the journey, he had been trying to please her, serving tea and water, showcasing himself, only to be met with Xu Yanran's cold indifference. He felt as though all his efforts were in vain, and he couldn't help but think, why should I owe her anything? He suddenly understood the feelings Zhou Yun had endured over the years. Like a devoted admirer, or perhaps more aptly, like a donkey. No matter how much he tried to curry favor, the other party remained indifferent, even critical of his efforts. While gazing out at the clouds from the airplane, Yi-chun pondered how terrifying it would be to spend a lifetime with such a woman. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He also realized the formidable nature of Zhou Yun, who had tolerated Xu Yanran's temper for so many years, only to explode when he appeared. The sheer strength and endurance required to endure such behavior. How many could achieve that? Yi-chun felt he could not compare. Even managing to tolerate Xu Yanran and Appo's temperament for a few days was pushing his limits. Were it not for the need to maintain a facade for the bidding qualifications, he would have wanted to explode in frustration. Moreover, upon entering the hotel, Xu Yanran immediately began to nitpick, constantly contrasting herself with Zhou Yun, criticizing the hotel for its simplicity, claiming that if it were Zhou Yun, she would never have to endure such conditions. Yi-chun was so infuriated that he took a cold shower for half an hour just to calm himself. He resolutely declared that he would never marry this woman. Finally, he made up his mind to detest Xu Yanran. Never before had he found her so repugnant. The initial spark of love and mutual affection had vanished, leaving only indifference. The stone gambling conference would not commence for another 2 days, so during this time, Yi-chun decided to explore the merchants selling raw materials. Hoping to pick up some bargains and earn a little money, he could not afford to waste time. His attitude underwent a subtle shift. He began to regard the Xu family as mere business partners rather than potential in-laws. The 3 members of the Xu family said nothing and followed his lead. There was one matter Yi-chun concealed from them. His visit to Yun City was not solely to profit from stone gambling. He also sought to ascertain whether he could attract the favor and assistance of the Jin family. Perhaps with the Jin family's backing, the project worth 100 billion would be within his grasp, alleviating his financial worries. Yi-chun was confident in his investment abilities, capable of discerning the true value of stones, even if he was unsure of what that value was. The Xu family was also intrigued by stone gambling, even expressing a desire to try their luck, hoping to uncover a top-quality jadeite and earn some money to spend. Thus, at noon, the 4 of them eagerly made their way to the Jin family and Appo's jadeite shop. This area was a hub for raw materials, cutting, carving, and trading. Among them, the Jin family's shop was the most comprehensive, boasting a vast array of options, from sales to after-sale services, all extremely professional. The second largest raw material dealer was the Shun family. Upon arriving at the Jin family store, the 4 of them entered and began to browse the first floor. The Jin family sold only the finest materials, with prices significantly higher than those outside, starting at no less than 10,000 yuan. The higher the floor, the rarer and more expensive the materials became. Some of the most exquisite stones were rarely sold, only auctioned at specific events. Yi-chun did not disdain the materials on the first floor. As long as he could make a profit and attract the Jin family's attention, it sufficed. Before coming, he had inquired and learned that the new generation in the Jin family who wielded significant power was Jin Qinghu. Although somewhat unscrupulous, he was a man driven by profit. As long as Yi-chun demonstrated sufficient value, he was certain to entice the other party. Yi-chun activated his investment skills, sweeping through all the valuable stones on the first floor and purchasing over a dozen pieces for nearly 500,000 yuan. The rest of the materials were mostly losses. Yichen couldn't help but gasp at the realization that among the thousands of stones on that floor, only a handful were profitable, a mere 1% chance. However, upon reflection, he understood, if all the materials were promising, the Jin family would have kept them for themselves. Many came to gamble for wealth, yet often left with nothing, making it exceedingly rare to win money in this place. Yichen and Oppo's ability to open so many profitable stones drew the attention of several customers selecting raw materials, who gathered around the cutting area to watch. Many began to scoff at him, claiming that without using professional lighting to inspect the stones, he would inevitably incur losses by purchasing at first sight. However, when the stones were cut open and all the pieces yielded profits, the onlookers were left in awe. Yichen nearly shed tears of joy. After so many days, he had finally managed to show off. At last, there were those around him expressing surprise and admiration. This was precisely how a person favored by fate should unfold their story. He had longed for this feeling of superiority. Ever since activating the system, he had been on the losing end against Zhou Yun, leaving him utterly frustrated. He had finally begun to regain a semblance of his lost confidence. The stone gambling on the first floor, purchased for 500,000 yuan, yielded him over 3 million in profit, a six-fold return. He then ascended to the second floor, where the materials started at a minimum of 50,000, with better options costing hundreds of thousands. Yichen selected over 1 million yuan worth of materials. As expected, upon cutting them open, they were all excellent stones, once again astonishing all the customers. The news of the Jin family's substantial profits spread throughout the gambling area, drawing many to join in the excitement. These materials were immediately purchased by the Jin family, and Yichen did not decline. His goal was the potentially billion yuan materials at the gambling conference, as well as Jin Qinghu. Selling the materials back to the Jin family, allowing them to profit from the price difference, would signal his goodwill, and Jin Qinghu was sure to notice. After making over 10 million yuan, the sky darkened. Yichen chose not to continue to the third floor to shop, but decided to leave. He believed that when he returned the following day, the Jin family's manager would undoubtedly inform Jin Qinghu, providing him the opportunity to select materials on the third floor to showcase his skills and impress Jin Qinghu. He was convinced that this would elevate his status. However, in the days that followed, events took an unexpected turn. He could never have imagined that Jin Qinghu had a relationship with Zhou Yun that was akin to that of brothers. Reflecting on his decisions from that day, he felt foolish, consumed by frustration and regret. The Shu family remained oblivious to the intricate connections between the Jin and Zhou families. Otherwise, they would surely have dissuaded Yichen. During her relationship with Zhou Yun, Xu Yanran had held herself in high regard, disregarding even Zhou Yun, never bothering to inquire about the identity of Jin Qinghu, who only appeared a few times a year. Thus, Xu Yanran had always assumed that Jin Qinghu was merely an annoying distant relative. Even now, she continued to believe that Zhou Yun was an only child. Little did I know, he had a sister who, in the early years, journeyed to the land of the lighthouse with their mother. Chapter 73. I will not strike you in the city of Yun. A dimly lit alleyway harbored numerous small shops that remained open late into the night. The road was worn and littered, with refuse swirling in the breeze, yet it bustled with a throng of aimless youths, devoid of purpose. A drunken man, thoroughly inebriated, carelessly rolled an empty bottle across the ground. The bottle came to rest at the feet of a passing group, only to be crushed underfoot, scattering shards of glass everywhere. The drunken man, with malevolent intent, gazed at the group with bleary eyes. At the center stood a man with slicked-back hair, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Clad in an English suit, his hands tucked into the pockets of his trousers. This man possessed an elegant visage, a tall and upright stature, and an expression of indifference that exuded an aura of superiority, making him immensely charismatic. Such a figure ought not to be found in this place. He belonged in a lofty financial tower overlooking the city. Beside the man in gold-rimmed glasses was a young man with tousled blonde hair, exuding a rough demeanor, dressed in a floral shirt and crocodile leather shoes, with tattoos visible at his throat. Upon seeing this individual, the drunkard's intoxication waned, replaced by a shuddering fear. He recognized the blonde youth as the notorious heir of the Jin family, a figure of immense power who could sway the tides of fate. On the other side loomed the monstrous presence of Chengdama, whose very shadow eclipsed the light at the alley and amp. Oppo's entrance. Chengdama radiated a pressure akin to an impending landslide. The narrow alley seemed to darken with his arrival, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Accompanied by a cadre of Jin family enforcers, his presence was formidable, instilling fear in all who crossed his path. The drunken man, terrified, staggered back, his stomach churning as he nearly regurgitated the liquor he had consumed. He scrambled away in a panic. The ruffians outside, smoking in the shadows, were equally stricken with dread, discarding their cigarettes and fleeing in a state of alarm. The Jin family had ventured into the territory of the Shun family. Was war about to erupt? This was monumental news. Jin Qinghu had come with his men. Who was that beast by his side? Was he a new recruit? Panic coursed through the alley as it emptied in an instant, leaving only the whispering night breeze, which carried a newspaper fluttering down from a rooftop. The shops continued to flicker with dim light, and the shopkeepers, sensing something amiss, hurried outside. Upon witnessing the arrival of Zhou Yun and his companions, they were seized with fear, their pupils dilating as they rushed to relay a message over their radios. Leading the charge, Jin Qinghu unceremoniously clasped the shopkeeper's shoulder and smiled. "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause trouble. I merely brought my brothers to observe some boxing. What are you so flustered about? Open the door." The shopkeeper felt a chill run down his spine. Loyalty to the Shun family urged him to shake off Jin Qinghu and Oppo's hand, yet reason held him back. Resistance could prove fatal. Zhou Yun watched with a beaming smile as Jin Qinghu performed, relishing the gritty essence of the underworld as if witnessing a cinematic spectacle. With a nervous swallow, the shopkeeper stammered, "I must notify Sister Shun." "Oh, go ahead and notify her. It would be best if she came too," Jin Qinghu replied nonchalantly, "but first open the door. You see, I brought only a handful of men. What threat could we possibly pose? The fighters here could easily handle my crew. Why the fear?" Jin Qinghu grinned wickedly, just as the shopkeeper was about to protest. Chengdama's imposing shadow loomed over him, silencing him instantly. Trembling, he pressed the button on his remote control. One side of the wall in the shop, specializing in adult novelties, began to rotate, revealing a narrow passage. The air filled with shouts and the pungent scent of low-quality cigarettes. Jin Qinghu led the way into the passage, while Chengdama walked ahead of Zhou Yun, acting as a shield against any impending dangers. The staircase spiraled downward, echoing with the hurried footsteps of those who had received word of the commotion. However, upon catching sight of the strikingly blonde Jin Qinghu, all halted in their tracks, their bodies stiffening with trepidation. As Jin Qinghu passed by, he casually extended his cigar to one of the men, a gesture of mockery. Before him stood a dozen robust enforcers, yet none dared to move. Below, the atmosphere was rife with confusion as others wondered why the men above had suddenly ceased their movements. Yet, when Jin Qinghu and Oppo's face emerged under the wall lights, all fell silent, paying their respects. Had it been anyone else, those enforcers would have charged in without hesitation. But before them stood Jin Qinghu. Without a command from Shunlei, no one dared to act. Wherever Jin Qinghu walked, the enforcers of the Shun family parted to grant him passage. Upon descending into the basement, the overseer of the establishment rushed forth. Though he did not grovel before Jin Qinghu, he was far from arrogant, offering a smirk that failed to mask his unease. "What brings you here, brother Hu? You didn't give me a heads up. I would have come to greet you." This man, known as Daozi, was an operative placed by the Shun family. Jin Qinghu dismissed him with a glance, stating, "My brothers have come to watch the fights and perhaps engage in a little amusement. Rest assured, I am not here to confront your Shin family. Disperse your men and let them return to their business." In the presence of his subordinates, this overseer was addressed as Brother Dao, but before Jin Qinghu, he could only be referred to as Daozi. Despite being older, nearing 40, Daozi breathed a sigh of relief and waved for everyone to disperse, then turned his attention to Zhou Yun. Recognizing Zhou Yun as formidable presence, primarily from the air of authority he exuded, Daozi remarked, "So this is Brother Hu and Oppo's as companion? I am Daozi, the one in charge here. Please have a seat this way. Daozi was astute, gesturing towards a side passage with a warm smile. Jin Qinghu acknowledged Daozi with a look of approval. Soon, they arrived at a platform adorned with vast glass windows overlooking an expansive octagonal fighting arena below. Inside the metal cage, two brawny men engaged in a brutal contest, bloodied and relentless. Outside the octagon, a throng of spectators shouted and brandished betting slips, their necks flushed and eyes wide with fervor. The atmosphere was electrifying, filled with the cacophony of cheers and shouts, yet the crowd remained composed, refraining from violence. The platform above served as the sole VIP viewing area, typically Daozi and Appo's office, where Shunlei occasionally found respite while appreciating the bouts. Jin Qinghu and Zhou Yun settled into the seats previously occupied by Shunlei, as Daozi, with a grin, inquired, "Brother Hu, how should I address this esteemed guest?" Jin Qinghu lit another cigar, crossing his legs with a smile. "You may refer to him as Director Zhou." Chapter 74. These fighters are truly pathetic, Zhou greeted. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me." Daozi, having grown up in the underworld, adeptly gauged the situation and promptly summoned fine wine and exquisite cigars to cater to this unfamiliar yet significant figure. Zhou Yun nodded indifferently. He harbored no animosity towards Daozi. Having recently captured Shunlei, Daozi was now considered one of his own, and therefore, Zhou had no intention of making things difficult for him. However, Jin Qinghu was oblivious to Zhou Yun's sentiments. A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes as he contemplated how to bring down this underground fighting venue. Daozi, mindful of his position, replied, "Mr. Zhou has traveled a long way. I must ensure your comfort. If Sister Shin finds out, she will surely blame me and tarnish the Shun family's reputation. Please, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to let me know." Zhou Yun simply nodded, choosing not to engage further, and instead watched with keen interest as the fighters below clashed. During this time, Jin Qinghu and Daozi engaged in light banter, discussing trivial matters. After a couple of matches, Jin Qinghu finally revealed his true demeanor, expressing his disdain. "Daozi, the fights here are subpar. What is this? Street brawls? Child's play? This is utterly uninteresting. I took the trouble to bring my brothers here, and you present me with this?" Daozi felt a chill run down his spine, forcing a smile. "Brother Hu, you are a man of great experience. The fighters here are merely amateurs. Of course, they would not meet your standards." Feigning anger, Jin Qinghu retorted, "Today, my brothers are here. You must ensure my satisfaction. If I am displeased, that is one thing. But if my brothers are unhappy, then this venue will not remain open." Zhou Yun remained silent, quietly observing Jin Qinghu and Appo's performance. Daozi, now sweating profusely, stammered, "Brother Hu, what would you like to see? I will arrange it immediately." Jin Qinghu and Appo's serious expression shifted to a grin. "How about this? Let my brother and Appo's subordinate spar with one of your fighters, and we can play some bets. That would be thrilling." Hearing this, Daozi and Appo's hearts sank. This was a clear attempt to undermine the venue. He had sensed that Jin Qinghu and Appo's intentions were far from benign. He surely couldn't be here just to enjoy himself. Jin Qinghu was using Zhou Yun and Appo's visit to deliberately insult the Shun family. A figure like Zhou Yun, frequenting such a place, would only tarnish his own reputation. Yet, Daozi remained unfazed, confident in his fighters. Each one could easily hold their own and had trained rigorously, turning them into formidable opponents. Just as Daozi was about to acquiesce, Chengdama, standing beside them, regretfully shook his head. "A 1T fight. They are unworthy opponents. Far too weak. Such arrogance would surely infuriate the fighters below, but fortunately, they were separated by glass." Daozi shot a disapproving glance at Dama. Upon realizing he was addressing the imposing figure behind Zhou Yun, he felt a shiver. "Ah, Brother Hu, are you sure you wanted to enter the ring?" A wave of anxiety washed over Daozi. This giant had captivated his attention. He stood like a tank. Although he recognized him as Zhou Yun and Appo's bodyguard, he had never seen anyone quite like him in Cloud City. Now, this behemoth deemed the fighters too weak, a blatant slap in the face to Daozi, who represented the Shun family. Jin Qinghu was a longtime rival of the Shuns, and while cordiality was necessary, submission was not an option. Yet, if Chengdama were to engage, it would be daunting. Daozi hesitated, contemplating whether to refuse. After all, fights in the octagon often led to injuries, sometimes fatal ones. Each fighter represented a significant investment, a veritable gold mine. Losing even one would be a grave loss. Jin Qinghu sneered, of course, he and Amp, Oppos, that's one of my brother and Amp, Oppos, S-men. Do you think you can handle him? That's not what I meant. If this muscular brother is to enter, I must consult Sister Shun, Daozi stammered, drenched in sweat. Without her consent, I cannot make a decision. Go quickly. You have 1 minute, or I'll break your legs. Jin Qinghu proclaimed, his arrogance palpable. Daozi hurriedly left to inform Shun Lei of the situation. Shortly after, he returned, visibly relieved. Brother Hu, we can allow Mr. Zhou and Amp, Oppos, S-man to enter the ring. Jin Qinghu, lounging in a leather chair, clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. Hurry, arrange it. I can hardly wait. And make sure to bring your best fighters. It would be fun if they were knocked out with one punch. Daozi puffed out his chest. Brother Hu, you underestimate them. While this brother, Dama, is quite imposing, fighting is not merely about size. My fighters have honed their skills and can inflict serious harm. Jin Qinghu shouted, enough with the excuses. Chengdama glanced at Zhou Yun, expressing his grievances. These fighters are truly pathetic. Zhou Yun smiled lightly, just have fun. With permission granted, Chengdama followed Daozi down to the arena. Jin Qinghu, still unsatisfied, boasted about placing a bet of 50 million on Dama. Daozi quickly objected, stating that the venue could not sustain such a loss. With a maximum bet of 1 million per match, Jin Qinghu attempted to protest, but Zhou Yun interjected, that's enough. Incapacitating the fighters here is sufficient. Let's not go overboard. Jin Qinghu, deflated, remarked, you're worried about the potential conflict with the Shun family? Very well, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Yun internally scoffed, realizing his concern was not about their conflict, but rather the complications it could create in his pursuit of Shun Lei. The sudden change in fighters at the underground venue stirred discontent among the audience, but under Daozi's direct intervention, along with Chengdama's appearance, the crowd became enthusiastic. Chengdama, bare-chested, leaned against the octagonal cage. The audience, as if intoxicated, fixated on the beast before them, their excitement palpable as they clamored for bloodshed, eager to witness this creature in action. Soon, as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, a fighter with bandaged hands, dark skin, and numerous grotesque scars entered the octagon. Daozi announced that betting was now open. Many spectators began placing wagers. Zhou Yun and Jin Qinghu exchanged incredulous glances upon seeing the betting results, bursting into laughter. The crowd failed to recognize Dama and Amp, Oppos, as prowess. Only a fraction had bet on him. Were they blind? This powerhouse was but a mere ant in Dama and Amp, Oppos, as presence. How could the disparity be so vast? Jin Qinghu, inwardly seething, wished for everyone to bet on Chengdama, hoping to see the Shun family lose money and suffer. Chapter 75. Still protect my boss. Zhou Yun smiled silently. The spectators, who were rooting for the cannon, did so out of ignorance regarding Chengdama. Although Dama's imposing physique was intimidating, his true fighting capabilities could only be assessed through actual combat. Those who dared to face him in a bloody duel and had survived until now were undoubtedly skilled combatants. Unlike ordinary fighters, they were the elite of the Shun family, specializing in lethal techniques where a single strike could prove fatal, rendering Dama's bulk of little consequence. Their cheers stemmed from the vivid imagery of Dama being torn apart, fueling their excitement. Within the octagonal cage, the cannon felt an overwhelming fear when facing Dama. It was clear that he was not merely a facade of strength. Unlike the audience, who reveled in anticipation, the cannon was under an immense psychological strain, as if confronting a martial arts master whose techniques were both grand and indiscriminate. This sense of dread was unprecedented in his underground fighting career, prompting an unusual seriousness in him. The Knife Brother stated, "If I can defeat you, grant me 1 million. The cannon gravely replied, That money is not so easily obtained. He continued, "My boss forbids me from losing. I do not wish to kill you." In the past, the canon would often belittle his opponents and make bold statements to unsettle them. But this time, the weight of his apprehension kept him from doing so. "I have not heard of you before. What did you do previously?" The canon inquired, attempting to gauge Dama and Appo's background. "I used to work on a construction site." Dama replied candidly, "Now I serve as a bodyguard for my boss." The canon was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he were being mocked. How could someone who exerted such terrifying pressure have once been a mere laborer? As the audience placed their bets, the door to the octagonal cage was firmly shut. There were no judges, and the fighting was unrestricted and indiscriminate. Any means could be employed to incapacitate or eliminate the opponent. The rules were brutally simple. With the clang of the iron gate closing, the canon launched his attack without warning, aiming to seize the initiative while Dama was unprepared. He unleashed his full strength. Propelling himself with the speed of a cheetah, claws poised to crush Dama and Appo's throat, appearing to be the only unguarded vulnerability. However, Dama, despite his seemingly clumsy demeanor, proved to be remarkably agile in combat, his eyes gleaming with an intensity seldom seen. Then, like a thunderclap, he unleashed a powerful slap that struck the canon squarely on the head. Precise, swift, and brutal. Before the audience could process the commencement of the fight, the canon was sent crashing into the iron mesh of the octagonal cage, his body crumpling as he fell, his head twisted grotesquely, gasping for breath, eyes bulging in disbelief like a fish out of water. Silence enveloped the arena as the crowd transitioned from raucous enthusiasm to stunned quietude in a mere 3 seconds. It was utterly terrifying. The canon had managed to endure through numerous fights, ranking among the elite. Although he had faced defeat before, he had always evaded critical harm, maintaining the capacity to continue. Yet this time, his opponent was overwhelmingly formidable, disregarding all semblance of rationality. That slap had struck him down like a rocket, sending his 150-pound frame flying. Is this how it ends? I didn't even get a chance to see. Disbelief rippled through the spectators. What has happened? Am I hallucinating? The canon, one of the top fighters, just fell so easily? Who is this guy? Confusion reigned. Many who had just placed their bets felt an overwhelming urge to slap themselves in frustration. As murmurs of disbelief filled the air, the audience, though financially disappointed, dared not scorn Dama. He had earned their respect through sheer strength. Soon, someone entered the octagonal cage to drag the unconscious canon away. The Knife Brother's face turned ashen as he witnessed his fighter and Appo's effortless defeat, realizing the challenge posed by Dama. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and returned to the stands, asking Jin Xinghu, "Brother, we've fought, so shall we leave it at that for today? I haven't had my fill yet." He went down with just one slap. "Yushin family are utterly pathetic. Is this all you can muster?" Jin Xinghu feigned anger, though internally he reveled in delight, applying pressure on the Knife Brother. If the Shun family truly has no one, then so be it. But this incident will surely spread like wildfire through Yun City by tomorrow morning, tarnishing the family's reputation. Jin Xinghu's tone shifted, dripping with mockery. Zhou Yun, observing the spectacle, found amusement in the unfolding drama, relishing the role of an antagonist. The villain is not inherently loathsome. What is contemptible is their position as an adversary. Should they be an ally, one might find them more endearing than a cute girl. Jin Xinghu continued to boast and deride the Shun family, painting them as inept. The Knife Brother could no longer contain his frustration, his composure shattering. Jin Xinghu yelled, "I've given you a chance for a team battle. Surely with so many, you can't possibly lose, right? It can't be that this venue is so abysmal." The Knife Brother inhaled deeply and replied, "Let us hope, brother that you don't feel too much sympathy." Descending into the cage, he gathered 3 formidable fighters, each bearing a fearsome countenance, their muscles rippling with latent power. Yet, none could withstand a single blow from Dama, all sent flying with a mere slap. Finally, a 4th combatant arrived, a muscular colossus even taller and broader than Dama, his every step shaking the ground. However, Dama dispatched him with a brutal elbow strike sending the giant crashing through the octagonal cage and into the audience, injuring several spectators in the process. This had never happened before, and the crowd collectively gasped, their spines tingling with shock. Sighing, Chengdama declared loudly, "How many more are there? Come at me together. Let us not waste time. I still have to protect my boss. You are all far too weak. You are simply not worth my time. Were it not for my boss's orders, I wouldn't even bother with you. Mere waste." Dama's candidness was laced with arrogance, yet he had the prowess to back it up. Whispers began to circulate, speculating about the identity of Dama's boss, who possessed the power to command such a formidable figure. No, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Some had even begun to bestow nicknames upon Chengdama, likening him to the king of beasts, utterly unrivaled. The one capable of commanding such a creature was even more terrifying. The knife brother, drenched in sweat, could not bear to face Jin Xinghu again, feeling the weight of disgrace pressing down on him. If Dama insisted on facing them all, then they would indeed face him together. Damn it, if I don't incapacitate him today, how will I face the world again? Chapter 76. A smile more unsightly than tears. Daozi was furious. These fighters were like celebrities in the underworld, holding immense weight, and now they were rendered useless. Akin to losing a golden goose. Who would come to this underground fight venue to wager now? The losses would be monumental. Daozi ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could eliminate Chengdama, yet he dared not make a move openly, for the two powerful figures in the audience were not to be trifled with. The young man named Zhou Yun exuded an air of distinction, undoubtedly a local power in his own right, likely connected to the Jin family. If they joined forces, the Shun family would be overwhelmed. Ultimately, a group of 13 encircled Chengdama, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. The spectators retreated to the corners, fearful of being caught in the fray. The battle commenced, with dull thuds and roars echoing through the venue. In mere moments, all fighters were ruthlessly sent flying, unable to even approach Dama. His hands moved with a divine precision, effortlessly dispatching opponents with a single strike. What seemed like a fierce struggle was merely a one-sided annihilation, ending swiftly as no one could withstand even a single blow. Some fighters had their chests caved in, others had their legs shattered, and some lost limbs entirely, blood splattering everywhere as fear permeated the blood-soaked arena. In the end, only Chengdama stood, resembling a god of war, his strength instilling despair in all who witnessed. Daozi felt a deep sense of hopelessness. This was no ordinary man. He had never encountered such savagery before. Previously, many boxers and skilled martial artists had come to him for extra cash, but none could match Dama and Appo's prowess. Could this be the legendary martial arts genius, a once-in-a-millennium talent? If only such a fighter were on his side, the profits would be astronomical. However, the reality was that this man was merely Zhou Yun's bodyguard, leaving Daozi filled with astonishment and regret. A bodyguard had incapacitated all his fighters. Daozi wept in despair. This underground arena was utterly ruined. He hid in a dark room and called Xunlei to inform her of the situation. He was at a loss for how to proceed. All his fighters had been rendered useless? By just one man? Were they jesting? On the other end of the line, Xunlei and Appo's voice brimmed with skepticism. Daozi forced a bitter smile and said, "Sister Shun, it's true. This guy's like a monster. You worthless fools. All of you are useless. I spent so much money on you, and now you and Appo's all been taken down by a single person." He continued, "Don and Appo's, he talked to me about monsters. How could someone be so formidable? Do you think this is a movie? He is just a bodyguard. How can there be such a vast disparity among my subordinates? What exactly is Zhou Yun's background? That bodyguard must be capable of protecting high-ranking officials in Xia country." Daozi could only listen, too intimidated to respond, feeling bitter and helpless. Eventually, Xunlei calmed down and instructed, "You hold him off for now. I'll be there right away. That damn Xiao who brought Zhou Yun to ruin my venue. This is intolerable. I must make him pay." After hanging up, Xunlei began gathering her people to come over. Chengdama, finding the situation uninteresting, returned to Zhou Yun and Appo's side. "Well done. I did not misjudge you," Zhou Yun complimented Dama. Dama scratched his head and chuckled. "They really are too weak. To be honest, Even my junior brother could easily crush them. How are your seniors and juniors faring now? Jin Xinghu and Appo's eyes sparkled with desire for affiliation. Chung Dama was unattainable for him. But if he could possess even half of Dama's strength, he would be very eager to recruit those seniors and juniors. Dama innocently replied, some are farming at home, some are helping people slaughter pigs at the market, and one senior brother is reportedly working as a security guard. Zhou Yun understood Jin Xinghu and Appo's intentions but wanted to keep Dama for himself, so he apologetically said, I and Appo's. He already made my decision. Xiaohu, you need to let that go. Jin Xinghu and Appo's initially excited expression quickly deflated, resembling someone who had just suffered a heartbreak. Fine. But Zhou Lao, if I ever need help in the future, please lend me Brother Dama. Since he could not possess him, borrowing was the next best option. Jin Xinghu shamelessly sought Dama and Appo's skills, feeling no shame in referring to Zhou Yun as Lauda. After all, they were all part of the same circle. Moreover, Zhou Yun was indeed a few months older, so he felt no psychological burden in addressing him as such. Zhou Yun laughed heartily. Call me that one more time, and I might just consider it. Big brother. Zhou Lauda. Jin Xinghu exclaimed loudly. Very well, from now on, that and Appo's. That's what you and Appo's, LL call me. Zhou Yun nodded with a half-joking tone. Hee. Jin Xinghu chuckled, feeling he had earned Zhou Yun and Appo's respect. He sensed that ever since Zhou Laoyi passed away, Zhou Yun had transformed, becoming more mature, composed, and astute. He eagerly anticipated how far Zhou Yun could grow, perhaps exceeding his expectations. Once you make it big, Don and Appo's, do forget to take care of your little brothers, Jin Xinghu grinned. Little did he know how fortunate he would be in the future to have Zhou Yun as a brother, keeping him in the loop during these times. Zhou Yun contemplated that there should indeed be a place for the Jin family in the future commercial landscape, as they were a well-known, close-knit family. He believed Jin Xinghu to be a talented individual, well-suited to lead local underground forces, and thus thought it would be prudent to entrust him with that responsibility. A business empire would undoubtedly have its light and dark sides. Both must progress simultaneously for stable development. He harbored a bold plan to utilize Chung Dama to bring some genuine martial arts families, hidden amongst the populace, under his wing, gradually forming a formidable martial force. A sense of urgency gripped him. The emergence of the Dragon Hall was certainly not a coincidence and might be connected to him. To prevent future threats, he needed to swiftly expand his influence, ensuring his own safety, and establish a powerful security force, all while safeguarding the interests of the entire group and promoting its growth. Wait for my news. I might truly need your assistance, Zhou Yun finally said. Jin Xinghu patted his chest, declaring, it's my duty. Zhou Yun felt a sense of reassurance, his future plans becoming increasingly clear. Daozi returned to the stands, his smile resembling a cry, attempting to buy time. Yet, Jin Xinghu was no fool. He insisted on leaving, finding no enjoyment in staying there and suggesting they go to a club for massages and foot baths instead. Daozi could not stop them, watching helplessly as they departed, his heart aching. Alone in the stands, he downed several bottles of alcohol, feeling as if the air conditioning had grown even colder, chilling him to the bone. Chapter 77. Claiming this man. The patrons of the underground boxing arena dispersed, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. The skilled fighters were sent for medical treatment after being severely injured by Chung Dama, and it was unlikely they would ever return to the ring, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. The only option left was to step down a level and become ordinary thugs just to make ends meet. Ultimately, as Chung Dama had predicted, the promised reward of 1 million would remain forever out of their reach. Shenlei arrived with a cohort of over 20 individuals, all astride sleek black motorcycles. After a mere glance, she instructed her men to select new fighters to revive the arena. This underground boxing venue generated tens of millions for the Shun family each month, making it a crucial component of their extensive illicit enterprises. Its loss would be deeply felt. As the long night unfolded in Yun City, the expansive Yunjiang Avenue lay quiet. Approaching midnight, the road was mostly deserted, save for a few freight trucks and a single convoy moving slowly ahead. Leading the procession was a flamboyant Lamborghini, where Jin Qinghu sat, driving with one hand and smoking with the other, exuding an air of nonchalance against the fierce wind. Following closely were several Hummers carrying Jin's henchmen. Sandwiched between these vehicles was an Alpha luxury van, occupied by Zhou Yun and Chengdama, alongside the driver. Jin Qinghu had hoped Zhou Yun would join him in the Lamborghini to relish the thrill of speed, but Zhou declined, preferring not to draw attention or lead from the front. In novels, the first to perish is often the flamboyant antagonist like Jin Qinghu. Despite having no enemies in Yun City, Zhou discerned that Jin undoubtedly had many foes and deemed it wiser to remain in the Alpha. Within the vehicle, Zhou shared his intentions to recruit his fellow martial artists. Chengdama pondered this seriously before responding, "Young master, I cannot guarantee success. I must discuss it with them. They may have grown too comfortable to venture out." The primary concern was the risks associated with working for a powerful boss. He feared his peers would decline the offer. If anything unfortunate were to occur, he would have difficulty explaining it to those back home. Zhou nodded, not wishing to pressure him. "When you have the time, take a few days off to speak with them. The compensation will be generous, no less than 200,000 per month, depending on their capabilities. I have but one stipulation: unquestioning obedience to commands, which may include lethal actions. If they cannot comply, then they need not apply. I have no use for disobedient individuals." Chengdama nodded earnestly. "Boss, I understand. I would never recommend those who are deceitful, as that would only lead to their downfall." As they continued their casual exchange and finalized details, a security team began to take shape, comprising not only masters of Baji Quan, but also individuals from various other martial arts schools known as Dama. Suddenly, the stillness of the road was shattered by the thunderous roar of engines resembling wild beasts. Zhou halted his conversation, peering into the rearview mirror, where a dazzling array of headlights illuminated the night. At least 20 expensive black motorcycles were in pursuit, unmistakably targeting their convoy. The bodyguards in the Hummer quickly relayed the situation over the intercom. Jin Qinghu boisterously proclaimed, "Let them chase. It must be Shunlei. I'll just keep driving. I intend to infuriate her. Once I have my fun, I'll make my escape. What can she do to me? Dama, ensure the safety of your boss. Let us go." The convoy surged forward at breakneck speed, the Hummer's engine roaring furiously, filling the street with an overwhelming cacophony. The seasoned henchmen, experienced drivers, maneuvered with remarkable skill, overtaking slower vehicles, which trembled in fear and obediently veered into the slow lane, watching as the Lamborghini soared past like a comet. Zhou felt a powerful push against his back as the wind whipped through the open window, tousling his hair. However, the Alpha, being a luxury vehicle, could not match the Lamborghini and Oppo's. As pace and the driver, wary of Zhou and Oppo's, as comfort gradually slowed down, separating from the convoy. Zhou offered no complaint, smiling. "Let us maintain a steady pace." As the Alpha slowed, a swarm of motorcycles closed in. Zhou realized that the pursuers were not merely a dozen, but over 20 uniformed black bikes, appearing exorbitantly priced and equipped with various intricate modifications, racing like bolts of black lightning. Each motorcycle carried 2 riders, one steering while the other wielded a long steel pipe, occasionally scraping the ground to emit sparks. A wild motorcycle surged ahead, pulling alongside the Alpha. Zhou squinted out the window, surprised to see that this bike bore only one rider, a woman, no less, who was riding without a helmet. At that moment, they were traveling at a staggering speed of 180 miles per hour on city streets. The wind whipped around them like crashing waves. Upon closer inspection, Zhou recognized her as none other than Shunlei. She sported vibrant red hair and wore a strikingly bold makeup that conveyed an air of confidence and independence. Her figure was captivating, accentuated by a fitted black leather outfit that glimmered under the streetlights. The tattoos of thorny roses spiraled down her arm, complementing her fierce demeanor. In that fleeting moment, as their gazes locked, Zhou felt an inexplicable warmth emanate from the depths of her eyes, enveloping him in a cocoon of comfort and tranquility. Shunlei, for her part, felt an overwhelming surge of desire, her heart racing with a fierce possessiveness, as if a lighthouse had illuminated her path, fixating on Zhou. At that instant, a singular thought surged within her. She was determined to claim this man for herself. Chapter 78. The Man I Desire is Mine. Zhou Yun was unaware that his captivating charm was in full effect, wielding its formidable influence. Had he chosen to pursue a career in stardom, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of fame, unmatched and revered, becoming the ethereal dream of countless women. He might even break through national borders, captivating Asia and the entire globe, emerging as the epitome of desirability for innumerable women yearning for his hand in marriage. Amused by the unfolding drama, he waved at Shunlei, a casual greeting amidst the excitement. Everything felt refreshingly novel to him. Today, he felt as if he were traversing the realm of cinema, first witnessing an underground fight, then racing at breakneck speeds. This exhilaration lifted his spirits, inducing a playful demeanor that rendered him impervious to any sense of impending danger. Shunlei slowed her motorcycle, abandoning the pursuit of Jin Xinghu, and called out to Zhou Yun, "Stop." The wind howled, drowning her voice, and Zhou Yun mistakenly believed she was inquiring about Jin Xinghu and Oppo's whereabouts. Politely, he pointed ahead, inadvertently betraying Jin Xinghu and Oppo's location. He gestured, indicating that Jin Xinghu was not in their vehicle. However, Shunlei misinterpreted Zhou Yun's gesture as challenge, thinking he dared to overtake her and that she would not stop unless compelled to do so. This only fueled her enthusiasm. She relished the spirited defiance he exhibited. Struggle, she thought, the more you resist, the more I delight. Halting the Alpha was a trivial task for her. Her motorcycle was modified for rapid acceleration. The henchmen behind them followed suit, witnessing their boss engaging in a show of strength against the Alpha, mistakenly believing their adversary was within. One of the henchmen on the rear seat struck the car with a steel pipe, producing a jarring metallic clang. Soon, over 20 motorcycles encircled the Alpha, resembling sharks hunting a whale. Some henchmen stood excitedly on their motorcycles, exulting loudly. Inside the Alpha, the driver, visibly anxious, asked Zhou Dong, "Should we notify Brother Hu and accelerate past?" Zhou Yun chuckled, "There's no need. Let them encircle us. We shall proceed normally." "But Zhou Dong, I don't quite understand." They and Oppo's already begun attacking the car with steel pipes, clearly intending to harm you. "Why not call Brother Hu for assistance?" The driver inquired, perplexed. "What is there to misunderstand? We live in a society governed by law. If the car is damaged, they will compensate us. Shunlei can simply buy a new one. The Shun family has ample funds. Let them destroy it." Zhou Yun jested. No sooner had he spoken than a steel pipe was hurled at the car window. Chung Dama, quick on his feet, caught the pipe and bent it with force. Zhou Yun and Oppo's expression darkened. These henchmen were utterly unreasonable. He was merely an observer. Was such desperation truly necessary? Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Yun commanded, "Stop." The driver promptly slowed the vehicle, halting at an intersection, and the surrounding motorcycles came to a standstill. Chung Dama was the first to disembark, respectfully opening the car door for Zhou Yun, then standing guard like a sentinel. Zhou Yun adjusted his disheveled hair and straightened his suit, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the fierce henchmen closing in. "Boss, what shall we do next?" Chung Dama inquired, his expression indifferent towards the approaching group. Zhou Yun replied, "Those who threaten our safety shall be incapacitated." As soon as he finished speaking, Shunlei stormed over, her fury palpable. Before Chung Dama could act, she vociferously reprimanded the henchman. "Who permitted you to lay a hand on them? Did I authorize you to touch this vehicle? What if my man gets hurt? If he loses even a single hair, you all better choose your burial plots." Seething with anger, Shunlei snatched a steel pipe from one of the henchmen and struck at those who had recently attacked the car. The henchmen stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They had assumed the vehicle was their target, but now it was clear they were gravely mistaken. Typically, even if they misdirected their aggression, they faced no repercussions. They were used to their brazen behavior in Yun City, and Shunjia had never scolded them before. Clearly, someone of importance was inside this car, and judging by Shunjia's words, was he her man? The henchmen were engulfed in confusion. When had Shunjia acquired a man? Yet, seeing her demeanor, they realized she was not jesting. They turned their gaze toward the Alpha, and upon seeing Zhou Yun, they were struck by the realization that this was someone they had never encountered before. Before they could react further, the henchmen who had struck the car found themselves struck in the chest by Shunlei and Appo's swift blows, causing them excruciating pain. Yet they dared not cry out or move until her wrath subsided. Zhou Yun exchanged glances with Cheng Dama, both of them enveloped in bewilderment. How had this transpired so differently from their expectations? Cheng Dama and Appo's eyes brightened as he discreetly gave Zhou Yun a thumbs up, whispering, "Boss, you certainly have a remarkable lady by your side in Yun City." Zhou Yun facepalmed, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. He indeed wished to pursue, but they had not even begun. Yet within 3 seconds, he comprehended that his overwhelming charm was at play. Shunlei had become infatuated with him. Feeling somewhat helpless, Zhou Yun realized that he had underestimated the terrifying effects of his full-fledged charm and was blissfully unaware of his own allure. Shunlei, regaining her composure, tied her fiery red hair into a ponytail, turning to him with commanding authority. "Zhou Yun, is it? Excellent. Little man, I have taken a liking to you. Come with me." Based on the intelligence she had gathered, it was effortless for her to deduce Zhou Yun's identity. He was the only one capable of traveling with Jin Qinghu's entourage and receiving protection. The imposing figure beside her, as robust as an ox, was undoubtedly the one who had upended her underground fight venue, just as described by Dao Zai. Zhou Yun chuckled. What if I refuse? This woman was indeed remarkably domineering, unyielding, and brazenly seizing a man. He had never been viewed as a mere trophy before. With an assertive tone, Shunlei declared, "Then do not blame me for forcibly taking you away. You are the first man to stir my heart. Once I set my sights on you, you must belong to me. No matter the cost, I shall ensure you are solely mine, regardless of your feelings. I will confine you within my villa, making you my exclusive plaything. Not even that little tiger can stop me. I mean what I say." The possessiveness in Shunlei and Appo's gaze intensified, resembling a queen issuing commands to Zhou Yun. If she were to wield a whip while seated upon a throne, it would be all the more entertaining. Zhou Yun furrowed his brow. He had no special experience and detested the sensation of being controlled by a woman. He preferred to have others submit to him. Shunlei's character was overly assertive, bordering on audacious. Yet, this was merely their first encounter, and Zhou Yun had the patience to gradually guide her in understanding the dynamics of their relationship. Coincidentally, he too appreciated conquering women with strong personalities. Zhou Yun responded nonchalantly, "Rather than that, why not accompany me back and become a delicate flower in my harem? I might consider granting you the title of a favored concubine." Shunlei, embodying grace and pride, retorted, "Such obstinacy. It seems I have no choice but to make you submit first. Bring him here, but remember, do not harm him." Chapter 79. If you get hurt, my heart will ache. The thugs instantly rolled up their sleeves and surrounded him. However, despite wielding steel pipes, their expressions did not exude ferocity. Rather, they appeared timid. The thugs were internally distressed, coming to the realization that their boss truly had an interest in Zhou Yun. This task was no simple matter. They could neither injure Zhou Yun nor allow him to escape. If he resisted and sustained even minor injuries, it would surely displease Shunlei. Moreover, they feared that if Zhou Yun were to become Shunlei and Appo's husband and gain power, the consequences would be even more troublesome. Thus, they proceeded with caution. Yet, Cheng Dama was not as gentle as the others. Zhou Yun had already given him the signal to act. Like an agile bull, he darted forward, instantly knocking 2 men aside and swinging his arms in a whirlwind motion. The air was filled with cries of anguish as the thugs erupted in chaos, akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. Nearby thugs were sent sprawling, with 6 or 7 of them losing their fighting capacity and being flung 5 meters away, as if struck by a car, writhing in pain. Cheng Dama, capable of toppling bulldozers with a shoulder charge, was no trifling opponent, and the others were completely incapable of retaliating. Zhou Yun, too, was intrigued and wished to test his newly acquired skills. He was no longer defenseless. After attaining divine gambling techniques, he possessed the abilities akin to a gambling god. What is the most renowned self-defense skill of such a deity? It is, of course, playing cards. In an instant, A deck of playing cards appeared in Zhou Yun's hand, procured from Daozi. During his leisure, Daozi often gambled with his subordinates in the stands, accumulating a plethora of cards. At that moment, these thin playing cards, in Zhou Yun's grip, transformed into lethal blades slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, almost impossible for the naked eye to perceive. One biker was grazed by a card, and instantly, a line of blood erupted from his body, causing him immense pain. Under the dim streetlights, no one noticed what had transpired until one thug found a card embedded in his thigh, prompting panic and disbelief among them. Where did this card come from? It pierced my flesh. Who is this master? As more bikers were struck by the cards, the scene resembled a celestial maiden scattering flowers, with each afflicted individual collapsing in agony, unable to rise. Zhou Yun threw all 54 cards from his hand, quite satisfied with the outcome before him. He did not intend to kill. Rather, he aimed for critical points to hone his skills. Had he harbored murderous intent, the cards would have severed the thugs' throats, being more precise than a gun at such close range. In mere moments, the 20 or so thugs lay on the ground, utterly defeated and unable to stand. They gazed at Chengdama with profound fear. He was indeed a warrior. An inexplicable dread settled within them as they finally recognized the source of the cards, the young aristocrat who had unleashed this chaos. Shunlei was similarly astonished, her body clad in leather tensing at the spectacle. In disbelief, she murmured, "So this is the thug who overturned my venue. Truly formidable. Zhou Yun, I underestimated you. With such a master protecting you, it would indeed be difficult to abduct you. You are impressive, utilizing playing cards with such finesse. I had thought you merely a weak scholar. Today I have been enlightened. It's akin to magic." Shunlei was deeply shocked, with Zhou Yun and Oppos, as card-throwing prowess alone. He could firmly establish himself on the streets. If he were a weakling, she might have been able to subdue him, but it was evident that with just a piece of paper, he could inflict harm. He was impossible to restrain. Despite her astonishment, Shunlei felt no fear. Her disposition was noble, and she was indifferent to the potential loss of her subordinates. "You have exceeded my expectations, but today is merely our first encounter. You cannot escape. I will seek you out until the day you submit to me." With a light bite of her lip, she displayed her unwillingness, yet felt powerless, for her numbers were too few. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed in the distance, and brilliant lights illuminated the area. It was a Hummer and a Lamborghini. Jin Qinghu was returning. Shunlei's expression darkened, and she swiftly returned to her motorcycle, making a wide turn. Before departing, she glanced back at Zhou Yun with regret and said, "Little man, you must safeguard your safety in the coming days. If you get hurt, my heart will ache. Clean yourself up and await my return." With that, she sped away without looking back. Though not afraid of Jin Qinghu, she knew that falling into his hands would pose a dilemma, rife with ridicule. She arrived swiftly and departed even quicker, leaving the disheveled thugs behind without a second thought. Chengdama turned to Zhou Yun and asked, "Boss, should we pursue?" Zhou Yun remained composed, replying, "No need." He had no intention of capturing Shunlei. Forcing her to stay would yield no benefits. It would only provoke her fierce temperament, hindering his future plans. What he sought was the complete surrender of Shunlei's heart. A fierce eagle must be tamed with patience to ensure obedience. As for the remaining thugs, they cautiously helped one another to their feet, struggling to stand. Chengdama had not aimed to kill. There was no need for bloodshed. Only those few who had swung pipes were utterly incapacitated and unable to move. Ultimately, some thugs fled, while those unable to escape were apprehended by Jin Qinghu's men. As the Lamborghini door swung open, Jin Qinghu leaped out, rushing toward Zhou Yun, exclaiming, "Boss Zhou, are you all right? Why did you have a driver stop? If something happened, how would I explain it to the old man? Do you truly wish for me to jump into the Lansong River?" Zhou Yun sighed. "I thought she was targeting you only. I did not anticipate that she had also set her sights on me." Jin Qinghu surveyed the chaotic scene, then looked at Zhou Yun, who appeared unfazed, and breathed a sigh of relief. "What did Shunlei do to you? Did she toy with you, even threatening to lock you away as her plaything, turning you into her exclusive man?" Chengdama spoke candidly. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow, causing Chung Dama to immediately fall silent, whistling innocently. What? This woman toyed with you? I must be hearing things. Jin Xinghu exclaimed, stepping on an injured biker, his eyes wide in shock. He was both curious and astounded. Shunlei actually toyed with you? Good heavens, this is beyond belief. Isn't she supposed to dislike men? Seriously, is this true? Wow! Jin Xinghu exclaimed repeatedly. As if he had stumbled upon a new world, his preconceived notion shattered. He was utterly shocked, for he was well acquainted with this adversary. Shunlei had previously been entirely unapproachable, treating men with the same disdain as one would for animals. It was only in her dealings with women that she displayed any gentleness. Jin Xinghu had previously contemplated using a handsome man to approach Shunlei, only to have that plan thwarted when the man was brutally beaten and thrown out, now bedridden in hospital. Since then, he had doubted whether Shunlei was even attracted to men. Now, however, the revelation that Shunlei had toyed with Zhou Yun and even expressed intentions of confining him was utterly astonishing. Chapter 80. Yi Chen deceived me. How infuriating. Jin Xinghu remained somewhat skeptical, yet Zhou Yun chose not to elaborate further. He had no choice but to inquire about the motorcycle gang, and upon learning the details, he was finally convinced. Boss Zhou, I now address you as boss without any sense of discomfort. Jin Xinghu stated earnestly, his admiration genuine. Had I known earlier, I would have summoned you from Jiangcheng to assist me sooner. It turns out that Shunlei has a preference for your type. Shunlei was renowned for her beauty, widely regarded as one of the most stunning women in Yun City. However, her fiery disposition deterred many suitors, and none had ever caught her eye. Jin Xinghu had always believed she would remain single for life, yet now, she had taken an interest in Zhou Yun. What a miracle! He exclaimed, beaming with delight. Zhou Yun chuckled, not so fast. Let an oppose, and see how it unfolds. Jin Xinghu nodded, cautioning, you must be careful. This woman is formidable. I feel she is unsuitable as a wife, difficult to manage. A person of our standing should seek a gentle and obedient partner, and Shunlei does not fit that mold. Marrying her would be akin to courting trouble, unless she is willing to change for you, to become more docile. Jin Xinghu pondered, resolute in his avoidance of overly assertive women, as his carefree personality would struggle in such a dynamic. Upon learning of Zhou Yun and Appo's remarkable card-throwing skills, Jin Xinghu was astonished and filled with admiration. He approached to inspect the wounds, discovering that the playing cards had indeed embedded themselves into the motorcycle gang member and Appo's bones, unable to be removed. This revelation left him further astonished. It was well known that the regulations on firearms within Xia country were exceedingly strict, rendering the presence of large weaponry virtually impossible. At most, small handguns occasionally crossed the border, making them quite rare. Those involved in the underworld primarily relied on cold weapons, with only the most influential figures carrying firearms. Yet Zhou Yun wielded ordinary playing cards with an efficacy rivaling that of bullets. Should word of his ability spread, who would dare oppose him? It was nearly supernatural. Such a scenario was typically reserved for the silver screen. Jin Xinghu found it incredibly cool, practically begging Zhou Yun to teach him, almost calling him father. However, Zhou Yun could not teach him. The system had directly imbued him with this knowledge, akin to having trained in this card skill from childhood. Thus, he could only begin teaching from a very young age, and Jin Xinghu was too old for that. Resigned, he shifted the topic. Where to next? Jin Xinghu responded, after dealing with this motorcycle gang, we'll head to the Lansong River. Zhou Yun inquired, what for? Of course, for a yacht party. Jin Xinghu exclaimed with outstretched arms, all top-notch. We'll turn on the big headlights tonight. Zhou Yun chuckled incredulously. You city folks really know how to have fun. Jin Xinghu grinned mischievously. If we don't enjoy ourselves now, once Shunlei claims you, there'll be no more fun to be had in the future. Zhou Yun indulged in a night of hedonistic revelry by the Lansong River, while Yi Chun and the Shu family remained holed up in their hotel, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next day. Today, Yi Chun planned to gamble on stones once more, intent on drawing out Jin Xinghu. Upon reaching the street lined with stone gambling shops, the Shu family separated to pursue their own interests. After witnessing Yi Chen's earning potential, The Zhou family grew restless, convinced that gambling on stones was far too simple. Their greed ignited. They wondered why they could not reap similar profits. With over $1 million in hand, they speculated that merely cutting a piece of stone could yield them profits in the hundreds. They envisioned a future where they need not rely on Yi Chun to settle their debts. What a delightful prospect! I observed that Yi Chun selected stones with an air of calm, but he certainly had his tricks and targets, Xu Fu declared, excitement illuminating his face. He gazed at the 10 stones he had purchased for 800,000, imagining them to contain translucent, ice-like jade. Such jade would garner national attention, etching his name into the annals of stone gambling history. His fervor attracted a crowd of onlookers who eagerly awaited the stone cutting. Unbeknownst to Xu Fu, the only person observing him with derision was the stone seller. Xu Mu and Xu Yanran watched closely, for this represented their remaining fortune. As the stones were finally cut, the results were disheartening. Each piece revealed nothing but rough stone, devoid of any jade hue, not even the lowest quality of chalcedony. In an instant, Xu Fu exploded with rage, his mind reeling in disbelief. It's impossible. I selected these stones using Yi Chen's method. How could there be no jade at all? It was no longer merely a matter of loss. It was akin to throwing everything away. Among the spectators, some astute individuals quickly discerned the truth. This family had been duped by the seller. The stones were counterfeit, artificially crafted to resemble jade, deliberately aged to deceive the untrained eye. Such a scam was pathetically simple. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could ascertain the truth with a simple white light test. The family, resembling those haggling in a market, had arrived with an air of arrogance, only to be swindled with a mere glance. Initially, onlookers had assumed they were important figures, but they were merely naive fools. The crowd dispersed, uninterested in warning the Xu family, for to do so might provoke the seller's ire, leading to unnecessary trouble. Xu Fu clutched the shattered stones, on the verge of tears. In the past, he would not have regarded such a sum as significant. Now, however, he felt an acute pain. It's impossible. Yi Chun must have deceived me. Xu Fu lamented. Xu Yanran immediately concurred. Indeed, Yi Chun misled us. We selected the same stones. So why was he able to uncover good jade? Consumed with resentment, Xu Fu declared, "Let us return and confront him," demanding compensation. The Xu family stormed out of the roadside stone shop, met with the bemused gaze of the seller. Meanwhile, at the Jin family stone trading hall, Yi Chun received a warm welcome from the manager. After Yi Chun and Appo's remarkable success the previous day, news spread, leading to an influx of gamblers eager to try their luck at the Jin family's establishment, resulting in booming business and profits multiplying several times over. Many believed that the Jin family's stones were easy to sell and thought they could replicate Yi Chun's success, only to return defeated. Thus, Yi Chun had become a celebrated figure at the Jin family stone shop, enjoying the privileges of a distinguished guest. Relishing this treatment, Yi Chun strolled leisurely through the stone hall, surrounded by attentive staff. This reminded him of a news story he had once seen. Someone had asked if a person who won tens of millions in a casino in Ouching would be allowed to leave. The response was that not only would they be allowed to leave, but they would also receive complimentary stays at 5-star hotels and special services, with all currency exchange arrangements handled for them. Truly considerate. When it came time to depart, the casino would even celebrate with drums and gongs, hanging banners to announce the event, eager for the whole world to know. The casino owner was the one most afraid of losing you. As long as you left alive, you became a golden advertisement, drawing countless patrons to their establishment. If spending tens of millions could yield such publicity, the owners would gladly embrace it, for they were all astute businessmen. Losing one patron meant there were countless others ready to fill their place. Moreover, they were not fearful of you winning. What they dreaded was your absence. As long as you continued to play, the money would eventually find its way back. Chapter 81. You are the next tycoon of Myanmar. Yi Chun wandered through the hall, surrounded by the manager and waitstaff, who hailed him with praise. He reveled in the attention. Word had spread throughout the street that the stone god, who had earned millions just yesterday, had returned, prompting a throng to flock to the Jin family's stone shop, eager to witness another miracle. The Xu family, incensed, rushed back. Upon catching sight of Yi Chen's back, Shu Fu bellowed, "Yi Chen, stop right there. We were collaborating so well. Why did you deceive me?" Yi Chen turned, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What was this old man rambling about? He couldn't comprehend a word. Shu Mu, hands on her hips, lashed out, "You scoundrel. Are you deliberately toying with us?" Shu Yinran chimed in, her voice shrill. "Do you have no shame? You've swindled our family's money. What have we done to provoke you? It's merely a bit of stone gambling skill. Did you need to hide it as if we were insatiable? I never imagined you could be so petty." Faced with the Shu family's relentless accusations, Yi Chen was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. An odd familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of past experiences, but this time, he was not an observer, but the target of their ire. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't go mad in front of me." Yi Chen's expression darkened dangerously. Among the onlookers drawn to witness Yi Chen's stone gambling prowess, many had also caught wind of the Shu family's ill-fated gamble with counterfeit stones. They began to murmur and laugh, recounting the details of the debacle. After hearing their comments, Yi Chen felt the weight of an unjust calamity. He was caught in crossfire not of his making. It was the Shu family who had succumbed to temptation and lost their money without a system to guide them. Moreover, when they first arrived at the stone gambling street, they were shrouded in mystery, saying nothing at all. Now that they had lost, they turned their ire towards him. How could they expect to win? Losing was the norm. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with a mix of incredulity and outrage as he stared at the obstreperous Shu family, feeling a suffocating weight pressing against his chest. He was seething, wishing he could kick them in their faces. How could they speak so brazenly? "Did I force you to play? How dare you accuse me of deceit? I have never taught you how to gamble with stones." Yi Chen exclaimed, frustration boiling over. Shu Yinran retorted, "How could you say you never taught us? Why else would you bring us to Yin City? Was it not to help us make money together? If you truly cared for us, you should have accompanied us to gamble this morning instead of going to the Jean family shop alone. You brought my family here, abandoned us, misled us, and caused us to lose money. You are utterly despicable. My father is furious now and demands you repay our family. Otherwise, you shall never see me again." Yi Chen was bewildered by Shu Yinran and Appo's relentless barrage of accusations. His focus wavered, as her eloquent words left him dizzy and disoriented, making a twisted kind of sense, yet something felt profoundly wrong. As his eyes reddened, he regarded Shu Yinran with growing disdain. A deep, visceral loathing welled up within him. How had he once considered her a celestial being? Why had he believed her to be a lotus, untouched by filth, radiating a sweet fragrance? Now, that once pleasant aroma had turned foul. Suddenly, he realized he had unwittingly aided Zhou Yun by providing him a legitimate excuse to rid himself of such a woman. Should Shu Yinran marry Zhou Yun, the Zhou family would never know peace. In reality, he had done a good deed, diverting this burden from Zhou Yun. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. If Shu Yinran were still involved with Zhou Yun, perhaps his sister would have had no connection with him at all. Although his temper flared, Yi Chen had matured considerably after Zhou Yun and Appo's two lessons. He resolved to endure for the greater good, recognizing the importance of the Shu family and Appo's collaboration. Fearing ridicule, Yi Chen managed to contain himself, stating, "We shall discuss this matter tonight. I will provide you with a satisfactory response." Shu Yinran, brimming with arrogance, declared, "You better keep your word." At last, the situation calmed, and Yi Chen distanced himself from the Shu family. He and the manager of the Jin family's stone shop ascended to the upper levels, while Shu Fu and Shu Mu, sensing the atmosphere, chose to meander through the stone shop. Having not yet quenched his thirst for gambling, Shu Fu requested 200,000 to continue cutting stones. Gradually becoming enamored with the thrill, within the Jin family shop, he purchased several cheaper stones to test his luck, only to lose everything as anticipated. Meanwhile, as the Shu family wallowed in disappointment, a stranger seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with them. This individual was remarkably familiar, as if an old friend of Shu Fu, exuding warmth from the onset. He introduced himself as a tour guide from Myanmar and quickly bonded with Shu Fu, sharing secrets of stone gambling. He explained that the stones available in Xia country were merely the dregs left behind by Myanmar, with no bargains to be had. In contrast, Myanmar was abundant in quality materials, ripe for profit. Gold could be found everywhere. A person from Xia country could earn 40 to 50,000 a month merely by running a roadside stall or cooking, as Myanmar was still developing and offered countless opportunities unlike Xia country. The guide lamented his lack of funds, stating that otherwise, he would have long abandoned tourism to seek fortune there. Xu Fu was electrified by this revelation, eager to forge a brotherly bond with the guide. Unbeknownst to him, the guide was an expert in extracting information, and Xu Fu soon divulged all his details. The guide's eyes gleamed as he thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Being a real estate agent is even better. Let me tell you, Myanmar is akin to Xia country in the Apos, 80s and Apos, 90s, rapidly developing its infrastructure and welcoming foreign investment. Land is incredibly cheap. If you go there, you could become the next Li Jiaqing, the next Wanta International." Xu Fu engaged enthusiastically with the guide, convinced that Myanmar was an untapped paradise, longing to set off immediately. With such a knowledgeable guide to lead the way, it would be impossible not to strike it rich. Without delay, Xu Fu decided to hire the guide as his assistant, believing him to be a hidden gem, sharing similar interests. He made no effort to conceal his financial troubles, explaining that he was currently entangled in debt and facing legal action, which restricted his ability to travel and obtain a passport. The guide reassured him, saying there was no need for concern. If things went south in Xia country, he could simply come to him with money, and he would arrange for him to cross the border clandestinely. Xu Fu could hardly contain his excitement. He still had significant real estate assets to sell, which could yield a substantial sum. While it might not cover his debts, it would allow him to make a fresh start in Myanmar. He exchanged contact information with the guide, forming a bond as they celebrated their newfound camaraderie. With a sigh of relief, Xu Fu felt reassured. Even if Yi Chun proved unreliable, he now had an alternative path forward. His confidence swelled, and he resolved not to rely on Yi Chun any longer. Instead, he would ensure that this young man supported the Xu family adequately. Chapter 82. When the maid apologizes at the Jin family's stone gambling shop, Yi Chun selected several pieces of raw material and proceeded to the first floor for cutting. After successfully processing a few high-quality stones, resulting in a substantial profit of several million, he garnered admiration and astonishment from many onlookers. The frustration he felt towards the Xu family began to dissipate, and he walked with an air of mystery. Eventually, the manager recognized Yi Chun's unique vision and talent and decided to contact Jin Xinghu. When he dialed the number, a weary and languid voice answered. Upon learning of such a talent, Jin Xinghu could no longer remain idle. He and Zhou Yun were still recovering from the previous night's yacht party, but he hesitated to wake Zhou Yun and opted to investigate the situation himself. Shortly thereafter, Jin Xinghu, dragging his fatigued body, entered the shop. He did not encounter any members of the Xu family, who were currently engrossed in conversation with a tour guide planning to dine out together. When Yi Chun laid eyes on Jin Xinghu, he felt a shiver down his spine. The air of Yun City was unlike his expectations. He possessed a certain eccentricity and unrestrained arrogance, in contrast to the privileged second-generation wealthy individuals from the capital. Jin Xinghu resembled a bandit leader. However, that did not matter, as long as he could bring benefits to himself. "Are you Yi Chun?" Jin Xinghu yawned lazily. He did not know Yi Chun. Previously, Zhou Yun had only mentioned a man who intentionally competed with him during the Yuhuang Peak auction, without providing a name or photograph. Most of the media coverage had focused on Zhou Yun as the main character. Yi Chun nodded, replying with composed respect, "Hello, Boss Jin. Let us skip the pleasantries. Choose a few more pieces of stone for me to examine and see if they are truly as remarkable as rumored," Jin Xinghu requested. Yi Chun continued to select and cut several pieces, and once again, the outcome was consistently favorable, all yielding excellent results. Jin Xinghu was momentarily stunned, slightly shocked. Could it be that this individual possessed the legendary ability of clairvoyance? He could no longer afford to be dismissive. Such a person, if recruited, would bring immense profits to the Jin family. Just think of the advantage during trips to Myanmar for sourcing materials. All the quality stones would be within their grasp. With the Jin family's channels and Yi Chun's abilities combined, they would undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards. Your skills are extraordinary. Even experts using professional equipment may not match your precision. Jin Qinghu never hesitated to praise talent. Are you interested in collaborating with us? We offer a generous salary along with commission. Several high-quality stones were essentially invisible in the gambling shop, as they were typically collected by the Jin family or circulated through auction houses, rarely appearing in the lower-tier market. Thus, capable individuals often chose to partner with affluent families to profit together. Jin Qinghu smiled. The materials in the shop are merely appetizers. Collaborate with me, and I will take you to experience something far more thrilling. Yi Chun was tempted, yet he did not wish to be bound by the Jin family. A partnership would inevitably tie him to their ship, making it difficult to leave. Therefore, he proposed an alternative arrangement. I do not wish to sign a contract, nor do I require a base salary. I only seek commission. Additionally, I will not accept any restrictions from the Jin family and can depart at any time. I will only come when significant materials are available. Interesting, Jin Qinghu pondered for a moment before responding. That is acceptable, but I have one condition. Yi Chun, with an air of pride, replied, stated, aside from the Jin family, you cannot assist any other factions in sourcing stones. That is non-negotiable, Jin Qinghu stated seriously, setting aside his usual demeanor. Yi Chun considered this for a moment and replied, agreed. The Jin family was the largest stone merchant in Yun City, dwarfing other factions in wealth, so this condition was within an acceptable range. Following this, Jin Qinghu and Yi Chun engaged in an increasingly fruitful conversation. They discussed materials from Myanmar, including several extraordinary pieces worth billions, towering as high as small mountains. Jin Qinghu had hesitated to acquire them, fearing the risk involved. Yi Chun confidently assured him that if he could take a look, he would guarantee there would be no losses. As they negotiated, a scene of amicable and prosperous dialogue unfolded. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the stone gambling shop. The manager hurriedly reported that Shun Lei had come with people to cause trouble, demanding Jin Qinghu come downstairs. Jin Qinghu was not angered. Instead, he wore a mischievous grin, fully aware of the woman and Oppo's intentions. He instructed Yi Chun to wait in the office while he descended to meet the situation. Yi Chun, perplexed, observed the raucous scene below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Although he could not hear the commotion, he could see the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the first floor, Jin Qinghu and Oppo's opening remark nearly sent Shun Lei into a fury. You followed my brother all the way here, Miss Shun. Is it really necessary to be so persistent? While I acknowledge your beauty, my brother is not someone you can easily aspire to. If you wish to be close to him, it's not impossible. You could serve as a maid, and I would take care of the arrangement. Shun Lei, arms crossed and fuming, retorted, don't flatter yourself. I will eventually make him submit to me, and you will be the one serving me tea and calling me sister-in-law. What happened to the people I brought yesterday? She demanded, referring to the motorcycle gang that had failed to escape. She was astute and decisive. Knowing that staying behind would lead to trouble, she had fled. Now, having gathered her forces, she returned to seek accountability, her entourage surrounding the gambling shop. I set them free. Where they went is beyond my knowledge. Please, I am a law-abiding citizen and never engage in wrongdoing. Jin Qinghu spread his hands, wearing an innocent expression. I know what kind of scoundrel you are. I wanted Oppo's. To waste my breath on you. Shun Lei replied, her face stern. You disrupted my event last night, and this matter is far from over. Release my people, and I will not hold it against you. Jin Qinghu glared back, revealing his cards. What a joke. Your fighters are inferior. They cannot even take down one of my men. How dare you accuse me of disrupting your event? If you want to see them again, have them dress as maids and publicly apologize to my brother. Jin Qinghu was unyielding, embodying the essence of a rogue. He understood Zhou Yun and Oppo's intention was to temper Shun Lei and Oppo's fierce spirit. Shun Lei would never consent. Her strong and fierce nature made it impossible for her to don a maid in Oppo's uniform. To do so would be to rub her dignity in the dirt, leaving her unable to hold her head high in the future. Dream on. Shun Lei furrowed her brows, itching to give Jin Qinghu a beating. Fine. If you refuse to release them, I will make the Jin family bleed. With gritted teeth, she declared, "This is the first time I've suffered such a loss. If it weren't for Zhou Yun, you wouldn't have been able to pull off such a grand scheme. Where is Zhou Yun? He's been here for so long. Yet he has an amp. Oppos, T shown himself." Jin Qinghu, observing Shun Lei and amp. Oppos' expression, suddenly understood her true motive for visiting the Jin family. She sought to see Zhou Yun. Chapter 83. The one who disrupts the market is me. At the Jin family residence, there weren't many personnel deployed, as Shun Lei had conducted her observations beforehand. This gave her the audacity to brazenly bring her entourage. Should Zhou Yun appear, her intention was to abduct him without hesitation, even if the Jin family retaliated afterward. She was resolute in not releasing him. The encounter with Zhou Yun the previous night had ignited an unprecedented possessiveness within her. She had made up her mind to claim him as her own. After returning home last night, sleep eluded her, as Zhou Yun's visage invaded her thoughts, his every frown and smile ensnaring her heart. She had ordered an urgent inquiry into Zhou Yun's background and learned that he was the heir of the Jiangxin Yuqin group. However, with the old patriarch deceased, Zhou Yun wielded little power beyond his wealth. Even if she confined him within Yun City, there would be no repercussions from Jiangxin. The frontier was wilder than the inland, and she considered herself a local power. No one from Jiangxin would dare to traverse such a distance to confront her. Once she had completely subdued Zhou Yun, integrating the Yuqin group into the Shun family would render her impervious to the Jin family, a prospect that thrilled her. Jin Qinghu, of course, could not divulge the truth about the yacht's debacle last night. He merely stated that he was tired and resting, adding that should she wish to see him, she ought to don a maid's attire. Observing this, Shun Lei had no choice but to relent. With Zhou Yun absent, she could not seize this man, and forcibly taking over the Jin family and Oppos' gambling arena would only lead to her loss. Ultimately, she could only sneer tomorrow night. "It seems your Jin family will host a gambling event? Don't say I didn't warn you." Without further ado, Shun Lei departed with her entourage, and this commotion ensured that the Jin family stone shop would have no business in the coming days, a minor victory for her. Watching Shun Lei leave, Jin Qinghu waved with a smile. "No need to see you off. I look forward to your visit tomorrow." Yichen witnessed the entire exchange. Though he could not hear their conversation, it was evident that the woman had come to the Jin family seeking trouble. His eyes glimmered with surprise, and upon seeing Shun Lei, his heart raced violently, feeling as if spring breezes had graced him, leaving him in a state of shock. At that moment, he sensed a fateful connection, as if a thread of destiny had been drawn from Shun Lei. When their gazes met, it felt as though all the light in the world converged upon them. He realized he had fallen in love anew, captivated by Shun Lei at first sight. Longing to be with her, she was entirely different from Xu Yanran, exuding a wild charm and defiance that was irresistibly alluring. Yichun felt that the current Xu Yanran paled in comparison to Shun Lei, unworthy even to carry her shoes. His feelings for Xu Yanran began to fade, replaced by a desire to devote all his affection to Shun Lei. When Jin Qinghu approached, Yichun remained transfixed by Shun Lei's departing figure, unable to shake his reverie. Not noticing Yichun and Amp, Oppos' unusual demeanor, Jin Qinghu poured himself some tea and remarked, "You saw that woman, didn't you?" "Yes," Yichun replied, turning back with curiosity. "Who is she?" "The eldest daughter of the Shun family, the current power holder. She has come to stir trouble for my Jin family, and I am quite displeased." Jin Qinghu chuckled. "Thus, I wish to teach her a lesson. Since you have allied with us, I ask for your assistance. Go to the Shun family's establishment and purchase all the profitable stones they possess, loudly proclaiming that aside from those already selected, the rest are unprofitable." Yichun had already gained a reputation on this street, having opened nearly 20 stone deals, each remarkably valuable, a veritable miracle. He had earned the moniker Fortune Eye, requiring no tactile examination, as a mere glance sufficed to discern profitability. If he were to create a disturbance at the Shun family's venue, the word would spread, ensuring no one would dare purchase stones from them again. This tactic was undeniably ruthless. Jin Qinghu was cunning yet presented it as a favor to Yichun. "I will ensure your safety, and I shall not take a single cent from your earnings of the Shun family. All will be yours." Yi Chun furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had entered a den of wolves, negotiating with a tiger. With Jin Qinghu's golden hair, earrings, and tattoos imbued with menace, Yi Chun sensed his peril. This man was no benevolent figure. He felt a surge of regret. Had he known this would occur, he should have aligned with the Shun family instead, where he could profit and perhaps even win Shenlei's heart. Determined to pursue Shenlei, he firmly rejected. "I will not go." Jin Qinghu paused, his gaze sharpening. "Give me one reason." "I simply do not wish to go." Yi Chun raised his chin defiantly. "Forget it. I no longer wish to collaborate with your Jin family." Jin Qinghu's cold laughter echoed. "You don't think that without a signed contract, I cannot deal with you? In this territory of Yun City, few dare to defy me. Those who have done so have found themselves in their graves." His demeanor shifted as he revealed his true nature, for he believed Yi Chun to be overly arrogant, a mere novice. Since he refused to comply, Jin Qinghu saw no need to be courteous. Threats were necessary, regardless of Yi Chun's background. Even if he were a wealthy scion from the capital, Jin Qinghu could still deal with him in Yun City. Jin Qinghu's ferocity was palpable, equating the wealthy elite to the distant rulers, knowing they would not venture to intervene on his behalf. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun was indeed a true heir of a wealthy family, one of the successors. It was hard to fathom that such an heir would seek to collaborate with him in gambling. It was absurd. Seeing Jin Qinghu's fierce countenance, Yi Chun felt a sense of alarm. He had never encountered someone so unscrupulous. He genuinely feared that Jin Qinghu might carry out his threats, which would result in his demise, rendering his system useless. While anger boiled within him, he felt powerless, standing there in a daze until he finally conceded. "Fine, I will assist you this once, but I hope that in the future you'll also help me." Jin Qinghu's expression softened, returning to a genial demeanor. "Agreed. Once you have pledged your loyalty, you are one of us. I have no reason not to assist you." Yi Chun took a deep breath and nodded. "I will also attend the gambling event tomorrow night. Your presence is eagerly anticipated," Jin Qinghu replied with a smile. Yi Chun said nothing further and left the office, feeling cornered by the shamelessness of it all. Yet he had no choice but to comply. However, he remained alert. Upon arriving at the Shun family's stone shop, he would showcase his abilities and charm in hopes of winning Shenlei's affections while ensuring to shift all blame onto Jin Qinghu. After Yi Chun departed, one of Jin Qinghu's subordinates, who had been standing by, inquired, "Brother Hu, that fellow seems quite defiant." Jin Qinghu dismissed him. "If he refuses to listen, then he is of no use to me. Such mindless talent poses a greater risk if left unchecked. In this industry, one need not possess a discerning eye. Individuals like him will only destabilize the market. But if the one who disrupts the market is me, then that is an entirely different matter." Haha. Chapter 84. The greasy and charming smile. Yi Chun did not immediately visit the gambling stone shop of the Shun family. He was astute. At that moment, Shenlei was undoubtedly in a fit of anger, and going there would be a futile endeavor. Thus, after meeting Jin Qinghu, he returned to the hotel with the Shu family. Speaking of the Shu family, Yi Chun was nearly out of patience with them. For some inexplicable reason that day, the Shu family members stood tall before him, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence, as if they had settled all their debts. Yi Chun paid them no mind and ceased to mention his proposal for Xu Yanran to marry him. Instead, his thoughts were entirely consumed by Shenlei's beauty. Her fiery physique and icy demeanor stirred within him a terrifying desire for conquest. He yearned to possess such a woman. In comparison, Xu Yanran and Appo's current demeanor was profoundly disappointing to him. The following morning, the Shu family members were still in slumber, and Yi Chun could not be bothered to rouse them. He planned to return to Jiangsheng without notifying them, preferring not to share the same flight. He was not merely a figure of the system. He bore the weight of a prestigious lineage, being an heir of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, with extensive assets throughout the country and numerous international enterprises. Although he held little regard for the Yi family's background, he could not tolerate the arrogance of a mere Xu Yanran and her family. Upon arriving at the street of gambling stones, he noticed that the Jin family shop was not far from the Shin family's. The latter was resplendently decorated, exuding an air of prominence. The sign prominently displayed the character Shun, with Shun family engraved beneath it. Upon entering the shop, Yi Chun inquisitively asked the sales attendant, "Is Boss Shun Lei here today?" The attendant, with a wary expression, replied, "Aren't you here to purchase stones? What do you want?" "Rest assured, I mean no harm. I have long admired Miss Shun Lei, having heard tales of her beauty as the most enchanting woman in Yun City. I simply wish to meet her." Yi Chun smiled. The attendant scoffed. "Our boss is not accessible to just anyone. She will indeed be in the shop today, as there is a gambling stone competition in the evening, and she is bringing experts to showcase their skills." Yi Chun, exuding self-importance, declared, "Perfect. I am precisely the expert she seeks." The attendant regarded him with disdain. Yi Chun dismissed the banter, stating, "I am here to buy stones." He activated his investment abilities, surveying all the stones in the Grand Hall, even those in the corners marked for discounts. He selected several stones that promised at least five-fold returns, then ascended to the second floor to continue his frenzied shopping. At that moment, many customers were present in the Shun family shop, as news of Shun Lei and Appo's confrontation with the Jean family had dissuaded many from visiting the latter. Some recognized Yi Chen's identity and were thrilled, realizing they were witnessing the renowned stone god sweeping through the Shun family's inventory after exhausting the Jean family's. After selecting a few dozen stones, he proceeded to cut them open, and unsurprisingly, each yielded impressive profits. The attendant, astonished at Yi Chun and Appo's prowess, did not dare to neglect him and promptly informed Shun Lei. Soon after, she arrived with a large entourage, immediately spotting Yi Chun, who was reveling in the admiration of the customers. Yi Chun noticed Shun Lei and felt a surge of exhilaration. He smirked, believing himself to possess an irresistible charm. He casually styled his hair and slyly cast a sidelong glance at Shun Lei, raising an eyebrow with confidence and ease. Shun Lei initially perceived Yi Chun as merely arrogant, but she soon realized he was also egotistical. This was her first impression. "Why does he seem so greasy?" she thought, convinced she would never engage in such ostentatious behavior herself. Suppressing her distaste, she attempted to remain courteous and addressed Yi Chun, "Mr. Yi, impressive skills." Yi Chun flashed a self-satisfied grin, responding, "I must apologize for the expense, Miss Shun. Today, I have cleared out all the gambling stones available in your shop." This statement stirred murmurs among the spectators. The so-called master had declared that the Shun family had no goods left. Who would dare to purchase? Instantly, the crowd halted their intentions, deciding not to visit the Shun family anytime soon. Such is the influence of fame. Shun Lei's expression darkened as she retorted, "Mr. Yi, the quality of our goods is not for you to decide. Do not think that merely cutting a few stones grants you the liberty to tarnish the reputation of the Shun family." Yi Chun hastily clarified, "Miss Shun, you misunderstand. I meant that the fine stones displayed are all purchased, but there are still many excellent pieces available that promise substantial profits. Furthermore, who said the Shun family lacks quality stones?" As he spoke, Yi Chun strode confidently, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall. He had played a clever game. Jin Qinghu had instructed him to publicly assert that the Shun family had no quality stones, which he did, albeit only regarding those on display. The Shun family had many rough stones piled away, unsold and difficult to manage. These were unassuming, lacking the traits of jade, and thus overlooked, yet they held considerable value. Unable to sell, they were carelessly discarded in corners. Yi Chun nonchalantly approached the neglected stones, selecting a few to be cut publicly. As these discounted stones revealed their hidden jade, the customer's eyes widened in disbelief. Shun Lei observed Yi Chen's actions, feeling perplexed. She suspected he might be mentally unhinged. First, he claimed that the displayed stones were of poor quality. Then he publicly chose waste material only to uncover fine jade. It was a contradictory display, both an act of sabotage and assistance. Yi Chun proclaimed loudly, "Among these stones are many treasures, affordably priced, with high yields." As his words resonated, customers eagerly rushed to select the previously overlooked stones. Before long, the accumulated stones were nearly sold out. Shun Lei felt a headache coming on, unable to comprehend the situation. "Come with me to my office," she finally decided, intending to privately interrogate Yi Chun about his intentions. Yi Chun's lips curved into a broad smile. His objective had been achieved. Everything was unfolding according to plan, and Shun Lei would soon succumb to his allure. Unfortunately, he was disheartened to find that upon entering the office, he was met not only by Shun Lei, but also by several stern-looking bodyguards in black. Some flirtatious remarks would have to remain unspoken. Chapter 85. Transforming Yi Chun into a tool. Shun Lei, adorned in vibrant red, sat gracefully in a rocking chair, her long legs swaying gently. With a slender cigarette in hand, she exhaled alluring smoke rings, gazing at Yi Chun, and inquired, "So, what is it that you desire?" In her current state, Shun Lei was irresistibly captivating, reminiscent of a femme fatale from the silver screen, exuding an enchanting and domineering charm. Yi Chun felt overwhelmed, his desires escalating uncontrollably, and he silently mused, "What a remarkable woman she is." The thorny rose tattoo on her arm resembled the most exquisite masterpiece, deeply captivating his senses. He longed to inhale the fragrant smoke she released, wishing to immerse himself in its intoxicating aroma. Shun Lei's natural demeanor wielded an undeniable allure over Yi Chun. What does he wish to do? Of course, to pursue you, he thought internally, though he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he donned what he believed to be a charming smile and stated, "I mean no harm. My recent actions were merely at the behest of the Jin family. You have witnessed my extraordinary abilities. Jin Xinghu seeks to recruit me to contend with the Shun family as a show of allegiance. However, I cannot bear the thought of causing you distress, Miss Shun, so I have chosen to assist you." Yi Chun wore an expression that implored her to commend and thank him, tilting his chin and winking repeatedly. He was confident that his displayed prowess would render him invaluable and cherished in Shun Lei and Appo's eyes. And then, Shun Lei remarked nonchalantly. Feigning profundity, Yi Chun replied, "I was unaware of your enchanting allure, Miss Shun, and thus chose the wrong partner for collaboration. I should have sought you first, using my abilities to generate wealth for the Shun family. I'm not merely proficient in gambling on stones, stocks, and antiques. I am a master in every realm of investment. Additionally, I possess knowledge of feng shui, and should your family require assistance, I would be delighted to serve." Adjusting his posture, he gazed out the window, his eyes dreamy. "If you can assure me that Jin Xinghu will not trouble me during my time in Yin City, I would be more than willing to aid the Shin family. With my assistance, you will surely surpass the Jin family and emerge as the titans of Yin City, maneuvering among the many noble clans." His confidence was palpable. Such declarations would stir the hearts of any family. The Shun family undoubtedly yearned to eclipse the Jin family and become the undisputed rulers of Yin City. Yi Chun continually reinforced his value, ensuring Shun Lei grasped his significance. Turning back to observe Shun Lei, who was leisurely smoking without a hint of expression, he admired her long legs and her haughty yet alluring visage. Feeling a fire ignite within him. "My willingness to abandon the shadows and assist your family is solely due to my admiration for you, Miss Shun. If you could agree to one more condition, I would reveal a secret to you." Extinguishing her cigarette, Shun Lei regarded Yi Chun with amusement. She had discerned that he harbored feelings for her since their initial encounter. Was he truly so bold as to flirt with her? Did he not inquire into whether she had ever been attracted to someone so self-important and pretentious? Suddenly, she recalled Zhou Yun, and as she compared the two, her expression subtly shifted. She cherished the instantaneous connection she felt with Zhou Yun, while Yi Chun clearly fell short of such standards. However, unbeknownst to Shun Lei, Yi Chun was keenly observing her reactions. He mistakenly interpreted her slight tremor as a sign of her interest in him, and a sense of pride began to swell within him. Snapping back to reality, Shun Lei adopted a distant demeanor and asked, "What is your request?" Yi Chun chuckled inwardly, recognizing her pretense. With bodyguards present, she was constrained. Seizing the opportunity, he proposed, "I hope that after the Gambling Stone Convention, I might share dinner with you, Miss Shun, just the two of us to discuss life." Upon hearing this, Shun Lei regarded Yi Chun with newfound intrigue. The two bodyguards stationed at the entrance observed him as if he were a fool. After all these years, there was indeed someone audacious enough to pursue the young lady. They recalled the last suitor who now languished in a hospital bed, comatose, and the one before him, still confined to a mental institution, insisting he was not unwell. The audacious Yi Chun, having just met her, dared to entertain such thoughts about the young lady, earning the bodyguard's admiration for his bravery. "Ah, so you wish to court me? You should have said so sooner," Shun Lei replied with a mesmerizing smile, captivating his heart. Yi Chun swallowed hard. "I can grant you an opportunity, but it will depend on your performance," Shun Lei teased lightly. Enthralled, Yi Chun nodded eagerly. "So you agree? I will promptly inform Jin Xinghu that I shall not collaborate with him." Standing, Shun Lei elegantly stretched her exquisite silhouette and remarked, "Why the haste? Is it not better that he remains unaware? Open competition pales in comparison to subtle strategy. This evening, I shall attend the Gambling Stone Convention, and I would like you to assist me in selecting profitable stones to humiliate the ailing tiger." Yi Chun, believing Shun Lei was testing him, readily agreed. Shen Lei, with a faint smile, instructed, "You may leave. I have work to attend to." Yi Chun nodded, eager to avoid complicating matters. He felt quite satisfied with the situation and departed after exchanging a few pleasantries. Little did he realize that Shun Lei would never harbor feelings for him, nor would they share a dinner together. Shun Lei's intentions were solely to extract value from Yi Chun, gradually enticing him further. Her heart was entirely occupied by Zhou Yun. When they met again at the Gambling Stone Convention that evening, Yi Chun would undoubtedly be in for a rude awakening. Yet, not only was Yi Chun unaware of this, but Shun Lei herself did not comprehend the nature of his relationship with Zhou Yun. The bodyguards, curious, asked Shun Lei, "Boss, what shall we do with this fellow?" With a glint of coldness in her eyes, Shun Lei replied, "After tonight and Oppo's Gambling Stone Convention, apprehend him and employ your own methods to subdue him, extinguishing his spirit. I intend to transform him into nothing more than a mere tool, one who only knows how to work. He dares to harbor impure thoughts towards me. I shall ensure he regrets ever being born into this world." The bodyguards displayed no surprise at her decision. They had anticipated this outcome. As night fell, the starry sky twinkled brilliantly. Yun Province was not an industrial zone, free from pollution, allowing for a clear view of the celestial bodies. The Gambling Stone Convention, organized by the Jin family, attracted numerous influential figures from Yun Province, including renowned jade merchants and jewelers eager for the opportunity to encounter exceptional jade stones. The event was held at a manor on the outskirts of Yun City, far removed from the clamor of the urban district. Luxurious cars lined the driveway leading to the estate, stretching nearly 3 kilometers. Inside the manor, the ambience was vibrant and reminiscent of European aristocratic gatherings. Yi Chun arrived with the Shu family, having been granted entrance passes by the Jin family. Under the scrutiny of security, they were permitted entry into the estate. Surrounded by the elite of Yun City, the Shu family felt out of place, hesitant to speak, merely observing with nervous smiles. Yi Chun surveyed the assembly of dignitaries, exhilarated, whispering to himself, "Today marks my moment to shine in Yun City. 30 billion in funds awaits me. Once I return to Jiang City, I shall acquire a trillion-yuan property and rise to prominence, eclipsing Zhou Yun. I can hardly wait to witness the look of regret and disappointment on his face." Chapter 86. You are here too. Within the manor lies an exhibition area, showcasing numerous exquisite and priceless jade stones, meticulously guarded within glass cabinets. There are unprocessed raw materials as well as polished jade specimens for reference and experiential learning. Many esteemed professors and experts have been invited, engaging in animated discussions and imparting knowledge about jade to the students, encouraging observation and comprehension. A common adage among connoisseurs is, "It is better to purchase a single line than a vast expanse." If the surface of the material displays extensive green areas, it is highly likely that the thickness is merely a thin layer, with the color not having penetrated the jade and Oppo's interior. Conversely, if only a fine line is visible, it is almost certain that the jade color has deeply infused the stone. Yi Chun, accompanying the Shu family, quietly chuckled to himself, thinking, "No number of experts can compare to my discerning eye. They all experience moments of blindness, while I can see the value at a glance." The The Zhou family curiously gazed at the jade stones within the glass cabinets, exclaiming, "How can such a small piece of jade fetch millions? What type? What quality? This massive piece is worth over 100 million. It is too valuable. If all these jades were mine, the debts of the Zhou family would be of no concern." Zhou fantasized about having a band of mercenaries to steal all the jade from the exhibition. Meanwhile, Zhou and Oppo's mother and Zhou Yun could only see the exquisite jade jewelry already crafted, imagining how splendid they would appear once adorned. Shortly thereafter, a security personnel called Yi Chen away. The Zhou family watched him leave, murmuring their discontent. "What a mysterious fellow. Who knows what he's up to?" Zhou Yun remarked coldly. "He keeps so many secrets from us, treating our family like outsiders." Compared to Zhou Yun, the contrast is stark. Jin Xinghu strode confidently through the hall, mingling with many guests, devoid of any underlying hostility. Today, not only were there magnates from various industries present, but also numerous media personnel, their cameras flashing in a continuous display of light. Yi Chan felt like a mere shadow, unable to interject until Jin Xinghu finished his conversations. The hall was filled with jewel merchants from diverse regions, all attempting to curry favor with Jin Xinghu, eager to procure fine materials from him. In recent years, with new mines dwindling and old pits nearly exhausted, quality jade has become increasingly rare, its value soaring. Often, a piece of unprocessed high-quality jade is worth its weight in gold, with wealth alone insufficient to acquire it. Many affluent individuals seek large pieces to customize jewelry, carving auspicious beasts to showcase their family's prestige and heritage. While gold may be appealing, it is often deemed ostentatious. Hence the wealthy turn their attention to jade and other rare commodities. Good quality materials are never in short supply. Thus, these renowned jewel merchants treat the Jin and Shun families with utmost politeness, except for a few, such as Ran Long, a proud gem dealer from Australia. He entered the manor with an air of superiority and, despite being surrounded by other jewel merchants, offered no pleasantries, wearing a demeanor that suggested everyone owed him something. Ran Long confidently proclaimed, "In Macau, there are buyers willing to pay top dollar for a large piece. Today, offerings should be left to me. I trust you won't make things difficult for me." Xiao Hu. His words instantly chilled the previously vibrant atmosphere. Many jewel merchants fell silent, casting displeased glances at him. Yet feeling powerless, Ran Long's influence extended beyond the jewelry business, as he also operated casinos, wielding considerable power and connections. However, it was not merely his status that intimidated the other merchants. His formidable background, shadowed by the Dragon Hall, made him a figure no one dared provoke. The Dragon Hall is notorious for its might. It has crushed those who have offended its prominent figures, obliterating entire families and ruining their businesses. One such merchant, renowned in his own right, met a similar fate. Jin Xinghu smiled warmly, addressing Ran Long. "Mr. Ran, our family has always believed in the principle that the highest bidder wins. Fair competition. If you wish to monopolize, I'm afraid that won't work here. If word gets out, who would want to do business with the Jin family in the future? If you seek quality materials, you may purchase them directly and process them yourself. Today, a stone gambling event offers plenty of raw materials for sale, and you can negotiate with customers. We merely act as intermediaries." Jin Xinghu was unfazed by Ran Long's threats. After all, he is the top tiger of Yun City, while Dragon Hall may hold sway abroad. They dare not act openly within Xia country. Xia country adheres to a principle. While internal factions may clash, external forces attempting to intervene will face severe repercussions. The Dragon Hall is most infamous for its mercenaries and international connections. Yet their domestic activities are not to be underestimated, as many industry giants bear their mark. Others may fear him, but Jin Xinghu, accustomed to his own power, treats all fairly, and the Dragon Hall would not dare to act against him. Ran Long scoffed. "Very well, I hope the Jin family can endure a little longer and contribute more to the jade industry." Observing Ran Long's imposing presence, Yi Chan discreetly took note, intrigued as he overheard whispers of Ran Long's prowess. A tycoon from the city of Ao, a casino owner, and a jewel merchant, he must possess considerable wealth. This connection could prove beneficial. The more greedy he is, the more Yi Chun feels his own worth could command respect. After exchanging pleasantries with the other guests, Jin Qinghu made his way backstage, with Yi Chun following closely behind. I was quite dissatisfied with your actions at the Shun family stone shop yesterday, Jin Qinghu remarked tersely. Yi Chun replied, the circumstances were unique. That woman. Shunlei, I do not wish to hear excuses. I only care about the outcome. Jin Qinghu interrupted, fixing Yi Chun with a cold gaze. When the larger raw materials are presented, I need you to closely monitor and inform me of their true value, so I can set pricing. I will then arrange for customers to bid. The purpose of the stone gambling event is to promote the Jin family's reputation while also selling some of our stock. However, Jin Qinghu is unwilling to incur losses. Seeing customers profit is more distressing than suffering a loss himself. Thus, to mitigate potential losses, he must employ discreet strategies. Rest assured, there will be generous rewards for your efforts. He tempted Yi Chun to ensure his diligence. Yi Chun shook his head. I require no rewards. However, I would like to borrow 3 billion from a Jin family once the venture is successful. A reward of 1 billion is not what I seek. 3 billion? Jin Qinghu exclaimed, astonished. What do you need such a sum for? I have my eye on a business opportunity that requires capital, Yi Chun replied succinctly. Jin Qinghu neither agreed nor declined. We shall see how you perform. The two continued deeper into the manor. Suddenly, Jin Qinghu halted, his insincere smile fading as a genuine warmth spread across his face. Approaching them was a gentleman, refined and scholarly, reminiscent of an ancient scholar, exuding an aura of gentility. Jin Qinghu laughed heartily. Father, you finally decided to spare him. My old man often feels lonely and is eager to converse with you. Old Jin loves to share his past experiences, rambling on endlessly. Haha, if you don't come soon, I would have had to send someone back to the manor to fetch you. Upon seeing this man, Yi Chun froze, unable to believe his eyes, his lips trembling. Rendered speechless. Why is Zhou Yun here as well? Chapter 87. Yi Chun, save me. Upon encountering Zhou Yun, Yi Chun found himself utterly unprepared, momentarily frozen in place. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Yun had also come to attend the stone gambling conference, standing right before him. Since when had a real estate mogul developed an interest in jade? Was he here to make a purchase? In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable dread surged within Yi Chun. As fragmented memories he had suppressed resurfaced, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Observing the situation, it appeared that Jin Qinghu and Zhou Yun shared a remarkably close rapport. What could possibly account for this? Yi Chun, trailing behind, was rendered speechless. Even more confounding was the sight of Jin Qinghu casually draping an arm over Zhou Yun's shoulder, their bond evidently stronger than he had anticipated. From their brief exchange, it became apparent that the elder Jin was acquainted with Zhou Yun, even engaging in a mentorship-like conversation, akin to a senior imparting wisdom to a junior. What right did Zhou Yun have to assume such a position? Yi Chun's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He stood there dazed, unsure of how to react. Jin Qinghu, oblivious to the underlying tension, introduced Yi Chun to Zhou Yun, stating, "This is my new friend, Yi Chun. He has an exceptional eye for stones. Whatever rough material he selects is bound to yield results. Should you require his assistance in the future, I can certainly arrange for him to work with you." Zhou Yun's demeanor remained impeccably composed as he extended his hand towards Yi Chun, greeting him with, "Hello, Mr. Yi. It is a pleasure to see you again." His approach lacked any hint of hostility, exuding an air of gentlemanly civility. In truth, however, Yi Chun appeared to Zhou Yun as nothing more than a mere opportunity. By seizing Yi Chun and Appo's fortunes and connections, he could unlock a treasure trove of rewards from his system. Zhou Yun had no intention of allowing Yi Chun to slip away unscathed. He viewed him as a valuable asset. In stark contrast, Yi Chun's expression was one of embarrassment and indignation, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. The sheer awkwardness of discovering that the Jin family, whom he had hoped to befriend, had such a close association with Zhou Yun left him feeling humiliated. Jin Qinghu had seemingly relegated him to the status of an employee, a mere tool to be used at Zhou Yun's discretion. The once equal standing they had shared was abruptly diminished in an instant. Ye chance qu'on posserait chatterit. his mind spiraling into chaos. He would rather die than serve under Zhou Yun. As the destined master of his own fate, he could not possibly be subjugated to the whims of a villain. That would be no different from being deemed worthless. With a stormy expression, Yichen declined to shake Zhou Yun's hand, stating grimly, "I will never work under Zhou Yun. If you insist, I shall take my leave." Should it come to that, he would be compelled to reveal his true identity and leverage the power of the Yi family to ensure his survival, regardless of the consequences. Jin Qinghu and Appo's eyes flared with anger as he grasped the situation. This young man and Zhou Yun were at odds. How audacious! Do you think you could behave so recklessly here? Jin Qinghu stepped closer, an aura of menace surrounding him. "I'm giving you one chance to rephrase your words." He then turned to Zhou Yun, inquiring, "Boss, what is the deal with this kid? You two seem to share a history." Zhou Yun shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing significant. Shu Yanran was taken from me by him. On the day of the Jade Emperor Summit auction, he competed against me for a birdcage. It an amp? Appo's. That's no big deal." Jin Qinghu's eyes widened in realization as he gazed at Yi Chun, bursting into laughter. "So you were the one who took the fall? Ha ha ha. I truly don't know whether to thank you or despise you. After all, it was because of you that my boss resolved to kick that ungrateful woman to the curb. Saving my brother amidst turmoil is indeed quite an accomplishment. However, the fact remains that you have taken another man into Appo's as wife. And while my boss is kind-hearted and will not hold it against you, I, as his brother, cannot simply overlook it. Moreover, your repeated defiance against my boss is utterly despicable. Since fate has brought us together, you should leave Yun City, lest it appear that our families are too weak." Jin Qinghu's words rang with conviction, his demeanor ferocious like that of a ravenous wolf, his gaze wild. Yi Chun felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling as he staggered backward, sensing that he was on the brink of ruin. To his astonishment, attending the Stone Gambling Conference had plunged him into a veritable hell. The very family he sought to befriend had transformed into adversaries, threatening to leave him maimed. Yi Chun's regret was palpable, wishing he could expel his anguish in blood. Had he known the Jin family and Zhou Yun were so closely intertwined, he would never have sought out Jin Qinghu. The depths of their deception were profound, and Yi Chun's face flushed with anger, veins bulging in his hands. Just as Jin Qinghu prepared to act, Zhou Yun intervened. "Hold on, let's not escalate things. Today is too crowded. It wouldn't reflect well." Zhou Yun stated casually. "While Yi Chun may have erred, he is the younger brother of a friend of mine. I had promised her not to hold him accountable. I cannot go back on my word, can I? Is it a sister or a brother?" Jin Qinghu's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Yun smiled, "Of course. It is a sister." "Wow," Jin Qinghu exclaimed. "So you've wooed his sister? He tries to pursue your fiancée, and you pursue his sister? Incredible, truly impressive. You are my idol." Jin Qinghu's expression brightened, his previous anger dissipating. He regarded Yi Chun with a mix of mockery and derision. Zhou Yun playfully smacked the back of his head, laughing, "What nonsense! I am merely friends with his sister. We are not at that stage yet." Jin Qinghu wore a knowing look, understanding that not yet implied it was soon to come. "I know you too well." With the tension eased, Jin Qinghu grinned at Yi Chun, saying, "So you are the brother-in-law? You should have said so earlier. I could have treated you differently. How dare you?" Yi Chun and Appo's face contorted with rage. These two completely disregarded his dignity. They openly discussed his sister, jesting about her, and now deemed him a brother-in-law, while claiming to pursue her. How could Yi Chun not be infuriated? It felt as though they were brazenly exposing his vulnerabilities before a crowd, treating his sister as if she were a mere plaything. Zhou Yun, feigning innocence, called out, "Your ambitions are well known, Yi Chun. I assure you that as long as I am present, you will never be able to be with my sister." Yi Chun, consumed by fury, resembled a protective dog, baring his teeth and losing all semblance of composure. His outburst garnered the attention of many influential figures present, who paused their observations and began to approach, their faces adorned with expressions of amusement. Who had the audacity to act so recklessly in front of the Jin family? Jin Qinghu and Appo's expression darkened, signaling the security personnel nearby. "Brother-in-law, you seem unwell. Why don't Appo's till you take a moment to cool off backstage. As two imposing security guards advanced menacingly, Yi Chun and Appo's heart raced with panic. If he were indeed taken away, his purpose for coming to Yun City to seek investment and profit would be utterly thwarted. Despair filled Yi Chen's eyes as he scanned the crowd, and suddenly he spotted a familiar figure. "Save me," he called out to a woman who had just arrived, adorned in an elegant black swan gown. With a shout, many turned their attention to the woman, a collective gasp of recognition echoing through the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Shun Lei, the current head of the Shun family, renowned as the flower of Yun City. Chapter 88. I do not know him today. Shun Lei presented herself with a more formal makeup, her lips adorned with a vibrant shade of red, and her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. She exuded less of a domineering aura and a touch more of fragility, enchanting those around her. Her floral tattoo was concealed beneath black silk sleeves, with just a hint of rosebud peeking at her neck, revealing an alluring beauty that was both beguiling and captivating. The black swan gown accentuated her proud curves, eliciting an overwhelming desire in the men present to embrace her waist tightly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's call, Shun Lei momentarily froze, a flicker of discomfort crossing her delicate face. Yet, her gaze was swiftly drawn to Zhou Yun, her eyes brimming with delight. "Zhou Yun, I knew you would come," Shun Lei exclaimed joyfully. "Let us see how you escape my grasp this time." In that instant, Yi Chan and Appo's body trembled violently. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited within him was extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. An overwhelming sense of dread and disbelief gripped him. How could it be? Why was Shun Lei and Appo's demeanor towards Zhou Yun so ambiguous? Did they share a connection? It was impossible. The Jin and Shin families were rivals. How could there be any ties? How could Shun Lei possibly be involved with a friend of her family's adversary? Yet, what was the meaning of her gaze? In her office, she had never looked at him with such tenderness, overflowing with affection. Yi Chen's mind was in turmoil, bursting with a million questions. The woman he had regarded as his beacon of hope was now casting seductive glances at Zhou Yun, a reality he found unbearable. Shun Lei was supposed to be his, having made preliminary advances towards him. He believed he could win her over soon. Yet it appeared that she had developed feelings for Zhou Yun. This realization plunged him into despair far greater than learning that Jin Xinghu was Zhou Yun's brother. Why? Why? A primal roar echoed in his heart, but his body was restrained by the Jin family security, with a knee pressed against his back, his face forced to the ground. Zhou Yun's undeniable charm seemed to have no effect on him. Perhaps if Yi Chan were a woman, he could sense that soul-stirring allure. At that moment, the world around Yi Chan darkened, spinning into chaos, suffocating him with despair. Meanwhile, Shun Lei confidently approached, ignoring Yi Chen's cries for help as if they had never reached her ears. She smiled sweetly, disregarding Jin Xinghu, and asked Zhou Yun, "Why are you standing there? What has happened?" Then, with a casual grace, she stepped closer and entwined her gloved hand around Zhou Yun's arm. To the onlookers, they appeared as a couple, intimately paired, a match made in heaven. To Yi Chun, however, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The sight before him was the most terrifying he could imagine, a soul-crushing image that would leave an indelible mark on his psyche. It resembled a moment in school when the sweet girl he had secretly adored became the girlfriend of the campus bully. This stark contrast made him feel as though he were suffocating, believing the other party to be foolish, while simultaneously experiencing an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. The disparity was agonizing. A pure, delicate beauty seated in the back seat of a ruffian's car, while he sat alone in a luxury vehicle with no one beside him. Yi Chan felt he might suffocate. His teeth ground together in frustration. Why was this happening? The crowd paid no heed to Yi Chan and Appo's turmoil. Their curiosity was piqued by Zhou Yun's identity and how he had captured Shun Lei and Appo's favor. The Shu family also edged closer, their eyes widening at the sight of Zhou Yun, equally astonished. Shu Fu hastily ushered his wife and daughter into the throng, fearful of being recognized by Zhou Yun. His face turned ashen as he murmured, "How did Zhou Yun end up here? Isn't he supposed to be dealing with affairs at Yuqing Group? Does he have time for a stone gambling event? This is troublesome." Shu Yaran, upon spotting Jean Qinghu and overhearing the gossip around her, suddenly grasped the reality. This seemingly unremarkable individual was the young master of the Jin family in Yuncheng. She felt a dissonance within herself, having believed him to be just a small-time thug Zhou Yun knew from the streets. How could he possess such a formidable background? Panic gripped her as she recalled having urged Zhou Yun to sever ties with him. In that moment of realization, she instinctively pulled her collar up to obscure half her face, fearing recognition by Jean Qinghu. This golden-haired brute was no gentle soul. He had a volatile temper and was prone to violence. He had previously warned her to treat Zhou Yun well, a piece of advice she had ignored, nearly falling victim to Jean Qinghu and Appo's wrath had it not been for Zhou Yun and Appo's timely intervention. Now, she still felt a lingering dread, observing Yi Chun pinned to the ground. A hint of twisted satisfaction flickered in her gaze, and she chose not to intervene. However, upon witnessing Shun Lei entwining her arm with Zhou Yun's, her pupils constricted in realization, igniting a frenzied desire to eliminate Shun Lei. This desire consumed her. The hand that should have been hers to hold was now claimed by that wretched woman, much like Yi Chun's sister. Her aggressive gaze did not escape Shun Lei and Appo's notice. Shun Lei cast a fleeting glance at Xu Yiren, a look that made her uncomfortable. Shun Lei took note of Xu Yiren and resolved to confront her after this affair. She would not allow any woman to express enmity or hatred towards her. Such threats needed to be eradicated in their infancy. As the Xu family observed quietly, Jean Qinghu smirked, recounting the unfolding scenario while conveniently omitting details about Yi Chen's sister. "I do not know him," Shun Lei replied coolly to Jean Qinghu, her expression icy. "Do as you wish with him. Anyone who dares to oppose the man I cherish will meet a fate of their own making." Her words were frigid, a clear declaration of her allegiance to Zhou Yun. Anyone who challenged him would find themselves at odds with her. Meanwhile, Yi Chun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his spirit shattered. He recalled the flirtations he had engaged in with Shun Lei in her office, now realizing how foolish he had been. She had long since fallen for Zhou Yun, deeply and irrevocably. Reflecting on his own attempts to woo Shun Lei, the facade he had put on now filled him with distress. How could he be so handsome and yet fail to capture her heart? Why did she pretend not to know him? Wasn't Appo's he supposed to ensnare her affections like Xu Yiren had once been ensnared? Yi Chun found himself utterly bewildered, his mind in disarray. The crowd continued to grow, and Jean Qinghu ordered for Yi Chun, the jester of the moment, to be taken away until he could regain his composure, allowing him to experience wave after wave of exquisite torment. Chapter 89. An invincible beginning. Unfazed by challenges, this is merely a trivial interlude. After Jean Qinghu expressed his apologies to all the guests, the crowd dispersed. Zhou Yun lowered his gaze to the petite figure of Shun Lei, who had just reached his shoulder and teased, "Miss Shun, your demeanor frightens me. What if you decide to whisk me away to your home and keep me confined?" With a playful laugh, Shun Lei replied, "Since you already foresee the outcome, why not surrender to me now? Do not resist, nor cry for help. Those whom I desire, be they objects or individuals, have never escaped my grasp." She leaned closer, almost clinging to Zhou Yun, as if she would not relinquish her hold. Zhou Yun felt her warmth and an intoxicating fragrance, prompting a mix of amusement and disbelief. "So certain that I belong to you?" he continued to jest. Shun Lei, unabashed and heedless of the gazes around them, rose on her toes and left a vivid red imprint of her lips on Zhou Yun's cheek. Now, no one could take him away from her. Shun Lei's eyes crinkled into crescents, reminiscent of a waning moon. Nearby, Jean Qinghu feigned looking up at the sky, occasionally stifling a chuckle. The stone gambling event was merely a prelude, not yet in full swing, as the Jean family had allotted time for guests to admire the exhibits and engage in conversation. At that moment, Ran Long, the proprietor from Ao City, approached with 2 jade stones in hand, his eyes inexplicably filled with rage. Accompanied by several associates, he advanced towards them. Fixating on Zhou Yun, more precisely on the arm entwined with Shun Lei's, he demanded, "Who are you? How dare you allow Miss Shun to hold your arm? You are unworthy. Keep her distance from her. for she is beyond your reach. Ranlong obstructed Zhou Yun and Appo's path, speaking with unmistakable rudeness. Bewildered, Zhou Yun furrowed his brow at the middle-aged man sporting a pair of small mustaches, his smile gradually fading. Instead of answering Ranlong's question, he turned to Shunlei and asked, "Is he one of your family members?" Shunlei's previously joyful demeanor, having enjoyed Zhou Yun's company, plummeted upon spotting Ranlong, her eyes now filled with impatience. "No, he's a merchant from Ao City, a miserly and unscrupulous businessman involved in gambling and jewelry trade. And one of my family and Appo's Jadestone purchasers," she quickly clarified. Jin Xinghu stepped between the two, positioning himself in front of Ranlong, and coldly stated, "Get lost immediately, or I will not hesitate to tear off your faade and have you thrown out. You Wooden and Appo's. Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people, would you?" Tonight, Jin Xinghu exhibited remarkable restraint, as this was a gathering hosted by the Jin family, and he wished to avoid any unexpected incidents. Ranlong retorted, "I merely came to offer a warning. Do not overstep your bounds, or you may attract trouble you cannot handle." He then turned to Shunlei, stating, "I hope Miss Shun can exercise caution. You should understand the intentions of that individual from Longyan. It would be wise not to complicate matters further, for I fear your family may face dire consequences. You know how you ascended to the position of head of the Shun family. Do not forget the favors you owe him. Do not play with fire. Your actions could jeopardize this man. Of course, if you are merely toying with him, then it matters not." Ranlong spoke without reservation, his words dripping with condescension. He then cast a warning glance at Zhou Yun, saying, "I care not for your identity or origin. Shunlei is affiliated with Longyan and has caught the attention of that individual. She is not someone you can meddle with. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to be wise. I have said my piece. The rest is up to you." With that, Ranlong sauntered to a seat at the front of the stage, wearing an expression of utter disdain as he surveyed the gathering. Zhou Yun and Appo's ears perked at the mention of Longyan, a name he found all too familiar, which caused a slight heaviness in his heart. He began to grasp the intricate nature of this world. Previously, he had encountered Yi Chun, the protagonist of a novel The Most Powerful Tycoon, and now there emerged the entity known as Longyan. He recalled that the title of the novel was Dragon Battle in the Heavens, a tale of a dragon king's return commanding 100,000 soldiers. If Zhou Yun's deductions were correct, the influential figure overseas, the Lord of Longyan, was indeed the legendary Dragon King. Yet, why were Longyan and Shunlei, the heroine of another narrative, intertwined? Zhou Yun surmised that his own arrival in this world had triggered unforeseen changes. The moment Ranlong appeared only served to confirm his suspicions. This man was one of the external heads in Dragon Battle in the Heavens. When the protagonist, seeking to assert his presence in Ao City, was disdained by local ruffians, a mere phone call summoned this influential character to resolve all troubles. Zhou Yun felt an acute sense of urgency. Unlike Yi Chun, who was embarking on a journey of rediscovery, Longyan was already a formidable force with extensive influence, casting a shadow like a mountain over the current Yi Chun group. Moreover, he sensed that Longyan would inevitably become a thorn in his side, leading to a confrontation with the Dragon King in the future. The initial signs had already begun to manifest. Zhou Yun was resolute in his pursuit of Shunlei, undeterred by the Dragon King or any powerful adversaries. The threat posed by Longyan was palpable, and he envisioned intense conflict arising between the two parties in the future. He realized the necessity of strategizing in advance, preparing for the eventual return of the Dragon King so that he could retaliate effectively. A stirring within him hinted that the system might soon present him with choices. Zhou Yun and Appo's consciousness quivered with anticipation. This was a sign that the system and Appo's selection was imminent. Let the harvest begin. I hope the system grants me rewards to extend my lifespan. In his aspirations to establish a global business empire, he dreamed of transcending the confines of Blue Star. He yearned for longevity. Otherwise, all his years of toil would amount to a fruitless endeavor for another's gain. His heart surged with determination. He feared not the protagonist's strength, but dreaded the system's silence on task selection, leaving him devoid of avenues for rewards. Simultaneously, Ranlong had earned a place on his blacklist. he would deal with him at the first opportunity. Jin Xinghu and Amp, Appo's eyes brimmed with a dangerous glimmer as he whispered to Zhou Yun, "Rest assured, should Longyan seek to retaliate against you, I stand by your side. Even if they were to obliterate me, I would remain unafraid. My father likely shares the same sentiment. You know me, I cannot abide such fools." Zhou Yun felt warmth in his heart. Despite the evident disparity in strength against Longyan, Xiaohu remained willing to stand with him. He cherished this bond, vowing to repay it in due time. Jin Xinghu began plotting to undermine Ran Long, instructing his subordinates. Have some individuals move Ran Long and Appo's position from the front row to the back. There is no longer a seat for him there. A somewhat sullen Shun Lei softened her demeanor, giving Jin Xinghu an approving nod and remarked, "Sick tiger, this is precisely how it should be done. You have my heart." Chapter 90. Sweet words of little brother tiger. Ran Long's face turned ashen with anger. Jin Xinghu, fully aware of his affiliation with the Dragon Hall, audaciously adjusted his seat to the back row, mingling with a group of powerless media personnel. Meanwhile, those jewel merchants with assets inferior to his still occupied the front row, causing him considerable distress. Jin felt that the Jin family was utterly ungrateful, daring to confront the Dragon Hall for an enigmatic man. He resolved to report this to the higher-ups of the Dragon Hall, ensuring that the Jin family would pay a heavy price. However, in Yun City, he could only swallow his anger and refrain from making a scene. Initially, he had thought to leverage the power of the Shun family, considering they were also part of the Dragon Hall, but the most rebellious among them was Shun Lei. She sat in the back row, surrounded by Jin family and Amp, Appo's henchmen, their glares fixated on him, clearly targeting him. The guests nearby sensed the unusual tension and instinctively sought to distance themselves, rendering Ran Long as undesirable as a plague. At that moment, Jin Xinghu entered the estate, along with Zhou Yun, which served as the backstage. Shun Lei clung tightly to Zhou Yun, refusing to let go. Jin Xinghu smiled at Shun Lei, saying, "You Shun and Amp, Appo's, TB here, but perhaps in the future, the Shun and Jin families might become one." Shun Lei wore a knowing expression and replied, "Sweet words, little brother tiger. Why Don and Appo's? Do you tell me where you procured these materials from Myanmar?" Jin Xinghu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Let's talk about that when you fully become my boss's woman." Shun Lei boldly asserted, "That's only a matter of time. As long as Zhou Yun is willing to return home with me, tonight we can settle everything, and then I can indulge in a life of luxury." Jin Xinghu scoffed, "Don't get ahead of yourself. My boss is destined for greatness. The strength of the Zhou family rivals that of the Jin family. You might as well don a maid-end Amp, Appo's outfit and wait for him to return to Jiang City, serving him well." Shun Lei rolled her eyes, her lips curling in disdain, choosing not to respond. In recent days, she had dispatched people to investigate Zhou Yun and learned of the Zhou family's formidable status in Jiang City, which surpassed even that of the Shun family. The Shun family and Appo's assets had yet to breach 100 billion, given that most resources in Yun City were controlled by the Jin family, leaving the Shun family with only a small fraction. Zhou Yun, the heir with over 300 billion, almost 400 billion in assets, could never be her servant. Consequently, Shun Lei softened her stance, realizing that expecting Zhou Yun to submit to her was unrealistic. Yet, she remained defiant, as she had always been the cleverest among her peers, unwilling to yield and become a mere dutiful wife. Thus, her lowest expectation was to stand on equal footing with Zhou Yun, both pursuing their own careers while nurturing their emotional bond. Zhou Yun observed their exchange before inquiring, "Are you not afraid of the Dragon Hall and its connection with Ran Long?" He was probing Shun Lei's sentiments and boundaries. Shun Lei fell silent, reluctant to answer. Her thoughts clouded as she bowed her head, losing her previous pride. The atmosphere grew heavy with her unspoken fears and anxieties. Zhou Yun sensed her grip on his arm tightening, unwilling to let go. He felt a sense of relief and smiled at her delicate forehead, assuring her, "I fear neither the Dragon Hall nor any worldly power. I can only tell you that I possess the means to confront them and ensure your safety and that of Little Tiger. They will not harm you. I do not expect you to trust me now, but I hope you can maintain your composure and not let the Dragon Hall interfere with your choices." Zhou Yun and Amp, Oppo's. S words were calm and gentle, devoid of any bravado, yet they instilled a profound sense of reassurance and dependency in her. Shen Lei nodded softly, murmuring, I do not wish for any harm to come to you. The Dragon Hall is unlike what you imagine, but I will wait for you. If you find yourself in danger, I will make the choice to sacrifice myself to ensure your safety. Zhou Yun grasped her delicate hand, understanding that actions speak louder than words. Only by eliminating the threat could he prove everything. Their mutual affection deepened, solidifying their bond. Jin Qinghu, observing from the sidelines, radiated confidence, feeling as if he could illuminate the entire estate. He chuckled, knowing that he had secured his position and considered Shun Lei one of his own. Fear not. With me around, if the Dragon Hall dares to come after you because of this, they will have to contend with the Jin family. In this city, they will pay a heavy price for any actions they take. Let us set aside this matter for now. We shall confront challenges as they come. Behold, these are the exquisite materials I have procured, all of exceptional quality, as good as jade. Boss, I previously mentioned gifting you a piece worth over 100 million. Choose whichever you desire. Jin Qinghu rubbed his hands together eagerly. Ahead, workers were meticulously transporting large stones, the smallest resembling a grinding stone, while the largest was akin to a rockery, requiring a forklift for transport. Each stone bore fine cracks, internally shimmering with a high-quality luster. Zhou Yun approached, activating his exceptional investment skills, and glanced over them, exclaiming, Indeed, these are all fine goods. Most will yield jade. Jin Qinghu, brimming with pride, responded, Of course. The Jin family has not idled in Yun City. Zhou Yun pointed to several pieces worth over 10 billion, asking, How much do you intend to sell these for? Jin Qinghu replied, At least 2 billion. Zhou Yun suggested, Then do not sell them. Keep them for yourself. Once sliced open, they will reveal an abundance of pristine green jade, with no cracks. Jin Qinghu and Shun Lei exchanged astonished glances as they regarded Zhou Yun with a newfound respect, as if he could already foresee the contents of the stones. Initially, they wanted to dismiss the possibility, but recalling that Yi Chun could achieve such feats, they pondered why Zhou Yun could not. The thought of such a remarkable person being their ally filled Jin Qinghu with joy. These substantial stones, if Zhou Yun's words held true, would indeed be worth a fortune. With proper handling, they could sell for 20 to 30 billion, attracting numerous buyers. Without a shred of doubt, he instructed his men to secure the stones, declaring, Listen to the boss. These stones will not be sold. I will keep them. Why let others profit when we can benefit ourselves? Boss, we will split the profits 50-50, and all the earnings will go into your account. Jin Qinghu beamed with delight, his eyes glinting mischievously as he continued. However, even though we won't sell them, I plan to showcase them at tonight's gathering. Yes, I shall name these stones the Supreme Dragon-Slaying Stones. What do you think? A catchy name, right? When I cut them open in front of everyone, it will not only elevate the Jin family and Oppo's reputation, but also serve as a blow to Ranlong. Shun Lei giggled, saying, This is brilliant. I and Oppo's noticed that since you started associating with Zhou Yun, your mind has become remarkably sharper. Chapter 91. The key to success lies in wealth. Subsequently, Zhou Yun selected several valuable materials. In addition to a few exquisite pieces of raw material, he left some commendable stones for auction. Naturally, the auction prices for these stones would not be low, as Jin Qinghu would discreetly arrange for someone to drive up the bids. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yun murmured to himself, With Yi Chun and Ranlong present, unexpected events are bound to unfold. The two will undoubtedly stir up trouble. In that case, it would be best to dig a large pit for them to leap into and enjoy the game. The prerequisite for Yi Chun to perceive returns is that the goods must be in a sellable condition. With this in mind, Zhou Yun and Oppo's eyes glimmered as he conferred with Jin Qinghu. Upon hearing the plan, Jin Qinghu revealed a cunning smile. Once prepared, the group approached the circular stage, with Shun Lei sitting closely beside Zhou Yun, awaiting the commencement of the event. Meanwhile, Yi Chun found himself confined in a storage room within the estate. His hands propped against the wall, his damp head pressed firmly against it. The reason for his wetness was that Jin and Oppo's henchmen had just doused him with a bucket of cold water. brother who had instructed that he should only be allowed to leave once he had calmed down. As Yi Chun leaned against the wall, he forced himself to steady his emotions while reflecting on the events of recent days. He was perplexed, questioning where things had gone awry and why such an unexpected outcome had occurred. He had meticulously prepared to navigate the murky waters between the Jin and Shun families, intending to leverage funds. Yet, the moment Zhou Yun appeared, he found himself at a complete loss, caught off guard. Had Zhou Yun come to Yun City intentionally to pursue him, or was it mere coincidence? Yi Chun could not fathom it. On the surface, Zhou Yun and Appo's visit to reconnect with his brother Jin, Qinghu, seemed innocuous. Hosting a stone gambling event and inviting Zhou Yun was entirely reasonable. If Zhou Yun were truly intent on opposing him, he should have appeared during the stone gambling session at the Jin residence to mock him. Why did he only show up now? Yi Chun was utterly perplexed, and in his confusion, a strong sense of crisis welled up within him. If only he had received prior notice of Zhou Yun and Appo's arrival, he might not have felt so passive. He resolved to swiftly establish an intelligence department to grasp all matters comprehensively, transforming passivity into initiative. Such incidents must never occur again. First, he needed to find a talent proficient in intelligence gathering. Yi Chun contemplated, earnestly reflecting on where he had fallen short. This incident served as a wake-up call. He needed to address all deficiencies. He also required a powerful and loyal bodyguard. A trusted bodyguard should be easy to control, ideally simple-minded and easily deceived. However, finding someone both strong and simple-minded proved exceedingly difficult. As Yi Chun observed the water pooling on the floor from his dripping hair, he felt an unprecedented clarity. Just as the thought of securing a loyal bodyguard crossed his mind, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped him. As if an invisible thread connecting him to his future had snapped. He felt an emptiness within, a void that left him feeling slightly desolate. He shook off the thought and continued planning. He also needed a commercial genius to manage his company. Damn, why did this feeling of emptiness intensify? Additionally, he required a hacker to ensure the company's cybersecurity, preventing information theft. Yi Chun straightened his posture and let out a heavy sigh. Yet, the image of Shun Lei gazing at Zhou Yun with affection made his heart ache. The more he felt this way, the more frustrated he became. He was on the verge of success when Zhou Yun intervened, leaving him feeling nauseated. Shun Lei was such an admirable woman. Winning her over would be a significant gain. Even if she was proud now, he could nurture their feelings over time. Once he reached the pinnacle of success, she would inevitably succumb to him. What were Zhou Yun and the Dragon Hall but fleeting shadows? Looking back in the future, he might only feel a sense of nostalgia, realizing how the tides had turned. Former adversaries had faded into obscurity, and in the grand scheme, he had ultimately emerged victorious. Damn, he was overthinking. It was more important to address the immediate situation. He only hoped that the relationship between Zhou Yun and Shun Lei would progress slowly, without advancing further, giving him a chance to turn the tide. He was beginning to feel an impulsive urge to reveal his identity, shocking everyone. Perhaps that was the only way to defeat Zhou Yun. He composed himself, knocked on the door, and informed the two henchmen guarding outside that he had calmed down. The henchmen raised their hands, gesturing a number, and asked, "What is this?" Yi Chun felt insulted, thinking, "Damn it, do you take me for a lunatic or a 3-year-old? He suppressed his anger and replied, "3, it's 3. Still not calm. They continued to keep him inside. With a loud thud, the henchman slammed the door shut again. Frustrated, Yi Chun pounded on the door, exclaiming, "I answered correctly. Why won't you let me out?" The henchman replied bluntly, "You were still quite angry when you spoke. We are testing not your intelligence but your emotions." It dawned on Yi Chun that the true fool was himself. He stood in stunned silence. When had the henchman become so astute? After several minutes of waiting, he fought to suppress his fury, willing to endure it all just to see the stones. With a beaming smile, he knocked on the door again, stating, "I figured it out. What is this?" The henchmen repeated their earlier tactic. 3. Yi Chun's lips curled slightly. Just as the henchman prepared to close the door again, Yi Chun nearly burst into tears, pleading, "What is it this time? My mood has settled, truly, believe me," blocking the doorway with half of his body. He suddenly had a clever idea. 300. each 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. Finally, under the influence of monetary persuasion, Yi Chun was released. Handing over 10,000 to the two henchmen, he escaped his confinement. He felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have simply paid the ransom. It turned out the key to success was wealth. The two henchmen watched his disheveled retreat, clutching the cash, and loudly explained, "Don't blame us. Brother who said you're quite wealthy and wouldn't mind this little sum." The way to test if a person is calm is to see if their intelligence has fully recovered. Clearly, even in such a predicament, you knew to use money to navigate the situation. Your intelligence is intact, brother. Yi Chun was unsure if they were mocking him, but he inexplicably found their reasoning quite sound. Upon exiting the estate, he hurried to a vast open area outside, where guests had already congregated. All eyes on Jin Qinghu delivering a passionate speech on stage. Observing that all seats were filled, Yi Chun noted a few vacant spots, one of which was occupied by the formidable Ran Long, a man audacious enough to defy the Jin family in Yun City. This middle-aged man appeared shrewd, sitting in the last row, with no one daring to take a seat beside him. Perhaps others feared him, Yi Chun mused. Since no one else was bold enough to sit, he, as one of the heirs of the Yi family, dared to occupy a seat. His eyes sparkled with opportunity. Ran Long was undoubtedly wealthy, and forming a connection with him could allow him to reclaim the opportunities he had lost with Jin Qinghu and Shin Lei. Securing an investment of 3 billion. Yi Chun could hardly contain his excitement, thinking, Ran Long is openly challenging Jin Qinghu. Surely, he can't still be aligned with Zhou Yun? He refused to believe in bad luck, striding confidently towards the vacant space beside Ran Long. Chapter 92. The moment of bravado begins. Ran Long turned his gaze and saw Yi Chun sitting beside him, utterly unperturbed, unlike those around him who exhibited trepidation. Disregarding this, he leaned towards the gambling stone master he had invited and whispered, "The Jin family is utterly despicable. They must suffer significant losses today. I will leave it to you shortly." The gambling stone master, with an air of confidence, replied, "Rest assured, Brother Ran, in terms of discerning materials, no one in Yun City can surpass me." Ran Long held great faith in him. The master had immersed himself in the jade industry for years, possessing unparalleled skills in examining rough stones, and had previously assisted Ran Long in acquiring numerous valuable pieces. On the circular stage, Jin Qinghu concluded his opening remarks and addressed the guests, stating, "Without further ado, we shall commence the most crucial part of today's event." Staff members brought a stone the size of a basketball onto the stage, illuminated by the spotlight. He began to introduce the material. This rough stone was excavated from an old mine of the Jin family, with a corner cracked and a relatively thin weathered skin. After the introduction, he continued, "Those interested in this stone may come up to examine it, limited to 10 minutes. With a wave of his hand, Jin Qinghu confidently descended from the stage. Soon, eager customers ascended the stage, equipped with various precise instruments to scrutinize the stone's condition. The gambling stone master beside, Ran Long, also took to the stage, examining the stone with a thumb-sized white light, ultimately returning with a sense of assurance. "This stone is quite good. It has excellent water content and shows signs of green flecks. If the price is under 2 million, it should be acquired," he advised. Ran Long furrowed his brow, inquiring, 2 million. "I am only concerned with the maximum potential return," the stone master replied, "between 5 and 8 million. Though it in oppose, it's difficult to ascertain precisely. You know, no one can fully determine the value of rough stones." Ran Long expressed his dissatisfaction. "Earning such a meager profit is less than a day's income from my casino." "Well, even a mosquito is meat," the stone master remarked, "based on my prior experience. This is merely the appetizer. There are many more materials to come, so do not rush." Their conversation was loud and unabashed, drawing the attention of nearby guests. Yi Chun, overhearing, deliberately declared, "Once this stone is cut, its value will be at least 12 million. This casual yet confident assertion immediately captured Ran Long and Oppo's attention. Nevertheless, he merely cast Yi Chun a disdainful glance and shook his head in derision. The gambling stone master scoffed, "You Haven and Oppo's even stepped onto the stage. Yet you dare to be so arrogant from a distance." The youth of today are truly proud and brazen. In response to the Stone Master's skepticism, Yi Chun remained unfazed. Time would reveal the truth. The groundwork had been laid, and when the gambling Stone Master was proven wrong, Ran Long would inevitably take notice of him. Soon, the 10 minutes elapsed, and the stone began bidding at a starting price of 1 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Although this price was exceedingly high, many still saw potential, and bidders began to emerge one after another. Ran Long made his move, and ultimately, the price escalated to 3 million before he abruptly halted his bidding, having failed to secure it. This shoot and oppose, TB. I had anticipated the final price to be fixed at 2 million. Why is it soared by half? The gambling Stone Master, who had participated in numerous rough stone auctions, sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it. The fortunate bidder, undeterred, instructed the Jean family staff to cut the stone on site. A cutting machine was conveniently located beside the stage, with professionals offering cutting advice to the guests. As the spotlight illuminated the cutting machine, the stone was soon cleanly separated, revealing vibrant green hues, its luster indicating substantial value. Once the rough stone was fully cut, the staff presented the exquisite jade upon the circular stage, rotating it for all present to admire. Jin Xinghu, beaming with delight, returned to the stage and proclaimed, "Congratulations to Mr. Li, who has acquired this old-mine glass-type jade for 3 million, with a full green hue valued at 12 million. Congratulations." Mr. Li, flushed with excitement, ascended the stage, gazing at his newly acquired jade and sharing anecdotes about his connection to the stone, garnering admiration from the audience before descending. Immediately, jewelers rushed forward to purchase it. Ran Long dispatched his people to acquire it, only to be rebuffed as it was sold to another. This setback left Ran Long feeling defeated and regretful, pondering why he had not continued bidding. "Are your eyes failing you? How could you not see this?" Ran Long reprimanded the gambling Stone Master, who now perspired nervously. "Who can guarantee 100% certainty? I can only ascertain 60% at most. Knowing it would be valuable is already remarkable." Ran Long shot him an irritable glare before turning his attention to Yi Chun, forcing a smile and inquiring, "What is your name, young brother?" "I am Ran Long, a jeweler." Yi Chun glanced at him lightly, responding, "Yi Chun." Ran Long, with a broad smile, said, "Brother Yi possesses remarkable skills, able to discern the value of the stone from afar. You are even more impressive than the master. Where did you acquire such talent?" Yi Chun feigned profundity, stating, "In my youth, I played on a mountain, and after a fortuitous fall, I discovered an ancient book on stone appraisal." Ran Long, taken aback, quickly asked, "Is that ancient book still in your possession? I would pay handsomely for it." Yi Chun lamented, regrettably, after I finished reading it. "My grandmother used it to kindle a fire for porridge." Ran Long thought to himself, "Are you jesting? No one would believe such nonsense." He concluded that this young man was exceedingly tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a morsel of information. However, he refrained from showing anger, recognizing Yi Chun's potential. If he could assist Ran Long, it would undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. What a pity, such a valuable book. But as long as the elder is happy. He continued, "Perhaps you could assist me in examining stones later? I will share the profits with you. I assure you, you will not suffer losses." Ran Long smiled, adding, "I have the funds, and you possess the skill. Let us collaborate seamlessly." Yi Chun nodded in agreement, having successfully hooked his target as intended. The two struck a deal, conspiring together. On the circular stage, Jin Xinghu proceeded to introduce other rough stones, placing each on the table, with increasing prices and qualities. Throughout this process, Yi Chun continually provided Ran Long with insights into the true value of the materials, each time astutely accurate. This only heightened Ran Long and Appo's admiration for Yi Chun, instilling in him a profound sense of confidence. The gambling Stone Master, too, found Yi Chun's abilities remarkable, no longer daring to underestimate him. Unfortunately for Ran Long, he was unable to secure any of the items, as they were all purchased by others at prices close to their actual worth. Frustration mounted as some guests, seemingly deranged, relentlessly bid, driving prices from millions into the tens of millions. Such occurrences were previously unimaginable at gambling stone conventions, leading Ran Long to question the sanity of the attendees. Perhaps the initial success of the first bidder had ignited a fervor among others, prompting their frenzied behavior. Yi Chun, from the corner of his eye, noticed Zhou Yun in the front row, sipping red wine and occasionally glancing in his direction. The meaning behind those glances was inscrutable. Yi Chun returned a fierce stare, muttering, "Once I secure the investment, you will inevitably regret this." Chapter 93. Frantic excavation. Although Yi Chun was quite remarkable, Ran Long had yet to discover any hidden gems by the time the stone gambling convention was nearing its conclusion, which left him exceedingly vexed. He felt that luck was not on his side today. No matter what he attempted, someone was always raising the stakes. The city of Yun had truly become his nemesis, as everything seemed to go awry. After finally encountering a master of stone gambling, he found himself unable to profit. On stage, Jin Qinghu took the microphone and addressed the assembled guests. As we approach the climax of today and Oppo's illustrious stone gambling convention, I hope that everyone leaves with more than just wealth. May you also gain insight, knowledge, and valuable connections. He continued. Now, let us extend our applause to those who have successfully cut exquisite jade stones. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere electric. I would like to introduce a dear friend of mine, Mr. Zhou Yun, chairman of the Jiangxing Yuchen Group, a conscientious entrepreneur and one of Jiangxing and Oppo's top 10 outstanding youths. Jin Qinghu and Oppo's gaze sparkled as he confidently introduced Zhou Yun to all present. Zhou Yun stood gracefully, greeting the guests with warmth and affability, instantly endearing himself to the audience. Shun Lei, who had been tightly holding onto his arm, also rose to her feet. The applause grew even more fervent, as the audience was astonished by the impressive array of accolades. Although the Yuchen Group was merely a local enterprise in Xia country, it held considerable renown within entrepreneurial circles. The name had graced the media numerous times and had garnered a certain level of fame in the real estate business, leading many to recognize Zhou Yun. Except for the Shu family, everyone else applauded with genuine goodwill, eager to forge connections. Jin Qinghu then gestured for silence.